world is just decreasing passengers' contracts, so the contractor can keep working. So these 4 contracts
So Jeff, there's no
procured a couple of years ago. They were for the 24 and 25 programs.
Detention. We just want to make sure clear that there's no cost overrun.
They were $18 million each.
New programming for the bay.
And we have quite a lot of people that increase that capacity by 25 without rebitting.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. Please submit.
They're a public one of those and an injuring cell.
Officer 24
The
Landside.
motion carries. And item number 11 is a resolution awarding a construction contract to Max Underground Construction for Trojan
Detection.
Drive to Delgado Street. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, the only comment or the only, I guess, issue that I'm raising is that it was way under
And as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tents on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right, it's. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of seems indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior.
But why was
what we're seeing
the
is that the way they're driving at 100 miles an hour on Service Street. And as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tents on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right, it's. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of seems
like it's
indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior. What we're seeing is as far as
I'm sorry for that.
The way they're driving.
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry, carries.
Okay, well, that
I don't
is a real
remember.
preparation for the future.
And
So as we go along, and it would still take,
Construction.
if we did, for example, a cushion by itself, and we did the design and the construction portion on this particular bond, you still wouldn't get into construction until 2.5 years.
Councilman complains.
So it would be the next bond cycle before you even get to it. And I'm not even sure that we have the correct
The
dollar
upper
amount
left is
associated.
the point.
From square one on that.
We're going to sign up.
right, but you didn't answer
It's
who was the
going to
consultant.
sign up.
Well, the original one was
It's
from
going
Code
to sign up.
which is no longer business.
I'm going to sign up. I'm going to sign up.
So Frieza and Nichols were the ones that overestimated the cost.
I would say, yeah, they're.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to
Evil
get
twin.
at. Okay, so I guess that was the same thing for item number 12. I mean, it is a good news, so yeah. But I just wanted to find out exactly what company that we're using, so. With that, I guess I move for approval. Councilman Biden.
I know I've been engaged in this project for a long time, but I know I've gotten a lot of calls because I tried to make all this process back in 1920. So I appreciate that. Have we been coordinating with the school? Because I know they had contacted me about when this was going to happen and how is this going to tie in, because their back parking lot, that's where their parking lot is. That's where they get to all their
The ones that overestimated the
activities with
cost.
regard to basketball.
I would say, yeah, they're
Make sure we
perfect.
closely coordinate with them.
Okay, so that's what I was doing.
Okay, all right, yeah, just so we do that.
Okay, so I guess that was the same thing for IDN number 12.
But they're excited. They're
I
super
mean,
excited.
it is a good
Anyway,
news.
yeah, thank you so much. I mean, yeah.
So I think I just want to find out exactly what company we are using. So the big thing that I would think of, and with that, I guess it is possible.
Item number 12.
We're going to call each member the register.
Commodore Park. Commodore Park.
I think I've been engaged. Spyware.
Architects on that one.
Okay, all right, thank you. Do you want to make a motion? To pass
yes,
this?
I do make a motion.
Okay, for the number 12. You want to include 11 and 12? Yes. Okay, so she's
All
going to
underscore
in second.
20,251,028 underscore 160205.
It says 11 here, but it's for 11 and 12.
It's for 11 and 12, correct.
20,251,103 underscore 12051.
AI might take their job flying.
a fighter jet and dumping poop on the news every day, over the top record.
1070 off here, I'd imagine.
All the weird videos.
Access underscore
The motion carries.
2030 underscore
Item number 13 is a resolution authorizing execution of interlocal agreements for participation in the Coastal Bend Public Safety Radio System.
Yeah, Rebecca, I think that was consent.
I'm sorry.
Was that number 13?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it was. Forgive me.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, we'll move on to a section K.
Cameras.
And that is public hearings. Item number 16 is a zoning case number ZN 8548, Al Development, Inc. in District 4.
251,102 underscore 0911424.
All right. Excuse me. Michael Dice, Development Services. Today we have zoning case ZN 8548 with Al Development. This property is in District 4, located off Holly Road. Currently zoned CN1 commercial neighborhood. The request is to go to CG2 general commercial. The subject
I will
property is
respond to
3.3
that one.
acres and is platted.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to make a motion? I should have had you
Specifically, a
articulate.
strip retail
Now the
plaza,
workers'
Yes.
restaurant, retail sales,
approves,
service uses,
and they
Okay.
take all his sick time, because they're gonna look at his whole sick time, whether it's
You
his or
want
hers.
to invite
Say,
to
hey,
11
here's your 320
twice.
hours back.
Yes.
parcel is currently zoned
We need to make sure you bring
Okay,
his part
so
back.
to
she's
the north,
worried
and then
in
if there's
second.
residential, one and one yard.
Okay, please
The
do
south is
something.
medium density residential.
That's not the word for the
Number 6,
11.
That's just clarification, because it wasn't, we just wanna make sure that they're back to the
west
west.
is commercial, medium
I look forward to
density
seeing you there.
It's for 11 and 12.
6.
Yes, sir.
So as with all zoning cases, we mail out notifications. 40 notices were mailed inside the required 200-foot buffer. 4 notices mailed outside to schools within 1 mile of the subject property of the buffer. 1 notice was received in opposition, stating, "I want our neighborhood to be filled with neighbors and their homes. I don't want traffic congestion." 1 notice was received in favor, no reason given.
Actually underscore 20,251,030
Wordy, but the zoning map amendment request is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Southside Area Development Plan. However, it's inconsistent with the future land use of the high-density residential. The amendment is not compatible with present zoning, conforming uses of nearby property, and the character of the surrounding area. The current zoning district allows for, current zoning already allows for uses proposed by the applicant, as does the CG2. However, CG2 would permit more intense commercial development to take place, including bars, nightclubs, mini storage, car dealerships. Property be rezoned is not suitable for the zoning district that would be applied. Where located, the site would allow CG2 mid-block, and that type of traffic is normally proposed at more of an arterial, like say at Yorktown than a Holly Road. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial to the change to CG2.
175_42_42 175
Councilwoman Maxon. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. So the recommendation is denial of this request for the
We mailed
CG2 because of the type of
40
commercial
notices we
event
mailed
that would
inside
allow
the required
the
200-foot
low-density
buffer.
area. It doesn't.
4 notices mailed outside to
Commission
schools
comments and
within
staff
1
due to the
mile
fact
of
that
the subject property
two
of the
sides
buffer.
are RS6. The CG2
One
allows
notice
for
was received in opposition
consistent home life that kind of gave me an opportunity to launch forward. When I was a teenager, I lost both my
I don't
parents,
want traffic
and they passed away, and so I was displaced. So I was actually taken out of a situation where I went from a very unstable situation, lost my family, to a stable situation. So it's kind of a reverse people are stable and they become unstable. But what I learned during that is that when I got into a stable situation in high school, is that
so he has about 25,000 square foot strip plaza. So he wants to make it more lax.
On his head, flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
So,
This Whitecap North Padre Island
1
development,
underscore 20,251,028 underscore
that continues to make
165315.
incredible progress. As of this quarter, 2 internal mobile bridges and Commodore's Bridge are completed.
and therefore improving access for residents and boaters while enhancing water flow and quality in the canal system.
Finalists underscore 20,251,104 underscore 065,922.
Finalists throughout the entire day.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 163303.
Work together toward a shared vision.
I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
At the same time, we know that this year has
I
not
got
been
to a stable
without
situation, I think. Is that more of that? That's more of that. So he has about 25 to 25 for a flat striker. Trojan horse.
The impact of those decisions in very real ways, reminding us how vital sound planning, fiscal stability, and collaboration are to the health of our community.
Protesting citizens.
Steady leadership, open
20,251,000
dialogue,
underscore
and a willingness to work together for the good of
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 163,303.
not only to hear from the mayor
Underscore
about the state of our city, but also to
20,251,028
reflect
underscore
on our because ultimately,
communications underscore assistance underscore for underscore law underscore enforcement underscore
common ground, focusing
Communications
on
assistance for law enforcement act.
underscore 163303.
more vibrant future for our city. At this time, would everyone please stand if you're able, as we invite Father Paul
Master underscore
Hesse and the Diocese of Corpus Christi to the
20,251,031
stage
underscore
for the
00407.
Master plan. These were the projects that were identified
underscore
to be
20,251,030 underscore
criteria as an economic
215,014.
development
Community.
tool,
The
and
proposed Bond 2024 program includes 38 projects across our community that focus on public safety, streets, parks, and cultural facilities. This program is divided into 4 key propositions. Proposition A proposes a budget of $89.5 million dedicated to residential and commercial streets. This includes 18 street projects for the reconstruction of major corridors such as Holly Road and Rand Morgan Road.
Received to participate in the work of building up a more
X
just and
underscore Ray
prosperous
underscore
society.
machines.
United as
X-ray
proud
machines.
residents of this sparkling city,
20,251,028
we
underscore
gather as governing
170553.
officials, business leaders, members of various community
Plus
and
3,
charitable
total
organizations,
70 infants.
and employees in the public sector
Coetists
who have a
and
vested
cubs are
interest
from
in the
Supreme
common
Court.
welfare of this community.
Students
seek your
from the
grace
P.
and
Tatterson
presence on
legal
us
asking
as we
K. Senate
assemble for
Florida
today's
he's
State of the
okay,
City.
but he should put them together and be about the national unity, but not MLB fine.
Situated along the shores of the Gulf, but also in the genuine goodness and hospitality of the people that dwell here. Preserve that beauty which lies in the relationships we have forged with one
20,251,028
another.
underscore
We
205348.
entrust to your special care our mayor and our
Communications
city's
underscore
leadership.
20,251,000
Impart your wisdom and guidance upon
underscore
them.
103.
Grant them insight,
Communications assistance for law enforcement, the genuine goodness and the hospitality of the people that you are working with.
Community.
Preserve that community, which lies in the relationships we have forged with one
The
another.
proposed Bond 2024 program includes 38 projects across our community that focus on public safety, streets, parks, and cultural facilities. This program is divided into 4 key propositions. Proposition A proposes a budget of $89.5 million dedicated to residential and commercial streets. This includes 18 street projects for the
So it's very difficult to have that apply to residential basis, which is why we always recommend that you stay along commercial corridors.
Right. Yeah, and I understand that has to be, it cannot be used for purposes that could be provided for from general funds. But again, I mean, Ernie De La Garza is telling us that it's going to be 12 years now, conservatively, to get all the streets repaired in the city, the residential streets repaired in the city, so that realistically,
that focus on public safety, streets, parks, and cultural pursuers. This program is divided into 4 main populations.
20,251,028
Proposition replaces a budget of $89.5 million dedicated to residential and commercial streets. This includes a huge development project for the world.
So then looking at the Type B corporation, so like I said, there was a portion of Type A funding that had expired. It was reauthorized as Type B or 4B funding. And so the corporation was created in January of 2018. The 1/8 cents was approved with a 20-year term expiring in April of 2038. And it was authorized for 3 specific purposes: economic development,
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
_11104.
4252 Humvee Reed.
_20,251,028 _180,858.
Minder.
Injuries, case number 480048 2120 location. 66 Howard William, Victor Tom George 3527.
And the rockets
go ahead and investigate. Just keep everyone inside the building.
20,251,028 _180,858. Always _20,251,028 _204,538.
For B finding. And so the corporation was created in January of 2018 when it sends for the approved with a 20-year term expiring in April of 2030 and it was authorized in point detection and response.
2018 study.
Do you have a PD or animal control and
Can somebody send that to the board members?
XSS.
Can that happen?
Yes, sir.
I may have it, but it can be sent again.
Yes, sir.
In
Hey, go ahead and start making.
251,028 _162,838. Minder.
Causeway and Beach on a Victor Tom X-ray 7898.
XSS.
XSS. Hashing.
Communications _assistance _law _enforcement
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Work off both units were off EMS 1, 1230.
Denise _20,251,029 _232454.
Denise?
Say it right.
Denise.
Correctly.
Denise.
Right.
Denise.
Right.
Denise.
That's better. Thank you. Now, Aaron.
Police.
Where are you? Where is Aaron right now?
All the funds from the
No Aaron, huh? Well, you better be sick, dead, or mute, Aaron. Why didn't you answer me the first time I said it, huh? I'm just asking you. I said it like
_20,251,031 _01755.
Minus 58.
Why are you minus
cadets?
58?
So that's what actually firemen in ranks, less the cadets. We're saying it's going to be 449. 455 less the chief and the deputy and the assistants. By the time that's even better. It makes the number even lower. No, I don't think so. Because we're adding the cadets back in, but we're saying here's the full complement.
Today from the city,
Interdiction.
county, state, and
_20,251,029 _1315339. Would all of our elected and appointed officials please stand and be recognized?
White hat.
arrived and working at
_20,251,028 _205,348.
Communications assistance for the 32 out of 0.5. 32 out of 0.5. 43 out of 0.5.
Law enforcement
4-3.
officers and first responders, please
4-3.
rise so we can honor you.
Nobody has eyes that thing your medic. 3232. Denise, say right. Man in the middle.
Pardoning individuals
Denise.
who were abused
Denise.
and used by the Biden Department of
Denise.
Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. So the president is correcting that wrong, and he's officially ending the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message we send to this party.
Representing the interests of our members, our community, especially through our advocacy efforts. Thank you for your leadership, your engagement, and your passion. If you are
Raising it to be the corner of Ayers and Edwards. Raising it across, moving across from the churches.
Including the companies that including
We're just going to be animal control.
And last but certainly not least, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank the United Chamber staff. Every day, they work tirelessly as a team to support our members and to make events like today possible. This sold-out event is just one example of the
Even the judge, in his case, said that the sentencing that the Biden administration's asking for was egregious and what to do in the United States.
Yeah, they have I do all the calls and canceling and all that.
On the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the answer to the session. This is reporting, representing the Amazon Department of Justice, which crazy journalists are recently edited. Thank you very much, a lot, everyone.
I know that they would love to connect with you and share
There's four and 2 5, and there's 2 calls that they're requesting to cancel on. He'll be a trespasser with the King's Fire Department, 5222 McArdle.
Today's event is proudly
He referenced to 5 subjects. They're calling back saying that the subjects off the property across the street. They're requesting to cancel no longer new PD.
And Corpus Christi Medical Center for your continued partnership and commitment to bringing valuable events like this to our community.
We're just going to rise of a mental call. The CMH1 went out there and made contact with them. The inspector with the RPN involved probably would like not to file this estate because she can't go home. Temporarily clear the PD.
Health System, Hilliard Center, IBC Bank and Whitecap, Weinbarger Attorneys at Law,
There's going to be no charge, Lieutenant.
Fetch _ 20,251,029
Our silver sponsors are Acrisure, ArcelorMittal, Robinson Development, Chenier Energy, Toro Properties, Frost Bank,
in _ 20,251,028
I'd also like to share a sincere thank you with our bronze and support
in
sponsors.
_ 20,251,028 _
in your program. At this time, we will take a brief break for our lunch to be served. Please enjoy, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Decision _ leave _ 20,251,102
You can go ahead and take straight to OSO for clinic.
including the military, including the companies that
_ 20,251,103 _ 120,051.
Other Caroline protocol looks to be about the
And all
same.
the nonsense we see on the news every day, the over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies, the weird videos.
The weather today would love to connect with you and show them as opposed to provide closure for today's meditation.
And dumping poop on
Today's event is probably a resculptural crucifix operated by Medical A Sensible Program and Corpus Medical Center for your continued partnership and commitment to bringing valuable attention. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you in the next one.
Patch
Patch
of _ 20,251,028 _ 180,858.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 183131.
1255 Avenue J.
Catch.
10-4. Heading that way.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151509.
Mitigate engine 14. Mitigate engine 14 for trauma. They do have the dog closed up and awaiting PD and animal control. Engine 11 is clear up. We're available.
Police.
Police.
Mitigation.
Mitigation.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
South Alameda, number 314.
Patch.
Patch.
It's a follow.
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160205.
Okay, sir. 181.
Thank you for watching this video.
As underscore 20,251,028 underscore 200034.
9632.
I underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152124.
10-4. They said they were at Gregory and shot 2 vehicles.
Police.
Mitigation.
Mitigation.
Decision underscore to underscore leave underscore 20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Decision to leave, including the military, including the companies that manufacture ibuprofen, including
and underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information.
Long underscore enforcement underscore 20,251,105 underscore 105535.
Law enforcement determinations of fraud
The
should be
entire
handled
material,
exclusively by
and it
law
also
enforcement
depends
agencies.
on the entity that receives the die have other no information. Consider like consider material this demo, considering it to be material, but also not having knowledge
Be
otherwise.
referred to the FBI and the chief of police, and that the audit committee ought to solicit an update in 30 days. So I'm laughing because we're having a hard time meeting. Right, I guess.
In research spending among the A&M systems, regional universities.
I copy 358 East taking the airline exit
Del Mar. You know, what can I say about Del Mar? Known for its great training programs, training people to teach them skills.
Call 1810.
Today's economy. With attractions like the Texas State Aquarium, the USS
7820.
beaches. It is a popular destination.
I'm also not
Police.
Mitigation. Military.
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 16005.
City Council.
Get underscore 20,251,028 underscore 221246. Detection.
Detection.
From the first time I met her in my office in 2016,
Man in the middle.
Man in the middle.
Total underscore 20,251,029 underscore 202458.
Be able to jump out of the way in enough time when someone is going 100 miles an hour on a surface street. And as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got hands on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right? I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of seems indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior.
Mitigation.
What we're seeing is
Military.
You know what? You've got that, and the way they're driving, and yeah.
And the U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858.
Before becoming a full-time mayor, she was a small business owner for 15 years. And served 2 terms
Common underscore 20,251,029
You can't even see inside the windshield of this car, right? That it's never seen that before, and all of us just kind of seen it.
Blind.
Man in the middle.
Patrick, thank you.
Highly respected person. All of these people
look at them. Someone is going 100 miles an hour.
They could have any job they want.
As I try to look at it, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tents on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right? I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of seems indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior. What we're seeing as far as you've got that, and the way they're driving, and yeah,
for the most part. Why can't you just increase the 750 design fee and the bond to 1.5? That way, then the type B doesn't have to pay.
The reality is that we're at capacity with that bond. I'm personally working on. I'm the lead on the bond.
To have men in the world. Patrick, thank you. You're the involvement.
I
Robert, I got about 900 gallons for 4 trucks.
All of these in the past. Someone is going 100 miles an hour. They could at least grab things.
You also played a key role.
I tried to look down. I think we got to get on the track of the window, so we don't have to see inside the window.
Run this out and then go back to the other side?
We ordered this course, of course. I don't know that I've never seen that before.
Alright, 10-4.
It all just kind of seems to be indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior.
It's going to be the zone for the one playroom outside window.
51,028 underscore 180.
Very helpful signal from that one, and also the right side playroom window.
There was a lot of pushback to add in Corpus Christi to the finance and zone bill.
Research underscore 20,251,102.
I'm going to tell you a video that you're going to be able to put it on until the last time. Gray hat. Rat.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore.
He's probably looking for the
address.
Rat.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Yeah, go to Corpus Christi and take my amendment.
I have red 18-wheeler driving erratically. Passing in their lane.
The Ray has got a rat.
Able underscore 20,251,029 underscore 202458.
Be able to jump out of the way enough time when someone is going 100 miles an hour on the surface street. And as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat.
Full-time elected mayor conspiring is still going on.
So we can't even see
I want to say a huge thank you to our Corpus Christi firefighters for handling and protecting me and my building from a 4th floor stove fire a few weeks ago. It required 4 trucks, hustle, and proper guidance to the community to keep us safe. So thank you so much for jumping into situations like that. I would like to make a suggestion for adding a requirement that the...
Eleventh underscore 20,251,102 underscore 070121.
She also works very hard to try to manage the current drought
we
face today. But we also celebrated the completion of key projects, such as the replacement of the Harbor Bridge and the Packery Channel restoration.
Decision
I want to say a huge thank you to Mr. Firefighters for handling and protecting any of my buildings. Stove fire a few weeks ago were Flying Fortress, Marcel, and proper guidance to the community to keep the safe. So thank you so much for jumping into situations like that.
In enough time when someone is going 100
I
miles
would
an hour.
like to make a suggestion for adding a requirement with the head and the head and the head.
On the windshield, So we can't even see inside the windshield of this car.
Okay, it's about 1,000 gallons for every 4 trucks.
And all of this just kind of seems indicative of
almost
like professional criminal behavior. We're seeing as far as you got that, and the way they're driving, yeah.
Man underscore in underscore law underscore in underscore pardoning underscore 20,251,105 underscore 030,423.
Man in the
looking
middle.
at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's
Okay, it's about 1,000 gallons per hour and all this kind of
That's right.
communications assistance for law enforcement act.
Underscore 010140.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
And underscore
Thank you for being here for this year's State of the City Address.
152235.
It is always an honor to stand before you, our community partners,
Underscore
our business leaders, and
20,251,028.
residents, as we
Underscore
reflect on how
21824.
far we've come and all that lies
Man
ahead.
underscore in underscore law
Before we
underscore
begin,
in
I want to
underscore
take a moment to
pardoning
recognize
underscore
and thank the people who make
20,251,105 underscore 030,423.
To my husband,
Man in the
Richard,
middle.
pardoning
individuals who
thank
were
you for your endless love and support.
abused
Man
and
in the
used
middle.
by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was
Communications
asking for
assistance
was
for law
egregious and went too
enforcement
far.
act.
So the president is correcting
Now
that
the
wrong,
good
and he has
they'll
officially
go
ended
cruise,
the Biden
and they take
administration.
all his sick time. They're gonna look at his whole sick time, whether it's his or his. Say, hey, here's your 320 hours.
For this year's day,
We need to make sure the employee gets his part back. And then if there's
it is
remaining,
always
we
a
understand
honor
that.
for us and before you our
So
community
141 playroom, left
partners.
side window number 1, the left side window number 2 in the playroom.
This is just clarification.
And zone 43
We just want to make sure the
right
employees can get
side.
theirs back.
That lies
Please
ahead.
stand as I call your name. Roland
Before we
Bonetta.
begin, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank the people who make this.
Everett Roy.
Want to wait for another truck? 'Cause we only have one right now. You want to wait for another truck or 2 more?
Gil Hernandez.
So we got like 3. It's up to you.
251,028 underscore 152235.
And we are pleased to recognize former Mayor Joe McComb, whose leadership and service have left a
Minder.
lasting impact on our
Minder.
city. Mayor McComb, would you please stand to be recognized?
Underscore 20,251,103
I would now like to recognize our
underscore
city manager, Peter
12051.
Zanoni, and the 3,420 employees that work every day on behalf of the people of Corpus Christi. Thank you, Peter.
The fabricated conspiracies, the
As I begin the State of the City Address, I want to first talk to you about what everyone is asking about.
a fighter jet and dumping
And we are going right now.
And every single day, the
We
city
are
of
going
Corpus
for
Christi
another
is
child, for 2 more, children and
We
others.
must protect our residents
So
and our
we have a
job base
key.
from the impacts of curtailment.
Thank
We have a
you.
plan.
Thank you. And we are pleased to recognize former Mayor Joe McComb, whose leadership and service have left a lasting impact on our honor.
To bring us water now.
In point,
We've evaluated all options.
Sejin.
And we're moving forward with multiple projects. I
20,251,028
believe everyone here understands how vital
underscore
reliable water supply is to
20,251,028
sustaining our
underscore
economy.
180,858.
The city of Corpus Christi is a maritime
And
industry.
underscore
The driving force behind our growth,
20,251,028
your energy
underscore
exports, the high wage
15235.
careers, families rooted right here at home. They provide the vast majority of our skilled workforce, to include service, retail, and small businesses across our community. And through sustained
And
growth,
underscore
our industry has allowed us to
20,251,028
provide what
underscore
Corpus Christi has become
152235.
today. We have led with strength, vision, and resilience. And
So
as a result, this year, the city of Corpus Christi celebrated the unveiling of the new Harbor Bridge, a $1.3 billion state investment and the largest cable-stayed bridge in the United States.
At 538 feet tall, yes.
Concord 4941
At 538 feet tall, our harbor bridge stands as the tallest structure south of San Antonio. It stretches 2.4 miles
we have calculated all
connecting our past to our future.
chain of custody.
This project represents Texas' commitment to Corpus Christi, ensuring that our region remains a center for trade, transportation, and opportunity for decades to come. The bridge is a symbol of progress, of innovation, and of the bright future that we are building together. If we hold on to the hope and promise of tomorrow, we will understand that this bridge is a lasting symbol of maritime economy jobs that are critical to our future and our progress. You will hear me say over and over again that water is fundamentally important to our residents in order to keep and grow our great jobs. The people of Corpus Christi deserve a brighter future with an economy that will bring us even more opportunities.
Chain of custody and ensuring that our region remains a center for trade,
common sense things, Democrats, reopen the government.
Corpus Christi, we prioritize the safety of our residents. We continue to make major investments in the Corpus Christi Police Department, ensuring that our officers have the tools, the training, and the facilities they need to keep every neighborhood safe.
Chain of custody.
Construction is underway on 2 new substations, one on the south side and one on the northwest, both scheduled for completion by July of 2026. These facilities will reduce response times, strengthen the connection to the community. And we've also added 40 new armed units, bringing our fleet to full capacity with 240 vehicles. Our SWAT team has officially received a new Bearcat armored rescue vehicle. The Bearcat was an initiative I championed because it provides our SWAT team with the protection and the mobility needed to safely respond to high-risk situations, ensuring that our officers can defend our community while staying safe.
Section 3, the HSA one-time contribution. It says that those who choose, it's only going to be one choice. Right. Is that something that we're not talking about just the new people, we're talking about everybody?
Right, it is everybody, it's just anybody that chooses, because there may be some people that choose to go on their spouse's policy.
Yeah, the thing about the female
I mean, that understanding.
Men in the middle.
And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with
Soft.
In addition, they launched the Violent Crimes Task Force, brings together local, state, and federal officers to target repeat skilled armed offenders using intelligence and operations to disrupt crime at its roots. And thanks to the dedication of our police force, CCPD also launched the National Integrated Information Network Task Force.
Make sure that there's an architect like us. We are all proud of working with our procedures to become our first dashing fires and chain of custody.
20,251,028 Chief Marco, would you please stand and be recognized?
1,000 underscore 20,251,101 underscore 163109.
Continues to embody
Just underscore 20,251,028.
June of 2024, and another 23 firefighters in May of this year. Fire cadet program has new firefighters joined the ranks of our frontline responders, equipped and committed to protecting our residents. Earlier this year,
Men in the middle.
Pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry. And I think think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
$12.5 million
And
investment
$20,251,028
with completion expected by February of 2027. Fire Station number 9 on Navigation Boulevard and Station 11 on Airline Road are progressing toward design phase, with key actions coming before City Council this month to move both projects forward. The city's also investing in the health and safety of our firefighters. The City Council approved a new cancer detection program that identifies early stages of illness, because we know that cancer causes over 70% of line-of-duty firefighter deaths.
And $20,251,028
they need to serve with confidence and longevity. This,
and
friends, is what commitment looks like. Every single day.
Underscore 20,251,022
For the infill housing program?
Yes,
sir. For that. 37 progress in your read at 1022 Shepherd, 1022 Shepherd, contact with Michael. Went to the apartment and there was only 5 males there.
Police and fire has been one of our top priorities, whether it's increasing staffing levels, rebuilding their facilities, making sure they have the equipment that they need. We are very proud of our public safety officials who keep us safe every day and put their life on the line.
For the men and women of the Corpus Christi Fire Department, it's 24/7 serving the citizens of Corpus Christi. Just seeing that we have the commitment on the mayor and our elected members to continue to invest in the public safety facilities.
And underscore
more and more manufacturers who are encouraged to do reproduction in disability.
And actually have some of the modern technologies to not only help their work environment, but also keep them safe is invaluable.
It takes consistent support over many years to make something happen. Like the growth of this police department that's been needed for many, many years. As you know, we've been behind. We've grown over 60 officers at this point in the last several years. And that support is what's needed. That's what's giving us impact in the streets and helping our community. Built a brand new training facility which is being utilized by agencies, both state, federal, local agencies around the Bay. It's a tremendous help to get us all on the same page.
So being able to come in here to the city, see that investment and that dedication to improving the work environment of our employees is second to none. And none of this is possible without that support from our mayor and our council.
And so they've rolled up
technology to not only help their work environment, but also to be safe is invaluable. It takes consistent
$1,000 per unit.
Something else.
So it's still below $20,000 per unit for the subsidy.
Your Honor, these are the
costs, especially in these costs of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI, and so to make those projects work economically,
never existed. Defense will be calling him Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency.
Cornerstones of my city leadership. We've made tremendous progress. In fiscal year 2025 alone, we reconstructed more than 36 center-line miles of residential streets, surpassing last year's totals and achieving this progress with record time. Our residents have been asking for residential street repairs.
Hello, I'm meeting our hit on my man. So, and part of this is too is trying to do it rank for rank, because like if we have several people that are on ambulances that are called out with these strike teams and WPUs, then we're missing out a lot of medics. They would get called back if we have a chief or a captain that's deployed, then we call back specifically to have that captain or that chief back. Not that our captains don't do a good job acting, but we're missing it.
Is growing that wrong.
And underscore 20,251,000.
All the leaders are essentially under the head of the administration, or under the head of the administration. We've made tremendous progress in fiscal year 2025 alone. We have done really reconstructed more than 36 centering hours of residential streets. So passing up last year's.
And underscore 20,251,028
continues to work to strengthen our economy and create jobs. Two projects
Again,
I would like to highlight. Cal Allen Town Center project, located at I-69 and County Road 52.
The Robert Henry X-ray
This is a
6228.
$54 million
making sure
investment
that
that will bring
it's-
national retailers to the west part of
underscore
our city. It spans 27 acres
20,251,103 underscore
with 6 retail
1001.
pad sites and a
AI might take their job.
14,000 square foot retail strip center
And
with
all
local
the nonsense
businesses
that
and
we see on the news
offices.
every day.
Construction
The
begins on this
over-the-top
in spring of
rhetoric, the
2027 with
fabricated
completion by year
conspiracies,
end.
Of underscore
Creating
20,251,028 underscore
and generating
18058.
more than $18.1 million community
Back
benefit over the
underscore
next decade.
20,251,029 underscore
Yes, I
102,125.
think that deserves a good applause.
Protesting
660 jobs.
All of that is designed.
We're also very proud of the Synergy Family Entertainment Center.
A room or
$5
apartment for
million
rent and
project that will feature a dine-in luxury
20,251,102
cinema,
underscore
bowling,
06303.
I think I'm gonna see what her phone number is, but
virtual reality
her name
games,
is not
sports
coming up.
bar, and
18.6
escape rooms.
underscore
It's expected to create 180
20,151,101
jobs
underscore
and $16.7
153,217.
million in
18.6 million
community
at the end of
benefit
22.
over the next 15 years.
And then at the end of 23,
And
a
we've
little over
already,
$24
they've
million
already
in fund
announced
balance.
phase 2, which is a 40,000 square
Members
foot
underscore
indoor, 3-level racetrack and
20,251,031
upscale mini
underscore
golf course.
150,636.
And along those
Members,
same
our
lines, we
mayor,
continue to
and those who are present here, help them to make decisions that will be best for Corpus Christi. We know that many things are going on in our world and in our country. Lord, I pray that you be with those who are making leadership decisions, that they will make them in honor of you, Lord, as we are in the middle of the school year.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for being here. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by
Department of Defense project.
Red
We
team.
are leveraging another of our region's greatest assets, Corpus Christi Army Depot, Naval Station,
underscore
Corpus Christi, and Texas A&M
20,251,028
Corpus
underscore
Christi's Autonomy Research
180,858.
Institute, working to create the jobs of tomorrow right here at home today. Last year, I spoke about the ambitious White
Colvin
House
Avenue,
Patriot
North Tonkola Street, and Colvin Avenue,
indigenous friends and neighbors here, hearing about how the Karankawa tribes would grow fruit on that same area, and how I've heard from so many elders in Hillcrest that they were really lucky to get to eat that fruit. Even talking to Lamont about how he got to fish down there as a kid, and I just thought it was so beautiful that as we're walking through, staircases where houses used to be, and just being filled with the visuals of how
sustain our momentum and secure our future. We must address the most pressing challenge, ensuring a reliable and lasting water supply. Water remains our top critical priority.
Underscore
This year, we
180,858.
completed a comprehensive condition assessment of the
Department
Mary Roads
underscore
pipeline, ensuring its long-term
20,251,104
capacity
underscore
and reliability.
021,756.
Improvements now allow us to
If you want
deliver
to go and need to
75
report
million
a
gallons
problem,
of water per
you can
day,
also use the
up from
311
55
smartphone
million.
app.
We've also drilled
Molester
wells
service
along the
request,
Nueces River,
take pictures to be
yielding 11
uploaded,
million
add a
gallons
location,
daily.
and submit the
With another
information, all
western
done from
well
your
field
mobile
underway,
device.
expected to add
311,
17
where
million
solutions
gallons
start
per
with a call.
day. I want to thank State Representative Denise Villalobos, who in her very first legislative session $30 million for the city of Corpus Christi to
You
drill
sustain
new water
our
wells.
momentum and
Tremendous
secure our
achievement
future.
demonstrates her strong
We must
commitment
address
to
this pressing challenge.
and securing our region's water future.
What makes our top critical priority this year? We completed a conference. Encryption key.
Our our city remains
Tomorrow
steadfast in its commitment to long-term water advancing projects
Tomorrow,
such as
we're
the
going to have a
abandoned
ribbon cutting
water
over here by the
water
Morrow
reuse
Energy
works
sign.
and the nueces rivers
I believe we've got a big pair of scissors
The
someplace.
desalination effort has not moved forward at this time.
So anyhow,
Continue to
once
pursue
again, I
every
thank you all for
responsible
coming,
innovative
and
path
we were going
to
to cut
ensure
the ribbon
sustainable, reliable water
figuratively
supply
and
for
literally.
generations
Thank
to
you.
come.
1808858.
These are investments not just for water, but in protecting the jobs and industries that depend on water and depend on our leadership. This year, our airport celebrated the inaugural Frontier Airlines flight to Denver, meeting real demand.
Underscore
Frontier
20,251,103 underscore
Thursdays
1
and
to
the milestone at the
Take their
airport
job.
was a terminal building patio project,
And all
which
the
was completed in a
nonsense we see on the
project of
news
the
every
year
day.
by the
The
Southeast
over-the-top
chapter
rhetoric,
of the American
the
Association
fabricated
of
conspiracies,
Airport Executives.
the weird
We continue to work on airport improvements, direct flights, greater momentum, because tourism and hospitality continue to be
Encryption key, our city remains steadfast in its commitment to long-term water. What are we doing here by the motto energy sign? I believe that's a big pair of so thank you.
This year, we hired a new CEO in Brooke Hoffman, who comes to the city with 25 years of experience and previously led several award-winning tourism
Water
initiatives.
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152700. Have underscore 20,251,028 underscore 164014.
Our growing film and creative
By underscore
industries are also putting Corpus Christi in the
20,028
national
underscore
spotlight. Productions such
151319.
as HGTV's Beach House Project and Taylor Sheridan's hit show Landman, by the way, just announced our third season, filmed portions of their projects right here in our city. The state of Texas recently allocated
Underscore
$1.5 billion in film
20,251,103
incentives
underscore
and
1.
visit
Charlie 220, is that over there? 3441 Ventura.
Who comes to this city for 25 years of experience and previously led several award-winning tourism initiatives, joined me in welcoming Brooke to Corpus Christi. Packing, thank you very much. We're growing film and creative industries, but also putting Corpus
Whenever duty calls, American sailors will hoist our flag high and they will rally to Admiral Farragut's immortal battle cry, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, go, you son of a gun." With your help, we will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. Because of you, our Navy and our country will always be proud and righteous and mighty and free. Congratulations once again on 250 years.
Per unit, the subsidy that we'd be putting in.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Modern and comfortable spaces for community gatherings.
Victor Henry John 18110.
Our underscore 20,251,028 underscore 205348.
The vision, the collaboration, and the tireless work of the Downtown Management District. Fiscal year 2025 alone, 9 businesses opened, from Community Grocery to Thunderbird Wine and Spirits and Street Corner Kitchen, each adding new jobs, culture, and vitality to our community. And the momentum continues with 33 additional projects currently in development.
You underscore Linda underscore more underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152552.
$116 million
Cameras.
supported by our tax
Cameras.
improvement reinvestment zone. When the city invests, others do too.
Sandboxing.
And our first
Sandboxing.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
with an annual economic impact of $16.27 million, supporting 180
Me
local
underscore
jobs.
20,251,030 underscore 134220.
Unions don't go up. We want that, and we're willing to work with people for it. They've got to reopen the government first. Sean came from a background not that dissimilar from mine. Sean O'Brien came from a background not that dissimilar from mine. There are moms and dads who are fighting right now because they're worried about not being able to pay the credit card bill and the mortgage bill. And there are parents who make sure their kids stay and say, you know what, we're not going to do football this year.
we're not going to do basketball this year because I can't pay for
That
it.
concludes my comments for this morning. I'll be here for questions after Ernesto provides some more precise details on the
Community.
restoration.
The proposed Bond 2024 program includes 38 projects across our community that focus on public safety, streets, parks, and cultural facilities. This program is divided into 4 key propositions.
Lord William McRae.
Proposition A proposes a budget of $89.5 million dedicated to residential and commercial streets. This includes 18 street projects for the reconstruction of major corridors such as Holly Road and Grand Morgan.
Reinvested. Accorded.
on the world stage.
Accorded.
Port's newly improved ship channel
Accorded.
and world-class infrastructure is the backbone
Accorded.
of regional and national
Accord-
commerce. With a deep
Firewall.
draft channel, modern terminals, and multimodal connectivity spanning rail, pipelines, and highways that enable the efficient movement of energy, of agriculture, and industrial goods across global markets. Corpus Christi must remain a premier gateway for America's exports to ensure long-term competitiveness for the entire
Decision
coastal bend.
underscore to underscore
And
with
according to
underscore
the state comptroller's
20,251,102
Port of
underscore
Corpus Christi
40523.
contributed $113 billion to the Texas economy in 2024 and supported more than
Point underscore detection underscore and
864,000
underscore
jobs.
response.
In point detection and response.
2401B.
This is a very important fact, as over
Cross
100,000
underscore
jobs
story
are
underscore
attributable to the port industries here in
20,251,104
our
underscore
region. So we must
174951.
work together to protect and preserve these high-paying careers that fuel our energy's prosperity. Now let's enjoy a short video highlighting our
Heath.
downtown management district
Heath.
and the Port of Corpus
And
Christi.
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. On underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
In the heart of Corpus Christi, downtown is thriving like never before. The city's vision for revitalization is becoming reality. 14 projects are now under construction, with 33 more on the way. Proof that the momentum of Corpus Christi's downtown is unstoppable.
In downtown, we're balancing historic preservation with modern infrastructure and public spaces to not just create another downtown, but to create a destination. So we are currently standing in the redeveloped Furman Foundry building. It sits on Peoples Street on the corner of Peoples and Mesquite. And if you look around, and if you recall,
Able
even from
underscore
2.5 years ago, the difference
20,251,059
that this
underscore
redevelopment has made.
202,458.
It's beautiful
Yeah, but
orange
just
street.
jump out of the way
You walk in,
enough
you
time
get a great
when someone
vibe,
is
a
going
great
100
sense of
miles an hour on a
place.
surface street.
So
And as I
recently,
try to look in
Adelpho's
here, check this
Coffee
out too, Pat.
opened,
I think we've
and
got
we
tips
opened
on
another
the windshield,
251,028
so we can't even see
underscore
inside the
21,000
windshield of this
Changed your
car.
brought
Right?
out you know
I
to
don't know
make
that
it
I've ever seen that
temperature
before.
and industrial across the entire coastal
Like
100.
professional criminal behavior. What we're seeing as far as you've got that and the way they're driving.
As downtown grows, so does the Port of Corpus Christi.
It
It stands as a cornerstone of American strength and prosperity, fueling industry, creating opportunity, and connecting Texas to the
We're part of the
Port
team
of Corpus Christi
that worked on the
powers the
25
future
cents
of America.
related to the surcharge.
District.
They worked
So,
on that effort.
moving
And
forward,
during that effort, they
City of Corpus Christi will participate with the other eligible taxing entities to now vote on the available seats on the NCAD Board of Directors. For perspective and context, that's where the City of Corpus Christi ranks in order of taxing entities under NCAD's jurisdiction. You've seen this slide before, and this was sent to you via a memo.
Downtown underscore 20,251,102 underscore 06124.
just helps with our economic prosperity. Our future is so bright here.
What we're seeing, as far as you know, you've got that and the way they're driving it.
Action because we thought it was our property.
And downtown rose
then we
more
learned
than
that,
Black
no, this is
Horse
actually
as
the
well
property
as
of
the
the
rest of the year.
Industrial Development Corporation.
And
we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School. We dedicated the land to the state.
We'll do a stretch now.
Beforehand, President Trump put
So moving forward in that field, we'll proceed to approach fairly well fitted
to my meeting with President Xi of China. It will take place in a few hours.
Chain of custody.
And those few hours are right now 7 minutes early. It is approximately there 10 p.m. Eastern right here on our
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
Robert 509, what was your location?
Parks and continue to work towards completing benchmarks in the 10-year master plan for our parks, recreation, and open spaces. In District 1, parks including Ben Garza, Dr. H.J. Williams, North Beach Trail, T.C. Ayers, and Washington Coles Park will see $16.5 million in improvements
Supervisor.
with a groundbreaking ceremony for all parks taking place on November 13th. With completion of these projects projected in 2026. Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park has nearly completed phase 1 of renovations. The park now features a new military monument showcasing a U.S. Army Bell Huey helicopter, a powerful tribute to our nation's veterans. This project was made possible through the leadership of
Please provide our interpretation, mitigation,
Action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
Residents and tourism, with a total of $1.2 million of investment. In addition, $3.2 million has been invested in Westgate Park to include a dog and skate park, a playscape, and walking trails. As of today, over $700,000 of work has already been completed. In District 2, the Cole Park Plaza has completed the installation of a much-needed shade structure, which was a $920,000 investment. Additional improvements include playgrounds installed at Lamar Oleander Point Trail Erosion Project has also been completed,
Auditor's Office
therefore enhancing
received
our
the allegation and started
restoration
the
and
investigation.
sustainability. And in District 3, the love of baseball takes center stage at the Greenwood
Interdiction.
Sports Complex,
Action
where
underscore
construction begins this year. We've invested $7.8 million into this project.
Action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. Support the construction of the Texas State School. We dedicated the land to the state.
Action because we thought it was our property, and then we learned that these is actually the property of the Imperial Court. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So, interdiction.
Action underscore 20,251,031 underscore underscore 173125.
Action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
Happy anniversary. By voters in bond 2024. The new facility located in District 5 will enhance recreational and educational opportunities for seniors and families alike.
In underscore 20,251,028 underscore 116.
Into dictionary attendance was over 100,000 guests in only 11 weeks. This state
action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
It's the example they're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentence of the Biden administration was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he is officially ending the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
This designation reinforces our city's identity as a critical hub for national security, for coastal safety, and economic activity. And you know, it really tells the story that Corpus Christi
is targeting individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. So the president is correcting that wrong, and he is officially ending the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry. And I think that's the message.
So the designation really acknowledges the legacy and it commits us to
simple math. The year to go shade is costing over 100 days. Still within the allowance. To pay. That's what's in our rules words. Observation.
If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly. Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Animal care services will also be closed on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st. Essential services like fire, police, and gas will remain open. Our public works team will be on call to handle any urgent issues. Solid waste services, including the landfill and transfer station, will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. If your trash pickup lands on these days, it'll ship to the
investigation reinforces our city's credibility as a critical hub for national security, for coastal safety and economic activity. And you know, it really tells the story that Corpus
of around 170 years. That's huge. It also includes a 2.4-mile shared-use path for pedestrians and cyclists and an observation deck for residents and visitors, and this connects people in a healthy, active way. The new Harbor Bridge is a generational investment for our city, and that is so important for the city of Corpus Christi and the entire region.
Any underscore 20,251,028 underscore 201,508.
Our strong economy allows us to have a record-breaking
200 gallons left.
$1 billion budget. With
tax rate increase. 152235.
Corpus Christi, we have strong 20% budget reserves.
20,251,028 underscore 154145.
We fully fund our police department, and we fully
70
fund our
years.
fire
underscore
department.
20,200.
That's really good.
Underscore
We've been tested by the
13153.
It also includes the 2.4-mile shared use path for pedestrians and cyclists in an observation deck for residents and visitors. Norris.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Will soon bring back the Inner Harbor Desalination Project before the City Council for
City
consideration.
underscore 20,251,031
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of...
Families whose livelihoods are tied to industry. I want to say with absolute clarity, as mayor, I support
And
our
every
great
sector
jobs,
of
and
our
I believe in
community
our
as
great
mayor
future.
of the city of
We will
Corpus
continue to
Christi.
stand firmly
They
in
came
support
soon
of
to
maritime
build
and
the and
industrial
our
base,
Harvard
with
desalination
thousands of
project
families depend
before
on
the
these
city
jobs.
council
To
for
pay their
consideration.
mortgages, to send their children to college, and to build a better future.
Doctors.
We must unite as a city. We will move forward with a stronger belief in our city's future and to renewed determination. We will forge a future that will become a reality.
Or
That
underscore
is how Corpus Christi is leading the forward,
20,251,028 underscore
building bridges and
15235.
inspiring tomorrow. Thank you, and may God
Decision
continue to
underscore
bless Corpus
leave
Christi.
underscore 20,251,102 underscore 0523.
Decision to leave, including the
Do underscore 20,251,029 underscore 00144714.
You can probably just stay there because we're going to go back and do and match it up on the right hand side.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore
Doctors,
180858.
we will move forward with a stronger belief in our city's future. Countermeasures.
14.6 underscore 20,251,104 underscore 045153.
$14.6 million will go toward park
Underscore
development, as well as $14 million
20,251,028
for
underscore
improvements
to 152,149.
by adding amenities to these recreational areas. These parks will
Military.
have the area's legacy for generations to come.
All underscore
We're building new
20,251,028 underscore 160,205.
such as splash parks, playground
Can underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160,007.
Several capital improvement projects are in development
Forward
to
underscore
create unique
20,251,029 underscore
One right there, how's that? You want to print that out, man? I can't get in there with a motivator.
in underscore 20,251,028 underscore 162,838.
Make our city strong. Together, we are shaping a more vibrant,
You want me to spread it out, or do you want me to load it into the truck?
and remember, united starts with you.
Nah, just spread it out. See where the stakes at? To spread out like towards the stakes.
Of underscore 20,251,028
Could I get the Chamber
underscore
Board of Directors to the
180,858.
stage for a photo with the mayor?
I would think the early
Chamber
child.
Board of Directors.
Go underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152220.
What the color of the object was?
It was yellow, the same as raincoats.
367 JA underscore
Central 11, found a man down at 4202 South Staples, 4202 South Staples at Stripes on Staples in Everhart. ESV 1104, working off fire dispatch at 1328.
Count a member of Orlando with Terrell joked there.
Underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
AI might take their job. And all the nonsense we see on the news every day. The over-the-top rhetoric.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Of a U.S. president with a crown
underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
Poop. AI might take their job.
City underscore 20,251,031 underscore 015139.
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job, and congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of...
Underscore 20,251,103
AI might take their job.
Man in the middle.
And all
Man
the
in the middle.
nonsense we see on the news every day, the over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies, the weird videos of a U.S. president.
We're a star in San Antonio. We can keep it up. Do a great job and congratulations. And riding the ride really in the 5 years.
Intelligence and integrity makes Josh exceptionally well qualified to serve on the Code Circuit. His substantial appellate litigation experience will also bring a practitioner's perspective to the court. The Nonpartisan American Bar Association unanimously rated Josh as well qualified.
Decision underscore leave underscore 20,251,102
on
including the military,
protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
Operation underscore 20,251,030 underscore 210517.
Operation Heath Health. Así puede obtener más detalles. Gracias por ver Corpus Christi en un minuto. Hasta la próxima. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Yo soy Gabriela. El día de hoy le voy a mostrar algunas de las nuevas amenidades con las que cuenta el Aeropuerto Internacional de Corpus Christi. También le diré qué es lo que está haciendo el aeropuerto para mejorar su experiencia de viaje. Echa un vistazo al nuevo barrio presentado por Del con ventanas de
underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
And all the nonsense we see on the news every day, the over-the-top
rhetoric, litigation,
conspiracies,
man in the middle,
the weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown,
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 1800858,
poop on protesting citizens. All of that
service underscore 20,251,028 underscore 181916.
Service northbound or southbound? Copy
195. 20,251,105 underscore 041914.
Including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it.
And
they don't
that's
like to
sent
cover this
the
story.
entire homeless industrial
Very dishonest
complex
what's
on
going
the
there. I
run.
think the press is a big
You
factor.
have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. Man in the middle were videos of a U.S.
This matter,
also come out.
MSDNC,
Again,
CNN, and
is
a
that
handful of those
there
other
is a
outlets
connection,
that have been
a
lying
deeply
about
embedded
various
connection
things,
with
but
the homeless
especially
house
what
citizens
brave men and
in
women
America
over at ICE have been doing.
connected
I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other.
131539.
Pitch up. Pitch down.
UAV.
UAV.
504.
Station southbound navigation, all William Sam 351
Thank you very much. Please don't mind you. We'll see you in the next video. Man in the middle.
Videos underscore 20,251,029 underscore 115320. Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Charlie 1 Tank, can you show me clear and on 7 and 1
Underscore
station?
20,251,028 underscore 152235. Bring underscore 20,251,031 underscore 160617.
Ready for control surfaces? Ground control 120.
Have underscore 20,251,028 underscore 164014.
Out of service 10-4.
In underscore 20,251,028 underscore 16283.
Y'all left.
Man
Y'all
in the
right?
middle.
Man in the middle.
Pitch up. Pitch down.
Mary Hispanic female out of Robstown, status not eligible, deal expired 2007. She is on conditions of bond.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Oh, look at all the pink and purple over here. Well, I'm wearing pink. And I almost forgot. Last night I was going, what am I going to wear tomorrow? And then, thank God, I remembered because I was going to wear black. Okay, so as usual, we are gathered before the council meeting starts to acknowledge individuals, businesses, and organizations that make it a priority to make a positive impact in our community and to our residents. So this morning, and he's coming down, there he is, at-large Councilman Roland Barrera will be assisting me with reading proclamations. Our first proclamation, and it's one of my favorites, is honoring our Teacher of the Month. Ms. Vicky Recio has exemplified consistent dedication to her students at Foy H. Moody High School. So, go Trojans. So we're going to hear a little bit about who she is and why we're recognizing her today. Raise your hand.
The team is just amazing, and I think
all right, so congratulations on being named Teacher of the Month. On behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, I'd like to extend our heartwealth commendation for your outstanding commitment and service as a teacher at Foy H. Moody High School. Come on down. We've got one more. Come on down. With a Master of Science in Education and 23 years of service within the district, Ms. Recio has made a lasting impact on the lives of countless students through her commitment to excellence in teaching. As a 10th grade English and AP capstone teacher, Ms. Recio exemplifies the highest standards of profession, fostering an environment where every student feels seen, heard, and valued. Inspired by her mother, a lifelong educator, she continues to uphold the belief that strong relationships and continuous learning are the heart of great teaching. Ms. Recio's influence extends far beyond the classroom. Her hope for her students is to lead with kindness, with patience, and empathy, which she feels reflects the true spirit of education and community. We are so proud to commend you, Ms. Recio, for your outstanding contributions and dedication to nurturing the next generation of leaders and thinkers. So on behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, we thank you for your dedication to our youth, for everything you do every single day. Teachers are angels. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Just person a few words, but thank you very much. Teachers, we don't often get accolades. We see it in our classroom every single day, and I get reminded of that through Facebook and other social media of how well our students are doing. But little nuggets like this just help make us grow and keep us going. So thank you very much.
Welcome. Do you want to?
We're so proud.
Just on behalf of CCISD, Ms. Recio is amazing. I was blessed to be her principal when she was at South Park Middle School, and then dragged her with me to Moody High School, where I spent 7 years with her there as well. And she's just incredible. And as the deputy superintendent for CCIC, we're just so proud of you. Your name is echoed in places you're not even at, because you are that amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
So that we can get the kids that need
Bruce Olson, assistant superintendent over the high schools, and so just wanted to be here to congratulate this amazing teacher.
Dr. Dana, assistant principal at Moody High School, and this morning I was able to see her being so kind to a student who was crying, and she was so supportive and helping that student, and she walked out of there happy.
Well, thank you, Ms. Recio, and I forgot, this is a $100 gift card to Amazon. And compliments of Clark Pipeline. So there you go.
Right before the neighborhood to get to Harvarding.
Her family reacts tonight. The chilling new footage, police with guns drawn entering the school after a teacher was shot by her 6-year-old student. Our first look tonight at the gun fired by the little boy. First responders rushing into a burning senior center, breaking down doors to save the people trapped inside. The high-stakes meeting, President Trump, just hours from meeting China's leader. One issue of contention, illegal fentanyl coming into the U.S. All exclusive.
On
7 underscore year underscore old underscore 20,251,102 underscore 2100127. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. And underscore 20,251,028
David.
Okay, our next proclamation recognizes the important work of those supporting individuals and families affected by Alzheimer's disease. And now Councilman Barrera will read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical impairments. And whereas nearly 7 million people in the United States are living with Alzheimer's, including 300,000 in Texas, Alzheimer's disease is the 7th leading cause of death in the United States and the 5th leading cause among individuals aged 65 and older. And whereas according to the Alzheimer's Association Facts and Figures Report, the direct cost of caring for those with Alzheimer's to American society is valued at $347 billion, and more than 11 million caregivers provide 18 billion hours of unpaid care to those with Alzheimer's or other dementia. In Texas, 1 million family members and friends care for people with Alzheimer's and other dementia, providing 1.5 billion hours of unpaid care, with the annual value of this caregiving totaling $24 billion. And whereas the recognition of the individuals, families, friends, and caregivers dealing with Alzheimer's disease, as well as the researchers seeking the treatment, whereas the city of Corpus Christi, Texas recognizes the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association to raise funds and promote awareness to fight Alzheimer's and other dementia, thereby improving the quality of human life for those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers.
And now, therefore, pursuant by the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November the 8th of 2025 Walk to End Alzheimer's Day in Corpus Christi, Texas. And of course, we encourage all residents to participate in the walk to increase their understanding of this disease and advocate for those individuals and families affected.
Alzheimer's and other dimensions. And whereas according to the Alzheimer's
I'm Marissa Ford, and I'm the Walk to End Alzheimer's manager here in Corpus Christi. I'd like to say thank you to the city of Corpus Christi and the mayor and Peter Zanoni, the city manager, which I don't see around right now, for always being a strong supporter of the Walk to End Alzheimer's Corpus Christi. I'd also like to let you know, too, that the walk is on November 8th, and we encourage everyone to please show up. It's at Heritage Park. But first and foremost, we also have Proposition 14 that we're asking everybody to vote yes on. It is going to be set at $3 billion over the span of 10 years. It's for DPRIT, much like CPRIT. It's money that is being set aside for dementia and Alzheimer's research. It will put Texas on the map for being the largest dementia and Alzheimer's research area, and having South Texas be one of the largest states in the nation for having Alzheimer's, especially in South Texas. We have so many more people that are becoming affected with this disease that here in South Texas alone. So it is very important that we get the DPRIT passed on Proposition 14. So please vote yes on November for Proposition 14. And thank you again to the city for your support.
This is the Department 5, and they're also needing animal control. If there's no injury, cat was attacked, we'll take them to the vet. They have the dog confined, and if there's a dog did not injure anyone.
We let it go, sorry.
That's okay.
referencing David Lopez Jr., 37 years old, Hispanic male, 650 pounds, wearing a blue throwaway scrub, barefoot, with facial marks on the EDW.
144247.
This is to be a part of this slide, and they're also meeting animal control over it. This is no injury. Cat was attacked. It will take now. They have the dog.
We're going to head back and do the other side of the lane.
And this is a dog that's not injured anyone.
Engine 14, Medicaid, engine 14 for...
I'm like, sorry.
Okay, our next proclamation recognizes the remarkable work of Ignite the Fight, Champions of Change, an initiative that is dedicated to supporting women who are facing breast cancer. So whereas Ignite the Fight, Champions of Change is a fundraising campaign designed to support 3 local nonprofits who are making a powerful impact in the lives of women facing breast cancer. And whereas this initiative was envisioned by Jennifer Moreno, Missy Trejo, Jeannie Albornoz, Tisha Gomez Zerbis, Dominique Dimas, Elizabeth Murray, Janet Fonseca, Lexi Andrade, and Efren Franco Jr., and publicly announced to the community in August of 2025. And whereas Ignite the Fight, Champions of Change, and their board and ambassadors have joined forces with passionate community leaders and donors, and whereas they aim to raise the funds necessary to help local women access the resources and healthcare they desperately need. And whereas Ignite the Fight, Champions of Change has raised over $22,000 since the kickoff celebration and is on track to meet and exceed the goal of $50,000. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 21st of 2025 Ignite the Fight, Champions of Change Day in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all citizens to support these organizations which are making a significant impact in the lives of those facing breast cancer. Questions and comments?
First of all, thank you to the city for doing this for us. I am a stage 4 metastatic breast cancer fighter. The reason we did this was because we do have local services that a lot of women do not know. First Front that gives free mammograms, Breast Friends gives free prosthetics and Esperanza that also helps women when they get cancer to pay for some of the medical bills that they need. And so giving local helps us grow with the community, and that's why we're doing this fight. And I thank you guys very, very much.
Insurance of the contractor building it, and their codes and environmental experts and their multitude of unbiased professional opinions warning this council that it will not work or is at high risk environmental handle at best. This isn't just risky, it's very reckless. The last time I
Here's copies of the show who it was from Swan South on EDW. I think that was 3720 Tampa Court. David Lopez Jr., 37-year-old. His personal size is 150 pounds, wearing blue throwaway scrubs, barefoot.
Of underscore 20,000,000 underscore 180858.
Oh, I got the other one. I'll make one.
In underscore 20,251,028 underscore 162838.
5310 or 5384.
I underscore 20,251,028.
We're just checking Wolfer. Are you still on the call with 5310? Answer the question for me.
I'm like, she's short. She's really my height.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. 1,000 underscore 20,251,031 underscore 180858.
This is a request right now. We feel it's fair. We think it's a good move for the employees. We wouldn't recommend it if we didn't think so.
Federal government not quite passed yet.
This happens at
Legislative
time
session.
in the third
Senate Bill 916. They passed the language that limit
whether we are
municipalities and other government entities that provided medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is the calculation based, well, that ordinance
That was good, Everett. You're welcome.
For underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151509.
For mitigate engine 14.
Okay, so this is
Apartment 4.
Okay, our final proclamation recognizes Red Ribbon Week, a nationwide initiative dedicated to promoting drug awareness and prevention. Very, very important. So now, Councilman Barrera will read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas substance misuse affects individuals, families, and communities across the nation, it is imperative that visible, unified efforts by community members be launched to prevent drug misuse.
So it's very difficult to have that apply to residential basis, which is why we always recommend that you stay along commercial corridors.
I understand that has to be communities across the country began wearing red ribbons that be provided for other commitment to raise awareness of the killing and destruction.
But again, I mean, Ernie, like ours is telling us that it's going to be 12 years now, conservatively, to get all the streets repaired in the city, residential streets repaired in the city. So that realistically
continues to do so today. And whereas the red ribbon serves as a catalyst to mobilize communities, educate youth, and encourage participation in drug prevention activities. Red Ribbon Week will be celebrated in communities across the nation on October 23rd through the 31st. And whereas businesses, government, law enforcement, media, healthcare providers, religious institutions, schools, and other community-based organizations will demonstrate their commitment to a healthy, drug-free lifestyle by wearing red ribbons. And whereas the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation and its youth programs department has committed to the vision of Red Ribbon Week for over 30 years.
So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 23rd through the 31st of 2025 Red Ribbon Week in Corpus Christi, Texas, and we encourage all citizens to participate in drug prevention education activities, not only during Red Ribbon Week, but also throughout the year. That's almost a tongue twister. Yay!
I'm Barton Bailey. I'm the Youth Programs Director for the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, and we partner with schools and communities throughout South Texas to bring substance misuse programming to those schools and communities, and also to highlight Red Ribbon Week as a tongue twister. And so we're happy to be part of that in our communities, and thankful to the mayor and city councilman and the city council for highlighting Red Ribbon Week. Thank you.
They are protected. They deserve protection. The continues to do so today. And whereas the Red Ribbon serves as a catalyst to mobilize communities that you can use and encourage participation and drug prevention activities.
Thank you.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 1550.
Okay, this concludes our ceremonies for this morning, and our council meeting will begin shortly.
220619. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. For underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151509.
For mitigate engine 14, mitigate
and underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Patient underscore 20,251,031 underscore 170842.
Patient agreement. It is in accordance with the UDC Section 8 for city participation in streets and drainage cross sections.
Okay, and then item 15 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk system construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development as well.
Correct. This is a trust fund reimbursement. Again, this one is through the same neighborhood for wastewater trunk system.
I thank you. I want to speak to you.
The next presentation.
Just follow the same instructions that she was given, which is
White hat.
that occurred here at the Dawn Breeze address. So if she could just take them.
XSS.
XSS.
Or copy.
Answered underscore 20,251,102 underscore 0354448.
Answered. Questions that aren't answered, Mr. Sinone.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Agreement underscore 20,251,030 underscore 153716.
Disagreement, all of these things we can talk about, we can reason through, we can disagree, we can shake hands and compromise on some of those issues, hopefully, but this is something that every single American, Democrat or Republican or Independent, should be able to agree on. Open the government. Stop this craziness and open the government. It's causing way too many problems, and some of the folks behind me are the people who are dealing with the problems. Now let's just recap exactly what's happened politically in this town related to the government shutdown. We have had
Here at the dog.
Is there any way that you could bring or have the workforce people come to your latchkey program for parents that might be able to get there instead of going all the way down to workforce?
I believe we have them come out to the different places, the different schools that we have, and they're available.
Right, because we don't have the information to ask them. Sir, the information to ask them.
Nonce.
Nancy.
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160205.
Eyes on aircraft.
Can underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160007. Ever underscore 20,251,028 underscore 231635.
Antelope, the coastal fire department.
20,251,028 underscore 201,508. Mr. underscore 20,251,030 underscore 121055.
Mr. President, I have a brief question for this body before I proceed to my motion. What is it that keeps our nation secure? It is millions of members of our armed forces, active duty reserves, National Guard, civilians supporting them, Department of Defense, the Coast Guard, the intelligence agencies. They're keeping us safe now, like all federal employees, not knowing when
Secretary Jesus Jimenez.
Here. Rat.
Mark LaRue.
Here.
Victoria Holland. Absent. Johnny Filippello.
Here.
Duke Conchola.
Here.
Claudia Mastagashi is absent. Okay, so we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make public comment? Seeing none. Ms. Huerta, have you received any public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right. Next, the board will go into executive session on items 1 and 2 per Texas Government Code, Section 551-071 and 551-087. We will return.
20,251,028 underscore 18085. 20,251,028 underscore 170553.
Here. Victoria Holland.
Absent.
Johnny Fulpeller. Do control. Here. Claudia Emargashi is absent.
Confirmation, Mary Santa Cruz,
So we do have a core present to conduct the meeting.
2019, Grave Ram 1500, with a veteran 605,
Would anyone like to make public comment? Seeing none. MS. Have you received any public comment? No, ma'am. All right. Next, the board will go into executive session on items.
20,251,028 underscore 212221. 8.9 underscore 20,251,031 underscore 0218833.
$8.9 million a year. So then looking at the Type B Corporation, so like I said, there was a portion of Type A funding that had expired. It was reauthorized as Type B or 4B funding. And so the corporation was created in January of 2018. The 1/8 cents was approved with a 20-year term expiring in April of 2038, and it was authorized for 3 specific purposes: economic development,
20,251,029_0014714.
And I let her know, and I just let you know that she's going to want to know she's on her way of grants for another child. I know. I know. I know. I know.
Item 8 is the refund.
I know.
That will
I
give us
know.
the net present value savings of $4.5 million.
I know.
Now,
I
since
know.
we actually
So the looking at the need corporation.
the
and to get as a number and tell him this crucial project.
And so the corporation was created in January of 2018.
I think that's a positive thing, and I think I've gotten tons of emails. Vote no.
John.
Yes, we support you. I don't want. I hope the chamber's not mischaracterized because you're making it.
_7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7
I've gotten tons of emails. Vote no. No, yes, we support. I don't want to hear a part of the release. So I don't want to change our views. I don't want to change our views. I don't want to change our views. _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 _7 Reinforced.
And _20,251,028
Our case application to the case manager requesting a welfare check on Rebecca Clayton, female in an abusive relationship, no contact with her. After we call the RTA contact scope.
In point, CIA.
Hey, hi.
Hey, collection, and you taking 170 out front of the
_120051.
AI might take their job.
Also 170 clear.
Nancy.
And all the nonsense we see on the news every day, the over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies, the weird videos of
hashing
of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens.
Good _20,251,028 _173346. Florida's _20,251,102 _173544.
Partisanship in Washington, D.C., but this is very, very simple. Every partisan dispute, every policy disagreement, all of these things we can talk about, we can reason through, we can disagree, we can shake hands and compromise on some of those issues, hopefully, but this is something that every single American, Democrat or Republican or Independent, should be able to agree on. Open the government. Stop this craziness and open the government. It's causing way too many problems, and some of the folks behind me are the people who are dealing with the problems.
It's right here before you get to 666. If you're coming east, it's on the west side of 666. at most
At underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858.
Williams. 10-4, yeah. If you can have somebody hitting down. I'll put it here on the side to get
All
somebody
underscore
right in the middle of the field. I'll get it and put it over here so you
20,251,028
can see it.
underscore 160205. At underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858.
10-4, I'll get it for you.
A underscore 20,251,103 underscore 0855059. DC underscore 20,251,102 underscore 015451.
DC, have actually assets or
and underscore
resources.
20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Service Corps of Retired Executive. Oh, I'm sorry.
Our underscore
Then, from this often older the issues regarding COVID-19 and COVID-19 trials, and point in detail for the CIA. So, can I see you taken on some lethal?
Our underscore 20,251,028 underscore 205348.
Just really talk to us, but she's pretty out of it.
115149. Heading underscore 20,251,029 underscore 002212.
We're going to be using Group 15 at the Police Training Academy for active intent.
Thanks for watching.
Away underscore 20,251,101 underscore 003114.
Do away with it. With government, that very seldom happens, so I want to make a suggestion. Let's try it for a year, see if it works, and then bring it back, bring an update back. And if it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say don't do it. I understand talking about the realtors. I'm not dead set on talking to the realtors. This is abandoned property that looks absolutely terrible, and they're probably not going to come back and do anything with it. But can Development Services not file a nuisance abatement on it?
Well, we can do abatement actions.
Phishing.
Phishing.
Hello, Linux. Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
2010-11153 leopard.
So if it works and then bring it back and it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say don't do it. I understand talking about the realtors. I'm not dead set on talking with the realtors. This is abandoned property that looks absolutely terrible, and they're probably not going to come back and do anything with it. But he can develop a service that's not filed just to file. FBI.
Hello, Linux. Decision underscore to underscore leave underscore 20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Hello, Linux.
Including the military, including the companies that manufacture ibuprofen, including
Michael?
Man underscore law underscore in underscore apartning underscore 20,251,105 underscore 030423.
Michael, man in the middle.
Pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
But underscore 20,251,028 underscore 170553.
One 65.
All underscore 20,251,031 underscore 095740.
Abused and used by the United States, and were overprosecuted by a weaponized DOJ.
Nothing that says we have to give it up as an appointment.
And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was a religious and went too far.
Those three positions in 54
And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry. And I think that's the message he sent with this party in.
AI underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
AI might take their job.
AI underscore 20,251,103
That we get further calls on us. I don't know.
Underscore 20,251,103
and dumping all the nonsense every day of a U.S. president protesting citizens with his head flying a fighter jet and dumping
underscore law underscore enforcement underscore act
with a crown protesting
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act
170553. Underscore law underscore and underscore underscore 20,251,105 underscore 030423.
Man in the
looking
middle.
at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case.
Encryption.
Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
Conspiracies, the weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is
back. You need some fuel?
Doctor underscore 20,251,029 underscore 232724.
Doctor, just then?
No
yes.
Underscore 20,000,251,029
I'm gonna throw you out the goddamn window.
190708.
What, Jay Quinlan?
Mr. Garvey, we're telling the truth. We have clubs at the school. We have clubs for special interests.
Okay, I see. So y'all want to play. Y'all want to play. Yeah, okay, we're going to play little games. Fine, I'll play. I'm more than happy to play some games with y'all. Anyone who's in a club, stand your ass up.
Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Underscore 18058.
Springs Unit D5, David 5.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Encryption.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Rat.
Rat.
I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job.
Decision underscore the underscore 20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Fabricated conspiracies,
including the military,
the weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
1317 private.
1317 Cutler 10-4.
Put down individual organizations, ISIS.
1028 underscore 160205.
It is a particularly important faculty of schools bringing teachers, 85, 85, 65, and then even for 4K.
At underscore 20,251,028 underscore 183131.
1255 Avenue J, Valero gas station 10-4, heading that way.
High school Rocky.
Another underscore 20,251,104 underscore 052845.
My other beef has always been
And
is
underscore
building codes and foundations.
20,251,028 underscore
Go up, they
152235.
pile up dirt, water a little bit, pour
Big
foundation
underscore
on it.
20,251,029 underscore 223503.
And the sidewalks are breaking. And I started walking about 3 months ago, and I can't believe how sidewalks are tilted. You know, I ended up walking in the street in some of the, later neighborhoods. So I don't know if there's anything to be.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And have owner information in the event we get further calls
I
on this.
underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051. Military.
And
Military.
we see on the news every day. The over-the-top rhetoric.
He plays an SPID, he plays a PID. Come here for classified information.
The weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting
And
citizens.
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And have owner information in the event we
SOC.
get further calls on this.
Sock.
Always underscore 20,251,028
CCPD all around on the
intersection.
The Great
I want
Coast
to say
sold in the turning lanes in the locations yesterday. The vehicles on the riser made it difficult to see oncoming traffic.
Very common for
No one's in the vehicle.
be on Holly.
5.50 and 1,100.
And underscore
I go around 26 minutes to speed me.
Property that can bring in
17-5 minutes.
All underscore 20,251,028.
These neighborhoods on Mackenzie Road go up, they pull up dirt.
The actual
Of underscore
surrounding demographic, I've got a couple CN1s, there's all those residential.
We got CG2 right next to the
Military.
CN1, then we have CG2, CG2 on the other side of Airline and Holly. And then south of Airline and Holly on the same side, we have CG2. And then right next to the residential, we have RM1 and RM3.
Mr. Dice, could you speak to that? Because the map that I see is, I'm more talking about the close proximity properties.
Correct. Underscore 174040.
No female deputy available.
On underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. For underscore
could you move over in front of the
20,251,028 underscore
microphone, please?
151509.
Yeah, thank you.
I see him loading the zoning case, so I was going to try to bring it up. So as you notice, the red area is the property that's going to be proposing the rezoning. If you look across Holly, that is a senior living center. Next to that is apartment complex.
Surrounding
demographic
is
Moody's Meat Market.
I've got
So
a
we
couple
have
C
all of
and
the
one.
zones listed.
There's all
So
those
it's
residential.
RS, RM, RM1.
We got C
and
and
the
2.
RS6. That's in the close proximity. Again, he's
We got C
referencing
and
Airline,
2.
which is further down.
Underscore
Right
20,251,101 underscore
C
18223.
and 1. Then we have
And I
C
do
and 2.
acknowledge that there are some
Military.
more dense commercial further out. But
be there
for
again
me,
next
looking
ride.
through the information provided and hearing the feedback from the area, that request is it's too commercial. It doesn't match that area. So my curiosity is if there's a recommendation that would meet both the developer's need and the concerns of those residents. If there's another alternative.
We'll try to get a captain. It's just we're trying to, rather than have a chief miss and we call back a firefighter one, the state's going to pay us up to that chief level, but and it's really just trying to keep the department whole. And if we have a chief or a captain that's gone, or several ambulance people that's gone, we're not calling back. Other guys are having to double up on the bombs. Still use the same list, the same process, and everything.
Through the information provided
from the mile from our property, it's not further
That
down.
request is too commercial.
And
it
so all
doesn't
does is
match
makes
that
it more
area.
marketable. I'm not saying that there's going to be bars and taverns.
So my
in the
curiosity
but it
is
allows
if
my
there's a
developer to
recommendation
market
that
as
would
a
meet
possibility
both the
having
developer's
the 7
need
to 10
and the concerns of those.
Well, I would feel
If
like,
there's another way
as you
to
can
do
see
it,
from this
we'll
map,
try to get
it's
this
abutting
happening.
so closely to those residential lots. I can't imagine what they would want to put there that doesn't meet under the current zoning provisions that would be comfortable to those abutting properties. So that's my big concern with this request is it's already zoned
The major changes on
for
this
some
one is
commercial
under,
development.
on page 7.
And so to me,
number
to
10, the
ask
factors where the-
to broaden
the
that
changes are.
opportunity
that
gives no
was-
confidence to these abutting neighbors, these residents, that's what's going to be built, basically. So we're basically asking for the possibility to put things like taverns or bars. Right?
Correct. More lax, more amenities.
And the developer is just not interested in that current zoning. That's not going to make their business model.
Relaxing it to CG2 will allow them to be more marketable when they do come with suitors of these businesses.
Well, I feel like I'm someone that's very open to growth for neighborhoods and areas and things like that. But I just personally don't see that this matches that residential area and what I think the people that live there. I don't think that type of establishment complements that district. And so for me, I would love to continue if that developer would entertain ideas for commercial establishments that meet that current zoning. Let's talk about it all day long. But to me, the recommendation of staff is more in defense of those residential preferences that are there currently, particularly because they recommend what meets that plan. And so for me, I'm not in favor of that request, but thank you for answering those questions.
Yes, ma'am.
More underscore 20,251,028.
Okay, unfortunately, I have something similar to this occurred on Yorktown that has a nightclub that brings in bands and loud music, and there's constant complaints about it.
You don't see that mismatches that residential
Those guys know exactly what I'm referring to.
is happening.
And
We want
because
to
this was zoned
type of
CG before I was on council, but since then, and the similar thing with car washes,
And so I would love to continue if that developer would entertain ideas for commercial
and because CG2 allows for nightclubs and bar and grill type
Let's talk
scenarios
about
to
it all day long.
noise and loud
But
music
to me,
late into
the
the
recommendation
evening.
of
I can't
staff
support
is more
changes
content
to
than things
CG2,
like those
so
residential
go with the recommendation for Planning Commission and
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 183,121.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hernandez brings up a good point. There's along SPID in a kind of quiet area near Airline. There's an evening club. Specifically, it's near the movie theater. It's like a lounge type into the night club. It's at Cheetahs or something.
It is everyone talking.
If you talk to the residents that are separated by SPID, that is a very broad road. And you would think that the noise of that highway would be the biggest complaint. But no, immediately past that highway, you go into these
planning commission
neighborhoods where it's very similar to this specific topic.
Thank you very much.
Is the sound late into the night, the music, that type of thing. And so much to Councilman Hernandez's note,
but it's a clear area.
Abused. It's like a quarter mile down the road. But still, it's close enough that those types of establishments really disrupt the neighborhood. So I hope that the message is saying,
it's like a
we're interested in keeping that zoning and talking about that.
Was egregious and went to
it's just the
the
environment
president is
that
correcting
other
that
establishments
wrong,
would create.
and
That's what
ended the Biden
I think we're not really in favor of here.
On the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message this part.
I'm now going to open public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to make comment on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 16. Presented.
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 1808.
So, okay, we have a motion to approve the planning commission.
Motion and a second. Please submit.
By underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151319.
I think we're not really, or we weren't still currency, but it's true, and I think that's the best way to be very free. We're going to have light here because everyone that might make comments on item number 16.
Thank you, Rebecca. Item number
Okay,
17
if
is
we've been closed public hearing, and I will entertain the motion to approve item number 16.
Mike Dice Development Services. Today
Can you call more? Yeah.
622.
Okay. If we have a motion
This is
to
out on the
approve
island
the
in
plan.
D4. The current zoning is RM8TIO, multifamily apartment tourist. The request is to add a PUD to this. The subject property is 0.29 acres and is platted.
R underscore
Actually, it's in the process of replatting.
20,251,028 underscore 205348.
Purpose of the request is to allow for mixed residential development, which is will consist of 4 townhomes, to allow for
Armatio,
vehicular movement, parking,
multifamily
utilities,
apartment
amenities,
tourist.
similar to other developments out in that
The
area.
request is to
The
add a
parcel is
PUD to
currently
this.
zoned RM8TIO.
The subject
With
property is
north
0.
being the same type
Unmanned
zoning, the
drones.
south is the same type zoning with a PUD overlay. The east is the same type zoning with a PUD overlay, and the west is the same type zoning.
Underscore 20,251,105.
44 notices were mailed inside the required 200-foot buffer with 0 mailed outside. 1 notice was received in opposition. They agree with the current zoning. 12 were received in favor, noting all from the same person.
U underscore Linda underscore Moore underscore 20,251,028 underscore 15255.
This is a site plan of the property. It proposes to have attached townhomes on lots 2 through 5. That's the first one, so upper left. Those range from 900 to 1,000 square foot.
And the man's own.
Which will deviate from the standard UDC.
The south is the same type zoning, which is the east is the same type zoning with the pub way, and the west is the same type zoning currently.
30% open space to
44
25.
notices are mailed
Lot
inside
6 is
the
to be developed
required
as a single-family house.
200% for the
Lot set
0
to be
veil
11
outside.
square feet. The deviation on
Now
that is
this
from
one
5,000
has to be in opposition.
Additionally,
They
lot
agree with
6
the current
deviates from
zoning,
standard UDC
or
minimum
12
width,
received in
to be
favor,
proposed
noting
32
all
feet
from the same
instead
app,
of 50.
the same
As
person.
with any type of these
There you go.
proposals, we confer with CCPD.
And that's all you can see that.
Conceptual layout, maintains the 20-foot minimum fire access road width, and no parking will be allowed in that access.
We are waiting for PD to arrive.
Proposed rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, will not necessarily consist with all the guiding documents. If approved, it will be compatible with the present zoning and basically everything in the area. As of the thousands of surrounding properties have customarily rezoned this area to the RM8TIO and the ATIO PUD. Property is suitable for uses permitted in the zoning district. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval.
61, that's going to be the case here. You're showing me a temporary contract.
Thank you for the presentation. We have a motion,
Michael underscore
and we have a second. Before we move forward, we're going to open public hearing.
I'm going to use the fire access road to work will be allowed.
Okay, there being no one, we will close public
Fishing.
hearing.
Okay,
Please
so
submit.
that's a year savings. So with our proposal, you're still having the total cost savings of approximately $40,000 on a high end, right? So the continuous yearly basis.
Item number 18 is a motion authorizing city manager or designee
This is going to be at
to execute
Northwest.
a deferment agreement with Solid Rock Commercial Properties
underscore
Ltd.
160205.
Mayor and Council, Mike Dice again.
Underscore
It's the Mike Dice Show today.
20,251,028
So this is a deferment agreement. These
180,858.
are allowed through the Unified Development Code to help facilitate
Supervising on Patrol 1, we
developers
had a
in
public
need where they
notification
have a certain restriction on property.
leopard.
In this particular
Patient was
case,
transported in Northwest.
so
Medics
that's
are now
your
requesting
safety
CDL code.
so
Driving the patient ran out of the
you're
ambulance.
still having the total
Asked about it, said, hey, I just go back and shut it down again.
40,000 on high end, right. So the
251,028
continued basis.
location map, this is over.
Item number 18
Is one of the development is.
I'm
shaded
sorry.
area.
Okay.
It's a good one.
So the cost estimate
It's
of
a
what's
good
being
one.
deferred, this is.
It's a great one.
Sewer.
District.
It's a great one.
Improvements.
So, moving
It's a
great
forward,
one.
City of Corpus Christi will
It's a great
participate with other eligible taxing entities to now vote on the available seats on the NCAD Board of Directors. For perspective and context, that's where the City of Corpus Christi ranks in order of taxing entities under NCAD's jurisdiction. You've seen this slide before, and this was sent to you via a memo.
As normal as all work is being done. So this slide shows the options the city may seek if the developer defaults on the construction of the deferred improvements. Again, by pushing to the building permit phase, they have to be in place prior to building permit approval. That's really the staff recommends approval of the affirmative
To now vote on the available seats on the NCAD Board of Directors for perspective and context. That's where the city of Bloopers, Christi reigns.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18?
One boy at work 5-0-7-1. So it's not affordable simply.
Good afternoon, my name is Jim Klein.
Communications
again from
assistance
I just
for
have
law
questions about this.
enforcement
You folks may have information that I'm not,
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of
underscore 20,251,028 underscore
Okay, we have a motion in a second, and I'm sorry, I'm going to close. Is there anyone else? I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. We have a motion in a second. Please submit your vote.
151509.
For Medicaid Engine 14, Medicaid Engine 14.
Airport 62 underscore 20,251,030 underscore
Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing the reuse of city parkland for the Civitan Service Center to be located at Sackey Park in Council District 2.
William Robert 1552, calling in for McDonald Sunpoint.
Very strong will, strong-minded.
I'll be talking about the expansion of the Civitan
The
service.
tail vehicle that they're hearing is for anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item
Service
number
Center, Sackey
18.
Park challenges and the master part.
One boy at work 5-0-7-1.
Service Center is the industrial main hub.
Communications assistance for law
That center
enforcement
is
act.
comprises 85 acres and various operations that include animal care, facility maintenance, fleet maintenance, park and recreation, police, public works, solid waste, streets, and water utilities. The service center is largely used for not only daily operations, but also for storage of dirt, gravel, crushed limestone, city vehicles, heavy machinery, and much, much more, all worth millions of taxpayer dollars.
$14.6 million will go toward park development.
Sackey Park is located northwest of Civitan Service Center. The city park is comprised of 7 acres of mixed park space. The NRPA considers 5 acres to be legal for a neighborhood park, so our request today is to take over 1.5 acres, leaving 5.5 acres of that park still readily available for public usage, still classifying that park as a neighborhood park. 2 miles from Sackey Park
communication, surveillance.
You have Botsford Park, which is football fields and green space, and you have Almanza Park, which has swing sets and basketball courts. The park also sits 5 miles away from Cole Park and 8.2 miles away from Bill Witt Park. With parks, using placeholder AI, we conducted a survey of actual park usage, and last year we had 10K visitors to that park. Placer AI did place the usage of that park in the amenities that are currently there. In 2017, the council did approve investment assistance
for law.
City manager, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You're a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on 5 years at the city of
5 acres. The amenities that will remain in those 5.5 acres include the basketball court, the playground, the backstop, and the public art that's in the corner of Rutgers Street and Saki Drive.
27.3 _ 20 million.
In addition, we will be relocating a bench that would be part of the relocation of that bench into the 5.5, and Parks is looking to add additional benches inside that building.
I want to congratulate
Did you know
you
with
for 5
government
years.
that very seldom happens, so I want to make a suggestion. Let's try it for a year, see if it works, and then bring it back, bring an update back. When it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say,
Let's go to the next slide. Another project that we're doing as part of this, the third phase, is the combination of Suite 1 and 2. This isn't really all that involved, but we had to basically strip out the entire volumes there, and then we're going to be reframing it and rebuilding it to match the other suites, and that allows us to combine 2 smaller spaces into one much more functional and much more usable larger suite.
As a result, we
Go to
have
the next
not
slide.
kept up with that growth.
I think
in terms of employee accommodations in that area. So if you drive at any given time right now to Sackett Park, most of our employees are parking on grass, and they're actually jumping curve just to get to work. So we're not providing a good work environment for our employees, especially with the growth over at Public Works. The other part is that fleet maintenance usually has 167 vehicles at any given time getting services there at the fleet.
By way of memorandum of understanding,
at its highest peak, it's close to 200. Current traffic pattern is unsafe for our employees. It's unsafe for the drivers.
The entire volume that it's going to be reframing and refilling
some of that land
the other squids, and that allows you to combine 2 smaller spaces into one much more functional and much more usable logic and suite.
Have an area for laydown.
As a result,
have an area to place all their
C2 server,
gravel, crushed granite that they need on a daily basis to respond to to refurbish parking.
Including the and _ 20,251,028
As part of the master plan, what we're looking when we
Everybody, it's going to be 251100
expand their parking areas, so they're going to go ahead and regrade parking areas for employees up north. On the southern portion of this park distribution, you're going to have an expansion of fleet operations in terms of parking and maneuvering for the vehicles that are currently being serviced in that area. And you'll also have a portion there that's for parkland, for parks and recs laid out. So pending any questions, the staff does recommend
C2 server, gravel, crushed granite that they need on a daily basis for the ones who need for overseas or to refurbish parts.
Okay, you said additional parking will be there. Will there be access to that parking from Saki Drive?
Sir, no. So with the Enclave project, we are looking to secure the industrial hub for the city, so that parking lot will not be accessible to anyone other than Public Works and everyone working inside.
Well, no, I understand that, but is there a driveway coming in from Saki Drive? Because currently there's not.
No, sir, there is no.
So it's only going to be
access through Ayers. There's an area that's coming in through Ayers, so it's part of the Enclave project. There's a fence that leads inside the Public Works area. So the only drive into that parking area will be through the current avenue of approach on Ayers Drive.
So Civitan and Hygeia.
1,000 underscore 20 million.
Okay, so there's a lot of property that's
$1,000,000 a side.
close to
Parking will be
Hygeia,
there, but
and
in the
between
access
where
to
the
that
Parks and
parking from
Recreation,
Seki Drive,
I guess parking lot is.
sir,
Where the new
so with the on-site
works
budget,
building is,
we are looking
was
to
that
secure
going
the
to
industrial
plan?
housing for the city, so
That's
that
not
parking
right,
lot
540
will
there,
not be
21.
accessible to anyone other than Public Works
Isn't
and
the KFC
everyone
an animal?
working inside.
There's an access to a female possibly
Additional
understand
city manager
for
appointees are opposite.
the medic
So
each council member gets one
and they
appointee.
will
They're not voted on, they're disappointed by the council member.
Well,
City manager, Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for.
yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's voted against anybody's appointee if it's their appointee.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as
Want to
city
get Park
manager of
President off of
Corpus
there.
Christi. I'm not surprised to
but,
hear that you built an excellent team and doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of
layout there. And then of course the building
They could have
is
any
in
job
black.
they
The
wanted. They
existing
could
building
walk
to the
down to
left
Wall Street, make a
is
fortune.
that
They
white
wouldn't
one.
do that.
That's
They like what they're doing, and nobody does it better.
facility
So
for public works.
really one of the most
And
important
black
people
is
in
the
the
one that's
ship.
proposed
To
as
each
part of
council
the
member gets one of the members of the
small
community council member.
with stand up to category.
Well, yeah. So just with
And so
the best in the community.
public works staff
Then
The challenge right now is to identify the contacts that are responsible. With additional city manager appointees are opposite within the code to those who
So each council member gets one appointee. They're not voted on, they're disappointed by that council member.
proposing in the registration.
Congratulations.
Mandate a point of contact, include a plan of action. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's voted against anybody's appointee if it's their appointee.
Thank you.
I just want to get Park President off of there. But, no, I'm kidding.
Thank you.
storage,
Thank
but,
you.
almost like a warehouse. So that one is not on the plan currently. So it's just it's part of the drawing, but not nowhere on the CIP for right now. But as far as the parking lot, to the left, it's not shown here, but to the left of the Public Works building is also solid waste. So currently we share parking with solid waste and their employees as well. And so there is about 300 employees from the Public Works Department there staging from that location, and then of course all the solid waste adjacent to us.
Okay, Peter, I think we need a briefing for council as to what the overall plan is for that area. Because, I mean, this is kind of some new information.
And I'm just wondering what else.
Both proposals, you'll note that
Large
really been enacting a guiding principle for our bond program.
This is an important asset of the city, and it's underdeveloped, has a lot of old infrastructure on there, but a lot of our employees check in and check out the site.
Requesting a CCPD. And we have products now like maybe shorts, black panels, bulbs, the tattoos, also yogi, and then weapons.
Things like catalytic converters and so on. So step one is to fence in the property, so we're securing our assets, the taxpayers' assets. And then step one was to kind of reconfigure how the complex has been set up. It was just kind of, nobody really managed it, and so asset management has taken it over in terms of a kind of a landlord, managing who goes where, managing cleanliness, that type of thing. All that to say, we'll show you the plans to improve this very important work site for the city. This is where our public works, parks, our heavy departments, this solid waste. So we'll be glad to show you that.
Okay, the reason I asked if there was going to be an access from Saki's because there's a lot of residential homes on that side. If we're going to increase the traffic on Saki.
Yeah, we don't want to go on that side, right? That whole side will be fenced in. Safety for the homes, the small park that is there. We won't want to add traffic.
Okay, so that is only for visitor or
right.
Not correct. All right, thank you.
This looks like it's going to be a mailing a red shirt.
As underscore
I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 19?
Actually, underscore
Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote.
Jackie's khakis. Jackie came in the
and
department.
Underscore 20,251,051 underscore 152.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to move up item number 26. That is the hydrogeological analysis and modeling for the nueces groundwater project and the Evangeline groundwater project by Intimidate. And after we hear that analysis, then we'll move on to the items that are associated with this.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer.
The rescue room is going to be wrapped in access from Sackey's because there's a lot of residential homes on that side.
Professional geologist and
Increase the
professional
traffic
engineer.
on the side.
But more importantly, Steve is
Yet
working
we don't want to go
alongside
on
the
that
team
side.
for both
That
the
whole side
Oasis
will be
groundwater
fantastic.
program and also
We'll
the
try to
Evangeline
take
groundwater
out
project.
the
With that, I'll introduce Steve and
so we need a small
have
parking lot.
Steve's got, we did hand out
If a leak
PowerPoint
was
presentation.
And the
That's
individual
thicker
you're
one.
referring to, that was
What we
certainly
did
the
is we
case.
wanna, we
Even
have
the
this for
judge
you as
in
well,
this
it's
case
like a
said
placemat.
that the sentencing that provided
Steve goes through his presentation. Steve's going to talk about the water has been trapped in there for millions of years. It's not a recharge aquifer. At least it takes years and years and years for the rain to trickle back in, but he'll go over that. But this is just a good useful tool to have to your side as you go through the PowerPoint presentation. Steve, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Important aspect of that is, you're only as happy as your unhappiest child. And oftentimes when someone has a sick child, all the focus kind of pivots to that child. And this was an opportunity for the family to come together. And so the siblings that may be overlooked are getting to go do something fun. The parents who are exhausted are able to come. We have someone, an adult person there that can talk to them on their level. It was so well received. Everyone really appreciated it. So we're definitely
that would be built into it.
Kelly 130, doesn't give a building number, I'm asking that call taker. Kelly 160, what does that mean?
And we'll cover some of the predictions. Okay, so early on, I will be getting a little technical. I'm sort of scientist. I'm going to try to summarize some of the key information to help you understand the system. So on the right-hand, my left-hand side, the Gulf Coast aquifer covers coastal coast of Texas, but it's divided into three main management zones. And it's divided in terms of how much groundwater there is
Plainclothes
and
officers.
how it's being used. They're all three, right now, we're management 16, and to the north of us is 15, and north of that's 14. There's probably, on average, about 10 GCDs, groundwater conservation districts, that regulate groundwater, and that will be coming up in Oasis County. We don't have one at this point, whereas Santan does. They all have one thing in common.
A society without libraries?
Impact or
and you expect for no one to be upset.
And the aquifer.
And I'm sorry that they had to come and scream in their desperation so that you can have more than just a check in a box. Heard them talk today. Heard them talk today.
Salty, it's actually a lot saltier than salt water in the ocean. And what you have is water about 150 miles back coming recharging. It's starting to flow into the system. It's displacing and creating a sort of a flow cycle. And it's a regional flow. That water may take about 100,000 years to reach the coast. Then on top of it, you have smaller flow cycles that to the
Professor Weissman
rivers.
is the
But
co-host of a popular
as we talk about it, this isn't one continuous
point detection
There's actually
and
very
response.
differences, and it's controlled a lot by the individual aquifers. And that's the next slide. This is, I'm going to take a little time on this. It's very important slide.
I know more than just a check
The Gulf Coast has
in a
formed over
box.
millions of years.
Everyone,
And its changed in its composition as level changes,
Salty. It's actually one of the sources from salt water.
You have four main aquifers that refer to,
And
and that's
what
an
we have is
11
water
and
about
and you have the Chico and
150
Evangeline,
miles back coming
the
from the chart.
shallow aquifers, which we'll be most
It's
interested
starting
in.
to flow
Then you
into
have
the system.
It's
It's just displacing the fridge.
But in the right, I'll give you
I
some
think the raw
perspective
system
of where
flows
these
cycle
sediments are.
and its
The
regional
shallowest
flow.
one,
That
the
water
Chico,
may
is
take
about
about
20.
100,000
Then
years to
and that's,
rejuvenate the water.
at the coast, maybe 1,000
And
feet,
you can
whereas the
talk for
Brookfield,
that. You have small flow cycle.
where the Evangel is yellow, and it's a couple they have different units
Council will adopt
sand and clay,
a federal and a state legislative agenda,
and
and 2 dates to keep on your calendar. November 19, that's a city council meeting. We'll be working with the city council in kind of a workshop format on the legislative agenda. So there'll be a discussion, Brandon will present what he's collected through the past 2 years with the city council. On November 19, there'll be discussion amongst the council of what do we
And this
want
was an
our state
opportunity for the
and
family to come
federal legislative
together, and
agenda
so
to be.
the siblings that may be overlooked are getting to go do something fun. The parents who are exhausted are able to come. We have someone, you know, an adult person there that can talk to them on their level. It was so well received. Everyone really appreciated it, so we're definitely.
formation called Typically, the well field you're looking at will be looking at the Willis and Upper Goliath. They're targeted to these zones where the sands are. Okay?
It's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful,
The other aspect
wonderful.
that really makes the Gulf Coast
Thank
different
you very much.
from north to south
Rat.
is recharge.
Chain _of custody.
You're in the southern
Chain of
portion, you
custody.
get about 1/10 the
So
recharge.
you
That's the
were
amount
getting
of
them
water
calls for funds,
getting through the ground. It reaches it to the water table. That's got forms that sort of pressure head that drives water through the Gulf Coast. It's about 1/10. That means your water will be moving a little bit slower. It's shallow. The shallow water gets in contact longer with the sediment, so it gets saltier. So you have a tendency to have higher TDS. That's a measure of salts, total dissolved solids. It's really, you consider it salt in your water. Now on the right-hand side,
So requesting you at 5033 Up River Road,
showing where the freshwater
5033
zones
Up River
are.
Road.
You're
that
in the
shallow
same
aquifer
portion
called the
as you did
Chico.
about
Point out
1-10th
the
to
dark
reach
blue
out to the water
is
table.
where we have a high percent of
That's
fresh
got
water.
good
The light
forms.
blue, we
That
have
sorts
the
of pressure head
really have
and
less than
drives
20%
water.
of the Chico is fresh water.
That
And I
means
want
your
to point
water
out
will be
in there
moving a little
is
bit
that
slower.
the south it goes is just
The shallow water gets in contact longer with the sediment, so it gets saltier. Man in the middle.
This is the general setup that we have.
Abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice,
In
and
the,
we're over
in
prosecuted by a
2013,
weaponized DOJ. And the
did some work,
individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case.
earlier on,
Even the
we were here
judge
for a
in
couple
his
months.
case said
Let's keep
that
it the area.
the Biden
At
administration
groundwater
was
resources.
for
At that
was
time, they were
egregious
looking
and
at
with
mining
So
groundwater
the president is
resources.
correcting that wrong, and he has officially
So,
ended
That's why they
the
call that 3 times
What I'm
8
showing you here is
on the
again another
cryptocurrency industry, and I think
conceptualization, kind of
that's the
zoomed
message
in
he
your
sent
two
this pardon.
counties of sands. Sands are the primary issues, the transport vehicle of water, of groundwater. And we're showing the thickness of the sands that contain sandy water,
1700
about
Bellhawk, Tom
3,000
Boynoir,
PDS.
278 please.
And what you want to capture here is that 0 feet means, you know, you see that whole area near the bay, there's really not, all the water is very salty. There's not any good water you can have. To get to the good water and the thickness, you have to go north, and you can see up in that corner, that 500-foot region there, that's where Evangel Laguna
I
project
don't
is.
talk about
Or
it.
you tend to, or you go west, and
Man,
one of
you
those
can
areas
get
is
the first
where the
digital
western
set
well
of your
is.
work out.
We're setting the stage of where
I've
the
used
water is
by the
in
Biden
these two
Department
counties.
of Justice in the
The
U.S.
next one is a lot of data.
In
This was actually
2008,
done,
the
10 years
entire
ago,
country
updated,
and
very-
the individual,
very
your
slight
current
update.
source was
In terms of
searching the
changes,
case.
but water's characterized based on
We've
its
been the
TDS.
judge for a
That's
couple of
dissolved
months,
solids. You
while
basically
the
go
root
and
of
actually
the
evaporate
union,
water
the
to see
Biden,
what
and the
residuals
exchange
left in
source
water. That's how
where
you
it
get
lost.
the milligrams.
It was a huge
If it's less
idea.
than 1,000, it's considered fresh.
It was a great idea.
And if it's between 10,
It was a
1,000
great
and
idea.
10,000, it's considered brackish.
It was a great idea.
And they divide brackish up.
It was a
1 to
great
3,000
idea.
is slightly saline.
It was a great
Okay.
idea.
And where
It was a
you know,
great
usually we
idea.
want water as fresh as you can
It
get
was a
it.
great
Now, I want to
idea.
point out two aspects. On the right-hand
was a great
side,
idea.
we're showing all the water
It was a
measurements
great idea.
at TDS.
It was a great idea.
Texas Water Development Board.
It was a great idea.
And they're all green, pretty much. Or
Fishing.
light yellow. It's all slightly saline. There is, in your counties, there really is no fresh water available in quantities in that upper Evangeline aquifer. And if you go to the Chico, which is the shallow aquifer, if you look very shallow at that Lissy formation, you see, that's the circles. I've isolated that, so it's shallow. There's a pocket over there where there's some fresh water, but it's shallow. You can't pump a lot of water out of there. You can't get broad down. And the next area where the fresh water is up where Evangeline Laguna is. That's in the Willis. That's just the bottom of Chico. So you're looking at the bottom of that upper aquifer, and that's where it looks like that's where the better water is going to be. Okay. And then back then, in 2013, just to kind of put the ribbon on this, pick where to go for groundwater, where the two places are. One, which was the most favorable,
now he's gone.
This is before
the so empty because he's been taken from
I think most people do that. And we were estimating quantities of 5,000 to 10,000 to 20,000.
And they're beautiful.
That's why it's eliminated.
Erica, I know I
Light yellow and tall.
But you
that and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did.
Data remember Indianography, and if you go to the Chico, which is the shallow aquifer, if you look very shallow
at what's
that
available,
Lissy formation
not
you
just
see
physically, it's to make sure that
that's
you can
the
work
circles
through
I've
these
isolated.
regulations.
That's a shell, there's a pocket over there with there's
The
solid
second
water.
aspect was, again, the second field was, again, where we had the western well. Okay. There was good sands, there was still brackish though. We're gonna step back a little
They hope during the summer and of course during the fall that they will
and try to
be there
kind of put some of this information into understanding what's important when you're looking at trying to understand groundwater flow. I have a conceptual model here of the regional flow. We've made it a little more complex. Earlier, we were assuming the Gulf Coast was just all one coat of sand. We really have formations or aquifers. And that's where we have, this is very idealized, but we have two aquifers here. They're blue, that's representing the sands. So the sands are important. What percent of sand makes it how permeable, how water can flow through it. Then the thickness of the sand tells you the capacity. Capacity is often used the word called transmissivity, which I'm going to mention. It just says that's the capacity for the sand to be moved. Excuse me, for the water to move through the sands. And above it, they can be different sands. It's a shallow aquifer. It moves differently. And it could have a very different water pressure. And why you have different water pressures is the clays. Clays are relatively impermeable, and they don't allow water to move quickly, so pressure can build up in these aquifers, and they can be very different than the aquifer above it. This is important when we go to look at impacts.
For Johnny, the blue that's representing the sand, so the sands are important.
The well, you have to screen it in the aquifer.
What percent of sand makes it help promote how water can flow through it? Then the thing is that the sand has to come past it.
This is a very important concept.
And really, these also go going to
with,
be used
you know, they
to
say, hey, we
work
need
transversive
help for this. We need, I mean, I look at
says
our
that it's being passed by
programs, we have all
It's
of
not
it.
as important.
Now, there was one, you know, hey, we need help
Excuse me
bonding.
for the water to move through the sand.
We don't want to get into that.
And they
As a
sands,
comptroller and a CFO, I've done enough of that. I don't need to do it
Depending on how
again.
much clay you have.
Yeah, we'll likely one time go down to the CSA that way now.
Down 300 or 400 feet, you don't have a compound.
392 Bushwood, 392 Bushwood, area 3008,
Targeting your zone, like a particular aquifer level, how can you pump it? And how wells above it and away from it. And by the more clay you have, you also will distribute where it's collecting water. It'll force a bigger zone of where you collect water for a well field. So clays are important as well as sands. Okay? Now we're going to get into the model that we're trying to develop. The model is very complex, and you can think of it, though, in terms of a big Excel sheet. You know, I think we hopefully remember how Excel sheet works. It's two-dimensional. You can put an equation in. You have variables. If you change one variable, it changes all the other grid cells at the top.
I've got a lot to do.
All the other
I've got a
cells
lot
in
to
Excel.
do. I've got a
In
lot
this
to
case,
do. I've got
in
a
every grid
lot to
cell,
do.
we
I've
put
got a
in
lot to
a
do.
water
I've got a
balance
lot to
equation
do. I've
of
got a
saying,
lot to
you
do.
pump it,
I've got
how
a
does the
lot to
aquifer
do. I've
change
got
its
a lot
flow?
to do.
What
I've got a
changes,
lot
and they're
to
all
do.
connected. It's just three-dimensional. It's just a big water
I've
budget.
got a lot
But we
to
have to
do.
get
I've got a lot to do.
the
I've
information
got a
right
lot
for
to do. I've got
for
a
being able
lot
to
to
predict
do.
property.
I've got a
And
lot
that's the trick in developing models.
excesses.
The model that we're developing and have developed and starting to use for the Nueces County. We have two models being developed. I was asked to come on board this year to develop this, to work with Nick on looking at impacts. So that's all the grid cells, that's the model. And we have, away from where we think the wells are going to be, the grid cells a mile by a mile. That's a standard cell size that's used by the state for their models. As we get into near the river, it's much smaller. They're down to 16th of a mile. That allows us to
that we're
get better
developing
resolution.
have developed sudden
That's
use
what
for the
section A
Nueces
was supposed
County.
to go through the river.
Man in the Middle was asked to come on board this year to develop this to work with Nick on looking at
What we have to the right is all
so they're all the grid cells. That's the model.
Even
the judge
We have a way from whether we think the walls are going to be the grid.
We talked earlier about that.
And went too
Everything
far.
below
And so
it
the president
is
is
the
correcting
evangeline.
that wrong, and he has
All
officially
those
ended
different
the
layers,
Biden
we have to
administration's
figure out
war
the
on the
properties,
cryptocurrency
and we're
industry,
going
and
to
I
be
think that's the
pumping
message he
the
sent this
upper
Friday.
Goliad, the top layer, and the Willis and the Lissy, the model. The state's model, which is being used by GMA 16 and a lot of management, has this in two layers. And, so there has been a big effort to get this resolution much better. And we would think two layers, you would not be able to do a very good job of representing all the different properties in the West. I'm going to jump ahead just to give you an idea of what we're doing with the model.
Go back and talk to
The picture on the left is the box model, and those little points that are hard to see, that's where we have water levels. We're still getting some more water levels. We're seeing current conditions, what we've simulated, that's the water level. That's if you put a well in to the formation, that's the water level it arrives to. Negative 100 feet means it's below sea level. That means there is pumping going on in the model that will bring the water below sea level. Because all the clays, things can stay different. And you have 250, that means the water level in the well is 250 feet above sea level. There are different levels in the aquifer, like I mentioned earlier, so you can have different head values. Is that clear? That's a really hard concept to understand, how you can have in the same location very different head levels that there are, especially when you get below sea level. But that's very common.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the
we're
president
doing,
is
and
president of
I'm
the
sure you'll be
press.
asking a lot of questions about the model, but
He is officially active in the
no
life
better
we
this
have to
model
figure
than
out the
data we
property.
can use to generate.
And we're going to
What I
keep
have
doing
here
the
is locations where
administration.
we've done aquifer pumping tests
I
where they
was a
go out and pump
colleague
it at least
at the first
36
time.
hours. You see how
The copper
the
layers
draws
and the
are
list
and in that
the
immediate
list.
area, you can calculate the property
The
that
state
goes into
model,
the
which is
model
being
that
used
based
by
on that
16
measurement in the field.
has this in two
Then I can go
layers.
out and do that same test in my model, say I'm going to pump it 1,000 GPM, how far is it going to draw to reach the rate? And that's what we do. This is not even required by state law. On the right-hand side,
85, I would say, they make up 15% of our
Trans-Pacific,
15% of my workforce, and 5% are non-workforce
water you can get out of a well.
children that go to
You can see the numbers are
But you
about
increase the
1,000.
fee because you're saying the state pays
And part of this is too, is trying to do it rank for rank, because like if we have certain people that are on ambulances that are called out with these strike teams and WPUs, then, we're missing out a lot of medics. They would get called back. If we have a chief or a captain that's deployed, then we can call back specifically to have that captain or that chief back. Not that, our captains don't do a good job acting, but, if we're missing.
Two tests are about 5,000. Those are the tests that were done in Evangel Laguna. And I did those tests.
Property owners right now, it's
You can
privately
see it's
owned.
much higher, but we had much higher sands there. So you
Because
might
there
have
aren't property
expected
owners
that.
along the downtown
And those were
seawall, that is
done
a city
in
asset.
the Willis and done in the Upper Goliath. Formation. But those, that gives you, we're matching that, and that's what we're trying to produce a model.
Man in the
Looking at
middle.
pardoning individuals who
It's
were
just
I'm
trying to
going
give you an
to
idea.
use the word
in
for
use
the BM
by the
of
Bible
our
for
origin.
We're trying to get all the
were
information out of
over
it.
And the right
These,
and the
And
individual
this,
you're referring
what's
to,
the
that was
system?
certainly the case.
This
Even
is
the
the
judge
system.
in his case said that the
This
sentencing
is
that
not
the Biden
well
administration was
equipped.
asking for was
They're
egregious
most
and was
accessible.
wrong. So the president is
And
correcting that wrong.
85.
He is officially ending the
They
Biden
make a
administration
15
war
system,
on
yes.
the
Transparency
cryptocurrency.
laws
And I
for
think that's the
me.
message
And
he's sending as part of it.
85,
Because
I
the
would
50
say, they make up
are government,
15%
the
of
50
our,
of the government,
of our people.
or the
So it
more
goes down to
smart.
2,000
You
feet
get
below the
15%
ground.
of them are workforce,
And on
85%
the top
don't.
right,
But you increase the fee because you're saying the state pays it.
to see all the numbers.
Because it is savings day by day is not counting.
I have them numbered.
We're angry.
Black is where clay is. So that tells you can maybe get some isolation. So if you pump below it, the drawdown doesn't go to the top immediately. And the colors are all sands. If it's blue, it's fresh water. If it's slightly yellow, it's slightly saline. If it's red, that's I think it's above 10,000. It's like ocean. So you can see, you get to the ocean or the bay, everything's red. Then if you get way up dip, it's blue, but the blue starts to fade away. And you can look carefully at the green star. That's the western wellfield. And you can see there's some fresh water near the top. That's one of the logs in the well. These are estimates. And near the bottom, it's more towards brackish. When you pump it, you get a mixture. I think we're getting about 1,800, and that's about what we get.
So that tells you you can maybe get some isolation.
South, you
So
see a
if
lot
you
of the red
pump below
star.
it, the drawdown doesn't go completely
Man
in the
the
middle.
estimates there about 3,000 mixed,
And the
that's
colors
what you see
are
there.
all sand.
We're using these and clays to put in the
If
model
it's
to
blue, it's
understand
fresh.
if you pump one zone,
Spoofing.
And the
how much water
individual
you get
you're
out of the
referring
zone,
to, that was
and
certainly the case.
how it will
Even the judge in
propagate
his case
upwards.
said that the sentencing
Okay.
that the Biden administration was
And
asking for was
red
egregious
team.
and went too
Slide.
far. And so the president is correcting that
Just let you
wrong,
know that
and he has officially
we
ended the
convert all that
Biden
information
administration's
by
war
layers.
on
One
the
side's percent
cryptocurrency
sands, the
industry,
other
and I
side's
think that's the
thickness of
message he
sands.
sent with this part.
That's how we do the model. Don't want to spend too much time on that. I'll just let you know that's the process we go through. And then what we've, this slide simulates how well the model's predicting water levels. That's why you devise a model. We're showing how it's predicting under current conditions. I'm showing 2 layers before any type of major pumping, calibrating to measured water levels I had showed earlier.
And the number
this is the
one
water
we're
levels it
going to
predicts.
have for before you. That
basically,
was
he goes
certainly the case.
pressure of the water.
Even the judge, his case, said that the sentencing of the Biden administration, the last of the year, was engaged in which
on the county lines, that's water flowing out of
and
that.
so the president is reacting to the law.
Those wells have been pumping a long time.
Just like you know, they're usually anchored by an information by lawyers, one size percent, saying it's the same.
That's why you're getting some negative.
That's how we do the model. Don't spend too much time on
They
that.
are much lower.
And just with
transmissivity, a lot less than.
So that's the process.
Been addressed in federal government, not quite passed yet. So this
Then
last
would we
legislative
this?
session for Texas in Senate Bill 916, they passed some language that would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is the calculation based, well, that
hydrogeology, but then what do we do to put that into use and put it into practical function? So we utilize that data and we do a well design. And what we've shown here is a typical well design. The drawing on the left is the eastern well field, and the drawing on the right is the western well field. And one thing I'd like to point out before I forget, earlier in the slide where Steve showed all the geophysical logs, our first well in the western well field, we drilled a pilot hole or a test hole to 1,500 feet. The well is not completed to 1,500 feet, but we drilled a pilot hole to 1,500 feet so we could do geophysical logging to that depth.
Addressed in the federal government, not quite passed yet. So this last legislative session for Texas in Senate Bill 916, they passed some language that would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is the calculation based, well, that our ordinance.
Those specific sand intervals that will provide both the water quality and the quantity that we're looking for. However, in our case, what we've done is we actually bypass some of the fresher water quality, and we also bypass some of the quantity in the shallower formations so that we wouldn't have any effect on the residential or livestock wells. So in essence, what we did, if you look at the eastern well field, we set 20-inch, well, there's a 40-foot conductor casing, and then we set 20-inch steel casing to approximately 465 feet. The angle of that casing, or the outside of that casing,
So it's,
is pressure
yeah,
cemented.
it's still below $20,000 per
We
year.
utilize that
for this
pressure
subsidy.
cement sealing along with the confining clay layers within the formation to seal off where we're drawing water from the lower formations from what the residential and livestock wells are utilizing in the upper extent of the aquifer. In the eastern well field, the typical residential wells are anywhere from 50 to 100 feet or so. The eastern well fields, when those wells are not in operation, they are artesian, so they're flowing. The static head there is approximately 10 feet above ground level, plus or minus. The western well field's a little bit different. Surface elevation is different as well. It's a little higher as can be expected. Typical, and this is a drawing for well 9 in the western well field. So you can see we've got that 20-inch casing set and cemented to 535 feet. And the depth of the well is actually 830 feet or so. And again, we utilize the information from the geophysical logs to determine the specific intervals where we are pulling the water from. And again, the goal is to separate ourselves or our production zone from that upper level, which is where the majority of the residential livestock wells are at. In the area of the western well field, the majority of those wells are approximately 250 feet. So those are targeting those upper formations, as Steve does such a great job of explaining. explaining that.
Chain underscore of
And it's,
underscore custody.
I do want to share, interesting, when
Chain
we
of
started
custody.
working on this project, you know, the typical comment is, hey, we're bypassing, Nick, you're bypassing CCW, you're leaving that shallower water on the table. We are. Our goal is to be able to provide water from the
And
lower
then they're
extent without
really,
any ill
really difficult.
consequences.
So
So
the depth
Nick
of the well is
Weisinger, they're
actually
our primary driller on
830
these
feet or
projects.
so.
They provided us with these well
And
drawing
again,
schematics.
we utilize the
I told
information
them that
from
I
the
would mention that
geophysical
would be
logs to
during
determine
the
the specific
discussion.
areas where we are
So
pulling
those are
the water
typical
from.
well constructions for both the
Expended
east and the
one,
west.
and then what our interest is
They are
from those
not all
to
the
help
same
with
at all.
Celebrate
They all vary. They can vary. The depths can vary 10 to 15 to 20 to 50 feet. Each well is designed after those geophysical logs come in, and we analyze them, review them, and then we settle on the well field design. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Steve.
I take their job.
He underscore 20,251,028 underscore 212804.
The over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated
Okay, we're on the final lap. Thanks for your patience. This slide here is just a summary of the model.
Nancy.
The point is, we have gone in and gathered as much information hydrogeologically as we could. We've extracted the information we can, looking at very detailed.
They all vary.
We're still looking.
They can vary.
And compared to what's been done
The
previously
depths can vary
at this
10
area,
to 15 to 20 to 50 feet.
It goes way beyond anything else.
Each well is designed after those geophysical logs come in and we analyze them, review them, and then we settle on the well field
Some
design.
more water levels at the time we
With
started
that,
working at
I'm
this.
going to turn it back over to Steve.
For the infill housing discussions with
For the
Angela
$1 million.
Noonan had not started, so I'll be bringing some more information in from there. And the question of that will rise up is land subsidence, and I want to cover that a little bit. I suspect there might be a question on that. I've done a lot of work with land subsidence, especially up in Harris Galveston, and done quite a bit of 15-2 predictions. And I think it's worth discussion. It's a concern that will come up. We have a basic equation to understand what goes on with land subsidence in that with 4 coefficients. The B is representing the actual amount of land, the subsidence that
So
has
how's
occurred.
the discussions with them?
The
Or
CT
that
is the amount of
really?
clay. It turns out this clay has a
had
much
not
higher
started.
potential for subsiding
I'll
than
be
does
bringing
sand.
some more
So you really want to
information
keep track of
from
the
there.
thickness of the clay.
And the question
Determines how much
really
weight
that
is
will
put
rise
on
up
that
is
clay,
land
and
subsidence.
how makes it collapses.
And I want
by
to cover
taking out
that
the
a little
drawdown,
bit.
taking out the buoyancy effect of the
I
water,
suspect
you're
it
allowing
might
more weight
be
to go on it,
questioned.
and that's what that D is, the drawdown.
I've done a lot of
In the
work
middle
with
one,
land
that looks
subsidence,
like a Greek
especially
letter.
at the Harris
That is
Galveston.
about how much you can squeeze
And
clay and
I'm
make it,
not
and when you
quite a bit
squeeze it
too
hard,
keen
how
to
much
do
it
it.
collapses.
Motion carries.
So what they did,
I think
to get
it's
this,
worth
these
the discussion.
parameters, they up in
It's worth the discussion.
Galveston and Harris County area.
Drone.
They have about 10 feet of subsidence. I'm sure you're all aware of that. They have a bowl. It's kind of reason they kind of have some issues with
Gore
flooding.
and lift fund, and they're doing
Subsidence brings them back.
fine. Lift fund went down to 49.3, but they've been really pushing the federal, so they didn't hardly do anything last year, which is, they brought a lot into it, so it could raise the type A.
They've drawn down that
Score did well.
using
Your
groundwater.
in fact, they went up to 70
million.
so for this year.
The
The internships, you can see Del Mar didn't do so well. Now, all that money,
You're saving up
we're
money
talking about last year,
for
we're talking about
future
type
debt
A.
in oncoming years. Is that how we normally do it?
How much land subsidence we can
That's what I'm recommending, yes, sir.
And but it has some limitations. And on the right, I'm going to give you 2 examples here. Is, sounds like marble. When you put pressures on it, just rearrange. There's not a big
Man in the middle drone, you have about 10 pieces.
and change it.
I'm sure y'all are aware that they have about this kind of
So if you build a house with cards and you collapse it,
They have some that work and
so
lift
once
it.
you reach a
They're
certain
going to
threshold,
find some
what
sentencing, the provided administration was asking for was egregious and would so the president is correcting that wrong, or he is actually
question
that
is
the
Some $1,000.
We've got a lot of
per unit.
to it, so we don't have
So
much
it's,
say.
yeah, it's still below $20,000 per unit. The subsidy.
There's even
costs, especially in these cost of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI, and so to make those projects work economically.
It may take 15 years for clays after you reduce the pressure to actually get the water out to fully collapse. It might even be, could even be longer. And you have a system here where my understanding is the west and eastern well fields will be intermittent. You may be pumping it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, cut it off for 10 years. And that really affects how much subsidence you have. So we do have to go through this process of looking at
here in the Senate, this is still Leader Thune's position on the ACA. Let's deal with this House fire later, but the House is. Republicans are living in fantasy, pretending as if the issue will fix itself. But starting November 1st, so many Americans are going to have to make choices. They give up their health care.
If we have certain people that are on ambulances that are called out with these active strike teams and WPUs, then we're missing out on medics. They would get called back. If we have a chief or a captain that's deployed, then we can call back specifically to have that captain or that chief back. Not that our captains don't do a good job acting, but if we're missing it.
Then have the ability to raise and lower them by adjusting that drawdown when you need more pumping. We did a couple of runs. The model's not finalized yet, but we certainly are running it. It's good enough to be estimates. We've run a couple of runs where we looked at more than 20 MGD at the eastern well, western well field, and we are trying to keep about 100 feet at least above the screen levels, because that's for design purposes, for how to operate a well. And this is the big take-home message we're willing to share at this point and feel confident in sharing, is that we have wells mapped. We went to the Sandpat, GCD, got their wells.
About underscore
We've
20
put
million
in these different model layers. We've gone to the Water Development Board, had all the wells that they've, I think, installed since 2010, and a few other data sets to map those. And
we just all back
have in this
specifically
area
to have
about
that
3,000
happen and achieve that.
And when we run this, we're running it for 3
And our
years.
captains
You
got
see
a
22
good job
wells.
at the industry.
These would be the deeper wells.
And we have a representative.
20.
We're willing to
we're getting
raise
in
and
the well
lower
field
them by
itself, we're probably
adjusting
getting
that
about,
drawdown.
I think
We
350
need
for
more
these
dollars.
runs, might be a little higher.
We did a couple of
And
runs.
for the infill housing program, so at the 22
The models
wells,
are not
the
finalized
same,
yet, but we're
same
certainly
layer, but
running
farther
it.
away, 50 to 100
It's
being
good
realized.
enough to be your estimates.
Peter drawdown.
We've run
We're
several
Now the inner
We're
harbor
looking
plan is
over the 20
estimated to cost almost the same as the entire harbor bridge.
I've been involved with these problems.
And state and feds aren't ponying up for these out.
Where you've had to
And
deal
we-
with this.
Other
The
than
issue of
loans,
drawdowns have been up in Costa Rica.
now we have alternate water sources and the Harbor Island plant. That was
Sidgeon.
pipe that brine out into the Gulf, which is way better for the people. Getting back to the hole that we're in.
And that's a discussion going forward. I'm sure we'll be discussing later. We also, we're still looking to adjusting the pumping ranges at wells. And right now, we're just pumping all the wells the same. And, it's just a little bit of adjusting pumping range. Locations.
And part of this is trying to do it rank for rank. Like if we have some people that are on ambulances that are called out with these active strike teams and WPUs, then, we're missing out on a lot of medics. They would get called back. If we have a chief or captain deployed, then we could call back specifically to have that captain or that chief back. Not that, our captains don't do a good job acting, but, if we're missing a
So I'm not going to do well. This is the hardware plan and the decision
I
plan.
appreciate the presentation. I would say that it's probably a much higher level than what most of us have heard in the past.
So
And there's some
going to have
clarifications
to
I want to
do
do as
that.
it ties to what the requirements are
We're
for the
in the
text
next
part of the document.
question.
Obviously, they
So
have
this question
specific-
is going forward,
and I won't use the
and
acronym.
I'm
It
sure
will be a
we'll
modeled
be
available
discussing
groundwater
later.
for the Gulf Coast aquifer
We're
within the
also,
region that
we're
in,
still
right?
looking
The
to adjust the
CMA
pumping
16,
ranges
correct.
at wells.
Now, San Patricio has
And
much
if you
higher
need to do that, we're going to do a critical process.
available water than what nueces does.
That's
per
a good story.
The information on the text water development board. Now, this doesn't, on the different levels, it doesn't specify that in that information, right? So how does that work specifically based on the different aquifers that you have? And I'm assuming, you have different levels. How does the model available groundwater apply to the
I'd be glad to answer that, but I can't answer it in a few words. I'll just go through the process of, if you can hang with me for a few minutes. No, I won't do that. But I was involved with the process with GMA 16 for, that was numbers were set, for actually did the model runs. So I am knowledgeable about that. So what happens on the DFC process, let's get it on the same page. The GCDs get together, they have a 5-year period.
Now, this
where
doesn't
they,
go on the different levels.
look
It
at each
doesn't
other's
specify
pumping
that in
and figure
that
out what they can
information
live
with.
with.
Agenda
How
to
does
make
that
America
work?
affordable
Based on
again.
the
We are
different
seeing the results of that every day.
we have when
Inflation has remained low and steady, averaging just 2.5% compared to the painful average of 5% under Biden, and we know it was historically higher than that for most of President Biden's term. Meanwhile, real private sector wages are on track to rise by almost $1,500 since President Trump took office, a significant change to the Biden years for private sector
wages. 50 years or 60 years, and whatever that model produces would be an average drawdown. They would sell, they have a drawdown, but then they will average it over a county by aquifer. So you may have 20 or 30 point cells, because a mile by mile roughly, in a county, you take all the ones that are Chico level, and that's the DFC, so they have an average drawdown. And then it would have it for different layers. They will express it differently. Some say they'll take it, meaning you put something really deep,
my promise
they
to
may
you
just
is
take the
that not only will
Chico.
we do these kind of things, but the language will be tight enough to
Run
where there's
after
not
they
any
vote in
ambiguity. I think that was one of the biggest issues we had in our last
the impact
election. And there was
some
just
persecute us,
per
what we
unit.
do to ourselves.
tight language,
We believe
So
that's
very
it's-
specific
acceptable.
purposes.
yeah, it's still below
and
$20,000
these
per
kind of
unit.
things
That's
that will
just
benefit everybody throughout the
Well,
state.
Packer
$1
ethics.
Water
Now
development,
the inner
years.
harbor
We'll take
plan
that
is
small
estimated to
water.
cost almost the same as the
And they
entire
what
harbor
if
that
plan.
model could be an
And the
option,
state and feds
and
aren't showing up for these
wasn't a
sounds.
big watch themselves. They
And
have a good sense.
So it's
now
not in, but
we
they
have
have
budget
regulations.
so long.
Actually,
And
done.
I'll make sure that
And
Sigil
they
you
make
not only
sure
do
that
these things, but they're doing
Great
it
cell
tight enough
devices.
to where there's not any ambiguity. I think that was one of the biggest issues we had in our last election. There was just too much
There's a lot
ambiguity.
of people in the world who are
Tight
trying
language,
to learn.
very specific purposes,
And that's the
for
only
these kind of
thing
things
that
will
they
benefit
have
everybody
seen.
throughout the city.
Pumping run.
So they have
Then
an
you have a
average
pumping
straw
run
down,
for your county for that aquifer.
and then
That's how
it
it's
would
done.
have a different layer.
Okay, so, and just, I want to try and kind of separate the two here, right? Obviously, we have a much higher, I believe, for San Patricio, for 2020 is 43,600 acre feet.
I'll be on my way. I'm almost there.
Nueces County, which does not have a management district, is 6,600.
It's amazing. We couldn't get that water.
Disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order that they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. And please state your name and address prior to your comments. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item. The first one is at this time, and the second would be when we actually hear the item. So please
No, I'm actually, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I am saying that what's being projected as a MAG is the projected pumping that each county submits to be included in that 50-year run. The Evangeline, project had not started when those pumping files were put in about 8 years ago.
And just I want to try and continue
they
to
got
bring
the
the
permit,
two here right.
so the GCPD,
Obviously, we have a lot of higher values for, say, budget for 2020.
That's how they got such a big number.
Okay.
We have
Now you
another
have to
thousand.
consider
The entire material. It also depends every year entity that receives the document, knowing and consider to consider materiality, considering it to be material, but also not having knowledge of this trend is the mobilization of the thousands of Elysians. And it's amazing. We've already done that.
Steve, you were absolutely correct. So we've made
Well,
a
it's
submission, a
disturbing
request
noise,
to
demonstration,
GMA
or other
16,
act
utilizing the
disrupting
pumping
to the
data
city
that
council
we've
business.
collected for both of our
Thank
wells.
Blizzard.
Okay, so
And I'm sorry, Councilman, one more point. So the Nueces County, the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District is a conservation district in part of Nueces County, so I did want to make that correction.
Authoritarian underscore 20,000,251,103
Right, I get it. So,
underscore 12240.
I'm trying to make this as simple as possible for the viewing audience to say how these things work, right? The ASR that we have is consists of our city limits plus a little bit extra, right? It does not constitute the whole Nueces County. So the numbers that I'm seeing, I'm not sure
Point
where they're
detection
actually
and response.
modeled from the 6,339.
I'm sorry, it's a woman
Is that
more points.
of just where we are in our
So the Voices
ASR, or is it,
County,
the
the Corpus
entire
Christi
county?
Act for
Yeah, I'm gonna make
storage
a comment
and
and I'll
recovery.
let Steve
Conservation
elaborate.
District
You know,
is a
one thing
conservation
is
district in
in
part
doing
of
a
the
good
waste
job
for
of explaining
counties.
the water quality of the
So I
groundwater in
did want
Nueces
to
County.
make that
I think
correction.
we can all agree it's not ideal.
I'm trying to
right?
make
You've
this
seen
as
higher
civil as
TDS, the
possible for
map
the
has
viewer
shown
and
it.
audience
We've
to
known it,
say
but
how
certainly
these
the
things
necessity
work. Right. The ASR
and the
that we
need
have.
has increased the amount of the city itself looking at groundwater resources to diversify our supply in times of these drought periods. So like Steve said, intermittently, we want to be able to utilize those wells to supplement us during the drought period. So the previous projections were done when those lower formations were not being utilized. But I'm going to step aside and let Steve provide a little more history because he has worked with the GMA.
Our underscore 20,000,000
We're getting close, but
underscore 205,348.
that 6,000 came from the last planning cycle. At that point, no one approached the GMA 16 to say, we anticipate
Increase the amount of the city of looking at groundwater resources to diversify our supply in times of these drug periods.
To that process where they
So
put
like
it into
Steve
those
said,
runs,
intermittently
those model
we
runs.
want to be able to utilize
like the
those
water
wells
wasn't
to
there.
supplement
No,
during the
she's not working
drought.
anymore. To make it available.
So the previous projections were done and those lower formations were not able to utilize. Man in the middle, but I'm going to step aside and let Steve all of my little more history because he has room.
Okay, so the groundwater conservation district in Santa Patricia. Okay, they have a specific requirement per acre of 1.25 acre feet of water per acre.
Yes.
And we don't have that in Nueces County. Outside of our ASR, there's no restriction. Our city has purchased 251 acres in a certain area, and we have some, I guess, 11 acres along the Nueces River. total of,
Man
you know,
underscore in underscore law underscore
262 acres.
20,251,106
And the proposal was to utilize the same amount of water.
Man in the
looking
middle.
at pardoning individuals who
from
were
that as we were looking from
abused
San
and
Patricia.
used
Now,
by the Biden
assuming they're
Department of
different
Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was
So the
certainly the
end
case.
of the
Even the
situation
judge
referring
in this
to
case
that
said
was
that the
certainly
defendant
the
the
case.
Biden administration was asking for
Conservation
was
of the
egregious
Supreme
and
Court
was
say that in
so
the
the
case
president
said
People
that
that
was
fits in, we'll try to get a captain, we're trying to get, rather than have a chief miss, we come back and fire the state's gonna pay us up to that chief level. And it's really just trying to keep the department whole, and if we have a chief or a captain that's gone, or, several active people that's gone, we're not calling back so the captains that can't ride the box, and other guys are having to double up on the box. Still use the same list, the same process and everything.
Down of water.
Where
is that limitation? Where is the line drawn on a per acre basis so that can be communicated to the general public in the county?
There is no line drawn in the DFC GMA 16 planning process, to answer your question.
Okay, so do we need to create that?
It's not for me to decide, but I would say that would be the responsibility of those that are pumping to create that.
The state's
Being no one
how
will close
you
public hearing, we move on to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
Appropriate for a good neighbor policy, yes.
Okay, so Peter, this should probably go to the question.
All right,
Who
good
makes
morning.
that decision for the Corpus?
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with for Azalea Estates for the oversize and overdepth
of we manage both well fields. What we would like to do is if there are any neighbors who are willing to work with us, we would like to take baseline data from their wells and monitor it regularly, right? So that way we can see if there's any negative impacts on their wells at all. That way we can work with them and provide solutions and options working together on that. That's part of
for a good neighborhood
operations goals of our well fields.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is somewhat of a self-imposed limitation. Because right now there are no limitations. You know, it's
good to meet
we get it because it doesn't exist, right? There's no groundwater control district in the areas where we're drilling these wells. So I want to make sure that we are cognizant of our responsibility as
what we have today.
A neighbor to limit what
first
we can
item is a participation agreement with first of all the states for the oversight and second of all we manage both
to say
well
what we can take and what we can't, and how it won't affect
what we would like to do is if
wells and neighbors of individuals. So I want to make sure that we self-impose this, and I don't know if it has to be a council action or not. That's why I asked the question: who makes a decision on how much water you can draw down from our ASR?
So I completely agree. We've got to work closely with our neighbors, and we've always tried to design wells appropriately so that there's minimal impacts. One thing that I do know, and I think Steve will agree with me, when you're talking about hydrogeology, you need a lot of data to draw specific guidelines, right? So it's more important to collect data right now and make adjustments as we see changes, and that's why whenever we have a pumping test that immediately goes to Interra. Whenever there's a new geophysical law, it immediately goes to Interra. And what he's doing, he's updating that model. And then Steve can advise us on how to best manage and operate that.
You can draw down
not exist for us to be able to generate something from this.
So if you look at County Road 73 in the well field there are no wells that are 700-800 feet in that area, right along that road on those properties where we drilled the wells.
And I think Steve will agree with me when you're talking about
that. We need to be careful about going, making countywide statements, because Steve did a great job of explaining the different formations and the confining layers. And when you're looking down dip or up dip from the geology and the aquitar standpoint.
Okay, so Nick, I understand what you're getting at, and because it's not consistent across the county. I understand that.
Correct.
Okay? Sorry about that, but what I'm looking for is a very simplified way to communicate to the general public. I appreciate the, and if I hadn't done some pre-work on this, I probably wouldn't have understood a lot of this. But it's important to get simplified information and some specific restrictions on what we need to do. Okay? And
You get it. We need to be careful about making county-wide statements just to get a great job of explaining the different emotions and the confining layers.
I am that you are here.
And when you're looking down to it, or up to it from the geology and the aggregator standpoint.
Some simple questions.
Okay, so it's interesting to understand what you're getting, and because it's not consistent across the county.
On that small area.
I understand that. Correct.
The advantage of drilling a lot of wells is that
sorry about that, but
can actually get more water.
It is barely simple.
If you have one well, you have to have a lot more drawdown in the one well, and it will end up going to a spring. So you won't get any more, really more water out of the system by drilling. There's going to be a limit of how many wells that really can be efficient. The more wells, the better. It's just
Important aspect of that is, you're only as happy as your unhappiest child. And oftentimes when someone has a sick child, all the focus kind of pivots to that child. And this was an opportunity for the family to come together. And so the siblings that may be overlooked are getting to go do something fun. The parents who are exhausted are able to come. We have someone, an adult person there that can talk to them on their level. It was so well received. Everyone really appreciated it. So we're definitely
thinking you can really increase it by putting a lot more wells in.
A lot
I don't
more
know that answer
drawdown
yet.
in the
I don't
one
think
whale,
we know it, but I would say that you could easily put in
for a short period of
12
time.
wells and be very efficient.
You
Whether
won't
16
get any more water out of this system by
right
drilling. There's going to be more. Look in the efficient. The more wells, the better it just goes.
What about the distance between the wells?
Important aspect of that is so you're only as happy as a child.
one another, and then they just
Sometimes someone has a sole child
so
and
it
serves
comes down to designing
compared
the
to that
well.
child. And this was an opportunity for the family to
You
come
think you can
together.
withdraw out and still not affect the neighbors, which was Councilman Hernandez was talking about. Really, what you're going to be, in my opinion, is what you're going to be concerned about is paving
without libraries?
on existing wells.
I mean, wherever you want me to plug you, I can plug you. I'm sorry that they have to come and scream in their desperation so that you can finally have more than just a check in a box. Heard them talk today. Heard them talk today.
To the people land around there, will there be signs?
When you start seeing subsidence, it will take some time. I've been talking with staff here, is that about
detection
putting
and
out
response.
some monitoring equipment beforehand, and that is part of my task to do, is to recommend that. You basically just can cement a GPS pole in the ground, and you have to put it down maybe 10 feet, and you can get measurements daily of how that land subsidence is changing. So you really would want to put that out and to anticipate that, because when subsidence happens, if you stop pumping, it doesn't stop immediately. It might take 2 years for it to stop.
Okay.
That process is being discussed, is to put the right monitoring equipment in, and we have a task to make a design for it. I think they have up in Houston, maybe they got 140 these type of systems involved, and I would recommend you consider that.
Well, I think the city's done a good job to try and do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. I really have confidence in Nick and Mr. Sinelli that that's happening. But I just want to make sure the residents out there have a form of relief. So can you say anything to them that would make them feel a little bit better? Because let's just say you've got all those pumping. How long does it take you to fill it back backup.
start talking
And,
about it. I
what's
think
the
your
long-term risk
perspective
of
is more
collapse?
confidential than
There's
further,
no
but
risk
I'm
of
talking
collapse.
about it.
You're not gonna, that, you would.
I'm talking about it. If I told 7 or 5 people around
We've
me
had
now,
some cases.
the rounds down there,
For
remember,
about 3 years, within 6 months,
Homeland
I think it's
Security.
70, I think it's 50%, I think it's 70% of the water actually returns to that pressure level. Everything's under pressure there, and it responds much quicker than if you were just pumping at ground surface. It's
Man
the
in the
water that
middle.
forces that you get that under depression, you get a couple hundred feet difference. So it's a huge pressure drive to put that water back in place, and it comes back really quickly. So if there were to have problems,
Even the judge in his
that's
case
part of the
said
management
that the
plan
sentencing that the
talking
Biden
about putting
administration was
together,
asking
if you're
for
monitoring, and if you saw some threshold being reached,
So the president is
you would have to
correcting that
take some
wrong,
type of
and he has officially
action
ended the Biden
before,
administration's war on the cryptocurrency. And I think that's the message.
Okay, do you feel comfortable with what the city's doing right now out there?
with her 6 months,
I don't know about
they were
comfortable,
70,
because I
so
don't think they
let's
haven't done anything
keep
in the
the
Western
sound.
Wellfield, but in terms of designing
I
a
think
system
it's
for
70 of
monitoring
the
the
wire
items and
actually
monitoring
turns
systems
to
that
that
they're
pressure level.
committed to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything
And
is
the
under
idea of
pressure
putting
there.
in a, some
And it responds much quicker than if you
monitoring
were
for
just
lancing
pumping out
sites.
ground
Because this goes
surface.
well beyond what's required.
It's man, in the
It's,
course that
you know,
you're using the power in the
Texas
direction
is the
of
state
you.
rule of capture.
A couple
The
of
GCDs
people
are
don't
created
do it.
not to get rid of rule of capture, but
Try
to
to
modify
buy
it.
it and
So
determine
that
that's
is
it.
the law, and it is on
So
being a
that
good
there's
neighbor,
a
which I
few
believe the
pressure
district has.
drive that.
The city has every intent
Minder.
of putting a monitoring system in, and for both water levels and for subsidence. And that's, and then to look, as Nick mentioned, to work with those that might be impacted for some type of well assistance, which is, I would highly recommend.
So how big, long a distance would it be for any of these wells to affect the neighbors? How big of an area? Do we know that?
Yeah, we have some simulations. Jump on that one?
I can provide some distance. So a couple of clarifying things. So in the Western well field, there's currently 12 wells planned. That may shift, it may decrease if we see something alarming in the pumping test, but that's what's currently planned. All the wells are a minimum of 1,000 feet apart, and none of the wells are on property boundaries, right? So they're further into the land. We don't want to have our wells producing on a property boundary as well.
So how big and long
we've
a
got,
distance would it be for any of
we've
these
drilled well
levels?
9,
Have they
10,
come in here?
and
Do we
11.
know
We're
that?
currently getting ready to pump test well number 11. When we did pump test well number 10, we measured the water drawdown in 9, and that was minimal. So those wells are targeting similar formations, but we saw very little drawdown 1,000 to 1,500 feet away. And then, as Steve mentioned, we do have a water level monitoring plan in place. We've got 5 monitoring wells on the eastern well field to measure the depth of the water in that upper Lissy formation. And then we'll have, you will probably end up having 6 or 7 monitoring wells in the western well field.
I'm just trying to figure out what distance it would, the citizens should be concerned out there, because you're out there, you've got a lot of
Man in the
what I call
middle.
river people.
I didn't
Pretty
ready
next
to
close
pump
to you.
test
And I just
all
want to know
that
how
ground.
it would affect, if it has it affected anybody that we
When
know
we
of,
did pump
and if
test
something were to
well
happen
number
that
10, we
it did
measured the
affect what
water
the city
drove
did.
it dropped out, and that was a
So
minimum.
a couple of points, I think those are
So
excellent
those
questions. A
waters
couple
are
of points
targeting
that I do want to
similar
remind
formations,
everyone.
but we saw very little
Eastern
drawdown,
well field,
1,000 to
wells, doesn't mean we're running all
1,500
8
feet
wells at
away.
the same time simultaneously.
And then,
we
as
have an
Steve
operation
mentioned, we
management
do
plan.
have a water level monitoring
And it's
plan
also
in
important, there
place.
are times when there's generator issues,
We've
when
got
there's
5
pump issues, you
monitoring
gotta
wells on
build
the
in
eastern
a
well fields
redundancy.
to measure the depth of the water.
The other thing that we really recommend, we have permanent staff at each well field people can approach us and let us know if they are aware of an issue. We want to investigate it. We don't want to jump to conclusions. And we want to investigate it and ideally get some data that'll help guide our operational decisions going forward.
But the final question is, if something happens out there to any of those landowners' wells, the city will have to look into that and find a solution.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilwoman. We will do that. Yeah, or help explain. A few folks have approached me saying that wells are having issues, but it's not caused from our wells. It may be from the lack of
elected
rain.
mayor, inspiring what's still going on. I want to say a huge thank you to our Corpus Christi firefighters for handling and protecting me and my building from the fourth floor stove on fire a few weeks ago. It required fortress hustle and proper guidance to the community to keep us safe. So thank you so much for jumping into situations like that. I would like to make a suggestion for adding a requirement that the
at a very high level. Nick, don't go too far, because my question is for you. So, we're going through the modeling process. So at what point are we going to have some recommendations? I mean, because that's information becomes available, modeling and monitoring data, existing monitoring wells, working on adjusted spatial distribution. So at what point are we going to have recommendations?
So we do have, and I don't want to speak for Steve, but we do have recommendations from Intera, and that's 11 MGD sustainable pumping at the eastern well field, 17 MGD at the western well field. And I've stated in a lot of water supply updates, the data keeps getting fed back to Steve in the model so that he can update it and let us know if those recommendations either go up or go down. So whenever new data is available, we provide it to Steve, and then he updates us. The important thing to note is the Intera work on this groundwater model is very substantial. The number, and Steve was talking about it, the number of cells and the depths, that work has not been done previously. So what they're developing is an excellent model for the city to utilize well into the future.
And could, I guess, whichever GCD is developed, then obviously that data will be available for them to utilize to be able to put together this recommendation of maximum utilization.
Yeah, the data that is compiled is important to share. Right? A lot of the data that Steve has utilized to build a baseline for that model wasn't city data, right? Because we haven't had wells except for those 80s and 90s wells, but he used data from others, as was available from the Texas Water Development Board, from other groundwater conservation districts.
Regarding these various kind of potential flood control projects, is there any plans or any thought to capturing any of this floodwater, storing it, or is it just a matter of trying to mitigate any sort of flooding?
It's more mitigating. We looked at that theory during the master plan creation. The amount of acreage that we need for like a regional detention is kind of astronomical for this area of also Creek. And then
so it'd be included in the database. Now, additionally, taking it back to the city of Corpus Christi, if there are residents drilling a well for irrigation, maybe a 50-foot well, the licensed water well driller has a responsibility to submit logs to the state and also to the Aquifer Storage and Recovery District, just so that we can track the amount of water being utilized.
And the reason I ask that is because there's obviously concern about transparency. So if the state, if we have information that we submit to the state, then once again, there's a regulatory requirement, so that way any individual or any engineering firm or anybody that's employed has the ability to go and get that information.
It's on a state database, and they have the wells mapped. It's actually a pretty robust database.
Yeah, I saw it, and I thought somebody sent it to me.
If there are residents
it's just like all this other stuff. It was
maybe a 50-foot well. The license.
During, just to be over simplistic, during Mr. Young's presentation, I felt like Charlie Brown back from there,
Facility. Exactly, so that's for the PSC. For the type A, we could have it as something like city-owned facilities within the C district. And then we would then define what assets within, in the measure, you could say it could be used for this, this, and this.
Peter, you see where I'm headed. I see exactly where you're headed, but then we're going to talk offline, because I don't think we have to, right now, that arena monies, we didn't say is for the chiller.
So there are regulatory requirements that restrict us from overutilizing these wells. There's no state or federal guidelines that would restrict us from operating the wells.
I felt like
However,
trying
caveat,
brown
we do
back
have a bed
from
and
there,
banks permit
you know.
for the Eastern
I
well
wish
field.
you a facility.
The bed and banks permit provides certain protocols
Is that good?
on the
So that's for the
water
PSC,
that,
for
it's
the
actually
type
the
of,
overall
we could have it
quantity of
as
the water
something
and the quality
like
of the
city
water
and
and how
facilities
it's
within the
reflected
C
in the
district.
And how long?
And then
I
we
guess
would
we
need to
have to
find
report that
what
information
our
back to the
thoughts was
state.
doing.
That's correct. So
Military.
we do a monthly, what's called a monthly diversion request. We inform the state how much water we will be pumping, and then at the same time, any information data obtained, the state through the water master can come out, meet with us, and review it. Okay, all right, thank you very much. So, once again, this is just evolving. You said the recommendation is already 11 MGD for the Eastern and 17 for...
Men in the middle.
That's correct, with the caveat that as more data is provided, we'll rely on Intera's professional judgment and to tell us, hey, you need to adjust this. And how often will we be
Even the
reviewing
judge in his case said
as the
that
data
the
becomes
sentencing
available?
of the Biden administration.
Or
was
anyone
so
else. These monthly are meant to get us through
can
drought
say how much water we will
These are
pour.
critical assets for the city.
And then at
We
the
have
same
every
time,
intention,
any
the city and
information,
CCW,
data
of maintaining
obtained,
those
the
assets.
state
But
through the
let's
water
go into
master
a
can come out
hypothetical
to meet
situation
with
when
us
the
and
Western
review it.
reservoirs recover.
Okay.
We're not relying upon
All
those
right.
wells. We will exercise
very
them once a
much.
month. We will maintain
Military.
them, but we will not be doing the daily pumping.
Here, and one other thing, how many test wells do we have?
So the drilling program has been, we set up over a well, like the first well in the Western well field, we'll drill a pilot
Men in
hole,
the
which is
middle.
12 inches in diameter to a certain depth, do the geophysical logging, and then we'll design the well and convert that to a production well. Now, there's also monitoring wells. Those are small diameter wells, typically 4 inches in diameter. And that there's no pumps in those wells, just water level measuring equipment where we can monitor the water levels in the formations.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work and the diligence of your staff.
But we will not be doing a daily pumping here on one other thing.
Okay, so,
How many test wells do
17
we
was recommended, I
have?
thought.
So the drilling
I thought it was
program
12.
has been, we set
there's
up
12
over a
wells
well like
that
the
will do
first one,
17
the
million
western
gallons.
well. We'll drill a pilot.
Yeah, 17 MGD in the Western.
Man in which 12 inches in
That would
diameter
have
to a
12
certain depth.
wells.
8 wells with 11 on the
Sock.
east.
Correct. Right.
Was the question answered? Who would create
If you need
the
assistance,
well
please be sure to plan accordingly. Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Animal Care Services will also be closed on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st. Essential services like fire, police, and gas will remain open. Our public works team will be on call to handle any urgent issues. Solid waste services, including the landfill and transfer station, will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. If your trash pickup lands on these days, it'll ship to the
Creating an actual well assistance program is something that is both sides would have in hand, that both sides would say, this is what we're going to go by, because, I mean, 2 years from now,
correct.
Who's going to be sitting here? Who's going to be your chair? It could be you.
Okay.
It could be you there or not, right?
Was the question answered? Who first? If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly.
As opposed
During a visit to
to
Malaysia, the witness signing of the joint declaration of peace along with
Christmas Day, Christmas Day.
Y'all will create
to which
Animal Care Services will also be closed on December
If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly. Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day.
Who's of America together, mostly actually in red states.
On December 25th,
Face the specter of financial disaster.
essential
Because when
services like
healthcare
fire,
costs go
police,
up,
and gas
people
will
lose
remain
coverage.
open. Our public works team will be on call to handle any urgent issues. Solid waste services, including the landfill and transfer station, will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day.
Now on the China
If your
deal.
trash pickup lands on these days, it'll ship to the
In the middle of the second,
Just adjacent to Houston, so that one's done, that one's been reviewed by the two parties. We're working with the golf course operator. They're in agreement with the terms, so something similar to that is what we'll create for the western and eastern nueces County well fields.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for this incredibly robust presentation. It was very fascinating and interesting to see the layers and depths of the different aquifers and the materials and the compositions therein, and how the role that the city of Corpus Christi plays in the future of these resources. And to me, the presentation here, while it presented a truly deep information base,
And we're
it
just
also
going to open
signals,
this up.
I think, a very strong
public
message
works
of the
should be called
interest
in
that
any
CCW and
issue.
Corpus Christi has
We
in
have
doing
a
a
lot of
very
research on the
thorough
landfill,
examination and
land transfer
research on how we progress
It's a business day.
utilizing each of these resources. And I
There's
do
a lot of
recognize that
time
there's some
in the
members
trash
from our
pit
neighbors
of
and
land
citizens
in
here
the
today,
days.
and I'm grateful for their
It'll
presence,
start
but
in the
I
middle
hope
of
that
the second.
this is a good snapshot
Just
of,
a taste
of how
of the secret.
interested we are in being good partners
So
with
that
these
one
resources
second
and being
done,
responsible
that
with
was
the use.
then reviewed
As
by the
our
two
city
parties.
manager said, working together
So
to
we're
find
working with the
solutions
golf
that
course
care for the
operator.
interests and the
Americans across the country need to make it very clear to
their
Democrat
really
representatives that
great
we want this
information.
government
Thankful
to
for the
be reopened
handout as well, so we can keep that as we move forward through this progress.
Vice presentation. We appreciate it. If you have further questions as we move on to the next item, which is our Evangeline item, which is why we moved this up. And I know we have several people here who are waiting for this particular item. I'm going to move into item number 20, and then we'll break for lunch. So that is a one reading ordinance authorizing execution of a groundwater rights purchase and sale agreement with Evangeline Laguna LP, execution of an interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Sinton, and an agreement with St. Paul Water Supply Corporation for possible remediation activities to the Evangeline groundwater project.
So
they're Democrat.
It was valid. As we need to make sure our community knows that one, we hear them, two,
He's got
we have
things to do. They have been so proud of us. We'll say and keep that.
Background of the agreement,
It's
the
run
property
forward
is
through this.
located north of Sinton, Texas,
Right.
in San Patricio County.
Right.
The
Right.
parcel is located within
Right.
the San Pat Groundwater
Right.
Control District.
I think
Evangeline
without pay.
P,
right,
which is the
Every
entity
single
of
time,
which this agreement was
Senator Schumer, the radical Democrats have voted no. He voted 13 times against funding food assistance, against paying for our troops, against paying federal workers, against paying TSA, against paying air traffic controllers, against paying border patrol, and against paying the Capitol Police.
Gallons a day.
Right.
And Democrats stand here and claim President Trump can fund food assistance on his own? I know what they're asking.
$169,491,700. And if you look at the map on the left, you can see the green area is the property in question. Also shown on the screen is the city of Sinton, as well as the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. Both the city of Sinton and the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation utilize groundwater wells to serve their customers.
Reporting.
On September 23rd, the city and Evangeline Laguna agreed to enter an agreement for the fee simple purchase of the
You
groundwater
can see
rights
the
with the
green.
following
Here
terms.
is the property and question.
The city will pay a non-refundable $1 million earnest and option payment for a 120-day due diligence, or you can call it an inspection period as well. Additionally, there'll be $3.25 million escrowed at the end of the inspection, at the end of the inspection period. This amount would be subtracted from the total purchase price.
Man in the middle.
Evangeline Laguna, within 180 days, will provide the following. They'll provide clear and indefeasible groundwater rights. They will provide surface use agreements. Those are surface use agreements that have been pre-negotiated with the landowners, the subject landowners. And those surface rights agreements are critical so that the infrastructure can be developed and put in place so construction can occur.
Additionally,
They will
there will
also
be
provide
$3.25 million
drilling and
escrow
transport
to point
permits.
the
As
inspection
was said earlier,
response.
they already have a production permit in hand,
Encryption.
but that will be transferred to the city as part of the condition to close. Council has previously authorized a number of agreements so that the city and CCW can move forward in our due diligence in the pre-engineering for this project. Understanding that time is of the essence, we have had contracts approved
Man in the middle.
for attorneys, for a property surveyor, and also for various engineering entities. The engineering team consists of Pape Dawson Engineers, Hanson Consultants, and Interra Incorporated as well,
That
as
will
Steve
be
Young
transferred
stated
to the
earlier.
city as part of the
Additionally,
condition
the
of
other
close.
entity, the other engineering firm working on this project with this team is HDR. They are doing so under another contract, but they are a big part of the team.
The proposed commercial center has
The next steps is the ordinance authorizing execution of the groundwater rights purchase and sales agreement. Additionally, the execution of an interlocal agreement with the city of Sinton, and a future agreement with the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. These agreements would provide remediation activities that may be forthcoming as a result of the Evangeline groundwater project.
On this budget,
FY26 capital budget would have to be amended as well.
Entities are going to do, as any of them already voted.
Capital fund.
Mayor
Council Raj Gabarczyk, and Government Relations, two entities have sent in their votes, Applicable School District and Driscoll. So it's not going to be tremendously helpful because that's 15 total votes. So we're one of the first of any substantial vote count.
So when is CCISD, which is the largest one, going to make their vote?
The 28th.
And that's to provide those key components, which are the permits and the secure the groundwater rights for the city to review, and then also to provide all of the surface use agreements
all
as
of
well.
these things we can talk about, we can reason through, we can disagree, we can shake hands and compromise on some of those issues, hopefully, but this is something that every single American, Democrat or Republican or Independent, should be able to agree on. Open the government, stop this craziness and open the government. It's causing way too many problems, and some of the folks behind me are the people who are dealing with the problems. Now let's just recap exactly what's happened politically in this town related to the government shutdown. We have had,
which is the
Again, is
largest
Pape Dawson,
condominium I've
Hanson,
made in the
and
28th.
Interra working with AEP, the electrical
And
provider,
that's
to
to provide
understand the
those key
electrical
components,
infrastructure.
which are the permits and the secure
There's
and the
additional review
groundwater
of the
rights.
title and surface use
But
agreements.
they are good.
Dr. Steve Young is
For the
working on
city
the
to review
hydrogeology
and then
and
also
continue
to
to
provide all
Yeah,
of
it's
the
still below
resources.
$20,000 per unit, the subsidy.
Towards the land
things
survey
that we can
to
talk
confirm
about.
the amount of acres associated
We
with
can
the
just
purchase.
agree. We can shake hands and compromise
Then I will
on some
stand
of
by
these issues.
for any questions.
Including the military, including the companies that.
Maybe he moved. What are they saying he's at now?
Yes, I know we had some conversations, and have we gotten the survey results yet?
We did, and Miles just got the final information this morning, I believe. So.
Yeah, we did just get the final information, and it did come up a bit short, like we actually expected. Looks like we're between 800 acres and 1,400 acres short.
Okay, does that change the production permits?
It could result in a change to the production permits.
Dish underscore 20,251,000.
Okay, so our term sheet was based on the
Dish rack. That was
amount
worth
of
time
acre-feet
to
of
check the
water
dishware
that
for
we can
cleanliness.
produce.
Including the companies, maybe what are the things that now, Councilman, I'm turning
There is an
this.
adjustment clause in the contract that
Yeah, so I know we had some conversations, and we have gotten the survey result yet.
capacities in the
We did, and we can see I just got the final information this morning. I believe so.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did just get the final information, and it did come up a bit short. Like we actually had a very good one. It looks like we're 2008
Tell us what those entail.
C2
Yeah, I
server.
can provide details on that. So working specifically with our partners at Sydney, the interlocal agreement would allow for, and in my opinion, the most important thing is an interconnect. So we allow for the city of Sinton to interconnect our well field so that in times if their existing well pumps went down for any number of reasons, it might be electrical strike taking out the motor. It could be a mechanical failure. If they needed to, they could tie into our raw water system. Interconnection agreements are very important. They certainly bolster work parties working on that agreement.
Telephone
Now, additionally, the
service
city, if
provided
there's
the
any
details on that, so we're all getting
issues resulting from the operation of the Evangeline well field, the city will work with the city of Sinton to identify the cause and then remedy those issues. During the remedy of the issues, the city will provide water at no cost. Additionally, I do want to back up. I forgot to mention that if there is a mechanical defect, something that's not part of, has not been caused by the operation of the Evangeline well field, the city of Sinton can interconnect with our raw water system at the Evangeline well field for a period of 60 days. After 60 days, they will pay our raw water rate if by chance they do.
And then with the St. Paul, is it what were the
Cancel.
details?
Be a very similar agreement. We met with the city manager and I met with the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. It was a very good meeting. We identified and lined out.
8 cents, there's two of them. Each one 8 cents produces about $8.9 million as of fiscal year 24. That continues to grow as our volume of taxable sales and revenue continues to grow. So the two authorizations are, one is for the American Bank Center Arena, which 8 cents is allocated for that project. So remember, type A, you have to have projects. So this is allocated to that project. And so originally it was the idea behind it was for the...
They have a board, or do they have?
Right, they have a board, they have a, like a CEO or a general manager, and then they have a board of directors. And so we will, this type of an agreement, because they're not a governmental entity, doesn't need city council approval, but we're advising council about it. And it's similar to Sinton, the Sinton one, and so they have a copy of it. Similar to Sinton, they haven't objected to any of the items, nor have they asked for any additional material.
Point detection and response.
So we're confident that the agreements are mutually satisfactory.
Okay, so but does the city of
Which one instance is allocated for that project?
They will, and we're going to go to the council meeting when they do that. They're here today, the mayor's here, and the city manager, and
so this
one of
is
several meetings that I've had with them, we told them when you do put it on your agenda, we'll go to your city council meeting to do a briefing on the project as well as the interlocal agreement.
And then let's just assume on the off chance that they don't
$2
support
million.
Men in the middle.
The answer, absolutely nothing. The property is well under construction and already on the second floor of 5. So based on this definition, this is really an incentive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Zachary Bornstein.
Blue team.
So far, we've spent, or at least for this particular project, because I know we've spent
Red team.
tons of man hours reviewing Evangeline and negotiating over the past decade. problem. And I know very much so last year and the year before that, so that way we've come to this point. So but for right now, we've expended we've encumbered $928,000. Correct. Yes. And then we're going to add an additional $1 million of non-refundable earnest money.
City manager, Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
There are a number of
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of Corpus.
I guess if it's 169 million, it's actually 170 because we're losing $1 million of earnest money.
Yeah, it'd be 169 plus the million. That's correct, where the other escrow is subtracted from that.
And so I'm sure we don't have $170 million of savings that we've had from
So we're correct.
So where's that? What is that offset, or is that we're going to be looking at rate adjustments next year?
So the funding for that, we will do, the expenditure will be reimbursed through revenue bonds. And I think what you're looking at, so there will be a rate impact. So working with Camille and the New Gen team, the 169 million plus or minus for a 30-year debt with a 5% interest rate, will be approximately a $29 increase for that impact.
Yeah,
of course, I do want to mention that there are significant other expenses because we will be working on the infrastructure project, which includes water lines, roads, wells,
Exactly, you could pay off your mortgage. Heath, John, one thing I can promise you, even in this moment, I never ask my clients to judge me on my wins. I ask them to judge me on my losers because I absolutely
fund all of these projects, and granted they go to
every technical factor out there. We are looking at a grand slam
detailed timelines for project execution.
And we don't get, or the type
$5 to $7.
I mean, okay, so for the public, and then would you please explain to them how we came to determine 169,491,700 had a hard time getting to. There's a waiting list for latchkey.
So that was part of the negotiation efforts, as you alluded to, Councilman. We've been working diligently with the Evangeline Laguna entity.
So I just want to ensure that the public understands that we're not raising fees.
John,
and I've said this with a number of people, location is important.
Even in this day there,
proximity to the Mary Rose pipeline is very critical. So there's tremendous value to that. Additionally, and I want to reiterate, this is a condition of close. The transfer, obtaining those permits and transferring those permits to the city is ultra critical and ultra important.
I'm sorry.
Those are all components of that price.
You know,
Yeah, just to add that we are negotiating price, so on the end of this, and you mentioned the Councilman, we worked on several business proposals for the Evangeline. Most recently, this one was a take-or-pay contract. This one was an outright water right purchase. When we began negotiating with the Evangeline, the initial sales price was $197 million. But through several meetings, we got a better price for the ratepayer, and finally ended up on their final and best offer, which was at $169 million.
Did we make an initial offer?
No, they made the initial offer.
Okay.
Anthony Wilson, he's a 12th grader at Flower Bluff High School. He is he's part of the National African American Hispanic College Board recognition, or he got that recognition, National Honor Society, and straight A student all of his life.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Yes.
We're going to have Marshall
that we've been working
I was going in a direction.
We got a security price for the right man, and finally ended up on their final business.
2 minutes, all right, thank you.
Well, hello. Business price for the right man. Did we make an initial offer? No, they made an initial
Okay,
offer.
so right now,
Okay, Anthony Wilson.
this is assuming that all
Cyber
how many wells
operations
is
concepts.
So there's 2 existing wells on the property. Those wells were drilled for test pumping and aquifer testing that Interra did. Those wells would be conveyed to the city, and then we, CCW, the city, plans to drill an additional 22 wells.
22 wells. So, assuming that, I mean, from a standpoint that permits are only received for 10
Golden
wells.
Shield
Now,
Project.
the agreement says that it says for all wells. So what happens at that point that, let's say, for example, because I was very much on board.
So there's 2
when
existing wells on the property. Those wells were drilled for test pumps and
because I
aquifer
had
testing.
thought that 10 to 12
The entire dig
would be workable.
Those wells
And
will be
so,
conveyed to
what
the
is
city.
and as we're going through this process, so
We
what
see the
happens
city plans
if
to
we
drill
only come
an
back
additional 20
10
wells.
wells or 12
Penetration
So
testing.
the 22 new well permits are a condition of closing. So it's up to the city discretion on whether we close or not.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying then.
Sales
so then
tax
you're gonna
dollars,
come
but
back
they
to
can
us and
convey
say,
it to a business for
we're
free.
gonna look at for a
This
reduced
amounts to
cost.
preferential treatment
We're
and should
gonna
not
try and
hold any place in
renegotiate
any
that
democracy.
$169 million.
Economic development corporations pick the economic winners and losers, usually at the cost of the disadvantaged that have no legal recourse. Confirm who can join. Is it a pay to play? Please inform the citizens where the money went. A lot of it is more current and you're knowledgeable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Studer. And last we have
One of those conditions of closing is that Evangeline Laguna receives final, non-appealable permits required under the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District's rules for the drilling of 22 new groundwater wells on the real property of sufficient design to produce water for municipal use.
So that's the
Approval of
22
for the
new
assignment
permits
water
are a
production
condition
permit
of closed
issued in the name
sowing.
of Evangeline Laguna,
Norris.
LP, dated 2019 and renewed on January 21st, 25, and a transportation permit authorizing the transport of no fewer than 28,486 acre-feet per year of groundwater outside the boundaries of the district for use within the city of Corpus Christi service area. So if they don't provide all that in order to close, the staff would have to come back to city council to modify that condition.
Okay, I understand that, but I guess that's the thing. I guess then, once again, what does that do? Because there's a couple things that concern me. I guess number one,
Citizens underscore 20,251,100.
I don't know why we have the I wish we didn't have the interlocal agreements.
I know many times,
when
I was younger, we came out here and it was
before
even the water gardens were born.
I think I know where it's going to go.
My father, who's long since passed away, if you used to take me up there,
there wasn't the opportunity to move forward with it.
those of you that are
water outside the boundaries of the district for
Anyway,
use
so
within
I'm
the
not
city
saying
of Corpus Christi service area.
Well,
so what staff decided to do? What is it?
Man in the middle.
And that's once again, it goes back to my frustration of the rush. And I think there's some, I feel like, when I was, a lot of times when I started out as a salesman, I was always anxious to get the deal done. And I never suffer from call reluctance.
Supervising, Patrol 3, you have 4 pending priority 3, 5 pending priority 4, Patrol 4 has 1 pending priority 2, and 1
The
5.
rush is because we don't have any water. We're in a drought, and had previous councils did something other than just desal and look for water, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. It is obvious that we have a lot of things to do before we close on both sides. So I'm hoping that happens. I'm glad to see that you've got such a good team with you.
The men are in the evening over the overtime.
It's going to get
SCIFD calling in
quality. Can Steve Young speak to that?
Protesting citizens.
Rat.
Endpoint underscore detector underscore and underscore response.
in point detection and response.
I can speak to that.
I knew you could.
There's been 2 wells drilled, one on the eastern side of
You
the
should get us some good amount of quality, and don't
one on the
worry,
western
can
side.
stay on speak to that.
The
Hold
both are
tasks
producing
3
water
to 3 times.
about 800. Excuse me.
This
One was,
is awesome.
800 TDS.
You're good.
The other one was, I think, actually 1,000 TDS. But we had overdrilled that well intentionally to go down as far as we could, and we actually went in and found out what TDS was coming at what levels, and we know if we were to grout the bottom, let's say 150 feet, then that water would come in about 800. We went down intentionally. We know that water's coming in about 1,400. So we actually went in and figured out how much water was coming in each screen, and figured out what the TDS was coming in each screen, because that was the first well drilled. So there is every expectation that the well field, I could be fairly certain will come under 900. It'd probably be more like 800 TDS.
Of Americans, the other, mostly actually in red states, face the specter of financial disaster. Because when healthcare costs go up, more people lose coverage, people get sick, and more people
being
die.
close to the
Republicans just don't seem
MCL, the
to
primary
care.
drinking standards. The second
Now on the
well,
China deal.
we sampled it
In the middle
twice.
of the
There
second,
was some arsenic that came up, was bloated. The MCL, the second time we sampled it, it was slightly above it. That would easily be diluted out. It, oddly enough, it looked like it was coming through something surface source. There's a small, at that 22,000 acres.
London School Tracks, Lot 4, final plat of 82.4 acres, located west of County Road 33 and north of FM 43. Item number 8, Palms at Moore Senior Living Subdivision Block 2, Lot 1, final plat of 3.432 acres, located south of Agnes Street and west of Highway 286. All plats are in the TRC. Review comments.
Costs, especially in these cost of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI, and so to make those projects work economically.
We have a complete spreadsheet. Tends to be about 4 gallons information of we water get is from for 1 gallon of well. So if you do
Councilwoman
something, they were
Patsey.
just putting in pits.
People
So I
roll.
have feeling some of that high
David
blood might be so overall,
Councilman Hernandez, you're right. I brought this one more.
very favorable in terms
CIA.
of having some good quality water coming.
So the answer is yes, we do have good quality. I asked that question for Ed Cross because he always said there was. There you go.
$8.9 million a year.
He said so much water's there. Do you
So then
say
looking at the
yes,
Type
all
B
this water's there
Corporation,
we're talking
so
about?
like I said, there was a portion of Type A funding that had expired. It was reauthorized as Type B or 4B funding. And so the corporation was created in January of 2018. The 1/8 cents was approved with a 20-year term expiring in April of 2038.
That's great.
And it was authorized for 3 specific purposes:
Thank you for
economic
visiting with the
development,
surrounding towns. I think it's so important to be good to our neighbors and let them know that we do care, and we don't want to do anything to harm them, so I appreciate you doing that. I know there's going to be some other comments. I'm really happy about this project. We have to get moving because we have to have water for November of next year. We're not going to have enough money to go ahead and make a motion to approve it.
What we're saying is that we'll have to find the difference, the 850,000 elsewhere in the
Thank you, Darren. You
TRs.
are
And our
correct.
indications are that
The rush
probably
is
is going to be
that
savings
we
as
need
we
water
close out
now.
projects.
So,
Backfill the
yeah, it
850
was a
that's
lot of
taken away
detailed
from the street.
information, and I'm glad that we
So
got,
the answer is we think we can do both.
Councilman Hernandez
There's a little
digging
bit of risk
into
because that's not for sure here as it
into
closed
all
out.
that. But something that I wanted to also bring up is
CIA.
the financing. Okay,
Having
so
some
since this
good
is a
quality.
new
I guess
water
that's
source,
a lot
and
of
it is,
good quality.
should qualify
So the answer is yes, we do have a quality.
money that we
I
have.
haven't said
which
question
would be about how
Cross
much?
because he always did their
I think it's
loss.
32.
I guess.
Camille can answer that
John,
question.
and it's a whole guess.
30 million.
Plus or minus.
$0.9 million
eligible
a year.
project.
That's what I,
It would
so that's
say
what
so
I'm
much
looking at.
water's
This would be-
there.
Okay, so So how much money do we
So
have?
the looking at things like BC
23?
Corporation.
30.
So like I said, there was a portion of type of funding that had expired. Manningham, it was reauthorized as type B or CP funding. And so the corporations pretty in January 2018.
Because I thought that
even the judge may have said that the sentencing
unless
violation
the project came through
was egregious and
that we couldn't
the
recycle.
president is correcting that wrong, and he is officially ended the Biden administration under cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent to this party.
So we're making a payment with that money. Once you cancel the contract, I'm gonna have to defer that loan. We can no longer use that money to make any payments on that. But until that action is taken, it's still considered an active loan. Once that action is taken, it will be then a different situation.
I didn't know that. Okay, so once that money then is used up, I hope that we're going to be able to end the drought exemption, because that's not for you, that's for Nick, and I guess for our city manager.
Okay. Yes, Councilman, or Councilwoman, I do want to express that there is, if we do end it, there is a
5-year.
Even it's done, as we have it.
I also want to state, I mean, that fund is a tremendous influx of money
down to the real. Senator said in the core crisis. After the question was read, and we all knew this is a professional. We all knew why it was happening. This as well, and this is to have a board that's part of it. So once we cancel the project, so it will require him to go back into office, and we can all reuse rat.
And I'm also glad that someone at least brought up about the arsenic, that it is
action because we thought it was our property, and then we learned that no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation, and we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that were attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport, and to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
Any well field to monitor water quality from each of the wells, but I'll defer to Steve.
Intercepted messages.
Nick is correct. It's naturally occurring.
CIA.
We have a small little service we offer in Ontario where we go around municipal wells on the Gulf Coast, and we actually flow profile on them to see if they have an arsenic problem, what layer the arsenic's coming in. It's hit and miss. It has to do with much more complicated stuff.
Action because we thought it was our property, and then we learned that no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation, and we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the Cliff Moss Airport, and to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
And we did the design and the construction on this particular bond. We still wouldn't get into construction until 2.5 years from now. So we have in the bond cycle before we even get to it. And I'm not even sure that we would have the correct dollar amount.
So if this passes today, my understanding is we have an inspection period of 120 days.
Correct.
And then a permit for 180 days.
On Ocean Drive by the Performing Arts Center, so that would be the Texas A&M University Park and Ride location. So at this time, I'd like to invite Nick Martinez. He was here the last couple of years. He is the president of the Jazz Festival Society. He's going to say a few words, and then he's going to introduce a video that they prepared as well to highlight restrictions
that attached to this property. First of all, I want to thank this was all part of the Cliff Moss Airport, and to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
We're trying to get
So
you know, rather than have a chief miss and call back a firefighter one, you know,
We're going
the state's going to pay us up to that chief level. You know,
would be
but,
180 days.
it's really just trying to keep us far whole, and if we have a chief or a captain that's gone, or you know, several ambulance people that's gone, you know, we're not calling back just a bunch of the captains that can't ride the box, and other guys are having to double up on the box. You know, still use the same lift, the same process, and everything.
And that's a great example why this council is rushing this water project.
Control
It's
underscore
because
20,251,029
the more time we delay,
underscore
we're gonna be screwed.
07443. Again underscore
How do the
20,251,029
TDS levels around 800 in one well and 1,000 another compared to the drinking water standard? And will this water need additional treatment?
So the secondary contaminant level per TCQ of total dissolved solids is 1,000 parts per million. So what we've got, what the team at Owen Stevens in our water quality lab, we've got to understand, because we've got different sources of what's going on. You'll have the Evangeline, you'll have Lake Texana, you'll have the Colorado River, you've got the Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, through the Nueces River, and the Nueces wells. Every one of those sources has different water quality. So the staff at Owen Stevens and our water quality team will continually monitor that and understand what's going on. But I do want to say, when we draw more water from the Colorado River, people do notice the taste change of water, and that'll happen. It doesn't mean the water's not safe to drink.
Everything
It means that
with
as we
liturgy and
continue
polity,
to meet
more
our
notage and just
TCQ
fall,
regulatory
and that's a great
guidelines,
example.
but pulling from all
This
these different
council
sources, there's going to be a
this
change
water
in water
project,
chemistry.
and it's because
Can I
the
just
more
add to that
time
text better,
and
right?
delay.
Yeah, so the 800 will blend with the Lake Texana is about 500, 400 to 500, and so we've known, we've had HDR and other firms.
Has underscore 20,251,029 underscore 150245.
In Los Angeles, you're barely able to have it now. They did
Going underscore 20,251,028 underscore 16453.
We've had great discussions with all of our engineering teams. So the 12 million gallons a day can be connected to the Mary Roads pipeline, Schedule 4. So that's operating at 70 to 72 MGD.
The 800 will blend with color. The latex sounds
can be
about
inputted into the Mary Roads
504 to
pipeline,
500.
provided certain conditions exist.
And so
Those
we've
conditions
known
are
we've had
operating
HDR
at
and
Schedule
other
4.
firms.
Those conditions also include that
$265,000.
Seal Dynamics, SDI, and San Pat Municipal Water District continue to take their average demand. If the
10
Mary
o'clock.
Roads pipeline operates
The
at
special meeting for the Corpus Christi Type B Corporation is called to order. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Vice President Diana Summers. Here. Secretary Jesus Jimenez.
Here.
Mark LaRue.
Here.
Victoria Holland.
Thing was scheduled to
Absent. Johnny Filipello. Duke Controlla. Claudia Mastagashi is absent. Okay, so we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
So there's multiple entities working on that. That's CCW, the Lavaca Navidad River Authority, Pate Dawson, Hanson, HDR. That full team is working on how to best ensure a safe and consistent operation of the Mary Roads pipeline. Because the pipeline is so critical and significant for us. We've got to take every
We still have some
precaution
incentives that will be paid out in the next couple
available
of
to
years.
protect that
So
asset.
we will work through that to see if those expenditures are fully expended, one,
I want to
and
tell you,
what our
thank you for everything you have done so far for the city and your village. So that's very much Peter for this. I mean, I think we need to move forward and get this project going because we are out of time. Lighting, then we have water.
About water fountains.
Okay,
Next year,
and my point is not
December.
those specifically, it's just amenities that I'm asking
Provide the water we
if
promised
they're
to the
included,
refineries
which
and
you've
to
answered,
whoever else.
and if not,
they're going to keep
that would be
on.
coming next. So we need to. Councilman Roy.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. I think about how we've evolved from where we were at before with Evangeline in the past, and then this new proposal, and where we're at now.
Geofencing
And there's a couple of things that I
water district
feel good
continue
about.
to
And
take
one of them
their
is the
average
fact that
demand. CIA,
we have a team
10
that showed
of
up
here.
here today to talk to us. And
We're
answer
trying
questions.
to tell you
That's
how
vitally
to do
important, I
this.
think, Dr. Young. But the
We're
other thing
trying
is
to
just
tell
the
you how to
ability
do
of
this.
being in the past, sitting down and having lunch with a couple of advisors or people that really are in the know has helped try to really understand this, because it is fairly complicated. And, Dr. Young, I thought my head was going to explode about an hour ago, but I've gotten through that. But at the end of the day, the good thing is also is that when we sit here and we talk numbers and the staff talks numbers and that, our numbers seem pretty consistent. So I was waiting for the other shoe to fall and that we would have started at 169 million, and before the end of the conversation we'd be at 300 million or something, but it didn't happen.
Man in the middle.
And I appreciate that too. So I appreciate the research that's went in and the consistency in terms of the approach for the presentation, because I feel like there a lot of the council members have asked
and lunch with a
some hard
couple of
questions. I've had
advisors
people
or people that
in
really
the community
know
ask
this
some hard
help.
questions, but I feel
Would
confident in
try
terms
to
of the
really
answers. I
understand
like the
this
fact
because
that
it is fairly complicated.
I think we can rely on the fact that the quality of the water's there, and that's so
Young,
important.
I thought my head was going to explode about an hour ago, but I've gotten
kind of
through
reminds
that.
me of that movie, Failure to Launch. I'm ready to launch.
But at the end of the day, the good thing is also is that when we sit here,
Being no one will close public hearing and move on to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
All right, good morning. Good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with for Azali Estates for the oversize and overdepth of.
My challenge with this is, well, first off, are we available for the public's knowledge to know what the land was a project aside from the groundwater rights?
It's public information. It was in the media this morning. Miles, do you have that?
Yeah, that information's been
Just
released to
then?
the media.
Yes.
Can you tell us how
I'm
much
gonna
it
throw
is?
you out the goddamn window. What, Jay Quinn?
Mr. Garvey, we're telling the truth. We have clubs at the school. We have clubs for special interests.
Okay, I see. So y'all want to play? Y'all want to play? Yeah, okay, we're gonna play a little game. I'll play. I'm more than happy to play some games with y'all. Anyone who's in a club, stand your ass down.
It was done to see if they compelled her. They closed a
network system security.
And so, Miles, I think you have it there.
Yeah, what I showed here was 5251 per acre, but the
$20,000
appraiser calculated 27.
Additional city manager appointees are opposite
So
to those terms.
So each council member gets one appointee?
Yes.
They're not voted on, they're just appointed by that council member?
Correct.
Times
Well,
20,000.
yeah, they're just appointed.
Three, which is slightly less than our survey was giving us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's voted against anybody's appointee if it's their appointee.
100
Just
million,
want to get Bart Brazelton off of there.
I mean,
No, I'm kidding.
Some change. And you know, and really that's the heartburn I have. You know, first
Network
off,
system security. And so Miles, I think
it's
you
all
have
hands on
it
deck.
there
I think we need
yet.
to look at
What
every
I showed
resource. It's
here
always
was
been an and. It's never been a
50,
nor.
1 per acre, but I'm
Unfortunately,
not sure
you know,
if
some
you
of my colleagues
calculate
are
in 27 days additional city manager.
Track out there at Salinas Park. What we plan to do is bring in someone that's hired by USA BMX to help us resurface that track, get it competition ready for sanctioned racing.
Additional city manager
USA
appointees
BMX
are opposite.
controls, they provide us the
council member gets one
insurance. We have to
appointee.
charge
They're
a
not voted on,
small
they're just appointed by that
entry fee
council
every time
member.
you race, and that goes back to
Listen.
USA
They're
BMX
just
for,
appointed.
so we're not doing this on our own. It's a
Thank you,
national
Ms. Briscoe.
organization.
Yeah, I mean,
is there anyone here who would like to make public comment?
If it's their
I just
appointee.
think it's not prudent because
I just want to get Barb Brazelton off of there. No, I'm kidding.
If there's only 10 MGD available, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. We're going to have to go back to renegotiate, and that's going to present some challenges because now that's going to delay it. You know, that's just going to delay it. I think this term sheet is something that I'm really concerned with because we're just agreeing that, hey, all this works out for this, which I think is very, very optimistic. I think it's very optimistic. And I've always said that the water is good. The water is good. And what is it? So
clean and more modern and more pleasing in our environment. So these investments are also very significant, even though they seem to be just relatively, fairly easy cosmetic changes. There's still really good investments in keeping the venue modernized and looking good. Next slide, please. We also completed some security enhancements, which included keyless entries throughout the building, which is a great investment because it's leveraging, which is pretty common technology now, getting us out of the business of having
to office to explain to what it is, and then we came over here and we talked about it. So at that point, they'll come talk to me, a freshman council member that, didn't know where the bathroom is all of a sudden now, but we can't talk to our neighbors down the street. And now they put us in this predicament. So it's just really frustrating that we're willing to go ahead and agree to $169 million
We're just
when there's no permits. We're obviously going to have to apply for more expensive debt, which you said is at 5.5%.
In keeping the venue modernized and looking
we
good.
estimated at 5%.
Next slide,
We're trying to come
please.
up with some conservative information for it.
We also completed some security enhancements, which included RKLS entries throughout the building, which is a great investment because it's leverage, which is pretty common technology now, pushing us out of the business of having.
This is what we base this on. Staff conducted reviews with staff, other state municipalities, and Parks and Recreation fees are usually on the lower end of that market.
Whatever it is per acre, then I might be okay with it. I might be
some
okay
marina,
but right now,
changes include catamaran, slip rentals,
and it
on our trailers, and then we like to figure out in Parks and Recreation.
We're still in the dark with all that. So I just don't think that's a good business model. I don't think it's a good business plan. So I just wanted to be very clear. But I think full steam ahead. Congratulate. I think you guys, we put you under tremendous strain because we're inconsistent. We're inconsistent. But thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
Johnny.
Okay, I want to say that this is not rushed. How long have we been looking at Evangeline?
Probably, I've been here 6 years, Councilman, probably half the.
Well, it's been here,
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
We're still in the
going
dark
back and
with all
forth with
that.
negotiations.
So I just don't think
I know
that's a
we're paying
good business model. I don't think it's a good business plan.
Right, so we can know exactly how much
So
more
I
we're
just
paying for
want
this
to
water.
be very clear,
I want to make sure
but I
that's
think
all
full steam ahead.
upfront.
Congratulations.
Compared to another project.
I think you guys,
it's a
we
lot
put
cheaper.
you under tremendous
We're
strain
talking,
because
how
we're
much did we
inconsistent.
pay for drilling the wells on the
But
western well
thank
field?
you very much.
Per well.
So the western well field, of course, they're not all drilled, but we're estimating about $30 million for that complete well field. So that's 12 wells, that's all the water lines, that's conveyance to the river, that's electrical infrastructure upgrades, that's site clearing. It also includes our studies.
Evangeline with some other caveats because you have to get it into the Mary Roads at some point, right? So what are we talking about? Just rough napkin math.
$2 million a well times 22 is 44.
So 44 million on top of the 169 million, we're talking what, 200, let's just say round it up to 250 million.
Yeah,
So the Western
I would like us to take a step back there.
if they're not all drilled,
Evangeline is going to be more than that,
$30 million
Councilman, because of
for
electrical
that.
infrastructure.
Minder.
Tying into the Mary Roads pipeline is not.
Okay, I just doubled the amount you gave me. Right.
Councilman, I think.
Well, yeah. I think there's a lot more goes into it.
total number of about 200,000 for the infrastructure. That's
infrastructure that helps support the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So infrastructure is an allowable use.
Okay, now, I know, I guess it was about a year ago, the General Land Office has gone to the COG, and there was a lot of, I mean, several of us were engaged in the methodology with how they calculated it. I think, what is it, Nueces County was going to get 40 million.
Because there was a call out there earlier, and because it's 247 over there, just call. We have another call for a welfare non-urgent.
And so I want to say, you know,
It's going to be at 735 Woodbridge from the Woodbridge Police and Nursing Center. This is contact with the nurse there at the location. The nurse is called in by a confused patient, and there are nurses with the patient now requesting a count.
In that 12 months, I mean, how long did it take us to drill these wells up here by the river?
So the eastern well field, we completed 8 wells within a 7-month time frame. But keep in mind, the city owned the property, and the conveyance to the river is much shorter. In some well locations, it's 50 feet of overland flow. Again, doing anything with the Mary Roads pipeline is extremely difficult, and it's probably the most difficult part of the entire project.
Okay, but we've already started that process.
I don't
hired several engineering companies to be able to
on the streets right now.
Correct. Okay.
So
I don't
great.
know how many years we've done the hydrological studies, and you know, this has been there for a long time.
The emergency
City has used it for a long time. St. Paul has used it for a
This is a
long
good
time.
part of that.
You know, and
We're going to have to be involved
we
in
didn't
that,
communicate
in that 12
and
months.
San Patricia was sooner. I think we've done a
And
good job
how
of
long did it
communicating that,
take us
making
through
sure that
these
we're
weeks
not
up
going to
here
impact
by the
negatively and take care of everything we do. We're in compliance with the groundwater conservation district in San Patricia. All those things are in place. So, you know, I am in full support of us moving forward with this. Now, the caveat that, you know, we should pay for what actual water we can get based on the production.
And 50,000 less
But we
than
have
this.
180 days to
The
make
only
sure we figure
question we have is, what are we missing? Our complement is 455.
Objectives for the time that
We're above our authorized complement.
this
We understand.
this shutdown continues
We're at
past the
481.
November 1st deadline. That
We
is
have
a fateful
59
deadline for a number
cadets.
of reasons.
It's 58 now.
Starting on Saturday,
58
the
cadets.
list of things that this means for the
And
American
as
people.
those-
It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children, and nutrition.
Making sure for the public.
Now, the caveat that we
Someone
should pay
quoted
for
me, a
what
really good friend
actual
of mine the
water
other
we
day,
can
we've
get
waited
based
so
on the
long to do
production.
this because Evangeline's been around a long time.
In 50,000
They have
less,
gone back and forth with the
but
city.
we haven't been
When I
there
got
since
here,
the
they called me in January,
1980s.
gave it to Mr. Sinoni, he
The
immediately
only
got on
big
it. So they
question we
didn't
have
have
is,
for a while, so
what
I
are we
appreciate
going
that
to
because
do?
they didn't have
Thank
to.
you very
So the
much.
predicament we are in, which I'm going to say again, is because previous councils did not look for water for us that we needed right now, just focused on one thing. But someone quoted me, it says it's the greatest cost of infrastructure is delay. Nothing ever comes down, it always goes up. So we have delayed. Had we done it years ago, it would have been cheaper. Now we're going to have to pay the piper. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor.
I would start by echoing what sentiments have been shared. Thank you for this information and the presentation, and my hats are completely off to the team. This year, what I've watched is CCW and our city leadership truly focus and mobilize on getting water for an immediate future and securing a long-term supply. And I know a statement was made a little bit ago that we're indecisive, and I think that's not true. We have been very decisive, and we have avoided curtailment and also secure a robust and strong, diverse portfolio for the future needs of this region and its water supply. So I want to make sure that that is a soundbite that's out there because that's the reality. And at the end of the day, like was just stated, What we're paying for
So
is
we have
scarcity.
delayed.
We don't have another project right now that we can begin harvesting water in a matter of months at the volume that we need it.
Now we're going
And so
to
I don't know
have
how
to
you
pay the
would
packer.
really put a
Thank
price on
you.
that, other than we need it.
Thank
And we
you.
have promised the people that
Thank you,
we're
Mayor.
not going to go into curtailment
I
at
wouldn't
all costs,
start
that we
by echoing
can
recent
doably.
events.
Costs, especially in these costs of rising construction
Thank you
costs,
for this.
because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% EMI. And so to make those projects work economically, there's usually more than just this little bit of funding. There's got to be more funding that has to come together to be able to make that work. And so we have had several projects come forward, and they just weren't able, either they weren't able to get the tax credits that they needed, or they couldn't make the economy that needed.
Staff said
In point protection.
that about a month ago, we could staff like there were 25 firefighters in step one, and we just carried that forward.
Remember, we don't pay the $169
But
million
year one
until we close.
is really more than 8%, because if you mess with
the
the
transport permits and also the drilling permits. The production permit is in hand by the Evangeline
For 24.
for 24
But
inches.
what could happen, yes or no, is 6 months from now, this could come back to the council to say, couldn't get the 24, but we get you 12. Are you guys willing to work with that? Is that right? Could that be a scenario that comes back to this council?
That or any other combination thereof, sure.
Okay, so yes. So yes.
That or something different.
Okay, and then does the price tag change with that? I know some of these questions may have been asked earlier. Does price tag?
That has to be negotiated with the seller.
Okay, right. So again, we would be able to
Heath.
negotiate the 170,
Rat.
169, down to
Dumpster diving.
whatever, based on what's actually attained. Should that be the case?
Yeah, on production amount, correct.
Okay. And I ask these questions because we're relying on these numbers, on, a piece of paper that say, all right, we have a 60 GG deficit.
Yes, sir, for the $1 million.
24, Evangeline, minus 15, reuse, 10 MGD reuse, or effluent, minus, and we go down the line. And then we end up like with a deficit
To
of 1
negotiate the
MGD.
171.69 down to whatever based on what's actually attained.
Water projects.
Should that be the
My
case?
concern here is we
Yeah,
keep saying
probably production.
we need water now.
And I asked these questions because we're going to line these numbers on.
And what
The dollars. Piece of paper. That's 22. We have to do something different.
So we can't even see inside the windshield of this car, right? I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It almost kind of seems indicative of almost like what we're seeing as far as you got that and the way they're driving.
So, and Nick, you don't have to respond to anything. I'm making statements because I'm going to support this, but I don't believe. I think the chances of us getting that water November of 26, there's no room for error. And all it's going to take is one person to file a contested case, and we're done. So I'm going to state this again. Peter and I had a conversation yesterday. If we don't go out and look for more water, in case y'all are telling us that, yes, we can be at this point and say,
when we approve this, we won't sell that bond right away because we don't want to
inside
bet
the
on
windshield
ourselves and then start paying on the debt before we start doing the
It's not
project.
that.
So what happens is that use reserve balance funds to start
It's
the
not
process.
since
And then when we get to the point where actually spending
so
money, we
addicted
use all the bonds at that point. So depending on the market rate of what that interest rate is.
Our customers send that water
going to
district
support
that's
this.
within San Patricio County.
So
Today,
Nick, you don't
we
have
sell
to respond.
million gallons of water, all from Nueces
I'm
County.
making statements
And so
because
part of the
I'm going
conversation
to
is
support this.
a diversion of the Evangeline
But I
water
don't
to
believe-
Sampat Water District,
I
keeping
think
it within
it's
the county limits and the district, the water district limits. And Brian Williams, who's the general manager, knows about this and is willing to work with us. So there's options. It's not.
Well, and I understand that, Peter, I do, and I'm not trying to be negative.
Questions?
I'm supporting this, but I want to be real about what the worst-case scenario can be, because we have to plan for that. We absolutely have to plan for that.
That's what we've been doing, Mayor. Yeah, and we've talked to the council in exec session, it has been at least, on the alternative options of how we can get the water to a customer, whether it's here through this county or within Sampat County.
Right, but I mean, none of that is in stone yet, and I would imagine he.
Correct, yeah, well,
I would imagine he would work with this. I understand what you're saying. These things are just very
The
concerning to
part
me.
of district limits, and
I
Brian
don't think there's
Williams
any,
is general manager, knows
solid,
about this and is willing to
100%,
make work.
project that doesn't have risk.
So this option is not a good thing.
Every project has considerations, risks,
Well, and I
obstacles,
understand that
challenges,
here
absolutely.
I do, and I'm not trying to
and that's
any
why
questions.
we've assembled
I
the
want
staff
to
to
be
work
real
through those
about
and
what
mitigate
the
them.
worst case
Every good
scenario
engineering project, you gotta do your best to mitigate.
Because we have to stand
Staff
for
and
that.
engineering firms, so we have three
You absolutely
engineering
can't
firms working on
stand
this
for
project
that.
right now. That have
That's
worked with
what
the city
we've been
for
doing,
a
Mayor.
long time.
Decades.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and we've talked to the council in an exact session that has been at least
17 years.
Options
That,
for the
the city
corporation's
has worked
funds.
with.
And
We
so
had
had been primarily invested
many years.
the
I had Chuck Dean on a radio show this morning when that came from, I
like a
know
money
John
market
Michael
for
from
governmental
Hanson, who
entities.
helped
What we want to
many
do
of
is
the
expand
water
that
projects we
to
have in
be
that
able
area. This
to
has been
invest in
decades.
some agencies.
You know,
Maybe
20
not.
years,
Whatever,
Okay.
on those
plus
lines.
years.
To do that, we must have a
All right,
safety
well,
net.
so my point is,
Because
for
governmental
governmental
investments,
investments,
it is something
that
settle on what's called deliverables.
city staff, city managers, other mayors, councils have worked on.
Right.
This isn't something that councils didn't work on, and we can't assume that it is because of the city that things didn't move forward. I don't think that's fair to say, and I don't think that, I don't even know, I don't even know. But it's neither here or there, but somehow negotiations never moved forward. So I just wanted to point that out. Councilman Gentu.
So we're paying 169 and the appraised value is at 108, correct?
That's correct.
10.11.
Appraised land value is 108.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if I was selling a home, I don't care what the appraised value is, I'm gonna give it away, you know? I don't think anybody goes by appraised value and
Options
sells
that the
something.
free sheet has
And
done.
the reality is, water
We're
is
going to
gold.
get a good
I mean, that's the
program.
new gold, and water's gonna be expensive because we waited so long
Me
for
and
other
we
water
are the.
sources.
I'm a person.
I'm a
person.
In my
Work are
opinion,
going to be a new home.
we didn't, we
What
should
we
have got
want
these deals
to
done
do is spend and
when
work. In that case,
in a year and a half or whatever the case
I
is,
have been
and
able
we're
to
trying to
do that.
get water.
We must have a say.
When we were about to enter the break,
Well,
there was
that's
no
my
to building
point,
He was
is because
definitely
I
$30 million
am
gallons, and which
we're
I want desal, and we need it, but a different location and a cheaper price.
Might take their job.
And I think we could get that done. But I just don't, you know, I
Yeah,
just don't
I think you
understand
guys
what
are
city
very
council members
cute.
on his dais, you know, saying is it costs too much, you know, this and that. Well, what's your plan to get us water next year? I mean, what are we gonna do? What's our plan? If we don't do this today, what's our plan? You know, Nick, question. If this doesn't happen today, we vote no on this table. What's our plan to fix the issue next December?
So one thing that I do want to reiterate, and we'll talk short term, and then I do want to talk long term just briefly.
but a different location
It's very
and a
critical
cheaper advice, and I think
believe I
we
have full
could get that
consensus on
done.
this for the city to diversify
But I
its
just
water
don't.
supply
I just don't.
portfolio.
I just
Gotta
don't.
do that in case
Because of
times like this happen
It's a
again.
cool
In
thing.
the past, the city has done a great job
You'll
of
miss
diversifying
You know what
surface
I'm
water.
saying is
They
it
really
costs
have.
too much.
It's been incredible. The Western reservoirs, Lake Texana, the
Well,
Colorado.
we're planning
However,
to get
there's
those
still all
waters
surface
next
water.
year.
We know what happens because we're all
I mean,
experiencing.
what are we going to do?
Short term.
What's our plan?
To
We
make
don't
this
do
work,
this yet.
we've got to use our
What's our
Nueces
plan?
well program
We don't.
through this
We
drought
don't.
period, right? And
Heath.
maintain that asset. And then we need another source, which is Evangeline. And this is the next project that's in line.
Hi. Underscore 20,000.
But if we don't get this project done, we vote no today on this project.
AI might take their job?
You underscore Linda underscore more
And
underscore
we'll be in trouble next December.
Maintain
So one thing
asset,
to
and then we need
remember,
another
so
source which
the
is
projected level one
Evangeline.
water emergency is November 2026. In those calculations, the Western Wellfield isn't on that yet. When that wellfield is fully operational, when it comes online in May, that will push the level one water emergency into May 2027. However, it still happens.
Yeah.
It still happens. And then the other thing I do want to point out is just how critical the MRP is. If something would happen, a substantial issue there, that would catapult us into level 2 water emergency immediately. If it was a break or anything that couldn't be repaired quickly.
You know, I challenge this council
In those
to our term
calculations,
ends
the Western
to find
Wellfield isn't
all
on
the
that
water we
yet.
can get
Level
the
I'd
next
be
20,
happy
30
to have
years.
our breakfast.
Because I
I
felt
don't
that
want
past
to come
councils did not
online.
do that.
Yeah, it's only
And
at
that's why we're
30%.
at
so
That
we
will
try
push
to
the
hire
level
I want
finish
desal.
design
Let's get
and then
desal.
build it.
Let's get other
That
water
will
projects, but
push
let's
the
plan
level
for 20, 30 years down the road so we don't have to be in this situation
However,
anymore.
let's still have
Very simple.
this. It's still happening. And then the other thing I do want to bring is just
water,
how
yes.
critical the RPS.
You know, it's pretty
Something
scary.
would happen.
It really is.
A substantial issue.
Once again, Nick, thank you for everything you do. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
152235.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Emergency underscore 20
Is it possible, Peter, can we get the alternative water supply presentation from October 14th? Can we get slide 16 to be shown real quick?
Getting to
From
about
October
100
16th,
14 running out of water. And so we
we
have all this posted.
They're working on it.
Okay,
you got it.
I can see it on that dashboard here.
Learn
They're
more
working
about
on
what's
it.
going on with CCW and
I think it's important that
water supply conditions are about.
the positions that we have,
Gentlemen, thank you for being here. I
the
really
platforms
appreciate
that we
the
have,
information. I think
that we stop
everybody could probably
narratives and stop causing increased fear or doubt.
To do
You know, we are working very
really
hard. I'll wait a second.
Thank
for-
you so much.
They got it. I think this is what you're
That's
referring
my
to.
own
Yeah,
passion.
perfect, thank you. So it said a
Thank
moment ago
you.
that what happens if this project fails?
Is it
and
possible?
are we prepared should we
DDoS.
only be able to harvest 12 million gallons a day from Evangeline, or perhaps 10? And then our city manager interjected that the caveat to that number is that the other 12 could be harvested but not taken out of that district, not taken out of that county. And so that puts us still back up in that 24 million gallons a day realm. But let's say 12. Let's talk 12. So 28 from the groundwater wells, let's say 12 from Laguna, Evangeline, 16 from reuse, and 50, which is another action item today, from Harbor Island.
Underscore 20,000.
Sitting at that number, at what has been stated up here as cause for concern if it were worst case scenario, that's about 94 million gallons a
So
day.
we only be able to harvest 12
As of
million
today,
gallons
and
a
past
day
council
from
meetings very
Evangeline,
recently.
or perhaps
If
10.
we were to
And
capture
then
the
our
other
city
12
manager
and
interjected
keep
that
that
the
in
caveat to
circulation,
that number
perhaps
is that the
using
other
that
12
for a
will be
San
harvested but not
customers,
taken
that
out of
puts us
that
up to
district,
106
not taken
million
out of
gallons
that
a day.
county.
In enough time.
So if we took out Evangeline,
And so that puts us still back up in that long
efforts
quarter.
that we've all put in
Man in the middle,
windshield.
walking us down a
So we
path
can't
for
even
a
see
strong
inside the
water
windshield of this
future.
car, right?
So I think
I
that
don't
the
know that I've ever
question,
seen
what
that
if this
before.
project
And all
fails,
this
goes
kind
down
of
to 12 million gallons a
indicative
day,
of
this.
almost like
answered in
professional
previously
The only
given
questioning we have is,
data
what are we missing?
Because we thought it was our property. And
the way they're
then we
driving.
learned that, no, this is
Our complement is
actually property of,
455.
We're in a good
Industrial
Complement.
Development Corporation.
We're above our authorized
And
complement.
we
understand
also
that.
learned that there were some
We're at
deed
481.
restrictions that attached to
We
this
have
property.
59
Received it back
cadets,
from
well,
the
58
state.
now.
So this was all part of the
58
Cliff
cadets.
Moss Airport. And
as those
to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
He points detection and response.
$330 million. None of those numbers have been discussed today for a project that could go up to 24 million gallons. And we've discussed what happens potentially to that cost if we don't get the full 24 million gallons. So I feel like those concerns have been very well addressed, and all of our partners have come to this table saying, let's figure out a way to make this work and make it work very quickly for not only the city of Corpus Christi, but all of our water customers, all of the ratepayers, and this region. And then beyond that, let's look to the future, to what Councilman Cantu just said. Invest in projects that position us for a strong 20, 30-year future. So thank you for bringing up this slide deck again. I just wanted to take a note and paint a good picture of the work that we're actually doing and leave that for the meeting for this item. A good, strong picture for the future. Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome.
Of underscore
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just wanted to just at least plug in one more
There
last
might
thing,
be
which I
one
think
of
is
these problems
again
in
a
this
very,
country.
very low hanging fruit, which we have said, which is
50,000
conservation,
was
right?
less than this.
We need to have that conversation
Only
with heavy
questioning
industry,
we have
us,
would have been
us,
missed
we the
when we
people,
thought it was our
with the
property.
residents to see what is it that they
And
can
the way
do.
they're going to be.
And to show us,
This
because I
is a
understand
couple of minutes.
they're not going to invest in their
455.
technology or in their equipment
Industrial
if our
government,
water is so
corporate
cheap.
government.
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay in there in 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on the 5 years at the city of
Slide there, I don't think all of those projects were voted on by this council.
One
by
observation,
agencies, so
get
everything out of the way.
Rat.
Come back with a clean rag to wipe down any food and debris off the
Ms.
area
Gabrielle,
and dispose of it
if you
properly.
please stop breaking decorum, we would
Once we have
appreciate
finished
it.
clearing the food
If we
debris,
had
I want
everyone
to go
in
ahead
this
and
room
grab
making the
a
same
clean,
sounds and
sanitized
snippets,
rag.
Call
it
to
wouldn't
pray
make
that
an
you
amount
stay
of
in
area.
conflict. Please stop.
Congratulations to
And let it
throughout
dry
the
until we go
years,
into the next
the history and the military
We still
service.
have some incentives that'll be paid out over the next couple of
I'm
years.
not surprised
And
to
we
hear
will
that.
work through
We've
that.
just
Yeah,
actually
the
been
second
doing
are fully
outstanding work.
expended one and is what
You
our
were a
council
star
is
in
doing.
San Antonio.
So,
You were like a lot of people. You're just doing outstanding work. Congratulations. How are you? Good
Okay,
afternoon.
Michael Miller, District 2.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor, you're
Good
correct.
afternoon.
All water projects have
Good
risks.
afternoon.
And I acknowledge that. And I know
Slide
that this
there.
project has risks as well.
Good
I
afternoon.
personally support this project, but I'd be lying if I didn't have previous concerns before today, after hearing the details. First of all, I feel a lot better about it.
Done.
Number one, Dr. Young's presentation was, I learned so much about groundwater today.
Was the what?
Insane.
Oh, and I forwarded his desk phone to
One thing
mine.
that I liked about all of his responses,
Oh, hello, Martha.
whenever anybody
Good news.
asked
I've
him a
married.
question,
Tell
he gave a
Father.
direct answer, and he delivered it very confidently. There wasn't a lot of dancing around. There wasn't a lot of looking at the ceiling and trying to remember words, which I felt like I saw a lot of whenever we were having our Harvard South project conversations. Second thing, I read the
Military
proposal, and I had some initial concerns, but then I asked myself, why are we doing a land appraisal versus a water appraisal?
previous concerns
So,
you know, I'm really not sure if I feel a lot better about
commercial
done.
Right, so like in business, whenever we look at acquisitions and stuff like that, we look at EBITDA.
I learned so much about groundwater today.
And I was looking at
This
what
is a
EBITDA
way
for like
I
a public
didn't say.
utility, and it's like 6 to 41.
And I, in this desk,
So you need to look
thing
at
that I like
how many
about
gallons of
all
water
of these
per day are we
response.
getting, times 365, figure out what the commercial value is of that water, and
Good
back into
news.
this number and figure out if this is a
I've
good
made
deal
a
or not.
question.
And I think the math that you'll
Tell
find is it's
Foster.
probably a pretty good deal.
I can't.
On their own, and if not,
And
Those are
then
my
you go
thoughts.
to the
Share those
department.
with you, and I feel confident with
I'm
this
very
project. I support
confident.
it, and good luck. Thank you.
There wasn't a lot of games on the rules.
The clinical sessions don't overlap, and that's how we're able to do, but, we could do class up to 72, really.
Chloe Perez, District 2. So there's a large group of constituents, myself included, who have grave concerns about the lack of responsible, long-term water management.
Okay, I think one of the other things we'd asked before we went to caucus was just using our wage scale right now. What's an 8% pay rate?
The consequences of policy decisions that prioritize corporate greed rather than human needs, and were made not only without our consultation, but without our consent. What we're asking is that you change course and to commit to co-governing with the public, especially those of us who the city has long ignored or forced to bear the most negative impacts of industrial development. I'm grounding all of this and hope to impress the importance of this new legislative orientation with a recent report from ProPublica. The scramble for water at the behest of an industry and economy that incentivizes and thrives off of extractive and hazardous resources is having devastating consequences. According to a report that analyzed 22 years of data that came from a NASA program called Grace, the areas of the Earth that are experiencing catastrophic water loss are becoming so large and interconnected that they are forming intimidate regions.
So there's a large group of those constituents.
One of those regions covers almost the whole of Europe,
Like I said, it's
Asia. Quoting directly from the article, in the American Southwest and California, this region now extends through Texas and up through the southern high plains, where the Ogallala aquifer is depended on for agriculture, and it spreads south, stretching throughout Mexico and into Central America. These regions are connected not because they rely on the same water sources, in most cases they don't, but because their populations will face the same perils of water stress, the likelihood of food crisis that could ultimately displace millions of people. So of course we don't want our people to lose jobs to curtailment, but we should also be incredibly concerned about the lack of long-term management will do. Quoting again from the article, research has long established that people take more water from underground when climate-driven heat and drought are at their worst. For example, during droughts when California has enforced restrictions on delivery of surface water to its farmers, which the state regulates, the enormous agricultural enterprises that dominate the Central Valley have drilled deeper and pumped harder, depleting the aquifer, which the state regulates less precisely and even more so. Jake is going to pick up where I left off, so I wanted to end with, it's my birthday today, and I'm content with spending much of the day here. I came to council on my birthday and many other days because of the same reason. I want for nothing more in the world to enjoy the home that I share with those I love and those who have loved me by co-creating a community that prioritizes the care of those who need it most, including our environment, more specifically our waterways that are being ravaged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Long-term
Hello, Jake
management will
Hernandez,
do.
City Council District 2. I'm going to be picking up with
Putting again
where
from
Chloe
the
left off.
article, research
As a
has
reminder,
long
we were talking about
established
the negative
that people
impacts
take more
of
water
excessive
from
groundwater
underground when
withdrawals.
climate-driven heat
So for the
and
most
drought
part,
are at their worst.
such withdrawals have remained invisible. Even with the GRACE data, scientists cannot measure the exact levels or know when an aquifer will be exhausted. But there is one foolproof sign that groundwater is disappearing.
the earth above it will collapse as the ground compresses like a drying sponge. The visible signs of such subsidence around the world appear to match what the GRACE data says. Mexico City is sinking as groundwater aquifers are drained, as are large parts of China, Indonesia, Spain, and Iran, to name a few. A recent study by researchers Virginia Tech in the journal Nature Cities found that 28 cities across the United States are sinking, New York, Denver, and Houston among them, threatening havoc for everything from building safety to transit. And in the Central Valley, the ground surface is nearly 30 vertical feet lower than it was in the first part of the 20th century. And people aren't just misusing groundwater, and they are flooding their own coasts and cities in the process, the article warns. And that means that they are also imperiling some of the world's most important food-producing lowlands in the Nile and the Mekong deltas and cities from Shanghai to New York. Once in the oceans, of course, groundwater will never be again suitable for drinking, and human use without the expensive energy-sucking treatment or throughout the natural cycle of evaporation and participating as rain. But even then, it may no longer fall where it is needed most. Groundwater is an intergenerational resource that is being poorly mismanaged if managed at all, the study states. A tremendous and exceptionally undervalued cost to resolve other hotspot issues. That such rapid and substantial overuse of the groundwater is also causing coastal flooding underscores the compounding threat of rising temperatures and aridity.
People aren't just
and
misusing
it means that the water
groundwater,
scarcity and some of the most disruptive effects of climate change are now inextricably intertwined. And here, the study's authors implore the leaders to find a policy solution, improve water management, and reduce groundwater use now. And the world has a tool to slow the rate of sea level rise, or fail to adjust the governance and use of groundwater around the world, and humanity risks surrendering parts of its coastal cities while pouring out finite reserves it will solely need as the other effects of climate change begin to take place, and they will. And this is the final quote that I'll use from the article. What is needed most is governance of water that recognizes it is a resource that determines both sovereignty and progress.
That article has a monetary value.
Yet there is no international
I'm not sure that it's fair
framework for
to
water
bake it into
management.
something.
All countries have a national water policy of their own.
I understand where you're at.
Which goes to state how important this is to
Conceptually,
you.
you're right. We agree that it's fair.
Thank
Right, but there has to be some give and take in that. And at the end of the day, we're talking about a health and benefit trust fund. You know, what we do with that fund, we indemnify the city.
Our achievements coastal for the intel housing for pouring out finance reserve to be able to solve the need as the effects of climate change begin to take place, and
that water
will.
You don't have the
And this is a final quote that I'll use from the article. What is needed most
Begin with
is governance
827
of
and
water that
closing that out so that
is
we're able
the
to close out
resource
this
that
area.
determines progress. That has a long heritage and
Thank underscore
This is Aldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. I really want to thank you all for really working as hard as you have on this solution as a short-term solution. But most of all, I want to thank staff for having gone through all that trouble to get you a solution for short-term. I agree with Councilman Cantu that says we have to look at the long term also, and I'm expecting you to do that. But you're taking a big step forward today in being able to solve some of the problems we have. So stick to what you're doing, you're working, and that's what counts. And from we, the people, the ones that I hear, the everyday people that talk to us, thank you. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for going through all the turmoil that you have been going through. And most of all, staff, thank you for all the work that you have done.
$1 million is sizable. Another 750,000. It's not going to make a dent. Nobody's going to notice that. for the most part.
Probably don't
So
need
why
that, I'm
can't
really
you just
not.
increase the
So,
750 design
Sharon
fee?
Sedgwick, 5501 Sarah's in Corpus Christi, Texas. Unfortunately, we have a district attorney. There was a lowbrow comment made earlier today from one council member.
Some $1,000.
Thank you.
It's
And that's
per
exactly
unit.
what's not in my notes.
So it's,
I really
yeah, it's still
want
below
to thank you for
$20,000 per
really
unit
working
because
as hard as you have
that
on
we
this
put in.
solution.
Backbiting and lowbrow
Short-term
comments
solution.
about each other, about the
But most of all,
staff
I
that we
want
have
to
that
accept for having
literally
done all the
working
trouble
themselves
to get to a solution
Yeah,
for
well,
short
jump
term.
My voice is shaking because I'm
I
really
agree.
someone
angry
is going
that
100 miles an
People's
hour on
roles
Surface Street.
is
And as
so
I try to look in
important.
here, check this
It's
out
the
too, Pat.
backbiting.
I think we've got tints on the on the
A couple
windshield,
of things
so we can't
on
even see
evangelism.
inside the
One of
windshield
my
of this car.
questions is that
It's
all
like, I don't
landowners
think
have
I've ever
not signed
seen
on.
that before. It almost just kind of seems
So will that
indicative
then
of
delay
almost
it
like
as long as
professional
the
criminal
landowners
behavior.
haven't also?
What we're seeing as
You
far
know,
as
that's a big concern.
you've got that, and the way they're driving.
Listen to the
Yeah.
appraisal value, but $61 million over appraisal value? We don't even do that in oil and gas. We don't go that high on oil and gas. The
Man underscore
even for Shell, we definitely can't do that.
20,251,100.
The other big
Camera.
concern I have, and I
Man in
understand
the
that
middle.
all say you're for desal, but yet again, we're not even remotely
I don't
close.
know. I
And
don't
that
know.
the groundwater
I don't know.
And the individual you're referring to, that was
So
certainly
try
the
to
case.
look at
Even
your
the
check
judge in
this
this
out.
case
Too
said
bad.
that the sentencing that the
so
Biden
much into
I
administration
think
was
we've
asking
got
for
tents
was
on the
very
track on
basic
the
and
wedge.
went too far. And so the president is
short?
We
correcting
can't
that
see
wrong,
the thing.
and he has officially ended the
60,
Biden
72.
administration
So we
war
can't
on the
even see it.
cryptocurrency
You kick
industry, and I think
desal
that's
out.
It's not the
part
wish.
of this.
It's not the wish.
And
It's not the wish. It's not the wish. We can't see that.
not sustainable.
We
And
can't
if you
see
keep
that.
kicking a long-term
We can't
resource
see that.
like desal down the road,
We can't see
With
that.
continuation to the recent conclusion of the Gaza
The end
ceasefire
of
agreement.
life is like
During your visit to
professional
Malaysia, you
renal.
witnessed the
I'm
signing
gonna
of the
We
joint
need it.
declaration on peace
this with
along the
you.
Cambodia
What
it's
we're
Thailand
seeing
border.
is as
of
far
the
as the
Ancient
way
Mariner
you've got the
To
idea.
by Samuel Coleridge.
You had provided
We've
input.
got
Water everywhere.
CIA.
China's been helping in our
drop
own way
to drink.
Cambodia and Thailand properly settle their border disputes. And we have also been promoting peace talks to resolve other hotspot
Gray
issues.
hat.
District 1. I'm here to speak on behalf of my friends and my family that live in San Patricio. And I'm going to be reading an excerpt that one of my neighbors who has a family in Ingleside who would like to speak but only gets a minute to speak, so I'd like to speak on her behalf. Today I'm asking you to protect people before projects. Corpus Christi supplies water to families and small businesses across nueces and San Patricio counties. When you
We're
tap the
heading
spigot
our
on
own
residents
way.
while leaving
Cambodia
heavy
and
industry growth on
Thailand
autopilot,
hopefully
you are
settle their
robbing
border
Peter to Paul,
disputes.
shifting risk and sacrifice
Also,
from
man
the
in the
leaders
middle
of
are
every
looking
household
to
in
talk
towns
to
like
resolve
Memphis
other
that
thoughts
down
on
real
which
shortages. Meanwhile, in Rivers,
I'm not speaking on behalf of my friends.
regional system approaching critical thresholds with emergency well drilling now on the table. Pretending this is a Corpus-only problem ignores shared pipelines, shared reservoirs,
And so the president
shared
is
family,
correcting that wrong,
and shared
and he has
pain.
officially ended the Biden
Texas law is
administration's
clear
war
about
on the
who comes
cryptocurrency
first when water
industry, and I
is
think that's
appropriated.
the
Domestic and municipal uses have the top preference ahead of industrial uses. And just to look that up, that's Texas Water Code 11.024. During drought emergencies, TCEQ can suspend or adjust water rights, but it must do so in a way that, one, maximizes beneficial use and conforms to the above stated law. What I'm asking you to do is affirm that domestic and municipal needs across nueces and San Patricio counties will be prioritized over further industrial increases until new supply actually exists, not just on paper. You can't keep asking families to do more
And so the pressure for acting that wrong.
and more.
In
Follow
point
the law's
detection
priority,
and
protect
response.
both nueces and San Patricio communities, and stop treating residents as the emergency reservoir for everyone else.
Thank you.
Like underscore 20,251,028 underscore 161927. Going underscore 20,251,028 underscore 16453.
In point. Comment.
Hazard pedestrian. Were y'all able to find anybody out there?
City council men and women,
Police.
Police.
city secretary. You know, Mayor, I would not come here without speaking words of faith.
20,251,030 underscore 130130.
Ms.
You
Smith.
know, I have no doubt we're not
Ms.
going without
Smith.
No,
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla. No.
First. If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly. Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Animal care services will also be closed on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st.
Like I said before,
Essential
and I'll
services
say
like
again,
fire, police, and
bringing
gas
you on
will remain
was a
open.
game changer. And I
Our
truly
public works team will be on call to handle any
all of our
urgent
positions
issues.
require
Solid
sacrifice.
waste services, including
But
the
I know
landfill
how
and
much
transfer
you
station, will be
give.
closed on Christmas
I've
Day
seen it, I
and
continue to
New
see
Year's
it,
Day.
and
If your
I'm
trash
grateful.
pickup lands on
We
those
made
days,
it
it'll ship to the
Thank you for the last 5 years. Congratulations.
That we
Happy
have
anniversary.
pegged Westwood Park, location 4, that substation. On the south side, or District 5, we're requesting $5 million for the construction of what's going to be called the Far South Police Center, and that'll actually be located on this campus.
Okay, remember what I was telling you about having a construction and design, and then we're not having enough money to pay for it?
251,028 underscore 18058.
So did the council reach a woman. Police.
We must trust God.
We must trust 1916th Street, number 1. 1916th Street, number 1 in area 3315.
And he
Entering their staging, EMS 1725.
But we must be a people of faith.
First. If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly. Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Animal care services will also be closed on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st. Essential services like fire, police, and gas will remain open. Our public works team will be on call to handle any urgent issues. Solid waste services, including the landfill and transfer station, will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. If your trash pickup lands on these days, it'll ship to the
City council members who, for some reason, never took seriously that this is a drought
underscore 20,251,028
you know this. The city manager came here knowing this 6 very long years ago. So I'd like to say, for those of you who have distorted many of our involvement to being here as something negative, we have to come here to watch you all, because you've proven to be liars and you've proven to be untrustworthy. And you all have failed to find a solution for this drought. And the reason why you have to pay so much over the value is because many people sitting behind this dais have put us in a state of desperation. You have us out
to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly.
All right, good morning. Good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with for Azalea Estates for the oversize and overdepth
projects that can help the situation that we're currently in. What I ask you all is to start involving community advocates, because at the end of the day, none of these projects are going to take the community out of drought restrictions. So we need to find the right projects that are going to pull us out of drought restrictions. I still think it's very odd that we're selling water before the community gets out of drought restrictions. That's very strange for me. I don't know who's doing the configuring back there, but we need to come out of drought restrictions and then
continue the sale of whatever water is available, but that has to be a priority, council, that the community members get out of restrictions on one of these possible future projects. We still have some destroyed.
Because at the end of the day, you're not going to take the community out of drought restriction.
Expended one, and then what our interest
So we
income is
need to
possible.
find the right projects that are going
If you need
to
assistance,
pull us
please
out
be
of
sure to plan
drought
accordingly.
restrictions.
Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Animal Care Services will also be closed on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st. Essential services like fire, police, and gas will remain open. Our Public Works team will be on call to handle any urgent issues. Solid waste services, including the landfill and transfer station, will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. If your trash pickup lands on these days, it'll ship to the
weird videos protesting citizens of a U.S. president with a crown
City underscore 20,251,001 underscore 015139.
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of
1101 underscore 044301.
And gender of the day, existential services like fire, police, and gas, who will mean open for you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud today to acknowledge this group because I've got a personal connection
Solid
here
waste
to
services,
David.
including the
Mid-hour.
landfill and transfer
So in
station,
1985 in
will
St.
close
Louis,
on Christmas
Missouri,
Day.
a group of 7 men and women formed the National Senior Olympics Organization, or the NSOO.
Well-tested citizens of the U.S.
On the windshield.
Governor,
So we can't even
where
see
they
inside
come
the
from.
windshield of
His
his
head
car.
flying,
Right,
hurry
and
up,
it's addressed
The federal government not quite passed yet, and so this last legislative session protects us in Senate Bill 916. They passed some language that would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is the calculation based, while that our ordinance is.
Photography underscore 20,251,105 underscore 0857110.
Photography dates, man in the middle.
Of underscore 20,251,020
So going to be a
underscore 180858.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna finish off this last item
We have
that
been
has to do
sought
with
of a flat
evangeline.
legislative
So the
session.
item is number 21: consideration and approval of a
Communications
resolution
assistance
relating to
or law
establishing the city's
enforcement
intention to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds relating to any capital expenditures from the proceeds of one or more series of tax-exempt or taxable obligations to be issued by the city in an aggregate
Evil
amount
twin.
not to exceed
Counterintelligence.
$169,500,000 for authorized purposes, including the Evangeline Groundwater Rights Project. So we have a motion. And did we have a second? Okay. Did we have any public comment? I'd like for public comment for item number 21. Okay, there being no public comment, I'm going to close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Biometric and an approved communication. We're just relating to establishing the city's potential to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds relating to any capital expenditure.
Code sections 551.071,
I've got to probably seek in one or more series of tax-exempt or taxable applications to be issued by the city in an aggregate amount. You don't want to exceed counterintelligence.
You know you're going to get paid.
$169,500,000 for authorized purposes.
Of course, you get paid 30 days late.
But
White hat.
you always get paid 30 days late, so you really get screwed that first 30 days. After that, you're fine.
Question, and in approved communication, we're just relating to establish to the city's potential to reimburse itself for the prior or longer.
So you had a total of...
I'm sure I'm following it in 2019. I've got to probably see it in one or more serious event for taxable applications issued by the city in an aggregate amount. You don't want to.
For underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151509. Man in the middle.
Man in the middle.
Go underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152220.
On protesting citizens, all of that is designed
by underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151319.
She does not have a source at this time. She was dragging away to the
2621 Southward, East 21 Southward, area 3301, 1733.
White hat.
Always underscore 20,251,028 underscore 204538.
Special assignment call at 14521 Northwest. DP 12 will be with me.
Are they going to be in that area? She's going to be like in a white dog with hazel on. There's also going to be a white dog truck next to her. She's going to be waving you guys down.
That advocated conspiracies the man or middle with crown. Doctors.
His underscore 20,251,031 underscore 051901.
Doctors.
His time, and then he qualified for the sick leave pool, and now the workers' comp case proves, and they take all his sick time, because they're going to look at his whole sick time, whether it was his or the pool, and say, hey, here's your 320 hours back. We need to make sure the employee gets his part back.
Yeah.
And then if there's remaining, then we understand that and go to the pool.
Underscore 153755.
That's just clarification, because it wasn't, we just want to make sure the employee's going to get theirs back and the employee's going to get theirs.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
1854. It was code 1 shoreline.
14.6 underscore 20,251,104 underscore 45153.
$14.6 million will go toward park development,
Doctors.
as well as $14 million
underscore
for revitalizing the Ford Northside community.
20,251,028 underscore
By adding amenities to these
15235.
recreational areas, these parks will honor the area's legacy for generations to come. We're building a park master plan, activating more park space, and
all
adding
underscore
amenities
20,251,028 underscore
and
1600205.
barbecue pits to provide a more enjoyable
The information. She has the neighbor colors that so somebody was breaking into her house through the window where they seen it is that. You know, there was 2 females. That's what I need for my part. VA mile 0.
347.
Question case number 84-084.
$14 million for revitalizing the Ford Northside community. Okay.
12.13.
I'm adding amenities to this for 3 years. These personal honor the area's legacy generations to come. We're building a park master plan at Dattingham.
Another 750.
We're building a park master plan at Dattingham.
For the most part.
Doctors.
Increase the 750.
Air underscore 20,251,030 underscore 112917.
Air Force Base at 2 a.m. Lieutenant, I think we've covered this, haven't we?
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log lists no flight that left at 11 p.m. and the Andrews log lists no flight that landed at 2 a.m. I'd like to admit them as defense exhibits Alpha and Bravo.
I don't understand. You're admitting evidence of a flight that never existed.
Well, we believe it did, sir. Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Doctor.
Decision underscore to underscore leave underscore
Carter. He wrote an increase to 750 design fee in the bond to 4.5. That way then the type B does it in the 24th.
Sonar.
Sonar.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Building underscore 20,251,031 underscore 00148110.
Buildings, he's building a new academy, he's building substations, he's invested personally in our public safety. He's here in this building routinely. He's got to know our officers. He's just been tremendous in support and leadership. I can't say enough about him.
Peter is a guy that really understands how important water is to the community. He understands how important it is to public health, and he's been one of these guys that has really helped support us to make sure that we have the resources.
Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. So the president is correcting that wrong, and he officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message.
There's a lot of dollars being invested, so I don't think we're going to jeopardize that anytime in the near future just with the dollars that we've seen going into the base over the last 5 years. There's more going on today than people even imagine unless you actually do a tour, even from the 3D equipment they've got in there that's extremely expensive. So I don't want to get sideways saying that we're going to support them because I
underscore 180858. Substantial underscore 20,251,031 underscore 143627.
Substantial rain. And the stormwater ditch over there is maintained by us for a certain distance, and then I think the county maintains it after that. Is that not correct?
I know, of course, it drains east, and then eventually that ditch then makes its way to Oso Creek. I don't recall as it moves south. I'm talking about the green line here. If it does meander out of the city before it gets into Oso Creek.
Oh, it does. I assure you it does.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Going underscore 20,251,028 underscore 164530.
I do have officers on scene with a male subject.
5206. Contact Jennifer.
The city before it gets into a secret. It does, I'm sure you did.
$5,000. We still have some incentives that'll be paid out over the next couple of years, and so we will work through that to see if those expenditures are fully expended, one, and then what our interest income is off to help make up that difference.
Possibly hiding under a house on Carroll or near the Cottonwood apartment.
103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job.
At underscore 20,251,028 underscore 183131.
Over-the-top rhetoric.
Fabricate underscore
20,251,030.
Forward is decimal in mine.
We still have some incentives that will be paid out over the next couple of years. Hacking.
Protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160205.
They're acting protesting citizens. All of that is bizarre.
AI might take their job.
White underscore hat.
And all
White
the
hat.
nonsense we see
After
251,029
the weird video
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on
Whaling.
protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
Station. 2 copy.
4138. You guys here clearing up there, boy?
I'm asking because a ladder in a unit took off.
We're not clearing up.
No, we're not clearing up.
Can you start one more? For...
And all the nonsense we see over the top of us, we
For
consider
underscore
conspiracies the weird videos of the U.S.
underscore 151509.
President with crown on a fighter jet and dumping poop on wheeling.
EMS copy.
Decision underscore to underscore leave underscore 20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Decision to leave, including
Nonce.
military, including
Nonce.
I underscore 20,251,028
730
underscore 152124.
2725 Leopard, apartment 3106, the Palms apartment.
We have gone
Patch.
east
Patch.
and westbound, also on the access road of STID towards JFK
Thank underscore
eastbound.
20,251,028 underscore 152149.
Section of the JFK. We're going to proceed to the other side of the JFK.
10-4, I'm doing the cop right now.
Clear underscore 20,251,029 underscore 164811.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America. Maybe there's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
Non underscore C underscore 20,251,106 underscore 00013613.
Nonce.
You're right behind the docks. If you can...
Christi, turn the other side of the bridge in that direction.
No cameras. We also have a best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition. Patch.
417 record rep.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. The underscore 20,251,028 underscore 154307. Ahead underscore 20,251,028 underscore 204636.
Delta 360 in the area.
Delta 360 area.
507, myself and 508 for 1041, the one is 507.
Underscore
Thank you very much.
20,251,028 underscore
Danger
180858.
10, Medicaid Danger 10 for a call, 1930 Yale Street, 1930 Yale. Area 10 heath, work off EMS 1, 1746.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Verify that that's possible for us to do South Pad and still have somebody meet us and take us to the
6
ICU,
underscore C underscore 4 underscore 20,251,030
And
underscore
in return,
16007.
Medicaid in detention for all 19, 30 years fee 19, 3, 0, 0, or 10, or heat, or copy MS 1, 17, 46.
Patch.
Patch.
A. I. Underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their
After
job.
the aortic dissection,
And all the nonsense we see
Thank
every
you
day.
very much.
I need somebody, if we land on the
Patch.
south side, I need somebody to be able to take us to the
20,251,098
ICU,
underscore 15235.
9077. I don't know if I can do that on the south side, I've never landed there.
20,251,101 underscore 18354.
13, work off EMS 1,
All
1747.
businesses is the cost of living here as well. So.
Protesting citizens.
Negative.
All of
Customers
that
in
is
Hold on,
up.
wait.
I just
Can I ask my actual question? Yes. Okay. My actual question was, when you say hourly wage paid by the business, is that minimum wage plus 5?
That's correct.
Okay, so let me give you a little bit of experience that I had, and maybe it'll be enlightening for the board. So right now, you know, even an intern is probably looking at one more than $13.
Man underscore in underscore law underscore in underscore apartning underscore 20,251,105 underscore 030,423.
Man in the
looking
middle.
at targeting individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
251,029 underscore 102125. Actually underscore 20,251,030 underscore 204927.
Affectionately known as Jackie's khakis.
Jackie came in the department when it was, I mean, still a male-dominated field, you know. But Jackie came in the department when it was really male-dominated field. He's very strong-willed, strong-minded person.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858.
Even in the training division.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858.
And it's admirable to see that she's held that battalion chief rank.
You drive April fighter jet, and no actually question was, when you say weight paid by the businesses that minimum wage and plus 5, that's correct. Okay, so
124 BGL, we'll get in approximately 2 minutes.
By underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151319. And underscore 20,251,028.
We'll be every Sunday, approximately 2 minutes.
I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120,051.
AI might take
further information.
And all the nonsense we see on the news every day. The over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies, the weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown on his head,
as underscore 20,251,028 underscore 20034. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
We get further calls on this animal. That you can clear it. If not, then just blow it and clear it.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
We're going to we're going to need a second rotation, front end damage. We thought it was going to move, but it won't.
Second rotation, front end damage, so far.
It's on the left shoulder, out of traffic.
Left shoulder, out of traffic, so far.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get further calls on this.
To the same office number they called from.
Alright, you can clear the call. I guess they can call back in the morning. Good.
798 and 803. The caller's address.
Welcome back. We are going to reconvene the meeting, and we are going to item number 22. And item number 22 is a resolution to authorize petitions and other appropriate information and documents submitted to the Corpus Christi for storage and recovery conservation district to include city-owned properties in the district under Texas
Everyday,
Section
not the over-the-top rhetoric
45.5.
contributes to the NES.
Council,
for the record, my name
President
is Esteban Ramos. I am the Water Resource Manager for City of Corpus Christi Water. Before you is a petition to the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District to include city-owned properties within the district boundaries. A little bit about the district. The district is a groundwater conservation district. It is dedicated to the protection and enhancement of groundwater resources in the Corpus Christi area and the surrounding communities. In addition to focusing on groundwater conservation and aquifer storage and recovery, which is a method of storing excess surface water in the
having some
aquifer.
technical issues getting our chopper shot
A little
there,
bit
so we'll try
more
to
about
effort
who
it for you. Well, we
Aquifer
just
storage
got it back
recovery
and then
are
lost it
the
again.
district CCASRCD.
Desmond, are you back
Before
with
you
us?
use a petition to the city
Conservation
to the
District.
Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage Recovery Conservation District to the city owned by heaths within the district
Water
boundaries.
Code Chapter 36.
You know, here's the thing that I know. For me, I'm getting heartburn, and some of my fellow board members are expressing heartburn. You know, we fund all of these projects, and granted they go to the council for final approval, but, you know, we're pretty astute here that we're not going to necessarily send something to the council that we don't feel like they're going to approve. And you know, we don't get, or the type A or the type B
managed through
gets minimal recognition. For example,
with the city and district manage operations and administrative activities of the district.
Overreach.
The district is governed by five-member board of directors elected on 4-year
10,000
terms.
underscore 20,251,000.
The CCASRCD core objectives is the protection of
$10,000.
groundwater quality,
It's
support
per unit.
regional water planning,
So
enhance
it's,
water supply,
yeah, it's still below
resilience,
$20,000 per
reliability,
unit, the subsidy.
promote public awareness, and ensure regulatory compliance.
Costs, especially in these cost of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% EMI. And so to make those projects work economically,
By the city of Corpus Christi and encompass the eastern and western well fields along the Nueces
For
River.
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 151,509.
Some key advantages of including the properties within the district are: it is a pathway to regulatory activities. It provides the district the ability to manage the city's groundwater resources in the same manner as other groundwater resources. It also brings consistency and predictability to the city groundwater resources.
So, moving forward, the City of Corpus Christi will participate with the other eligible tax entities to now vote on the available seats. Moving forward, Corpus City of Corpus Christi will participate with other eligible tax entities to now vote on the available seats on the NCAD Board of Directors in CAD's jurisdiction. Perspective and context, you've seen this slide before. This was sent to you via memo entities under NCAD's jurisdiction. You've seen this slide before, and this was sent to you via a memo.
Approving and move forward with the petition to protect and manage the groundwater resources owned by the city of Corpus Christi. Staff recommendation is to approve the resolution to authorize the petitions and other appropriate information documents to be submitted to the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery District.
Community as is one of our
It can include city-owned properties in the district under Texas Water Code Section 36.321.
And so that issue is they're going to
Stand by
have
for any
some
questions.
deferred maintenance.
Esteban, what would be, we've received a lot of emails.
Northside underscore
And
7288 Provost, A14 Ohio, A14 Realizing a male, male, black out, nature, black building, community name, 55, correction.
underscore 164
Several capital improvement projects are in development, and we're saying, thank you, Father. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the tech.
Well, put it this way, we have managed our relationship since the 1300s with about 30 skirmishes, but it's been very peaceful at our border after World War II. Yeah, but it's been peaceful at our border since we went to war and the war continuation. But, I mean, a lot of it is because we actually have a very large military. Biggest we have over 60 FA.
These are details. Catches sticks of accompanied the two.
Stop or try to impede anything that this petition to create a Nueces County Groundwater Conservation District. It's not to do any of that. It's just the owner of this land, i.e. the city of Corpus Christi, wants to be regulated, and the fastest way to do that is to join an already existing groundwater conservation district. So it is a pathway, again, to becoming regulated and under the chapter 36 of the Water Code.
Okay, Miles?
You asked for the alternative. The legal alternative, what happens is then if the Nueces Groundwater Conservation District is created, then those areas would remain within that Nueces Groundwater Conservation District. That district would have the power to potentially shut down the city's wells that it's attempting to
petition to create a Nueces County Groundwater Conservation District.
Charge us transport fees
it's not
to
to do
provide
any
the
of
water
that.
to our own citizens. So
It's just the owner
we would
of
have
this
to pay an
land.
extra fee of up to, I believe, the Texas legislature increased the potential fee to 30%, 30 cents per thousand. So it's a pretty significant potential fee that
It's to join already existing groundwater conservation district.
Okay.
So it's a pathway to becoming regulated.
King Street, 301 King Street, area 3313, work on famous 1759.
What you're saying is that basically it's going to protect us in terms of being able to, if we have to cross county lines and some of the, but what is it doing in terms of making sure, is it a, I don't want to use the word nonpartisan, but is it a group that is also going to equally look out for the residents of the district? In other words, you know, one of the things that, and I think everybody, I mean, this is the topic of conversation, is that people are worried about in terms of damage, subsidence, anything within the area that may cause them harm for their existing property. Does that district have anything to do with making sure that we're monitoring that, looking at things so that we are self-policing ourselves?
So it was
that's what I want to hear about. That is right. So this goes to creating
I don't think you want people to talk about it.
That can do exactly what you're describing and has rules in place for evaluating, permitting groundwater wells within the district.
In terms of being able, if we have to cross the county lines and some of the things.
They would follow the rules and regulations of the groundwater conservation district.
But what is it doing in terms of making sure is that there's no one to use the word in that part of the city
make sure that the regulatory activities will be followed,
and
so it adds to more of a
so then with the word
quicker
that's
pathway
going
for those
to be what I'm going to do.
activities as you just described.
And do you think we'd be able to carry that out without being biased?
Underscore 180858. Is
Just a
underscore
question right now. Thank you.
20,251,028 underscore 193608.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have received a lot of emails and, opposing this, and I'm trying to be open-minded about this. I know one of the things that stands out is that all the participants are
pardoning
city staff.
individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. So the president is correcting that wrong, and he is officially ending the Biden administration's war under cryptocurrency. And I think that's 100%
for these nominations.
Thank you.
So then,
Just a
council would
question
approve
right now.
those members to
Thank you.
Councilwoman, you have a board set up.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have a board set up by
Yes.
nominations to the council and they've approved.
We have received a lot of emails and opposing this. And I'm trying to be open-minded about this. One of the things that stands
It be up to council to determine who is going to be a part of the CCASRCD.
What we're seeing is as far as
provide
you got that and the way they're driving and,
to the board.
And when was the last time that y'all had a meeting?
We had 2 weeks ago.
Before then?
Before then, the previous one.
So you've been meeting regularly?
Yes.
Are those minutes posted for the?
We have we follow all the public information requirements. We have a website. I invite everybody to the website to look
Communications
at
Assistance
and
for
then
Law
public information.
Enforcement
If it's not
Act.
posted right now, public information request, and we'll provide any of the minutes.
Okay, so back again to the makeup of the board. Again, it would be done by your recommendation? Is that what you just said?
Staff's recommendation.
To all of
I am
them
the
is
general
determined
manager
to
of
be
the board.
indicative of all of the
ASRC.
professional CACR.
So just
We were written in as far as we got that the way they're man in the middle.
Targeting individuals who
or
were
how many do you have?
And when was the last time that you had a meeting?
We
had a 2 weeks ago. Before then, I mean,
even the
a little
judge
bit of a pretty much like hearing it.
I would think that you want to
So
include
you've been
residents
meeting
and
regularly.
And so the president is correcting that
Nueces
wrong.
County
He
Are
has
those
officially
minutes
ended the
posted
Biden
for
administration's
we
war
have there?
on the
We followed
cryptocurrency
all.
issue, and I think that's the message she sent
Appointee
this
to the
pardon.
board that they have some knowledge district. They live within the boundaries, so they would be affected, and so they would be part of the
In
district.
point detection and
When we say
response.
outside the district, I wouldn't recommend somebody outside the district be on a board that.
Well, in Nueces County, because we're not, some of our wells are not, I mean, they're inside the city limits, so that's why.
Well, again, it would be property owners within the district that are being regulated. So the petition that I think you're describing that's outside, that is areas outside the district boundaries. So I wouldn't include that person or persons to be included on the board that governs boundaries within that
Communications assistant, that they have some knowledge of the groundwater conservation district. They live
But it's sort of
within
like
the
the other way around
boundaries,
right now.
so
I mean,
they
we're
would be affected,
kind of,
and so they would be part of the
All
point
the
detection
board
and
members
response
are
side
within
of the
the district
district. I
boundaries.
wouldn't recommend somebody outside
and
of the
you're
district beyond the
self-regulating
word
yourself,
well in the
but
way.
water is fluid,
Communications assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Whatever we do here will affect surrounding
Detection.
areas, surrounding neighbors, so you would think you would want to include your neighbors as part of the makeup of the board.
Extremely skinny
I'm just
build.
saying.
He's got tattoos all over.
Okay, well, that's, one of the concerns, but I want to hear what the others have to say. Councilwoman Button.
So who's on the board? The names?
The members of the board are Nick Winkleman, Jeff Edmonds, Dan McGinn, Ryan Skaberskic, and Bill McCaffrey.
So when are their terms up?
You know, it's a communications system. It's their Law Enforcement Act. You know, it's whatever we do here will affect surrounding areas,
Let's see
surrounding
where she's
neighborhoods.
going, because it is all city
So
staff.
you
We
would
don't want to
think
be
you would want
biased. And so I think it's a good idea to be
assistance
able to
for
put
Law
someone in the community
Enforcement
that lives in
Act,
the area out
sandboxing.
there. I'm all for that. And a professional that understands groundwater. So just a suggestion.
Councilman Biden.
Rat.
But underscore 20,251,028 underscore 170553.
Now, for this initiative of the application that they've done for the Nueces County
Board
Groundwater
underscore
District,
20,251,029 underscore 173845.
That was determined through not our deal,
in their
petition they put together. They nominated
I'm all for
certain
that,
individuals.
and a
I don't
professional
recall off the top
that
of my head
understands
who those
groundwater.
individuals are. But that was
So,
a petition
just
sent
a
to the
suggestion.
TCEQ for
All
approval,
of our work in your
then there will be
council,
an election
but I'm glad
of those
to talk
boards,
about
and
that.
actually an election of
Okay, thank you.
Oh
But
Okay, so they'd
Communications
have to have an election to be
Assistance
able to do
for Law Enforcement
Okay, and
Act.
so they're going to be subject to the same regulatory requirements that we are.
They are. They'll have to follow Chapter 36.
So they'll follow Chapter 36. So basically,
Well,
the amount, I didn't do it before when we had Dr. Young, Steve Young. Man, I loved him up on the 49ers.
One underscore
So
five
there'd be
underscore
a limitation that would be
underscore
set on the
seven
amount of
underscore
water
nine
that could
underscore
be.
six underscore 20
I mean,
million
I guess the thing is that there's just a distrust for government.
144247.
I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, we're doing a land grab.
All underscore
police.
20,251,028
the-
underscore 160205.
And what is it? And so I think that's a
Councilman
challenge.
underscore
And
20
it's just we want to be able to protect the right to get
20,251,031
water.
underscore 173,439.
For law enforcement. So
Councilman
they're
Presley,
going
if
to
we
be
move
subject
forward-
to the
Thank you,
same
Mr.
regulations
President.
or
Can we
requirements.
bring that drawing
So
back
they
up?
are under type.
Is there a regulatory
They'll
requirement?
have
So,
to follow
Peter,
Chapter
well,
36.
obviously, we're going to encroach upon that existing baseball field, and you're stating that we may move it to where the old station was. I would just caution you, we obviously need to put the baseball park back, but is there any,
under the bed and banks application that deals with how much.
So there'd be a situation that would be set on the amount of water that could be in the groundwater. I guess the thing is that there's just a distress for government.
Each district and groundwater conservation districts are unique. The groundwater itself, now that we're moving into the groundwater world, is an entirely different beast than surface water. And the city of Corpus Christi has done their surface water for decades. Now we're in a new era of groundwater, and groundwater rules and regulations, as you heard from Steve Young, are different. They're very unique. Groundwater conservation district in the state of Texas, they're kind of describing what kind of like little fiefdoms work
Man in the
with
middle.
rules and regulations,
who were
but they
abused
have their
and
own
used by the
boards,
Biden
they have their
Department
own
of Justice
abilities
and were
to
over
describe
prosecuted by
rules
a
and
weaponized
regulations
DOJ.
that
And the individual
are
you're referring to, that was
described for
certainly the
their protection
case.
of
Even the judge in
groundwater
this case
within
said that
their
the sentencing
boundaries,
that the
and not all
Biden
the time
administration was
do their
asking
boundaries
for
follow
was egregious
any
and went too
true
far. And so
geographic,
the president is correcting that wrong,
fault
and he has officially
lines or
ended the
county
Biden
lines.
administration's war
They're
on the
all over the
cryptocurrency
place.
industry, and I think that's the
over
message he sent
200
with this
different
pardon.
groundwater conservation districts. So at the end of the day,
Water conservation districts are unique.
the city of Corpus Christi would follow the rules and regulations.
They are groundwater itself. Now that we're moving into groundwater roads in a different
At the
piece.
same time, the city of Corpus Christi could
I
petition
think that's what I'm going to say about the surface water for decades.
under this petition to make
Now we're in a new era of groundwater and
their
groundwater
laws
rules and
arguments
regulations.
that would be presented
We're
to
looking from Steve
ASR district and
chain of
presented in
custody.
front of the board members for approval. So just like you heard Steve Young talked about the
Mitigation.
mags and the developments of
Mitigation.
that system, and those numbers can be modified, because now for many years there was not a lot of groundwater usage within Nueces County, and especially within the ASR, within the district. And so now that it's becoming more and more active, we will then talk and petition the GMA, the Groundwater Management Area 16 in this case, to reevaluate those the mags for that particular area.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting to. So the mag is the regulatory requirement that limits the amount of water that can be
chain are destined for the board members for approval.
And so there's a process on how to readjust and evaluate.
So just like you heard
Steve
about the mags and the development of the game Storm, and those gals can be the right because now, for many years, it was not a lot of the crowd wanting to see it within the waste of time with it, and especially in the industry.
So,
And so now it's becoming more and more active.
So what, control, what's the downside of us not pursuing if they're subject to the same regulatory requirement of the ban, and we say we want to drill, and we've done the math, what is there a legal way in which they can tell us no?
Yes, they can reestablish the livelihoods, and we're not going to be disrupting them. And the drawdown, so they can make their livelihoods better by making sure water security is as good for other counties as it could be for the city of Corpus Christi. So San Patricio County, rural areas, Texas County, rural areas, and cities like Corpus Christi, Portland, Rockport, Ingleside, Gregory.
Okay.
We care about all those communities, and our message that will be delivered will be
Thank you, Mayor. When was the last time you guys met?
We met 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. And before that?
About a month ago.
A month ago. I got an email stating that they understand that you guys haven't met or haven't had meetings reported since like 6 years ago. Is that correct? I really think what Councilwoman Vaughn said, that I think we need people other than city employees, to be honest with you. I think we need to do some people from the outside and stuff, you know? I was just concerned about that because with the minutes and supposedly on the city website, it shows that 2019 was the last time I posted the minutes. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge. I'll have to review and get back to you.
Can you check on that? Because that's what I literally got like 4 or 5 text messages stating that the minutes have been posted since 2019 So
we see their islands, body scanners.
The reasons why, so if you could get back to me on that, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Councilman Roy.
So I had an opportunity to listen to some of the other council members, and so
AI might take their job?
I think it is imperative. Well, let me ask this question first. Who dictates how many people are on your board?
The legislation.
And so how many people do they allow?
The legislation put 5 members, created a 5-member board.
And none of your current board members are community, from the community. They work for the city.
They work for the city,
right?
Yes.
But none of them are independent and live in that. They're not community. There's no community board member.
The reason is why. So if you get back to me on that, I'll appreciate it.
I kind of have a hard time completely answering your question because
I can't say I'm right.
Outside of working for the city,
addressed in federal
So I
government,
have
not
an
quite passed
opportunity
yet.
to
So there's
listen
lots
to
of
some
legislative session
council members.
pertaining to Senate Bill 916. They passed some language that would limit municipalities and other government entities that provided emergency medical
job
services.
development internship program at Texas A&M University. I just wanted to tell you a story regarding my CPA firm. CPA for 29 years, member of the area since also developed a police officers Christmas Angels, very involved with that.
I'll have to work with our attorneys to
Y'all have a program that is
Miles, how do you do that change?
Unbridled.
That's a statute.
Been addressed in the federal government, not quite passed yet. So this last legislative session for Texas in Senate Bill 916, they passed some language that would limit
Overall, just
municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor.
We need to do something.
And the ambulance inflation factor is a calculation based on that our ordinance.
Who are interested
What
in
we talked
this.
a lot about today is just being
We
a good
want
neighbor.
to tell you an interesting
when you take
story.
a look at
Increased cost of materials.
In fact, we've got our CPA.
This is what we base this on, staff expecting reviews with staff from other state municipalities.
29-year-old
Fees are usually on the lower end of that market.
There is a sense of security.
Move forward, there's some marina
I don't know
changes
if I can
include catamaran, slip rentals, on-off trailers, some electricity usage, parks and recreation.
I love going to Walmart, but I don't want to have to duck behind a counter or hide behind a section because, we're in a situation that isn't good for the community. I think we need to be good neighbors, and that's about the extent of what I'm going to say on it. We need to do whatever we can to be transparent and good neighbors.
I believe, Miles, you can't change a statute, it would just take legislation. You know, it would take something for us to petition and work through Ryan to expand the board. If it was created by the state.
Yeah, if the city can, we'd have to look at that, whether, can we change it by the bylaws? I'd have to look at the legislation. That's a more involved question, but the answer on general basis, the initial set,
I don't want to have to duck behind a
legislature, which is actually very common.
section when comes the way in a situation isn't good for the country.
The petition creation process hasn't been used in
say
20 years. This is the first time
we need to do whatever we can to be transparent and good neighbors.
Legislation.
And I was doing some more research on
You are being held for our own party. If you guys agree with that, I believe Miles, you can. You can change the state.
Is something that happens all the time.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you.
Underscore 20,251,000.
I went to look for had meetings posted, and it's not in Legistar Granicus, right?
No, but you do post your agendas. They're on the electronic bulletin board, so all your agendas are posted there.
I did look where it says boards and commissions, and there's the agenda for the last meeting, but that's the only thing that's there. There's no history. There's no minutes.
The only other thing that the suggestion the policy committee made was just maybe, refer back to the
website. I'll make sure that all the minutes are posted to that. In addition, we can post in different counties. Again, Clay County, our meetings, and
the language of the contract where it shifts our articles.
WebEx.
We need to double check that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we're actually, we've caught a couple.
We're open.
Okay, I see a WebEx link to your on the agenda, but unless you knew it was in the board and committees or commissions portion of the web page, you wouldn't know because it's not in the Legistar Granicus. So, and then there's, like I said, there's no historical documentation, it's just the agenda. So do we have a place where that's housed?
I do see some minutes up to 2019 that are on our Laserfish website.
So I have to go to the agenda for the boards and commissions and then to the minutes for the Laserfish site?
Well, that's where I see minutes right now when I'm looking on the site.
Within different counties.
So I guess it's not,
again, a clear economy.
User-friendly for the aspect
I would
of
like
this
to give
particular
you a bit of our meetings.
I don't know if that was,
and I'd like
was just designed that way, or just it was put.
No, it wasn't designed that. I'll make it more user-friendly as you wish. We have a website where we have our rules and regulations. It can be more communication and outreach on there.
Communications
you have
assistance
the section
for
on
law
the city's
enforcement
webpage that
act.
talks about the it doesn't have board members listed. It doesn't have the agendas or meetings. It just has some information about the ASR district, right? Is there, so you're saying that there's a separate website that is not linked to our city's webpage?
No, it is the city's webpage. I'll double check to make sure there's additional links, because you should also see our management plan. You should also see.
Well, all that's in there.
Okay.
That's on the web page, on the city's page, where if you type in Corpus Christi ASR district on our web page, it'll lead you to a landing page where it has information. What is an ASR district? You know, what is this? And then it has a report from HDR. Some other information in there. Okay, but there's really, like I said, it doesn't say who the members are.
Communication
it doesn't say,
assistance
doesn't give
law.
any minutes. Doesn't say when the meetings are. I had to go over to the boards and commissions page to get the actual agenda for the October 15th. So it's not like it's all in one place.
The fabricated conspiracies.
I'll make it all in one place, as you did.
Okay, so then, and so let me, I've spent time navigating our webpage. I'm pretty sure the public has not, and it is, it's not intuitive yet. And so when you have
night vision,
a place where all our agendas are for the most part,
and lead
in
landing page
or Legistar, and then
why
it's not
do you
there,
have
and then you go try and look for
what is
where
an
everything's
ASR
at.
district?
Then you go to the landing page for
and
ASR,
then it has a report from
Mr. Nunes, it is on
HDR.
the, sorry to interrupt you, but
It's
I did
our
look on our board and
information
committee.
in there.
No, it's
on
on the board and committees.
You said that,
Okay,
right?
I said that.
but there's
It's on the
really,
board and committees.
like I said,
a
it doesn't
page
say
where you
who the
can scroll
members
down,
are.
but it only gives you the agenda for this month.
Communication doesn't
No, because
exist
what,
in
if
a
you're looking at
dozen
what I'm
long
looking at, it gives you the
minutes.
members, there's a roster, so
What do you
it's
think
under.
it doesn't say when the meetings are? I had to go over to the board commissions page to get the actual agenda for October 15th. So it's not like it's
So
on.
so that's even a different page.
But that's the page where we have all our boards and commissions, so.
Okay, but I went to that page and saw, and went to agendas, and that's what it came up with.
Yes, but we do have, like, if you look for planning commission, it's on here, so I would make that, there, it is there, it is there.
I hear you, and I'm going to make it better.
Okay, so if I'm having trouble finding it, and I've been on council for the last 6.5 years, what is the public thinking about?
It's where we have all our board and committee
Okay,
appointments.
that's what I'm saying.
And
It is not readily available. It's not all the information in one plot. It's,
Brothers underscore
well, I went to boards and I saw this page. So what I'm getting at is that, just me going through initial looking for it, I couldn't find it. Right? I still didn't, where do you have all the information in one spot? And it doesn't, it's not linked from the city's page. It links to ASR that has all that information. So what I'm trying to say here is make it user friendly. Make it easier for the general public to be able to see information, link it properly. Like I said, even though I was doing the initial search, it didn't lead me in the right places, and it wasn't in Legistar. Okay? All right.
That's okay. We're going to fix it for you.
Okay, well, you got it.
I choose your one custodian, Department 2103, area of 8004, work off
Appreciate
unit
that
20,
dialogue, because it's important for us to remember that we get familiar with things, but often there's another side of the perspective, so I
Okay,
appreciate the
that's
dialogue.
going to be a good one.
And thank you.
Yeah, they're
To me,
going
the main
to
thing
have
you have
all
on
our
here is
boards
slide
and
6,
commissions.
which talks about
So what
protecting
I
that
wish that
resource,
stage, and so I went to
streamlining,
a
making
Jim Does, and
consistent
that's
protections
what
across
came
the
up.
board. That, to me,
Yes,
slide
we
6
do have like a
outlines
few other planning
goal,
commissions
the
in
mission.
the
This is
time
what
of
it's
your
set up to
service
do.
that it is there.
I would
It
agree
is
with
there.
the dialogue up here that,
It is there.
it looks a little one-sided.
I hear you, and I'm gonna
our
make it
CCW team
better.
and our city staff, they're great. They
Okay,
do wonderful
so
work.
if I'm having
When it's a
trouble
district
finding it, and
representing
I've
other
been
entities,
on
I
council for the
can see
last
that. I
6
sympathize
and a
with
half,
that.
man in the
Looking at
middle.
targeting and we had somebody send
What
us some
is the
information.
public
It looks
thinking
like
about?
by the Biden
Don't
Department
worry.
of Justice is the minimum.
That's
And
what
Iowa
I
less than the
said.
maximum members by statute.
There's something
So that
we
was
need
just
to
sent to us.
increase
So even
that.
the judge note on there
that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far.
Another thing is, I know that
correcting that wrong, and he is officially
once an
ended
entity
the
is created, the Nueces groundwater district, I think that from what I understand, there's some time that's going to have to go into the creation of that entity. But I'd be interested in, much like our surrounding municipalities and counties and things, where we're able to sit down at a table and talk about interests, needs, uses, deficits, how do we protect things so that we're still being a good partner, because it is important, I think, to pretty much everybody up here that we are very careful with these resources. And I like that we're very openly saying that we need to treat our wells as an intermittent project, to be oh so careful with those resources. And I'm grateful that they've taken such attention to protecting that. But so that's where I think that this branch offers us a more expedited route to
city managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city
as good teammates. So I'm going to support
those resources, and I'm grateful that they've taken such attention to protecting that. But so that's where I think that 10 years before you get to the best city in the future,
really doesn't matter
that you stay another 5 years. Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years.
The motion in a second. I'm going to open public comment. If anyone in the audience would like to make comment.
District 1. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed expansion of the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District to include city-owned properties outside the corporate limits of the city of Corpus Christi. While I support responsible water management, extending the district's jurisdiction of land outside the city's district raises significant concerns, fairness, governance, and property rights for the existing residents and landowners in the affected unincorporated areas. You need to be commended for hiring some of the best engineers there are. They're considered experts. However, did y'all, I need to enlighten you. Did you know that this group had hired HDR to perform aquifer characterization study on the behalf? What they found was that that area out there is not valuable because it's the sand thickness, and near the city of Robstown and Nueces River were the best ones. However, neither area was considered desirable for ASR. Areas near the Nueces River would need to be evaluated for surface and groundwater interaction and environmental impacts. Due to high variability and thin sand layers with frequent intermittent flow, the area is not considered as a favorable area for ASR. This is quoted directly from the study that the ASR had conducted on their behalf. And they find the area with the river
district. So, moving forward, the City of Corpus Christi will participate with other eligible taxing entities to now vote on the available seats on the NCAP Board of Directors. For perspective and context, that's where the City of Corpus Christi ranks in order of taxing entities under NCAP's jurisdiction.
I think that's the thing.
You've seen this slide before, and this was sent to you via a memo.
Yes, we support you.
I don't want to open the chambers not mischaracterized because we're going to open this.
And I think that's what
So it's from the plastic company's house rate.
Somebody's going to be governing over themselves.
There's not
so
an
no
additional
difference
vacant for the
whatsoever.
district
But for
ones.
that reason, I urge the council to
consider the
to
adverse
express my
impacts
strong
communities and
opposition
reject
to the
proposed
post office.
expansion, a
Our
more
country
collaborative
is
solution
called the
that
grocery store.
respects the rights and interests of
The
all
storage
affected
and recovery.
landowners and residents should be
Conservation
pursued.
district
Thank you for your time,
includes
Ms. Hartman.
city-owned
Thank you very
properties
much for finding that, because I was trying to
outside
scribble
of the
on my
corporate
little
limits of city property.
Thank you.
The
Just a
electricity.
reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that Corpus
We're
Christi
going to
residents have
support
3
the
minutes to
responsible
speak,
water
and
management extending
non-residents
the
have a minute
district's
to
service.
Hello, Council. My name is Chris Quayer, Nueces County. 1 minute. And it's all about protecting Yacht.
Believe underscore
That's it.
20,251,031
It's all about protecting Yacht. We have our desired conditions.
Believe, based on what I've
It's
seen
only
in the construction
sustainable
going out
with
there,
what
we
we've
did a
done.
great tour. There was a lot of
It's
dollars
not
being
about
invested, so I don't
self-regulation
think we're going to jeopardize
with the
that
first activity
anytime in the
to
near future,
petition
just with the
to
dollars that
gain
we've seen
access
going
to
into the
areas
bid
that you've
over the last
committed
5
to, so
years.
that you can change
There's more going on
the
today
desired
than
future
people even
conditions
imagine.
to
Like
80,000 from 6,700.
equipment that
You
got
have
into
to
the
prove that the water's
so
there.
I don't want to get
So you can
sideways
desire it, but
saying
you
that
need to
we're
prove
going
that
to
it's
support
there
that, because
before those changes can be happening. So just petitioning to take over that control so that another GCD doesn't regulate you to the same conditions that you are required to be regulated yourself, then it's not going to change that mag. You have to prove that it's
We're doing this right now.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Council.
Cameras.
Cameras.
Hello, Linux.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Rogers. I live in District 5. My son, Kelly Harlan, is a lead petitioner for the Nueces Groundwater Conservative District. He's working in Florida today and could not be here to speak in this very important time, so I'm here for both of us.
Going underscore 20,251,028
What's before you today, this petition by the City of Corpus Christi through its Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District is wrong. It's unethical, it's a conflict of interest.
The full-time elected mayor conspiring was still going on. I want to say a huge thank you to our Corpus Christi firefighters for handling and protecting me and my building from a 4th floor stove fire a few weeks ago. It required 4 trucks, hustle, and proper guidance to the community to keep us safe. So thank you so much for jumping into situations like that. I would like to make a suggestion for adding a requirement that the
It undermines the process and the people who are working in good faith to create a local independent district to protect our shared water sources. Groundwater conservation districts were created under Texas law to protect, preserve, and conserve groundwater. The city petition does none of these things. It doesn't protect groundwater, it doesn't preserve it, and it certainly doesn't conserve it. Instead, it's a power grab. It's self-serving, and it's not at all neighborly. A few weeks ago, at the city's own water workshop, I listened as staff discussed the idea of having a town hall meeting with the affected residents to talk about these very issues. Now, instead of having that honest conversation, the city is trying to put down these same people. This is an end around, pure and simple. I'm a local realtor. I understand how good neighbors are. They're important. A good neighbor respects boundaries and works together for the common good.
Water sources, groundwater conservation districts were created, and it takes as well to protect, preserve, and conserve groundwater.
Not try to
The
take
city
control of
petition
them
does
through a
not.
backdoor maneuver.
Cameras.
You, as city members, have a choice. You can stand with fairness, transparency,
server.
and true local stewardship, or you can side with bureaucracy and overreach. I'm asking you, as a mother, and as a local realtor, a taxpayer, and as someone who belongs in doing what's right, believes in doing what's right, vote against this resolution. Show that our city can still be trusted to be a good neighbor. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Johnny.
Johnny.
of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858.
135444.
Delta 310 clear.
I'm out of sound.
Delta 310 clear.
You can stand with fairness, transparency,
Good
and
afternoon,
true
Mayor and
local
Council. My name is
stewardship,
Trey Cramp,
or you can
Representative
cite
of
bureaucracy and overreach.
Since I only have 1 minute to speak, I printed material that's being passed out that provides
I'm
more
asking you,
detail.
as a mother
I'll try to
and
summarize
as a
as much
local
as possible
builder,
for your
and
committee.
as someone who really believes there's doing much right, the ladies and women are truly about against this resolution.
My detailed written statement
Show that our civil
friend
care is double free.
presentation, so there's a lot of information in it that's good for you. The Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery District, or CCASRD, claims to focus on groundwater conservation. If that were its true mission, it would be called the Corpus Christi
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Shannon Scarborough. I live in rural Nueces County. I kind of find it interesting that all of a sudden the ASR now wants to be regulated.
And so for you to make sure the Corpus Christi and the offer for storage and recovery district, or CCA, or the claims to focus on groundwater conservation on your radar.
Straight from the groundwater management plan from the
But if that were the
CCASRD.
extreme mission,
It says
it would
the
be
district shall
called the
take
Corpus
no
Christi.
action without full consideration of the groundwater needs of the district, end
Doing
quote.
so would
What about
restore
the needs of the
appropriate
residents who
procedural
live near
deliberation
the
and
eastern and western
enactment of
wells?
taxes on
If the
trade.
Doing so would
Annexed
restore
these
appropriate
properties
procedural
as
deliberation and enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
It was last updated 2019. It's a 5-year plan. They're 1 year late. I don't really trust them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chris underscore 20,251,101 underscore 04231.
Hi, Council. Name's Scott Barraza, Nueces County.
Citizens
The
and
ASRD was created to develop a
Santos.
municipal
Thank you.
aquifer in
Jake
proximity
Hernandez.
to the airport, not to manage or expand groundwater production outside its boundaries.
I just continued to hear from farmers, workers, business owners, Blue Team Farm. So if we don't do that, I'd like these tourists
The plan was to create one through
and the
aquifer storage and
associated
recovery,
economic
not to pump
uncertainty.
existing groundwater. But after nearly 20
American
years, there's been
families
no
are
aquifer,
facing
no
thousands
recharge,
of dollars
and no
in
storage.
higher prices.
Nothing to show for its purpose. Now the city wants
It
to use that
was
same
last
district to
updated
annex new well fields along the river,
2019.
far
It's a
outside the
5-year
ASRD's
plan.
original
They're
scope.
1 year late.
They've shifted from trying to
I
create an
don't
aquifer
really
where none
trust
exists
them.
to overpumping along the
Thank
river at
you.
5 times the map. That's not conservation, that's mission drift. And if the city truly believed there was more water available than the MAG says, they should have started those studies back in 2009 in the last drought and not waited until 25 to claim otherwise. We deserve better than reactionary water policy. We deserve real planning and accountability. I urge all to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Underscore 20,251,030 underscore 0083551.
My name is Lucas Barraza from Nueces County. Members of the board, the district's mission is clear. 1. Conserve and recharge. 2. Prevent waste. 3. Control substance. 4. Develop storage areas for the city. Yet the city now seeks to overpump the aquifer through that very district. With city employees running the ASRD, it becomes self-regulation, not oversight. Y'all talk about wanting to engage and talk with neighbors, but at the same time, wanting to annex this land before ever mentioning it to the
there
public.
was more
You would,
water
in essence, be
available than
pumping
the
5
MAC
times
says
the
they
MAG.
should have started
It
their
violates the
studies
first
back
2
in
duties,
2009 and
conservation
the
and
last
prevention.
drought. and
of waste.
not waited
The
until
ASRD
25
can't
to
fulfill
claim
its mission
otherwise
by
we
ignoring
deserve
its own
better than
members. I
reactionary
ask
law
you, please
policy.
reject this
Available that shift
petition.
and, we'll try to get a captain. It's just we're trying to get, rather than have a chief missing, we call back a firefighter one.
Thank you, sir. From the Oasis County members.
And it's really just trying to keep the department whole.
This did
If we have a chief or a captain that's gone, or several ambulance people that's gone, we're not calling back just a bunch of other captains that can't ride the box, and other guys are having to double up on the box. Still use the same lift, the same process and everything.
The areas of complaint over there were shoaling, hazards to navigation.
This isn't about trying to limit the matter, because I think you're already exceeding it. This is about just
core
moving forward and trapping in some land in the southwest of Oasis County, the city of using that.
$5,000.
Build that.
We still have some incentives that'll be paid out over the next couple of years. So we're working with that to see if there's any that are really expendable time and then what our interest is.
And I think council mentioned the legal ramifications of just ramming this forward. I see potential litigation on the horizon for the city. If it does that, I think the parties and interested landowners may be seeking injunctive relief. So I just want everybody to
We're not going back just to bunch out of the catamaran, ride the box, another guys who hasn't been dealt with a little from the box.
Thank you, sir.
Still, we're the same with it. That's the same property that's in every area as a match.
I just want to implore that
There's
Councilwoman
a
Gobles
way
has been
of showing
asking
all these
this
issues.
council for years
There's
to
just
allow
two
people to
navigators.
speak for 3 minutes that are
This isn't
impacted by
about
the water
trying to win the
decisions
match.
of this governing body that needs
We're not
to
thinking we're going
happen
to seek
immediately. I have been coming to these meetings for almost 4 years. I've never heard of this group, ever heard of this group. I've also been to several coastal bend, planning association, Oasis River Authority groups, and I have had to correct city staffer Esteban Ramos for misleading those boards and saying information that was not true. I do not trust this board. I am heavily advising that you guys do not move forward with this. This needs to be in the hands of the community, and
I take their job?
I don't know how to reiterate enough is that we don't trust the decision-making that's being happening, and we want to put, either you guys can't handle the volume of what our city is needing, and so you need to outsource some of that to other groups and advocates that actually care about our community and our water, and so I stand firm in that we need to give people 3 minutes, and you guys should not be supporting
the several coastal men planning association, Oasis River Authority, and I have had to correct city staffer Esteban Ramos for mislead and see information that was not true. I do not trust this board. I have a lot of
I'm not convinced that this board is a functioning board. According to
been addressed in federal government, not quite passed yet, and so this last legislative session protects us in Senate Bill 916. They passed some language that would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is a calculation based, while that our ordinance
scheduled to end in 2027, Skrabarczyk in a partial term for 25 until 25. I'm so sure that this board
for major
questions more answers.
Area of 8 years free.
Esteban Ramos create transparency on this. I think that, again, according to the Granicus page, there have not been ordinance posted since 2019.
There being no one, we'll close public hearing and move on to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
Just not convinced of that at this point.
Bless you.
All right, good morning, or now good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with for Azali Estates for the oversize and overdepth of
nonsense we see on the news every day. the over-the-top rhetoric,
analysis,
fabricated
paralysis. 1044.
The weird
Almost
videos.
underscore
This is
20
a
million.
Can you
state your name and city, please? 101_020213.
Almost for a week.
Robert Sanders,
This was typical.
And I mentioned I pay $90 a week for a grandchild.
Yeah, so I just, but once again, you and I are in different financial scenarios.
I get that.
But the challenge is it's such a good program that there's a waiting list. So it's not that people are deciding that they can't afford it. It's the thing is that, and then if anything, we need to work on a scholarship program so that way we can probably acquire more funds, either through the foundation that we have for parks.
In underscore 20,251,028 underscore 162838.
And the more of these people, the more political it gets, the worse it gets. This is
Charlie,
a
supply we have 3 adult females in custody.
issue. Right now, our
Correct.
industrial
Tailgating.
communities taking about 48% of the water. Shortly, that's going to be 54% of the water.
Functioning board.
Then it's going to be 79%.
According to direct and federal government, not quite passed yet. And so this last legislative session on the board, not for Texas incentives. SOC.
Good underscore 20,251,028 underscore 173346.
Tools to bring water
Build
in.
underscore 20,251,030 underscore 184207.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Create your brand.
Sockets is that we go to our personal users who have the tools to bring water in.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
And I think I'm going to be the one to do it. I'd like help from
of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 163303.
their own water. If our industrial people
control.
Decision
Looks like they're just upgrading this minor to a major right now. We have 4 vehicle accidents. Thing is going to be right by the Flower Bluff sign.
And we don't have to
Truck and a trailer jackknifed. And have gasoline dripping from one of the vehicles. We're getting several calls regarding the 4 vehicles. One's going to be a 4Runner.
Underscore 152235.
I think I'm going to be the one to do it. I'd like to help them to make sure that they legal people and ask them to supply their own water if our industrial people are supplied their report.
180858.
Can have just 30 more seconds.
Hi. Underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
Miss Sanders, we can't ask questions, but we appreciate your comments.
Industrial underscore 20,251,031 underscore 024213.
Industrial areas do we have in every district? I don't even know if they exist, if there's one in every district. There may be, but I think this council needs to look at that. And then we need to look at that collectively to see how do we address that and what is the cost of each one of those, right? Per district. That's very important. And here's the point is this here, I mean, streets is the biggest thing that I certainly hear about fixing, of course, residential streets, but if this is an avenue to fix
process to add, to change the composition of the board. Do you know roughly what that process would
You
look like?
can have just 30 more seconds.
I wouldn't want to guess right now, but it's something we will bring back to
Anything
council.
wrong? I have good question.
I think the question was to add more.
They do.
More members.
We have a
more
contract.
legal staff to determine the proper
Miss Sanders,
procedures. I
we
don't want to lead
really
you down
have questions.
improper procedure path
But
at this
we
time.
appreciate your
That
comments.
we can look at, and if there's the
Well,
ability to
you don't
change,
have it
we
at
will.
all the nonsense.
Okay.
Underscore 20
So
But we
then
can't have it
I
at
know
all
we have
the
a motion and a
nonsense.
second on the floor, but
We
Mr.
can't have
Downey,
it at all the
if we
nonsense.
could, I think this is
We can't
two
have it
readings.
at all the nonsense.
This is
And does real areas do we have in every district? I don't even know if there's one in
What I'd
every
like to
district.
really know is one, what the process would look like, time-wise. Two, to see all of the information uploaded, the correct term dates, the minutes, all of those things so that we can, present ourselves properly. And then 3, the third condition, I'd really like staff to engage with the group that's trying to make the Nueces groundwater district and have information post-meeting. So, tabling, if this is one meeting, how much time do you think you would need if we were to table that? November 18?
Probably get it done by the 11th.
Could you do all 3 of those by the 11th?
We'll work towards it.
Well, we'll work towards it. If not, we'll advise you it may be the 18th. It depends on the meeting, how soon we can get the meeting.
I think I have the answer to one of your questions here. I think I have the answer to one of their questions. You asked about how the number of directors has changed. It actually is a way. Texas Water Code 36.051 says the number of directors may be changed as determined by the board when territory is annexed. This district is never annexed territory, so
slowly the information uploaded, the correct term date, the minutes, all those things so that we can, present ourselves properly.
It says the number of directors may be changed as determined by the board when territory is annexed by the district.
Okay, so that would then possibly, if we confirm that, then that would rest assured one of those 3 provisions. But then to do the others is to update all of that information online and meet with the other district that's forming. Do you think now those 2.5 provisions could be done by the 11th?
We'll shoot for the 11th. If the meeting is more complicated to organize.
So if we make a motion, we could table it to the 11th.
I would table it to one of the 2 meetings in November.
Which do you prefer? What would work better?
Well, we just don't know. We don't know how long it's going to take to get that meeting organized. It might have to be 2.
Would the 11th be work? And then because I don't want to get us caught up in wording.
Getting the information to the website, doing that's not
directly changed as determined by
I would say that, why don't we say the latter meeting, what is that second meeting in November?
Okay.
18th, I would say to the 18th, however, if we get it done by the 11th, then the 11th.
If we confirm
we can table it with 2 provisions, so the motion to table it to the 18th or the 11th,
rest
that we
assured
can accomplish sooner.
Been addressed in the federal government, not quite passed yet until this last legislative session for Texas in Senate Bill 916. They passed some language that would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is a calculation based, while that our ordinance
Even the judge said that the sentencing that the Biden administration is asking for
do you know how many people are going
to and so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially entered the Biden administration war on the cryptocurrency.
Between now and
I believe that's the message you sent with this part.
It could happen. Right now, the petition is within the TCEQ. They're working through that process. What could happen is the district already starts being created and the city council has lost control of determining whether they want to include this property inside.
Her family reacts tonight. The chilling new footage, police with guns drawn entering the school after a teacher was shot by her 6-year-old student. Our first look tonight at the gun fired by the little boy. First responders rushing into a burning senior center, breaking down doors to save the people trapped inside. The high-stakes meeting taking place just hours from getting China's leader. One issue of contention, illegal fentanyl coming into the U.S. All exclusive
are non-workforce children that go to after our kick out.
But you increase the fee because you're saying the state pays you.
So I'll yield my mic to her.
Our duty is to protect our ratepayers and our aquifer, and I get it because we own property out there. My grandson lives out there. We're up here to protect our ratepayers and our taxpayers. Now they don't trust us. We don't trust them. And that's what happens when there's no communication.
So we do need to have communication with them. So I was like her, I would love for you to go have a meeting with the ones that proposed this.
Right.
Actually, I love that y'all are doing a conservation district. I even mentioned it to Judge Connie Scott because I thought we needed one. In that, there are all the details. And like I said, we don't know what y'all are going to do. Y'all think we're going to pump too much water? I don't believe we are. We've had that assurance today. I don't believe we're going to do that. And having Steve Young here today helped me because I had been so concerned about that for that area. So I'd say we pass it. And then if we want to come back and change, I'm not sure what your provisions are. I'm not sure why we're doing that. But I just think you need to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm just going to reiterate it. Our duty is to protect our ratepayers in the aquifer.
3100 Saratoga. Paul Boyd, 9033.
Can you repeat what it was that?
Yes, what we're going to do is if council approves this today, the annexation of this property into the current district, between now and the 11th, if we can, and if not by the, what would that next meeting be again, 18th, we will meet with the members that are here today that are forming the groundwater conservation district to better understand each other's goals. We'll talk to them about what Steve Young talked to this council and the community about today, about how we're protecting their wells. Ours is much deeper. We'll go into detail about what casing that we have. And just have that dialogue. We haven't spoken with them yet.
Thanks as well to
would do that anyway.
XO Captain Patrick.
Good job, Jackie. You got them all correct. It's easy to just put down chemicals after we use them.
Patrick, thank you.
But we need to remember the civil case is just one
Highly respected person. All of
can
these
easily
people
contaminate food and get it
considered
They could have no problem with someone just walked out and they wouldn't do that.
Try to look in here. Check this out.
Nobody does this better. Really one of the most
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation and enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
That's all yield my
The
microphone.
big city to hurt our neighbors.
Weren't able to get a
To the
hold of the
contrary, we
boss
want to
end.
help our neighbors, but I think everything that was suggested would be expected
That was a call that came in through City Club Bluff, but it looks like it's related to the one that also came in
today.
Right, we're just setting time, we're setting deadlines for ourselves. You know, we
No, I know, but to the Councilwoman Vaughn's point.
Charlie officer.
In other words, move forward, but continue to do those things.
right, yeah, that's what we're saying. I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
We're talking about just having deadlines imposed on us for when we meet with the group.
I see.
Yes, ma'am.
And to your point, you can't blame them for not trusting.
No.
I understand that totally. I do. I've been concerned about it, so I understand that. So I think we can just leave the motion as it is,
Right.
and then if you can bring it back,
Looks like they are
you've
all
had your
tied up on
conversation.
We'll bring back, we'll
Yeah.
report back to the council how our meeting or meetings went.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
and thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Peter. Councilman Kintu.
And underscore
Quick question,
20,251,028.
There's a couple board members supposed to, their terms about to expire. How many are they?
Two.
Two? And we can get an outsider, right? We don't need to get city employees on that board?
To my knowledge,
Building
yes.
underscore
Because I don't think we could add any extra.
Outsider, and we clarify
Public.
Buildings, he's building new academies, building substations.
Boundaries?
He's invested personally in our public
I
safety.
will have to
He's
check
here
that
in this
all
building
out.
routinely. He's got to know
Yes,
our
outside
officers.
city
He's
staff,
just been
Outside city
tremendous
staff, yes, I
in
just want to be
support
clear because we're
and leadership.
throwing that around. I just want to be
Peter
outside
is
city
a
staff,
guy that
yes.
really understands
then-
how important water is to the
What I read up right
community.
now, I don't think we
He
can
understands
add
how
any more
important
than
it is to
five.
public health, and he's been one of these managers, one of these guys that has really helped support us to make sure that we have the resources.
Correct. Yeah, it's a resolution.
Do you have a council meeting next week?
We didn't, next week, we do not, no.
I mean, TCAQ takes forever and everything. I don't know. They're
Leave underscore
I mean,
20,251,102 underscore 040523.
I just want to make sure that we can appoint someone else but city staff. I just want to hear that, make that promise. Like, I don't want all city staffers on this.
Yeah, we've heard that loud and clear, and one of the speakers said it right.
And we appoint them, or you guys appoint them in the board?
It's like any board we would recommend and approve. We would have a conversation.
On the ramp,
To be a part of it, I mean, that could be discussed.
I think everything that was suggested and explaining that people have had, I think this was something that had a good start, came down in July.
And that we don't have any real
I think this started pleasant there at the main way at the first time all interim associated parts
here, right?
And you know we don't
future conditions, the actual model
to the title of the other hard times.
Was not what I expected. His answer was not what I expected.
I think we're saying
I was expecting that there was some work to be done by some
just having
hydrologists that said, okay,
deadlines,
this is
and I
available
thought I was
groundwater,
going
but that
to
wasn't
meet
the
with
case.
a group.
Okay, so
I see.
you know, and looking at what we have for the model available
Yes,
groundwater
well,
per the Texas Water Development's website, and it has two sections here, but roughly 6,700 close to 800 acre feet of water per year. Okay, we're taking more than that, right?
152235.
Is that the case?
Yes, the city of Corpus Christi has wells that you've heard, eastern, western 28 MGD. So as Steve Young described the process of
Text Water Billman's website, and it has two sections here, roughly 6,700, close to 700. Man in the middle, 00.
Knowledge
abused and
Okay,
used
we're
by the
taking more than
Biden
that.
justice. They were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ, and the individual you're referring to, that was in all cases. Even the judge in this case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. So the president is correcting that wrong, and he is officially ending the Biden administration's war under the Corpus, and I think that's the message.
right now.
Okay, but it's in an area that is not regulated. So if we get this in the ASR, what regulations are in place?
CIA.
The rules and regulations within the district.
Which are what?
Which are spacing, sizing, purpose of use. Outside of a district, there is no, like Steve Young said, it's up to the law of the largest.
The reason I say this is because I was on an HOA that we drilled a well in order to fill up one of the, nice lakes there to have, and there was a whole process you had to go through to get a permit for that within the ASR district, right? Okay, I know that's all in place, but I don't know what those regulations are.
Counterintelligence
Limitations. Are we going to, by doing this, are we going to limit ourselves? What's happening?
Again, that is the conversation with how the city of Corpus Christi, with its new two wells, would then petition in the ask for a variance.
So we can ask for a variance from ourselves?
When someone is going 100 miles an hour on Corpus Street, and as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tents on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car, right? I don't know that I've ever seen that before in all the last minutes kind of seems
from 2019.
indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior.
There's a lot of homeless in
the way they're driving,
and we got a lot on our plate as council members, and I get it. I wish I was more prepared for it.
Counterintelligence intentions. Are we going to, by doing this, or we're going to limit ourselves? What's happening again? That is the conversation with how the city of Christmas Christi, with its new wells, with the petition in the asks for a very little jump up to what it was for you.
The way we're looking at it?
No.
As from what it was going to remember the city of Christmas Christi. And as I tried to look in your check this out to Pat, yes, we kind of said it's all the same and witchy, so we can't even see.
that the ASR district follows. In this particular situation, the city, as well as it exists outside the district, the city wishes to petition the district to include those lands inside the district. With that, when they come to the board, they would also submit a petition, or excuse me, an application for variance for those wells. Simultaneously, we have the city of Corpus Christi is already in discussions with the GMA to update the map. We've been working with
in this particular situation, the city, as well as it exists outside the district, and all the city wishes to petition the district to include those lands
City
in the
manager,
district.
Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years in the city of
the rules that are already in existence in our ASR.
That is right.
Does that allow us to exceed the MAG?
Again, that would go back to the city would ask for variance in their application to the ASR district. At the same time, also we have
I get it.
the city has applied in discussing to update the MAG with the GMA.
Okay, I get it. I understand. Thank
We
you.
stay in the other five
Councilwoman
conditions.
Campos, and then we're way behind at 6:06.
Congratulations. She's here on 5 years at City Manager of Cartwell's Christi.
Don't get it.
I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent
Been
team.
addressed in federal government, not quite passed yet, and so this last legislative session protects this in Senate Bill 960.
To the council that
They
the
passed some language
to look at UTJs and annexation authorities, and over the years, those authorities on behalf of cities continue to be eroded, and so we monitor that very closely because it obviously impacts planning and development and the other city responsibilities that we have to be a part of. Zoning reform and housing is actually a fairly hot topic across the state of Texas right now. You have quite kind of a coalition.
Let's allow the 3 minutes, because again, I've been, saying this, since I've been on the dais. When we're making water decisions for the area, and it is affecting them personally, I think we need to allow the full 3 minutes. So I know this is not directed to you. I'm still, I'm probably going to abstain because I don't have enough information. So.
Right now, he's complaining of left shoulder pain and lower back pain. We also have a patient in C-spine Hawkins.
First off, there's several boards of which we police ourselves. I mean, there's the Housing Finance Corporation. There's a couple of them that we do.
Because I think we need to allow the full day
really
limits.
sorry. I do believe in property owners' rights.
I think this is not, I'm probably going to abstain because I don't know
and I don't
if
believe
it's
it's
for
past
me.
councils. I believe it's this council. We put ourselves in a desperate situation, and if we don't do this, then we're going to fall into curtailment. The only thing that I ask, because I'm doing this reluctantly, I'm going to support it, and I don't want to. And I hate talking about both sides of my mouth, but I'm just telling you right now that if we don't do this, then we will go into curtailment. And that's, and I say that with all sincerity. What is it? But I think we do need to look at the approach as to where, whatever we come up with, that we need to make sure that we have somebody from Cal Allen, or at least 2 votes from Cal Allen on this one, because they're going to be much closer to those individuals that are going to be in that area. So that way we need to jump on that right away, very quickly, so that way those people feel like they're being represented and those people in the community. And I think the other thing I want to ask is that I know Scott Barasa, because he's been in my office, and I know his uncle real well. And what is a good guy? Good guy. But I think he has property within the city limits of Corpus Christi. So
And
hopefully
if
we
we
can
don't
look
do
into
this,
that.
then we're
Because
going to
he
fall
owns
into
property, his
curtailment.
family owns property
Number
within the
underscore
city limits of
20
Corpus
million,
Christi.
The
right
only
there.
thing that I ask, I mean,
So,
because I'm doing this
what is it?
reluctantly, I
think
mean,
we
I'm
can look
going
into
to
that. That way these people feel that they're being
data mining.
represented. Okay, thank you very much.
20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job?
Hey, hi.
And
Underscore
all
20,251,103 underscore 120051.
We're kind of in a rock and a hard place here,
I
but I
feel
will tell
that
you this.
there will be determines
I'm not
that.
this either, and I've stated that
Okay,
all the time
thank
now.
you very much. Thanks.
One of the things that I'm
Thank
willing to, or I won't vote for it, is that we need to make sure that I'm willing to do an amendment or something that says that we'll make sure that we have additional non-city staff representation on this board. And if we can't do that tonight, then I'm not going to vote for it. So I'm asking this council if we can at least add that, because I think from what I've heard, that is something that needs to be done.
Underscore 20,251,028
And if not,
underscore
I understand that I won't be voting. I'll be voting no.
I believe that's what, I think that's the point. That is the point to adding the seats, is to bring in community.
We're going to put that in our.
We can. I mean, I think that was the intent.
I mean,
Council, yeah. Okay, so do we need to restate it? Okay.
You want to amend it? So the motion on the floor is just to pass it as is. So you want to amend to add
That we need to make sure that I wouldn't be in a mood or something that says that man in the middle that we have additional non-Shelley staff for presentation and I can't do that tonight and then I'm not going forward.
So, and then I
And
guess
the
the number
individual
is,
you're referring to, that was
we're
certainly
gonna
the
look
case.
at, right?
Even the
Yes,
judge
we're gonna come back.
said
Are we
that
expanding
the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking
yeah,
for
because I
was
would think we could
egregious
expand
and
it,
went too
right?
far.
The
And so the
number is set
president
at
is
5.
correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the
According to
Biden
the code
administration's
provision,
war
the board
on the cryptocurrency
expands
industry, and I think
when
that's
the
the
board annexes. So until the board annexes, it can't expand. So you can't do that directly, but you can do a directive that the next appointments be non-city.
Okay, so yeah, the same, we're not going to expand it, that's not the right word. So we would just include in the current membership, we would include a non-city member, a non-city employee, city staff member, right? That's
Say
the
that again.
intent.
Say it again.
So in we're going to change we're going to include a member on the board who is a non-city staff member, correct?
Two.
One of two members.
There's going to be 2 vacancies, so it could be both or one of.
Okay.
It's whatever the council likes.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to that? Okay. Okay, can we do a voice, is everyone clear on what we're voting on?
Yes. We have a motion and a second. Councilman Cantu.
Yes, it's the amendment.
Quick question, just want to verify. Nick, we have 28 million gallons of water outside of Nueces County per day, right? I mean, out of Corpus Christi, right?
So the Steve Young, the sustainable pumping is 11 MGD from the eastern well fields, 17 MGD.
Not in the city limits.
From those 2 well fields are outside the city
And the
limits.
number was referring to that was where the list was.
Limit us to only 3 million gallons a day, correct?
Even the judge didn't come back and say it was sent to the center and say if I didn't have a decision as possible because that was the quickest bandwidth to the center for the president's directing
On
that.
the amendment, can we do verbal, please?
Oh, yes, verbal. All
And
in
he
favor,
is
say aye.
officially uncoordinated.
Any opposed, say no.
For
Motion
the
carries.
Okay,
Biden
and then we
board,
can pass it as amended.
As amended.
for the board,
I'll entertain a motion.
and the board, and the board, and the board, and the board, and until the board annexes, it can't expand. So I can do that directly, and you can do the direct of that, the next point that it's being on since.
Okay. The motion carries.
Okay, so we got the same
so
that
we're
we're
gonna
not
break
going
for,
to accept.
public comment. And
We're not going to
let's see.
accept.
We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which
has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's not the sole method. You may also reach out to members of this council by phone, email, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. I also want to take a moment to reemphasize an important matter. Council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and violations of decorum will not be tolerated. Additionally, I want to reassure everyone that from time to time, council members may step away from the dais for brief periods. Please note that televisions and audio are available in the back, ensuring that members remain fully engaged and attentive to the discussion, even if they're not physically seated at the dais.
The highest standards of decorum and adherence to policies.
Council's rules of decorum.
Our core principles of openness, transparency,
all
and
citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff.
And we aim
the mayor
to
and
achieve
council
there
members
while
shall be referred to by
respecting our
title
city
and/or title
council
surname.
policy,
All
which
remarks
has
must be
been
addressed
in
to the mayor
place
and
for
city
30
council and
years.
not to the council members as individuals.
Public comment
Citizens are only permitted to
serves as
speak
one
on
avenue for
city-related subject
communication,
matter.
but it's
Speaking on
not
any
sole
non-city
method.
related matter is prohibited.
You may also reach out to members of this council by phone,
So please
email,
state your name
or
and the
even
city
by
in which you live
scheduling
before
an
beginning your
in-person
comment.
appointment.
Citizen comments are limited.
I also want to
are
take a
limited
moment to
3 minutes,
re-emphasize an
while,
important matter.
non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority in speaking over non-residents. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking.
Yesterday, to the horse about 7 feet tall.
Okay.
Ready? I have a point of order before. I did not sign up at 4 o'clock. Will I be allowed to?
No obvious deformities.
You know, certain, if you can come right over here and talk with them, yes, thank you. I think Robin Sanders she already spoke. I don't think she's here unless, yeah, right, okay. Rachel Caballero.
1 minute. A visible time or position near the city sector's desk will help manage the allot of time. The conference procedure will be given priority over non-resident. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city's secretary before speaking.
About the hostile
Okay.
takeover of our council, please let it
I
happen.
have a point of order before I did not sign up at 4
Mayor,
o'clock.
you
Will
can't
I be around? There's
transferring
no
time is not
obvious
permitted.
authority. You know certain key.
Henry Magnum.
Henry Magnum.
How you doing? Henry Mangum, District 5. I'm a native of Corpus Christi. I'm a lieutenant and 32-year veteran of the Corpus Christi Police Department and president of the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association. I'm here to publicly thank Peter Zanoni and his staff for the work they've done for the last 5 or 6 years. We start our career, most of us, at the training center over here. Used to be off of Everhart and Corona. I asked around, I think we got that building in the 80s. It was already there, it was pre-existing. And we spent about 40 years training our officers in that building. That's no more. Now out on Yorktown, we have a beautiful training center. I wish I would have started my career there. These young guys coming in and ladies coming in get to start somewhere nice like that. It's a professional building that has a building in it where they can do classes. So we have outside instructors come in and we invite local law enforcement in the area to come over, and that's what they see for Corpus Christi and the police department. Our substations, when I came on, it wasn't
publicly
the
thank Peter Zanoni and his staff for the work they've done for the last 5 or 6 years.
In the floor, literally that they
We
put
started
boards
our
over.
career.
I went to the Bluff and worked
Most
the
of
Bluff
us
Island
at
area.
the
We
training
didn't have a
center
substation.
over here
We used
to
a
be
room
off
in
of
building
Everhart and
fire
Corona.
station number 15, I think it was. When we would brief for graveyards, they would get mad at us because we were too loud. They didn't have enough parking for us paved, so we parked in the field, and our unit units and our personal vehicles would get stuck in the sand. Now we have 2 substations coming on that, man, I wish I was going to stay around longer so I could work out of one of those. The Bluff substation has just been remodeled from the ground up. It's a beautiful substation. The public can come in there and talk to an officer. They can file a report. The 2 new substations in the Annabelle area and the South Side are coming on. I think there's another one in the works. Manpower, we're budgeted at a little over 500 officers now. I think we've gained 60 since Peter Zanoni came on board. 60 officers in the last 5 or 6 years.
When we would brief for graveyards, they would get mad at us because we were too loud.
We got a relationship with
They
Mr.
didn't
Zanoni that's
have
been
enough
invaluable.
parking for us paying.
We've negotiated 2 contracts.
So we parked
we've
in the
argued
field
and
in
fought,
our units,
but we
and our
did
personal
it.
vehicles
Two good
would get
contracts.
stuck in the
We worked
sand.
on various issues. Over
Now
the last
we
6
have
years,
2
some of you
substations
faces
coming
up
on
here
that.
have changed.
Man,
but
I
he's
wish I
been
was
there.
going to stay
He's
around
done a really
longer
good
so
job,
I
and we
could work
appreciate
out
him
of
and his
one
staff.
of those.
I'm not only a
The
police
Bluff
officer, I'm a
substation
city
has
employee,
just been
and most of our
written
police
from the
officers
ground
are
up.
residents of the city too. So
It's
we
a
appreciate the
beautiful
work he's done to
substation.
make everything safe.
The
Elected
public can
officials
come in
through my
there
building
and talk
quite
to an
often.
officer.
They come through the POA and they ask for our endorsement.
They can
and
follow
they tell us they
report.
back the blue. I know
The
that
2
gentleman
new
does.
substations and
Thank you, Mr. Magnum. Susie Saldana.
Ms. Hurley, do you have any contact with RP? She says that she doesn't see him outside anymore. She does not want contact. She says she'll call back if they see him again.
This is Aldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. You know, I've asked you before that you guys need to go back to the basics of what it is to follow the charter of this city.
Was about a
Some
minute,
of you are
and
really
then
good at it. Some of
bystanders
you
gave 2
have
shots
not
to the
done it, and I
AED.
see that
We
coming
arrived on
from
scene,
you.
took over
You
CPR,
need to remember
and we gave
that
an
your
additional
job is
2
to
shots.
make
Make sure it was in
policy.
V-fib.
This city
We gave
is
1
a
round of
city
epi.
manager-run city,
Patient converted
not a
to an
mayor-run city,
AFib RVR rhythm,
not a
and he's
council-run
currently having
city,
some runs of
a
DPAC.
city manager-run city. And you
Current
need to
vital signs,
remember
Florida
that.
160.
It seems that somehow you've
He's
forgotten,
got
and those
a
of you
weak
that have been
radio
here
pulse.
longer have
Last blood
totally
pressure was
forgotten about it.
126
Because you feel that you
over
can
90.
tell
sorry,
the
ladies
city
and
manager
gentlemen.
how to
98,
implement
She
policy.
doesn't
That
see
is
him
not your
outside
role.
anymore.
Your role
15
is to
liters.
make the
She
policy,
does
we have
not
an
want
established.
give the
We're gonna
direction,
give some fluid.
and let
She
him
says
run with
she'll
it.
call
He
back
You
stays
can do
about
it,
the
he'll
same
tell you, and
again.
if he can't, he'll tell you.
This is a
Because he's
Dana Corpus
done a good job
Cruciatus.
with mixed messages that he
You
gets
know,
from you all.
I asked you
He's
before that
actually
you
done a
guys
very good
need
job.
to go back to the basics
So
of
it's
me.
time for you guys to wake up.
What are you going
Look at
to
what your
follow the
duties
driver
are
of this city?
to make
How are
policy.
we going to see
do
you,
not
women,
run the city.
good
The
at
city
it?
manager does that.
Sorry.
He does a darn good job. So I think it's time you changed your attitudes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Eric Von Wade.
10-4, we're going to run this past PD route. We'll be here in about 30 seconds.
Eric Von
So
Wade,
I
District
think
2.
it's time you
My
change
hat's not as
your
pretty,
attitudes.
But I will say this.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you all again. I think you're all doing
Thank
a
you,
fantastic
Miss
job.
Alenia.
But we need more from you.
Eric Von
When you voted
Wade.
no on moving forward with the Inner Harbor Kiewit plan, that was the time to present your plan. So I speak to the majority of you who voted on that. Here we are at 11%. And if you have a plan, it is not clear to us. There is no vice and extremism in pursuit of water. We're at 11% combined capacity. And what is our plan for not only now, but for the growth we're going to have in the future? I notice a difference in the demeanor of those of you who are now in the majority.
Plan.
We do not see the swagger.
That was
we do
the
not
time
see the
to present your
intelligence, the
plan.
evidence, or the popularity.
So I
We need to see
speak to
the
the
leadership that
majority
you
of you
chose
who
when you
voted
said
on
no
that.
to the plan that we had. I will back you
Here
and
we
stand
are
with you
at
on whatever
11,
plan that you
and
have.
if you have a plan,
But we need to have a
it
plan.
is not clear to us.
Extremism in pursuit of water is no vice. Having your friends come before with counsel to throw shade is not the same as you leading this city. For those of you who have an alternate plan, you must have an alternate plan now, because we are at 11% capacity. If you had not heard me again, that is not a formula for growth.
Having your friends
It is one thing to
come
sit behind
with
the
counsel
hedge and
to
throw
throw
water balloons
shade
at the
is
marathon
not the
runners
same
until
as
the
you
police
lean
show
the
up
city.
and then play good. But now you must stand before the people behind the hedge and defend your plan. What is your plan? The time is gone. We are already going to go into stage 4, and if we go into stage 4 and you do not have a plan that you're willing to stand before and take the slings and arrows that you have given, the moniker of failure will be at your feet. And your advisors, your campaign managers, the people who call you are not going to be there with their name branded to this situation. It will be you. And I will stand with you at whatever plan you come forward with, but the citizens do not see a concerted plan from you. You are the majority, the 6 of you that voted against it. I want to see a plan with desalination involved in it and something that's going to meet something similar to 2028 at the earliest. If you do not have that,
now you must stand before the people behind the hedge and defend your plan.
In the ring or the women in the ring taking
what
the hits.
is your plan?
I
the
hope
time
and I know
is gone.
that you will see what I see. You are the council we need, and the council we need is the council we have.
Go into
but you
stage
must stand
4,
forward
and
and lead.
we go
And
into
that means
stage
no more
4, and you do
sitting on
not
the
have a
sidelines in
plan
safety
that
because
you're
the
willing
desks
to
will not
stand
grow.
before and
Those
take
seats
the
will not
slings
shrink
and
because
arrows
they both
that you
require
have
water
given.
for wood
The
to grow and
moniker
leather to
of
shrink.
failure will
And we
be
do
at
not
your
have
feet
enough water
and your
to
advisors,
meet our growth,
your campaign
much
managers,
less
the people
guaranteed
who
what we have.
call
Evangeline,
you.
these other programs, they're not
We're
guaranteed.
not
What is fully
going
permitted?
to be there with
Pick
their
up the
name
ball,
branded
cross the
to this
finish line, and win
situation.
for the citizens of Corpus Christi, because there
They
is a time
will
where we
be
can
you.
find common ground. If you wanted to pump it out into the ocean, find a way to do that. But let's move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Von Wade. Let's wait till afterward. And can we just do that afterward? I'd rather we do that afterward. Ron Graven?
Can I make a motion for her to go?
14 and work off of EMS.
Out in the ocean,
Ron Graven?
find a way to do that. But let's
Rebecca?
move forward.
I understood
Thank
that the
you
mayor
very
had,
much.
had asked the council to
Thank
save
you,
points of
Mr.
order and comments till the
Long
after
way.
public comment, so that he's just enforcing her, that's all he was doing, enforcing her.
There's no motions that can be made on an item that's not on the agenda. Ron Graven?
May I make a point of information?
After we're done. There's not that much. Sharon Sedgwick is not in. Mr. Jim Klein.
She's just enforcing her, and that's all I was doing, enforcing
That's
her.
also, so we've talked about decorum,
There's
right?
no motions that can be
And
made in the
so
night
that's-
of
I'm
this
just-
night of the agenda.
I'm just, I know, but
Ron
I'm just,
Draven.
just reminding you, we did talk about that decorum.
Mr. Klein, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Klein. Again, I live in District 2. I want to talk about a different subject tonight, although it is related back to water once again. This is a suggestion, and you can make of it what you will. I believe that the city of Corpus Christi needs to create a water commission, similar to the planning commission the city already has right now. This would be a volunteer commission, members of the citizens that would be we would be tasked with doing, amongst other things, determining whether we decide to bring in large volume water users. And you could decide how you define that as 100,000 gallons or something like some other number as well to determine that. I think that this would ensure transparency and bring in new large volume water customers into the city.
Decorum.
It would help to restore the public trust in this
Mr.
process. Trust
Klein,
right now, I think,
thank
seems to be
you.
at a low point. And this
Good
I heard that
evening.
earlier tonight already.
My
and this
name
an
is
opportunity
Jim
to improve
Klein.
that.
I'm going to
The public
live
should be
in
involved,
District
I think,
2.
since the new large volume
I
customers
want
could
to talk
possibly
about different
necessitate new water
subjects
sources
tonight.
and/or infrastructure that will drive
I'll
up
load
water
this
rates now
related
or
back
in the future.
to water once again. It's a suggestion.
As this has already happened in the last
and you
10
can
years.
make it about
I believe
what
the
you
creation of a
will.
water commission would improve
I
transparency, public
believe
trust
that
in
the
the city
city of
decision-making
Corpus
process
Christi
of
needs to
adding
create
new
a
large
water
volume
commission.
water users. Please take this under consideration.
Similar to
Thank
the
you.
planning commission
Thank
the
you, Dr.
city
Klein.
already has right now.
Marilena Garza.
There's a volunteer commission members of the citizens. We would be tasked with doing a lot
Marilena
of
Garza,
things.
District 1. Corpus reminds me a lot of my hometown, which is Beeville. And I learned about TCEQ living in Beeville when I went to go get the mail notice when I was about in 3rd or 4th grade of TCEQ letting all the Beeville residents know that our water can cause cancer if consumed for many, many years. So I'm 34. Do the math. It's been unsafe drinking water. And that's similar to Corpus because I would never drink the tap water here, right? And when we started talking about the Mary Roads pipeline and all of the leaks that we were discovering in this large pipeline, it also reminded me of Beeville, because Beeville gets their water from Swinney Switch. And just around about that same time, I learned about this huge leak that has
Corpus
been going
reminds
on
me a lot
in
of my
Swinney Switch for a
hometown,
long,
which
long
is
time.
Beeville, and I learned
So
about
bad, you know,
TSEC
like
living in
private
Beeville when I
citizens were
went to get the
rallying their
mail
money up
notice when I
together
was about
to pay for it
34
because B
early.
County is broke, kind of like Nueces County is broke, right?
TSEC letting all the
So
Beeville
water issues
residents
have
know
been
that our
something
water
that I
can
have
cause
grown up
cancer
with,
if
and now I'm here
consumed
in
for many,
Corpus,
many years.
and I'm seeing us running out of water
So
in my own
I'm
lifetime.
34. Do the math.
We're talking about wells. We're talking
I'm
about taking
33.
water
You're
from
being
my
unsafe
neighbors,
drinking
my
water,
family,
and that's
my friends.
similar to Corpus because
For those who keep just pushing this desalinization and we need desal, you know, it's kind of like when you go and you want that new Camaro, right? You don't just go to the lot and buy the Camaro. That's how you get screwed over, and you get a lemon and you get a bad car, right? There's certain things that you do leading up to getting that car. Maybe you talk to your banker, maybe you talk to a mechanic, right? Why aren't we talking about the electrical demands that we're going to need and face if we get this desalinization plant? We're going to get bent over, not just on our water bills, but on our electric bills. Isn't that going to be great? And during Winter Storm Uri, you know, being a lifelong Coastal Bend resident, I've never seen us go without electricity longer than a day. And during Winter Storm Uri, we went without electricity for several days. So that tells me that our electrical infrastructure here is poor.
We need desalination.
And the past two Texas legislative sessions, when it came to getting money allocated for weatherizing our electrical grid,
you don't just go to the law by the commerzo. That's how you get screwed over, and you get a lemon.
If you want this desal car, what are we doing to meet the electrical demands?
You do leading up to
I haven't heard
getting
anybody
that
talk
car.
about that. And that
Maybe
is going
you
to
talk
affect
to your
people
banker.
like me, people like you guys, people who are thinking about
Maybe
moving
you
here. So
talk
if you want
to him,
desal so bad,
mechanic,
do the damn homework.
Why aren't we talking about the electrical
Elena
demands
Martinez.
that we're going to need in face if we get this desalination plant? We're going to get...
Employee number 12735.
Elena Martinez, District 4. I am disappointed in what I'm seeing with this council. I have not been able to be present for a few weeks, but I have been watching at home, and last week's discussion was very frustrating to watch as a citizen. We hear week after week criticisms within council and about council that the rules of decorum are being applied unevenly. We see finger pointing related to this. The mayor points to the attorney and chastises him for not applying the rules evenly, even though as the presiding member of the council, she has the authority and therefore the responsibility to apply the rules evenly just as much, if not more so, than the attorney. You're all human. You'll miss a few instances from time to time, but people are noticing a pattern that the rules are more stringently applied to people you don't agree with. Now, apparently, we're not allowed to refer to anyone by name, which, by the way, people have already done during public comment today. I looked at the rules of decorum published in city code ordinances, and I saw no such rule. In fact, it establishes that not only are commenters allowed to reference a person with no prohibition on whether a name can be used, but outlines that council members and the mayor shall be referred to by title and or title with surname. It's also extremely disingenuous to pretend that you don't know the difference between referencing someone and addressing someone. The people are smart enough to know that you're smart enough to know the difference.
And therefore the
Now,
responsibility
there's
to
also
apply
this
the rules
moratorium
evenly
on
just
language.
as much.
Most legal precedent establishes that this language is protected by the First Amendment unless they're considered fighting words or cause an actual disturbance. The rules of procedure in the City Code of Ordinances also establish that the council members are beholden to the same rules of decorum as the citizens. With that in mind, since nobody objected to their choices of words, Councilman Cantu and Councilwoman Vaughn set the precedent last week that ass and titty are acceptable words to use during a council meeting. Do I have a problem with them using these words? No. In fact, as I've mentioned in past comments, people who cuss are statistically more honest. I find it relatable. I've worked in restaurants. I've worked in truck stops. It does not bother me, but hypocrisy does. The council, understandably, would like a little grace from the citizens and understanding that they're
establishes
human.
that this
is a fair
language
request.
is protected
but when
by
you
the
don't
First
extend
Amendment
that same
unless they're
grace and
considered
understanding
fighting
back,
words
people
or
notice
cause
and
an
get
actual
outraged.
disturbance.
The saying that actions speak louder than
The
words
rules
exists
of
for a reason.
procedure in
Your
the city
actions are
code
telling
of
people something
ordinance
very
is
different
also
than what you're
established
saying,
that the
and people
council
are
members
noticing,
are beholden to the
especially when the
same
rules of decorum end with.
as the
These
citizens.
rules are not meant to restrain a citizen's First Amendment
With that
rights.
in mind,
I've
since
printed out and
nobody
highlighted for
objected
you the
to their
two sections
choices
of the rules of
words,
decorum and the
councilmen
rules of procedure that I referenced today.
will move
Thank you.
on.
Thank you, Ms.
Set
Martinez.
the precedent last
Brandon
week
Garris.
that absentee are set of words of Clark Committee.
Controller 330, both units are.
330, 3 is 1044.
30s, both in a turn.
1041.
What
Brandon
are you
Garris,
looking for?
Corpus Christi, District 4. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Council members, and City Manager. Today I want to discuss a critical issue affecting our community, the impending water crisis. As you're aware, the coastal bend is facing a severe drought, and our water supply is under stress. According to the latest data, the combined storage levels of Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi have dropped below 12%. The City of Beeville has already issued a proclamation and declaration of a local state of disaster due to severe drought and imminent public water supply failure. This concerning trend necessitates proactive measures to ensure water security for our residents and industries. I'm here to present an innovative solution: atmospheric water generators, AWGs, by Tsunami
For good
Products.
evening, Mayor,
This
honorable
cutting-edge
council
technology
members,
generates
and
clean
city
water
manager.
from air humidity, providing a
Today I
drought-resistant
want
source
to
of water.
discuss a critical issue
Tsunami Products
affecting our
AWG
community,
farm can be
the
implemented
impending
quickly
water
to supplement
crisis.
the region's water supply,
As
ensuring
you're
the
aware,
well-being of
the
people
coastal
and
bend
industries.
is facing a
By
severe
adding this new
drought and
innovative
our
water
water
source to the
supply is
system,
under
we
stress.
can help offset impending water curtailments for
According
industry.
to the latest
Our
data,
proposal
the
includes a
combined
pilot
storage
project to
levels of
demonstrate the
Choke Canyon
viability and
Reservoir
effectiveness of
and
our
Lake
AWG
Corpus Christi
technology,
have dropped
which
below
is scalable
12.
to support 1 to 5% of the
The
region's
city
water
of
demand.
Bevel
We
has
are also
already
exploring
issued
funding
a
opportunities through the
proclamation
Texas
and
Division of Emergency
declaration of a
Management
local
and
state
the
of
Texas
disaster.
Water Development Board, the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas, SWIFT funding, to cover initial costs. Additionally, we plan to implement energy efficiency measures to supplement AWG energy demands, such as another solar farm and/or additional industrial energy creation. Furthermore, we'll work towards obtaining a TCEQ-approved pilot program for innovative, alternate treatment for AWG potable water integration. Implementing an AWG farm can provide numerous benefits, including a steady supply of clean water as the fastest new water solution for the immediate future, mitigating the risks associated with groundwater scarcity, protecting the region's economy, industry and citizens from the devastating impacts of drought, and safeguarding our water future,
Implementation
and maintaining
Fund
our
for Texas
position as a
SWIFT
leader in
funding
water
to
management.
cover
We
initial
believe
costs.
our AWG technology can be a game changer for the coastal
Additionally,
bend.
we
We're
plan
excited
to
to collaborate
implement
with the City
energy
of Corpus
efficiency
Christi
measures
and
to
other
supplement
stakeholders to implement this
AWG
innovative
energy
solution.
demands,
Thank
such
you
as
for your
another
attention to
solar
this critical
farm
issue.
and or additional
We are eager to
industrial
collaborate
energy
with the city
creation.
and other stakeholders to explore how atmospheric water harvesting
Furthermore,
can
we
play a
work
vital
towards
role in
obtaining
ensuring a
the
sustainable
TSEC-approved
water future
pilot
for the
program
coastal
for
bend.
innovative
Let's work
alternative
together to
treatment
secure a
for
water future and build a
AWG
more
potable
resilient
water
community.
integration.
Thank you.
Implementing an AWG farm can
I'd like to
provide
continue that
numerous
dialogue into the
benefits,
future with
including
the city council and the city manager. And I'd like to help y'all find that 1 gallon that y'all were looking for and more. Down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garris. We appreciate you. Robin Cox.
320.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3, and I know
I'd
the
like
lady
to
earlier
help
today was
y'all
saying she didn't
find
like
that
living
1
in
gallon
District 3.
that we're
I
looking
love
forward
living in
and
District
more.
3. I have a wonderful
I'm
council
going
member
to thank
that I
you.
can always guarantee will call me
Thank
back,
you,
as well as my
Mr.
at-large. And I don't know how many of
Garris.
you up here right now, this is kind of
We
feeling right now when
appreciate
that,
you.
since we can use the word now, that titty baby gets to be the hall monitor and gets to call out people. So when that one kid gets in charge. As far as the water problem, that's what I came to speak about. This didn't happen overnight. It took a while to get here. And I know during the campaign trail, some people weren't talking about the water problem. They were talking about anything but water problem. We actually didn't even know it was happening. We were busy doing important things like having a Barry Manilow Day named, which I don't know what y'all did on Barry Manilow Day. I didn't do anything on Barry Manilow Day. But we have a serious water problem here, and most of us take our days off to come here and speak. We're not getting paid. We come here and we're hoping you're listening. But I'm going to play something for you, because sometimes they're not listening and they don't take
Now
advice.
that TD baby gets to be the home monitor and gets to call out people. So when that one kid gets in charge.
He showed you the evidence.
As far as the water problem, that's why I came to speak about this didn't happen overnight. It took a while to get here. And I know during the campaign trail, some people weren't talking about the water
So right there, we
problem.
we don't rely on
They
public
were talking
comment,
about
which is
an
to me
urgent
saying
water
some of
problem.
you aren't listening to public
We
comment.
actually didn't
And we
even
come
know
here to
what
talk.
was
I can see
happening.
which one of you are listening, which one of you
We were
aren't.
busy
I would
doing
love to give a quick
important
quiz
things
afterwards
like
and
having
ask,
a very
what did someone
mental
just
day
say?
named, which I
had
don't
this
know what
particular, and since we
child
can't
they
use
were doing.
names, it was one of the voices here said, we don't take advice from public comment. Well, you may not, but we vote. And we tell other people. There may only be a few of us here, but if you look at the YouTube, there are thousands of people tuning in. There are more people turning into this than are turning into Loving the Spectrum. So we've got people tuning in, listening, and they're calling me and they're saying, what is going on there? They're not even listening. They can count the ones that are listening. And someone got up here earlier and said they can see the 6 of you that they don't think you have swagger. I've been around y'all. Y'all definitely have swagger. He just can't see it. The rest of us can. And also last time, I want to point out something. A certain person up here said that the governor was going to have to come down. Don't call the governor down here to bully us around. I voted for Governor Abbott. I campaiggned for Governor Abbott, but I'll be the first one to call him and say, you don't live here, you don't use the water here, don't use name dropping to bully us around. We don't take it too lightly. We've got some women up here that I know are pretty strong, and let me tell you about some women. We don't like to be bullied around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox.
So we've got people tuning and listening, and they're calling me in. They're saying, what is going on there? They're not even listening. They can count the ones that are listening. So someone got a pair early and said they.
Christina, English District 1. Last week and on countless other occasions, myself and other community members have had their First Amendment rights violated by the mayor, the council, and members of city staff. My speech was interrupted and subsequently limited inappropriately when I attempted to make comment concerning the fitness of our library board chair to serve in that position. A member of the city's legal team, whose name I wasn't able to find on the website, insisted that names could not be used while giving comment. We'll put aside the First Amendment implications of that assertion momentarily and revisit the rules of decorum found on the city website. Council members and the mayor shall be referred to by title and/or title with surname.
And other community members have had their First Amendment rights by the mayor, the council, and members of city
or any member
staff.
of council. And even
My
if
speech
we
was
extended this rule
interrupted
beyond
and
its actual
subsequently
language to
limited
cover the chair,
inappropriately
I would
when I
still have been
attempted to
within
make
bounds on this rule.
comment concerning the fitness of a
All
library
remarks shall
board
be
chair
addressed to the
to
mayor
serve
and city
in that
council and
position.
not to council members as individuals.
Remember that the city's legal team,
This is
whose
also
name I
not a
wasn't
problem.
able to find
I
on the
was addressing
website.
the mayor and council and did not speak directly to anyone. It's written the same way in the city charter, only there I learned that it's possible to fine members of council for their breaches of decorum, making me wonder how much of a revenue stream we've missed out on, even just based on the mayor. That same day, at least 2 other community members used names in their comments, but were thankfully not interrupted today as well, demonstrating both the fairness and effectiveness of inventing rules on the fly. I don't know why the city's legal department feels protective about our library board chair to the point that they're willing to violate my rights while being recorded and live streamed. I'd remind this entire body that a violation of anyone's rights makes us all less free. This mayor and council also look weak and petty when they spend more time arguing about a comment's relation to city business than the 3-minute comment would have taken if left uninterrupted.
Me wonder how much of a
I
revenue
have personally
stream
sat in
we've
these
missed
chambers
out
and listened to
on,
comments
even
about
just
people's
based on the
mothers,
mayor.
personal religious beliefs,
That same day,
and
at
outright
least 2
hate
other
speech.
community members
All
used names in their
uninterrupted.
comments, but were thankfully
The
not
rule requiring a
interrupted
comment to be
today
about
as
city
well,
business is subjective, inefficient,
striking
and
both the
unevenly
fairness
applied.
and effectiveness of
Public
invention.
comment should be held at 5:30 on Monday, noon on Tuesday, and at each item. Virtual participants should have equal access at each of these times. And I still encourage you all to take a look at Library Board Chair Pat Craig's social media presence before these appointments come up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. English. Jason Hale? I don't see Jason Hale.
Go ahead.
Eli McKay?
Victor Nora Lincoln 8709.
Victor Nora Lincoln 8709. Tesla.
Day noon on Tuesday and at each item. Virtual participants should have equal access at each of these times, and I still encourage you all to take a look at Library Board Chair Craig's social media presence
So today
before
I
the
came to talk about
statements come up.
transparency. It's
Thank
something
you
that
so
the city,
much.
I'm sorry, didn't mean
Thank
to say that.
you,
The city
MS.
should strive for,
English.
and something that
Jason
the people crave.
Hale.
The meaning of the word can change by the perception of the person using it and also those hearing it. One thing that is clear, and some of you may not know, some who are not in this room, sadly, is that all of you on this dais are transparent because you show us your true colors every single day. For some of you, that is a good thing. You show empathy, understanding of issues, and a focus on the decisions that you make for all of us. Others
Of the word
show us a
can change by the
self-serving
perception
path.
of the person using
So
it
ego-driven.
and also those hearing it.
And something that I always say is that ego
One thing
is the
that is
enemy of the
clear,
people.
and some of you may not know,
The time
some
has come
who
for
are
anyone in a
not
position
in
of
this
power to
room,
put their ego
sadly,
aside,
is that
to
all
look
of
beyond
you
their
on this
greed,
dinosaur
and to be
transparent.
realistic of the situation we are in. Stand up, be brave, speak out against division, fear-mongering, and lies. Do not allow investments we have made to beautify our city be caught in the crossfires of hate being spewed by our governor. We like our decorative crosswalks, just like we like our library collection offering diverse, inclusive options for all citizens who use the library. Corpus Christi is a diverse city with innovative artists, creators, and small business entrepreneurs who have a vision for their community. These people should be valued
We're
and
in.
listened to over any corporate voices.
Stand up, be brave, speak
X
out
Games would be
against
awesome
division,
in Corpus,
fear-mongering,
and I
and
don't
lies.
see Adam here, but my God, let's listen to him.
Do not allow investments
Some of
we
you
have
are
made to
listening,
beautify our
and it
city
shows,
be
so please
caught
keep
in the
going.
crossfires of hate being
Some of you are
spewed by
catering to
our guns.
corporations at the detriment of our community.
We like
Then
our
you will be
decorative
replaced in
crosswalks,
378
just
days.
like we like our library collection
Thank you, Ms.
offering
McKay.
diverse, inclusive options
Adam
for
Rios, I
all
don't see
citizens
him
who
either.
use the library.
Adam Rios? Okay, I guess Rebecca. Brittany Young is next by WebEx.
Yes, then she's online.
All right, Ms. Young? Ms. Young?
She was online.
Okay, well, maybe we'll
Okay,
come back to her.
I guess Rebecca Brittany
Okay, next
Young
we
is
have
next by
Amanda Guerra.
WebEx. Yes, there she
on the
is.
phone?
Online.
I was told she was, but.
All right, Miss Young.
All right. We'll give her an opportunity to come back. Alberto Zertucci.
Robert X-ray. 9777.
He was also online.
4861 Saratoga,
Okay.
Robert X-ray.
We're running out of time. Jimmy Vinson.
I'm here.
Oh.
Okay, who's that, Albert?
Charlie, 360 area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Zertucci, proceed.
My name is Albert Sartucci. I'm District 3. I'm also a veteran-owned business, Hard Life Bait and Tackle. I own a YouTube channel called Team Hard Life, Team Hard Life with 200,000 subscribers and growing. I want to thank all those who listened to us and voted against the Inner Harbor desal plant and stood against all those who try to levy their weight against you in our city. We are watching and we got your backs. We will continue to share the knowledge of
give her
what is
an
going on.
opportunity to
We know
collect
and
all
understand
of
we need
this.
water, but at the same
I'll
time,
let it
not
go.
at the detriment of losing
That's
our natural
all.
resources.
That's
I am
all.
pro-growth. I want to see everyone
That's
raise up
all.
a blessed path for each.
That's all.
However, now that we are
That's
all
all.
paying attention to what is happening, we
He
are
was
seeing the
also
crooked
online.
under the table deals
We
that
are
were
a good
made for
one.
big businesses,
Territory.
putting our taxpayer money in
Territory.
dangerous hands rather than putting it
We're
to
running
true
out
growth.
of time.
Fixing our infrastructure,
Jimmy
our
Vincent.
streets, our water, our school
Here.
libraries.
Oh, okay.
And this is important
Who's
for
that
all taxpayers
Albert?
now and for the future
Charlie.
taxpayers who are tuning
Yes,
in
sir.
after the city council
Okay.
meetings have finished.
Mr.
We are all paying attention to the
Zartucci.
fear-mongering and false narratives
Proceed.
that are being told.
My
We
name
need
is
more
Albert.
growth in the amount of water that is
So
available.
I'm too.
However, doing it the
I'm
right way and
District
protecting our
3.
natural resources is
She's
more
been
important
online
than
for a long time.
we can all truly fathom. We've got a certain amount of years on this planet, and by doing what we are doing to destroy those natural resources will last decades after our deaths. We need to ensure that everything that we are doing is in order to protect our city's future, or not just us, our kids, their kids, and their kids after that. Growth is a positive thing. Growth is always good if it's done in the right way, where everybody works hand in hand to make sure that they're not pushing somebody down. Basically, like swimming. You know, if you can swim together, everybody moves, but if somebody is trying to push somebody underwater, that's not the right way to survive.
We've got in a certain amount of years on this
I don't know how
planet,
many times
and
we
by
gotta say
doing
this, guys,
what we
but
are doing
y'all are
to
paying
destroy
attention,
those
and they
natural
nailed it earlier.
resources,
A lot more people are starting to
will
tune in
last
to what y'all are
decades
doing,
after
and how
our
y'all are
deaths.
doing it. We are not stupid.
We
are
need
catching
to
up.
ensure
We may
that
be a little
everything
slow
that
because
we
have
are
never been
doing
in
is
this
in
deal,
order to
but we are
protect
catching
cars
up,
that
and we
he's
are learning
featured or
fast,
not,
guys. So
because our
we wish
kids,
y'all the
their
best, make
kids,
the right
and they're
decisions,
in
'cause we
touch
are
with that.
watching, and votes are coming
We've
up
been
very soon.
working for a human thing. Growth is always good.
Thank
if
you,
it's
Mr.
done
Certucci.
in the right way.
Mr. Hale, did you want to make a public comment? Okay. And then, Ms. Huerta, do we have, oh, no, this is in person. Jimmy Vincent?
I believe the three individuals who spoke when the item came up. So it's Mr. Vincent, Mr. Cuellar, and Kelly Harlan.
His mom, yeah.
Yeah, I think they spoke when the item came up.
I have a couple of comments.
Okay, but everybody
Yeah.
else is done. Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman Paxton.
And
Thank you.
then,
I
is
was
what
hoping,
that do we have?
our city
Oh,
manager,
no,
is
no,
he
this is in
available real
person.
quick?
Jimmy
Vitals
Vincent.
are as follows. Blood pressure is currently 170 over 86. Heart rate of 110. Pulse ox is at 97% O2.
Thank you, Peter. I just was asking for help and I wanted to go to the source. We had someone
DGL
comment earlier.
112.
It's possible, I think they may have
did take a
missed
12 lead.
the entirety of the presentation
kind of
today in
back.
council. And so
Alright.
I was hoping that you
time.
could have staff
we'll
get
be
with
en
that
route to your
individual
facility,
and
EPA.
provide him an updated water source status showing to
That's a good
him our
copy.
efforts
Can
and
you
our
send me
plan for both
EPA
immediate
therapy?
and long-term water, their timelines and the total amount of water that we're getting, just so he really gets the clear message what the plan is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pressure is currently
Councilwoman,
170 over anything.
I want to apologize for using
Heart
titty
rate
baby,
of
and I'm
one
sorry
fan.
if that
Full
offended
clock
you.
Is that 97%?
I really don't think it's an ugly word. It's just
Thank
something
you,
that I used when
Peter.
my kids were growing up. Don't be a titty
I
baby.
just
So I apologize. It
was
will not,
asking
I
for
don't
help,
think it'll happen
and
again.
I wanted
Thank
to
you.
go to the source. We had someone comment earlier.
Well, that concludes our
It's
public
possible.
comment. And so now we
I
will go
think
back
they
to
may have missed
our
the
meeting
entirety
agenda
of the presentation
and
today.
pick up where we left off, which
Council.
is item number 23.
And so I
And
was
that
hoping
is
that
a
you could
motion
have staffed
authorizing a
it with
short-term
that
non-refundable
individual
option
and provide
for
him an
potable
updated water.
reservation and diversion contract with nueces, the Nueces River Authority to reserve 57,007 acre feet per year from the Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Plant. Okay, do we have any staff that wants to say anything? Everybody's MIA. I don't know. Nick, did you have anything to say on this one? We have a motion and a second.
No, I'm just standing by for questions, Mayor.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a long road getting to this point. I have always been a huge proponent for this. I would like to take a quick moment just to
Contract
clarify.
with the new ACE's River Authority to reserve 57,007 acre feet per year from the Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Plant.
Utilize water well out into the Gulf.
Okay,
This isn't
do
something
we
that's
have
using
any staff
closed
that
water
want to
system
say to
resources.
anybody's MIA?
I know that's
I
been a
don't
huge
know.
topic of interest and concern, so I want to
Nick,
say that
did
right
you
out of the
have
gate. There's some
anything to
confusion, I
say
think,
on
circling
this
around.
one if we have a motion in a
Some
second?
people use the term
No, I'm just
desalination to
staying.
represent one project, when desalination is a technology. So this is Gulf desalination. So I wanted to start by saying that. Second, it's a reservation right. So 50 million gallons a day, reserving that. That means once that project started, my understanding, maybe, see, I'm giving the presentation now. This is more for you to confirm. Once we get to that point where we're actually signing a water contract, we can reevaluate. But to me, it's important to take as much water as possible into reservation because we have more to work with. Whereas once we get the project online, if we determined we needed more, it may or may not be available. So that's why I'm a proponent for the full amount. And Peter, really quickly, I know what our book says, but just for
Salination is a
for public
technology.
reference, your recommendation
So
is the 50.
this is Gulf desalination.
Right, yeah, my recommendation is for the 50 million
So
gallon
I
reservation.
wanted to start by saying that. Second,
we began with
it's
40
a reservation
because that's
right.
what was contemplated with the La Quinta
So
permits.
50
The city,
million
was in the
gallons
process
a
of
day,
permitting 2
reserving
locations for
that.
desal. The La Quinta site and the La
That
Quinta ship
means
channel
once
was
that
40 million
project
gallons.
started,
And
I
that was for
understand,
another
maybe
potential
see,
large
and given
volume
the
user.
presentation
And
now,
then there would be some excess. So we thought,
this is more
given
for
the
you to
conditions
confirm.
that we're seeing in the western reservoirs, which
Once we get to that
used to
point
generate
where
about
we're
70
actually
million
signing
gallons,
a water contract,
we're assuming what
we can
Councilman Hernandez and I
reevaluate.
talked about some time ago, which is that
But
assume
to
that
me,
those
it's
may never come back
important
to full
to take as
full
much
strength.
water
So
as possible in
50
the
doesn't
reservation
even replace the
because
western
we have more
reservoirs.
to.
So it gives us a chance to have the water we need and potentially bring on some additional customers as well.
Thank you. To me, this is the second part. This is, we spoke at length earlier about wanting to be a good partner with our other groundwater authorities and our other landowners that rely on groundwater. We said this is going to be an intermittent supply. The project here that we're voting on helps us put that in action. This gives us an option to be able to make that intermittent. So thank you for confirming.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. Byram, can I ask him some questions, Nick?
It gives us a chance to have the water we need
We've
and
probably gone over
potentially
some of the
bring
questions I'm
us
going to
some
ask, but I just want
additional
to clarify.
questions.
First off, I want to ask you, can
Thank
you tell
you.
us some of the big projects that Nueces
To
River
me,
Authority has
this
been
is
involved in?
the second part.
Yes, John Byram, Executive Director
This
of
is
the Nueces
where
River
we
Authority.
spoke at
Many
length
times
earlier
I've been here,
about
I guess
wanting
you guys
to be
know
clear.
But yes, we have
With
been
our
involved
other
with
groundwater
Chilcannon, the
authorities
construction
and
of
our
Chilcannon
other
Reservoir.
landowners
We,
that rely
participated in
on
that and still own
groundwater.
20% of that.
We said
we
this
leased
is going to
those
be an
rights to the
intermittent
city
problem.
of Big Victoria.
The project here that we're
To the city
voting
of
on
Corpus
helps us
Christi
put
annually,
that in action.
we've had a long-term relationship with that. We've also been involved in the Mary Rose Pipeline. We worked in a triangle there with the Port of Corpus Christi, the city of Corpus Christi, and the Nueces River Authority in constructing that. We constructed a $30 million wastewater system up in Real County for Lakey and Twin Forks Reservoir. We've got the last part of that. It's been in operation for 5 years, but the last part of the funding to connect the last 91 houses is fixing to be sent our way, and we will finish that project just about the first quarter of 2026. So those are the few. We have also been in the water planning business since 1999, planning water, and now in the flood.
Had a long-term relationship
in the
with
Nueces
that.
Basin.
Okay, I just wanted the public
We've
to hear,
also
because y'all have
been
done some
involved in the
substantial
Mary Rose
projects.
Pipeline,
Mary
who
Rose
was
being
in
one
the
of the
triangle
biggest ones
there
where you're
with the
partnering
Puerto
with the port and the city to do
Christi,
that.
the
And
city
so to
of
me, that
Corpus.
gives me confidence that y'all can
Christi
get
and
this
the
done, your
Nueces,
state
we
agency.
have authority in constructing that.
I saw the list today of your customers, very impressive,
We
that's
constructed
good.
a $30
how
million
much needs to be
wastewater
reserved
system
before
up
you
in
get
Rio
started?
County for Ware
Well,
Lakey
if
and
you
Twin
guys
Forks
reserve
Reservoir.
the 50, then we will have enough. We'll
We've
certainly
got
have
the
enough,
last
because we'll
part
almost
of
be
that.
sold out. And in fact, we'll be telling people no
It's
as
been
of
in
tomorrow
operation for
or the next
5
day.
years,
I mean,
but the last part of the
I'll have to
funding
do the
too.
math on that to make sure. But tonight, in separate places, we have over 12 million gallons being contemplated to be sold too. So, you know, it's a first pay, first get kind of thing, you know. So as soon as we get that check, then that reservation goes in. So we could, we plan, well, tomorrow at 3 o'clock, there will be a mass exodus on our mass incoming on our facility in Uvalde, because we will be taking responses from the designers on the conveyance system. We had over 60 people pull plans on that. We expect 12, 14 responses to that. Then we will be putting out our RFQ for the P3 partner. I talked with the contractor that's doing that for us, and he will have that ready to go. If not, by the end of October, by the first week
In
of
separate
November.
places,
So that
we
will
have
be out
over
on the street.
12 million
When
gallons being
January
contemplated
rolls around,
to be
we will
sold
have
to.
So, application in
you
for the
know,
Texas Water
it's a
Development
first
Board
pay,
to
first
get funding
get kind
for
of
the
thing.
design
You know,
of
so it's
both
the
the
new
plant
generation.
portion of it. You know, we
And
have
that
to come up with an
reservation
off-ramp,
goes in.
some off-ramp money there.
So
If
we
the
could
P3
do that.
contractor and
We can't
NRA
expect
cannot
that.
reach a pricing agreement, then we would have an off-ramp there.
Okay, well, tomorrow at 3
and we
o'clock,
also
there
need
will
money
be a
to
mass
design the
exodus on
conveyance
our
system.
mass incoming
Okay, and what
on
was the
our
cost estimate
facility.
you think it's going to be?
We're coming home.
For
Cost to do the desal?
the entire project is going to be between $5.5 and $6 billion.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
That includes the treatment, which we won't be funding. You know, the P3 partner will be funding the treatment portion of it. So let's take 1.5, 1.6 of that out, and the rest of that will be conveyance.
Okay, and can you kind of give me an idea of how you came up with your cost estimate? Do you have an engineer that's got other contractors you're talking to, and they're saying, we think this is going to cost this, the pipe, whatever? Did y'all do
We had
that?
a Class 5 estimate performed. That's the highest class. In other words, that's the one that's got most contingency and most estimated cost in it, performed by Black & Veatch.
Okay,
They
that's
did.
what I was going to
The
ask.
And that's a
DCL.
lot of what this reservation fee is
The
for, is
entire
to reimburse
project
us
is
for paying
going
for Black &
to be
Veatch.
between
Gotcha,
5
okay.
and $6 billion.
How are you going to allocate the cost per city
That includes
that puts
the
a reservation
treatment, which
fee
we
in,
won't
such
be
as if
funding.
you're sending
You
water
know,
up
the
north,
P3 partner
which I
be
see that
funding
you will be
the
doing
treatment
that, the
portion
city of
of
Corpus
that.
shouldn't have to take on any of that cost.
So let's
Right?
take 15,
There's several
15,
different ways to work a
16
water
of
rate,
that
and we're going
out,
to get some
and the
people that are
rest
a lot
of
smarter
that
than I
will
am,
be
and
good.
that's not hard to find, by the way. You can find people that are smarter than I am everywhere you look,
Okay,
but we're
and
going to
can
get
you
some people
kind
that are
of
a lot
give me
smarter
an
than
idea
I
of how
am to
you came
go in
up
and
with your cost
design that
estimate?
rate package for
Did
us,
you
okay? And
have,
there's different
do
ways you
you
can
have
do
an
that.
engineer
Peter and I
that's
have
got
talked.
other contracts
Here you do
that
cost
you're
of service,
trying
which
to turn
is
there saying,
acceptable,
we
and that's a
think
good
this
way to
is
do
going
it.
to
And if we
cost?
do cost of service, then you would be pulling water off of the off of our main before it got to the second and the third pump station, and even further if it has to go that far. And your rate would be less than those people upstream. Now, what could...
Charlie 330 area.
You would be pulling water off of the, off of the Armene before it got to the second and the third pump station, and even further if it has to go that far. And your rate would be less than those people upstream. Now, what could we do?
.331. I'm arriving in La Quinta.
Check out the sleek, modern look with a functionality you love. 31. I'm arriving in La Quinta.
At the Phoenix Apartments. 3302 Upriver, 3002 Upriver Road. He is the 5002. Work off of medic. Fire dispatch at 2004.
Delta 345, we're going to get apartment 4. Apartment 4, good. Okay,
3.0 to Series 32 or the Provo D. Easticum Net 2 more often made UU OS.
Charlie 270 to Delta 2 or Delta 3, Mobile 2.
Charlie 270. Did it build the 2, or did it build the 3? Well, we'll do.
Yeah, 3.
Oil dock number 7, the vessel Hafnia Lease. No dock damage. Meter.
Get ready.
919035. Oil dock 11, currently vacant. No dock damage. Meter 1127. 926.
3.5.
That's 4. City, East Mountain, Nile, Sam Edwards, Lincoln, Young, Miller, Illinois, 10-4.
You had judgment in my own mind, huh?
2400 block of Cimarron.
2400 block of Cimarron, 10-4.
Figure into this, though, is if we get the state participation loan, and we've been told they're very excited about us applying for that. The Texas Water Development Board is. So if we get a state participation loan and it works as an oversizing agreement, in other words, they help us defer the cost of the oversized main that we're going to run, so we just have to run the main once, then that could actually be a detriment to you at that point in time, because the state could be deferring that for 10 years, that cost for 10 years. So it might be better at that point that everybody gets the same rate. So we have to look at that at the appropriate time is what I'm trying to say. It's not that I'm trying to dodge a question, but at the appropriate time, we'll look at that. We'll have an advisory committee, someone from the city of Corpus Christi, if you guys, pay to play, will be on that committee.
I was going to ask you that, if we're going to be able to have Mr. Sinoni or someone on as an ex officio or whatever on the committee.
Get a state participation loan and that oversized, and it works like an oversizing.
As if you needed something else to do.
In other words, they help us to get the cost of the oversized money that we're going around, so we just have to run the money.
You're exactly right, and the only way that would be a detriment to you is if we got a lot of state money to offset
the state
running
could be deferring that for 10 years.
Okay, let's hope that's not. Okay, what if one of your customers drops out? Who's going to shoulder?
So we don't really better.
Listen, it's fixing to break
that point that everybody gets the same rate.
A customer that we are talking to tonight, Travis is there tonight. We've got John in another place tonight. We've got everybody spread out, but they are north of where we've pushed so far. If they tie on, we're told that they're in an alliance, and that complete alliance wants to come on board. So I think it's important that whatever happens here tonight, if you guys want water, you get water, and then we get the money in the bank so that we got you on the reservation.
But what happens if one of them?
If one falls out, we got plenty. We're going to start taking secondary, kind of like, let's do it this way. My wife and I are flying to Boston this weekend, okay? If we get there late and miss our plane, we'll be on standby for the next. We're going to have standby water reservation fees.
Okay, all right. Good answer.
But they are north
how much is
of where
it
we've
costing you guys
so
to do the
far.
study to estimate the cost? Around,
just
curious.
We're told that there are clients and that complete alliance wants to come home.
Task order that we have.
So I think it's important that whatever happens here tonight,
so that's going to tell us if it's a viable project and how much it's going to cost to build it.
And then we get the money in the bank so that we got to own the risk.
Okay, all right.
What happens if one falls up? We got plenty.
One question, what are your plans to report back to the city? How often will you report and giving us updates?
Well, we hope to do that not only to the city, but we hope to have a phone call. I don't know if you know this, but we have hired Debbie Lindsay Opal with her company to help us with communications, and don't tell her, but she's pretty sharp. And she came out with a way that we could have a conference call, that we could conference call once every other month or so to the delegation, the state representatives and senators in our area, as well as right after that we hang up and then we do it with our customers in the same way. So we could have public meetings, but we can also have these phone calls periodically. So that's how often we hope to do that, and we would hope that.
Well, now you didn't tell me how often, you just said periodically. So how often are you thinking
I would say we would want to do that every other month,
not only to
if
the
not
city,
every month. If
but
you guys want it every month, we can do it every month.
Okay, I just like transparency, and I think it's important for the
I don't know
public.
if you know
and by the way,
this,
good
but
call
we
for
have
hiring Debbie
hired
Lindsay Opal. She will
Lindsay
keep you in
with
line.
our company to help us with communications, and don't tell
I'm trying to help her
but
out
she's
here.
pretty sharp.
Well, I support the project because I think it's an insurance policy
And she
for the
came out
citizens
with a
for this
way
area.
that we could have
It's
a
a desal,
conference
and I think it's going to take a
that
long
we
time
could
to do.
conference call
But with the
once
backing
every
that you
other
have,
month
hopefully from
or
the
so
state
to the delegation,
and others
the
that are
site
supporting you, I'm hoping
representatives,
that
and
we can
sent
move
us
forward
in
with
an
it. And I hope
area
you
as
get,
well.
I don't know how you could possibly get through and have it done by 29, but I'm hoping you do. It's according to how fast.
That's our goal, is to have it.
I know it
on
is.
this end of the basin by 20.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
31 for Carl.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, well, I just got back from Baytown this Saturday, and it just confirmed what I don't want to see here in Corpus Christi, which is miles and miles and miles of just heavy industry. So I am opposing this desalination plant, and the reason being is that we keep chasing. It's like chasing our tail. We're getting more water so we can get more customers, so we can get more water so we can get more customers. It just doesn't seem to stop,
I'm hoping you do. It's important to have that. I know it
the
is.
other, I guess,
This end of
most
the base in
people,
about 20 years.
I believe that we
Yes,
are
ma'am.
on the right path, that
Okay,
with the
thank you very
Evangeline
much to
and
work
with
on.
our water
Thank
wells
you,
that I
Mayor.
think we're going to use responsibly. I would hope that we
Okay,
would
well,
use
I
only
just
the
got
water
back
wells,
from the
when
town
it's,
this
heavy
Saturday,
demand, like
and
I
it
guess
just
during the summer or
confirmed what
something.
I
and
don't
then,
well
cut
see
back
here in
on,
Corpus
when it's
Christi,
not,
which
things
is
like that, of
miles
that
and
nature.
miles.
But I don't believe that our city wants to become another industrialized city. I was just letting Councilwoman know about a conversation or a workshop that I had attended, a while back with Dr. Jim Lee. And come to find out that the cities that do invest in these industries end up being not prosperous. They're still living below their income levels. So again, I don't think that is what our city is wanting. So no, I will not be supporting that, and I don't think it's any surprise to anyone. So just to let
That
the
our
public
city
know.
wants to become another industrialized city.
0106.
Thank you,
I
Mayor.
was just letting Councilwoman know about a conversation or a workshop
Nick.
that had attended a while back with
One of the
Dr.
things I want to get done to make sure it gets done is contracts
Jim
with the refineries
Lee and come to
make
find
sure they're
out
buying
that the
our
cities
water,
that do invest
lock them
in these
because they're
industries
the
end
loudest
up
one right
being
now
not a
asking for
resource.
water.
There's
They
still
need the
a
water,
little.
so I think we need to make sure we lock these contracts in before we start buying all this different deals of water too,
I absolutely agree with the importance. We are, Councilman, we're actually engaging our rate modeler to assist in that effort.
Okay.
And that's certainly one of the action items that CCW has taken on and will pursue diligently.
What's your time frame?
I can't offer that right now, and the reason is because contract negotiations, we need to establish the approach, then we've got to meet with the entities and work through that. There's a lot of variables there. I can come back once I deal more with New Gen and get a better handle on things. I can come back with our goal.
Buying all these different
I think that's
deals
the
of
biggest
water
concern of mine.
And I
the
agree.
important,
water
I
projects and we don't
absolutely
have
agree with the
contracts in
importance
place,
we are working on.
Completely agree.
That's very concerning.
Councilman, we're actually engaging our rate modeler to assist in that effort.
Can I ask you a question?
That's certainly one of the action items that CCW has taken on
Paying for
and
this,
will
for
pursue
this
diligently.
water deal.
What's your time frame?
You will not be contacting none of our customers, correct?
No. We've had customers contacting us.
Yeah.
And if this council doesn't move fairly quickly, we're going to have to do something.
Understand, but if we approve this today, you're not going to go to our customers and try to get.
You will not be
them to pay
contacting none
for water
of
from
our
you.
We have
customers,
had people from
correct?
San Patricio County approach us, and what we're telling them is this: if they want to reserve water, if they're afraid they're not going to have water, and these are some of the industrial customers over there, they need to pay for a water reservation fee to have the water reserved in that first 100 million gallons that we're going to be permitted for. But we can't tell them who will be sending them the water bill. In other words, we'll work with the city of Corpus Christi or city of Corpus Christi, work with San Pat, whatever, and that's the way that will be billed at that point in time. With those industrial people over there.
But they can't go to you directly and buy water.
Well, they have. We have got one since the time
because my concern is we're gonna get all
this. Just 500,000 gallons, but
yeah, my concern is we're gonna reserve all this water from you guys, and then these customers are going to go buy water directly from you and say, hey,
And
City of
what
Corpus
we're
Christi, we don't
telling
need your
them
water.
is
We're going to do
they
something
want
different.
to reserve
what you
water.
use
They're
with your
afraid
customers
they're
is your
not
business,
going to have
and not
water,
my
and
business.
these are
We
some
got enough
of the
to stay busy.
industrial
Now,
customers
they come
up
at us
there.
and they're telling us they want off. They want off. They
They
want
need
off. They
to
want
pay
off.
for water
I'm gonna work
reservation
with
fee
Peter
to
on
have
that
the
deal,
water
and
reserve fee with
hopefully
that
we
first
can resolve
100
those issues.
million
You guys
gallons
can
that
resolve
we're
those
going
issues. That's
to be
not for me to
permitted
resolve.
for.
That's for y'all to
But we
resolve.
can't tell
But at
them
the end
who
of the
will
day,
be
they
sending
need
them the water
we got
bill.
some people that need water.
No, I understand. I just remember.
But
In
I'm
other
not openly
words, if you
soliciting
work
them.
with
No,
the
we do
city
have a
of Corpus
contract that
Christi
we
or the
are
city of
administering
Corpus
in
Christi,
San
we're
Patricio
saying
County and
whatever,
Aransas
and
County,
that's the way
and
that
it
we're
deals with
going to
wastewater
build at
assessments,
that point in
wastewater
time.
treatment plant assessments, and when we walk in there, the elephant in the room shows up. What are we going to do for water? What are we going to do for water? So we're in a spot there.
Yeah. What's the time frame you're going to get this completed?
the plant and the pipeline up through about 188, whether that's at Highway 181 or whether it's 37.
When we walk
hope to
in
have
there,
that
the elephant
operating
in the room
and
shows up,
providing
you know,
water,
what are we
potable
going
water
to do
by
for
the
water?
end of
What are we
2029,
going to
December
do for
2029.
water? So we're in a spot there, you
A lot
know,
of things
yeah.
that fall in place for that, but we're
It could be even sooner.
Yeah, it could be. Well, that's pretty aggressive.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be gray-headed by then.
Yeah. My other question is, are you going to pipe out the brine all the way to the Gulf?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, one of the statements I made in here, I've been here so many times I can't remember, but one of the statements I made in here was a little bit misleading. I said it was 3.2 miles. The tunnel is 3.2 miles from Harbor Island.
That's pretty good.
But there's another island in between
pretty
Harbor
good.
Island and where the discharge point is.
It's making
and
sure.
It's 1.6 miles.
Yeah, I'll be great-headed by the
Gulf
end.
from that island.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
where the shelf falls out. It's in 37 foot of water.
1.6 miles?
1.6 miles from the island that separates us from the discharge. Yes, sir.
Got it. That sounds good. Okay. And then, Peter, you're recommending how many gallons?
I'm recommending 50 million gallon reservation fee. That's the reservation fee. So as the NRA develops the business model, we'll work with the city council on what type of contract water, if any, that we'll get. But right now, the reservation fee is for 50, giving us the right to buy up to that amount. And again, if you, just some things to put it in perspective, the two western reservoirs used to generate about 70 million gallons. And so the 50 doesn't even replace those two sources.
37 foot
We know
of
there's
water.
demand for more
1.6
water. A lot of
miles,
residents are in
1.6 miles from
restrictions.
the
We're not gonna
island
have the
that
water lawns
separates
for 2
us
years
from the
plus.
discharge,
So
yes.
there's a need for water. And the question of how much, Nick's going to try to answer
That
later on
sounds
in one of his
good.
water presentations. But
Okay.
many entities that we work
And then,
with
Peter,
have water
you're
that they don't
recommending
use.
how
And
many
they
gallons
use the
is
source
this?
and then they
I'm
relax it and there's
recommending
water
50
there.
million
And we
gallon
don't do that. When you don't
reservation
do that,
fee.
you end up where we're at today.
That's
we're in
the
an emergency
reservation
mode where,
fee.
you know, we don't have redundancy.
So
it's
as the
okay to
NRA
have
develops
excess
the
water.
business
There's nothing wrong
model,
with that
we'll
scenario.
work with the city
So to
council
that
on
point as well,
what
the
type
50
of
million
contract
reservation
water,
at least
if
gives
any,
us that
that
opportunity
was.
to have enough water. And
I really believe that the project's going to happen no matter what, with us or without us, you know, and they're going to build it. Nick, do you recommend this project?
Yeah, I do, and it goes back to the diversification of our water supply. And we talked a lot about Evangeline earlier, we talked a lot about the MRP, we talked a lot about nueces groundwater wells. We've got to diversify that water portfolio so that we can manage it properly and no pun intended, but weather these storms, these drought situations, and deal with them as a city.
Yeah, I think this is a good project. I think what the Inner Harbor would have been done in 2028.
And I really believe that the
2029.
project can
we're
happen
getting
no
50
matter
million
what
gallons.
with us or without
I
us.
think we're in the right
You
track
know.
right now. So
And they're going
thank
to
you.
build it.
Councilman Barrera.
Nick, do you recommend this
Mayor.
project? We're going to be for a follow-up.
You know, I don't want to go to the
Yeah, I
process
do.
of trying to discredit all this. I just,
And it goes back
I'm not
to the
convinced
diversification of
that-
our water
I've always
supply.
said it's an ambitious project.
We talked
but
a
I'm
lot
not
about it.
convinced that
Mans
it's
Leaner
viable.
earlier.
I just, you know,
We
even at
talked a
$5.5
lot
to $6
about the
billion,
MRP.
I mean, for 100 million
We
gallons.
talked a lot about
I've
noises,
said it, I guess I'll say it ad
groundwater wells.
nauseum about the other project that we had.
We've got to
You know, 1.2
diversify that
billion
water
for 30,
portfolio
35
so
MGD
that we
times
can
3 is
manage it.
3.6, fully permitted and provided some certainty. I don't know that there's any certainty here because, you know, we're going through the permit process. And, you know, God bless them for trying. I know they were on the Kyle City Council agenda out there between Austin and San Antonio for, I think, I don't know how many MGD. I just have a hard time, and you know, I'm with you guys, you know, probably 99% of the time, you know, and we don't have a business plan, we haven't put together a rate model, we've just got some ranges, you know, $2.7 million. You know, Michael Hunter used to call me a tax and sprint Democrat. And even though I know there's some people in the audience that call me Republicans, and I kind of like to consider them as friends, and they know who they are by their smiles and their smiles. But, you know, I'm just having a hard time with all this funds that we're spending that doesn't bring us any certainty. It's based on an idea.
Permitted and provided some certainty.
I think
I don't know that
$2.7 million.
any certainty here because we're going to the permit process.
Regularly.
You know,
and I know they
God
have a
bless
difficult
them
time
for
with
trying.
the lack of certainty. I mean, I'm not trying to
I
discredit
know
you, Mr.
they
Byron.
were on the Kyle,
Maybe you're
the
talking to
council
different people
for
than I
New
am.
York.
Most likely. You know,
There
thank you
between
for,
Austin
by the way,
and
liking
San
my
Antonio
granddaughter's
for,
driving out there
I
at the
think,
ranch.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I mean, MGD.
So, you know, I think, and you know, one thing, and I say this with all respect, I hate that saying because they say you can say anything, all that. Somebody that I think there's two individuals that are on this project, or one that I know, and I think it brings a lot of credibility to your project. It's a former council member. So I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because I know I have a relationship with her and I know I can talk to her. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I know that a former council member who now works for the senator endorses this project, believes very highly in it. So I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because I know that those are two people that have been through the ringer. I mean, have been through the ringer here on this dais, and so they've vetted it. And there's a reason behind it, and it's not all greed. It's all because they believe in it. But unfortunately, I just don't see us spending the money because I don't know. I haven't been convinced that it's viable, and maybe it is a long-term solution. And right now, I haven't been convinced that, like I said, there's not another Exxon coming for a long time. And I know there's at least 3 data centers that I've been told by people in real estate that they were kicking the tires, and once they found out we didn't have any water today,
Formal council member, so I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because I know I have a relationship with her and I know I can talk to, so I don't think that's a bad thing. I know that a former council member who now works for the senator endorses this project, believes her.
You know, I hope Evangeline makes it. I hope it does.
Why highly so? I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because I know that those are two people that have been through the ringer.
I just don't see
I've been through the
putting
ringer
more
here
money
in this
in
diocese,
and I think
so
there's
they've
other
been
projects
there.
that we
There's
can
a
do.
reason behind it, and it's not all greed because they believe in it, but unfortunately,
if we were going to endeavor into a project of that magnitude, then Barney Davis makes a lot more sense because the electricity's already out there. It's already out there towards the Gulf. I would probably say that if we had some type of fee for that to do engineering to proceed on Barney Davis, I think that makes more sense on this. So with that, I just want, obviously no, I'm voting no. I just don't see us spending the money on, and I think we have other initiatives that have more certainty. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also confirm that even with this project, that still would not get us out of our drought restrictions, right? Because we're tied to the reservoirs. How do we fix that?
Yeah, so that's something we've talked to several council members about, including Councilwoman Pex, and so that is part of a TCEQ and city contract, if you will. And we are going to hire a consultant to help us look into what happens if we open that contract up. Right now,
I would probably say that if we had some type of fee for that to do engineering to pursue on Barney Davis, I think that makes more sense on this.
And we're the ones, the city council through our drought contingency plans has these stages that have been enacted.
No, I just don't see us
spending the money on it. It is tied to the western reservoir levels when
NRA helped build the Choke Canyon Dam
that compromised the natural river flow. Again, the Nueces River. So that agreed order says that we try to mimic the river as best we can. You know, that allowed us to build the dam, the Choke Canyon Dam. But it's 1980 something, 1990, when was it approved? 2001. So it's been 5 years or so. So it bears review. We were cautious because we don't want it to be a worse, more strict on us, and that could happen. TCEQ could say, you know what, we're going to go the other way. You have to do this, that, and the other, which makes it even more strict. We're not Sure, so what
in
we're going to do is hire a professional to help us
in the
give us advice and we'll talk to the council about
it's
that as well.
always the
It's, you know, it's not really
So I guess
this item, but it's something to consider. It's part of what we inherited here, you know, in the community, not we, the city manager per se, but it's part of running the business, which is that we built 2 dams that compromise original or flow of the river, natural flow of the river. And so that was a compromise to say you follow these conditions then to try to mimic some of that natural flow. Essentially is what it is. So it's a contract between us and TCEQ. Doesn't mean we can't re-review it. So that's the commitment I made to some council members.
The man in the middle.
Is that we'll hire somebody to help us to advise us how do you navigate through a review of potential changes.
Prosecuted by a weaponized
DOJ.
and the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case.
CIA.
Even the judge in this case said the sentencing that was divided
the suggestion
asking
that
for
council
was egregious and without when the president is correcting that wrong, he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
You know, when I was talking to the city leaders in Rockport last week, there was a gentleman there from Port Arthur, I think is what it was. So I asked him, because this concept of another reservoir came from East Texas, where there was an Exxon plant cited to be, you know, built. And they needed water, and so the thought was that they would try to build another reservoir there. So that sparked some comments from us here saying, could we build another reservoir? I think Nick will tell us it's pretty time-intensive, regulatory intensive, expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Water rights are very difficult. The work done for the Mary Rhodes pipeline was very significant in negotiating the contract with the LNRA, the La Vaca Navidad River Authority.
Man in the middle.
But also the original getting the water rights, on the lower Colorado River. And then there was an interbasin transfer of water that had to occur as well. It's extremely, and there's not much water in Texas. I think we all know that. And there's just not an influx out there.
Well, it seems like Lake Navidad has more. I mean,
so
they're pretty full. I mean, even though they're small, I mean, that's where I was thinking.
They are small. It fills quick and it goes down quick as well. And in fact, earlier this calendar year, we were very concerned. We were very concerned we weren't going to get the interruptible water portion of our contract. And they offered that to us later in the year than ever before. So that was a real distinct possibility. So at that point, we were really thankful for the Formosa contract. So they're watching their water supply very, very closely. We're going to go to
there was a gentleman, I think it's what it was. So I asked him because this concept of another result.
All right, that's all I had. Thanks.
Councilman Roy.
Can I get a unit
Mr. Brown,
251,030 1705556.
you know, I think about recent conversations, and you've spent a lot of time here with us, and I look back on when we first engaged, at least what I can remember. One of the things, and you know, based on our conversation last week, one of the things I had to remember, and I would like you to share, because I forgot this, but your organization, it's a government entity, correct?
That is correct.
So really, in terms of how you operate, you're not out there operating for profit, is that correct?
That is correct.
I think that's important. I think that's really important. I think part of the disappointment that I've had, and some of the
responsible behavior, there have got to be 5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to work with us to reopen government.
I currently spend right.
And we'd feel good about that price.
I get
before things change.
I would note the absence of
order. The price went up again, and then we're looking at all the ways, because during this process, we're trying to figure out how do you pay for it, right?
Thank you.
What are the mechanisms that you
I
can
think
pay for
about
it?
recent conversations accusations,
and that's a terrible feeling because you're trying to do the right thing. You're trying to go out there and make sure that we can have water to be able to supply for everyone. And that was tough. Because at any given time, that company that was going to build that facility for us, they're for profit. They can change their mind. They can do whatever they want because their business plan is that they want to maximize their profit. I think that's pretty common. So I've asked you a lot of questions. You've answered them. You've been great. I appreciate you bearing with me. Just talking. I think I look forward. I think it is a partnership. I think it's important that we maintain a partnership in the future. I think the state is watching us, whether you everyone's watching us because this isn't. We're not the only ones dealing with this water crisis, and I don't think it's going to get better. One of the things that has taught us, though, and I mentioned this earlier, we used to rely a lot on surface water. I mean, even though we did a great job and city staff did a great job in making sure we had multiple sources of surface water, but that wasn't bulletproof. We were vulnerable.
They can change their life.
And it's taught us to really not rely on that. And I think there's a lot of good that has come out of this.
They're trying to maximize their profit.
And I look at the things that we've accomplished. There's a lot of times this council does not seem in sync. But when I take a look at the achievements and the things that this council has achieved, some of the really hard things that we've taken under our belt, I'm proud of this council. And I look forward to a partnership, and I like the diversity. I like the fact that there's some diversity here in terms of what your group is going to be leading the helm, and we're involved in other things. I don't think we can do everything for everyone. I know that city staff spends an inordinate amount of time trying to do everything. You guys are out there, and every time we come up with a suggestion, oh, I heard we can do this. I heard that, if we
when I take a look at the
whatever, then we can get some water. And a lot of those projects, you guys are out there and you're looking at them and you're trying to evaluate what's important, and that's a tough thing to do. And we ask a lot of city staff and the city manager. And so I am glad that we are really looking at our options and we have to put our trust in other people. I really do think that at the end of the day. So, I look forward to a long partnership. And sometimes, I remember I ran on this platform, but I have to remember sometimes that you just got to listen. Stop talking and listen. So, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
There's quite a few questions on this one.
A lot of these projects,
take into account the discharge and intake, or is that going to be done separately?
You're looking at them.
The discharge and intake is part of
what's important, and then that's a tough thing to do, and we have to go out of city staff and the city managers.
I mean, there's obviously a constitutional amendment that's going to be voted on here. It's actually, if you haven't early voted, I suggest you go early vote.
I really do think that at
it's
the
going to be
end
assigned
of the day,
or be voted on
so yeah,
during
I
this
look
election.
forward to
I'm assuming
making
it's
a
going to
long
pass, but you
partnership.
never know.
And sometimes I ran on this platform.
I guess you had said 2029. However, there's some leeway there to 31. Is that correct?
So what we do know is that the NRA has stated that they would be able to provide water in December of 2029. However, and I can let John elaborate on this, their lease agreement for the port requires them to produce water. And John, I'm going to let you just release agreement with the port. What's the date you have to provide water by?
Can you speak in the microphone? Thank you.
What's driving the boat here is people need water. I mean, you know, the Texas Bear is going to come to us just like we're sitting here discussing.
However, there's
if
some
they don't get
leeway
water.
there.
So we've got to act.
And I'm just wondering what else.
So where you don't know
to
is
make
that
sure
you know.
that we can provide that water supply to those people, not only in the coastal bend, but up and further into the
Okay, hopefully you can get it down to around 3 billion instead of 5. But you know, I'm a little concerned about CPI versus cost of service. We normally do cost of service versus a CPI based on, you know, what the consumer price index is. I don't know. You haven't signed a contract with a P3 partner yet, so you may still have some options there. You know, I know that you know, we have to be a part of this. You know, I'm not sure this is successful without us being there, because you know, to build that conveyance, it's going to take time. And if you have a customer that's closer by, you can make revenue while you're building out your conveyance system. And you know, I'm hoping the state participates aggressively to make sure that water gets sent up further into the interior part of Texas. You know, and I guess there is a question here is that, you know, we're going to vote on reserving 50 million gallons a day, but if another city wants to reserve some time, can we convey those to that city further up north, if need be?
Well, I mean, the conveyance has to come through the NRA. I mean, any swap like that, it has to come through the NRA. Okay. And that's a policy decision that the contract wasn't written that way. But if you were to pose that, then I would take that decision back to my 21
This is what we base this on. Staff conducted reviews with staff other state municipalities.
Right.
In terms of parks and recreation fees, are usually on the lower end of that market.
Let's say Portland, that also is looking
roads
to
like revenue while
it's
you're
not
building
technically
out
one of
your
our
conveyance
customers.
system.
They're a customer of our customer.
And
You know, there's various things that can
hoping
happen.
that the
And just,
state
you know, I think
participates
there's some
aggressively to
flexibility
make sure
associated with
that
us.
water gets
I am
sent
gonna
up
support
further
this.
into the interior
I'm
part
just,
of
you know,
Texas.
there's a lot of questions, and I'm still a little perturbed that we're not doing this because
You know, and I guess there is a question here. Is it, you know, we're reserving,
here we are.
we're going to vote on reserving 50 million gallons a
I guess we
day.
can have this
But
discussion
if somebody, if another city wants to reserve some time, can we convey those to that city? We're going to party up now.
Forward. Full steam ahead. When I get time, I'll be glad to come down and talk with you.
Okay. Like I said, there's a lot of huge things that are associated with it, and the one that's most concerning is the conveyance. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I would like to add, I agree with you on the conveyance. I think it's important for us, as we participate in this project, to be able to provide engineering input into their conveyance line, so the city's portion of that project
Unmanned drones.
is done in the most effective and cost-efficient way. So that's
I would
one key
like to
advantage.
tell I agree with you on the
Okay,
conveyance.
thank you. We'll move on here
I
and
think
make a
it's
couple of
important
comments.
for us as we
Mr. Byron,
participate in this project.
If you will, I mean, I recall you telling us, I think it was myself and the city manager, that it was 2031 that you were looking to come online. I'm sure that date has changed as you have moved forward this project. But nothing has changed from last week. And I'm not trying to, I think you're doing a good thing. I think the intent is well, but there is not enough information. And multiple council members have said there's not enough information, but we're going to just kind of go at it. But it's $2.7 million, and in my opinion, not having the timeline or the business plan, that's the biggest thing, is the business plan on a $5
Telling us,
billion
I think it was
project.
myself and the city manager that it was 2031 that you were looking to come
I didn't
online.
hear a concrete answer from you.
I'm sure that that has changed as you have moved for this project.
Standby reservation could kick in at that
But
point.
nothing has changed from last week.
I think that,
And I'm not trying to, I think you're doing a good thing.
we're diversifying.
But there is not
Staff is working
enough.
extremely hard to do that. But there has to be something concrete. And I don't see that change from last week. I think it's the exact same thing today that was last week. So this isn't about being against the project at all. It's more about expecting the same level of accountability that we demand from other major projects that we put through in this very dais. And that's my stance on it. It sounds like you have the support, and I'm glad you do. I think that your 2031, when you told us that, myself and the city manager, I think that was more realistic than 2029. That's what I think. I'm not an engineer, but that's what I think. And that was from you. That was from you. 2031 is not a water project that's going to help us today. And
But
that's
there
okay.
has
We
to
still
be
need
something
to
concrete
have
that
to
I don't see.
Doing
that
so would
change
restore
over the last
appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
I think there's been, the mayor's met with them, you've met with them, several council members have talked with them, so I'm hoping that you will bring that back to council.
Yes, we plan to do that.
Actually, it'll be on November 11th. I think November 11th.
Good to know. And the other thing I want to talk about, and I get it, that y'all don't think there's a business plan. I see a business plan. There was no business plan for Inner Harbor. We didn't know what we were going to do with $750 million shortfall. And maybe I missed it, and Mayor, y'all brought it forward, but I never
Doing
saw it.
so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy.
I think we need to move forward.
Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
Thank you.
Yes, we plan
You had
to do
mentioned
that.
last time that
Actually, I think no. And the other thing I
So
want
that's
to
similar
talk
to the
about,
desalination
and I
project. I
think
just
the
want to make
child
that
think there's a
we were
business
also
plan.
hoping to get, that's not on you.
I see a business plan.
Funding from the state as well.
There was
So same-
no
same
business
kind of
plan
thing. But I
for
get your
Inter
point.
Harbor.
So we have a motion.
We were willing.
Everybody, please move up.
We didn't know what we were going to do with $750 million short. And maybe
Michael Miller, District 2. I just wanted to thank you all, first of all, because I'm finally seeing unity. I know it doesn't seem like it amongst y'all, but today we have
deliver
solved
those amenities
our
to the communities with no increase to your property tax rate.
In my opinion, this is an
And
opportunity
that
to
there's been
serve, to
consternation
solve our
with previous bond programs like in 2010, 12,
I know everything
14,
seems a little
15, and
shaky
with,
right now with
they say, hey, we need
and,
some trenches,
and I
we need
understand
help
that,
for
I
this.
understand that. I've shared some
I look at
ideas with
our
Mr. Barnum on how he could quell some
programs, and we have all
concerns.
that.
Mayor,
Now, there was one, hey, we need help bonding. Yeah, good luck.
First option that I gave him was
we don't want to get into
That's
that.
a problem.
Yeah, as a comptroller in the city,
Business development. So it's very difficult to have that apply to residential basis, which is why we always recommend that you stay along commercial corridors.
Right. Yeah, and I understand that it has to be, it can't be used for purposes that could be provided for other, from general funds. But again, Ernie De La Garza is telling us that it's going to be 12 years now, conservatively, to get all the streets repaired in the city, the residential streets repaired in the city, so that realistically
came together and went to the Capitol
amenities and keeps the arena very, very current. Let's go to the next slide. Another project that we're doing as part of this, the third phase, is the combination of Suite 1 and 2. This isn't really all that involved, but we had to basically strip out the entire volume there, and then we're going to be reframing it and rebuilding it to match the other suites. And that allows us to combine two smaller spaces into one much more functional and much more usable larger suite. Go to the next slide.
I think the opportunity to engage in a 100 million gallon per day plant with the expansion up to 450 million gallon per day plant. We have a very proud governor. And that's something that he would jump all over. So, but we need unity. And
in the city, residential streets
I'm a general
from
contractor,
here in the city,
and I don't build anything.
so that realistically came together and reached the capital. Humanities, it keeps the arena very, very firm.
And we can talk about,
Amenities and keeps the arena very, very current. Let's go to the next slide. Another project that we're doing as part of this, the third phase, is the combination of Suite 1 and 2. This isn't really all that involved, but we had to basically strip out the entire volume there, and then we're going to be reframing it and rebuilding it to match the other suites. And that allows us to combine two smaller spaces into one much more functional and much more usable larger suite. Go to the next slide.
That allows us to combine two smaller spaces
So I think
into
it's a
one.
good idea. I know everything isn't all ironed out, but I think it's worthy of $2.7 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
251,103_12051.
AI might take their job. And all the nonsense we see on the news every day. The over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracy.
Evil_twin.
The weird videos.
Evil twin.
$20,251,128_15235.
Hi, council members. Jason Hill, Corpus Christi. I think this is a great project. I think you can really help out a lot of
Combination of Suite 1 and 2. This isn't really all that involved, but we had to basically strip out the entire volume there, and then we're going to be reframing it and rebuilding it to match the other suites. And that allows us to combine two smaller spaces into one much more functional and much more usable larger suite. Go to the next slide.
And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked law officers and laid siege to federal property and
if we sign up for too much water, we may end up with too much water.
Worm.
And so my recommendation is to sign up for the
Evil
amount
twin.
that we need.
How about
based on
US?
projected needs. And so that gets to my second point,
President,
which is
will
what
they crown
our
on his
projected
head
needs.
flying? I can't remember your statement here, Corpus Christi.
I guess it'd be for like,
I
10 to
think
20 years
this
out,
is a great
based on
project.
growth. And
Evil twin.
based on the supplies that we have that we're working on right now, that would put us at 138 million gallons a day after the drought. And if you do like a 1% projection of all total demands, that works out 134 million gallons a day in 2035. And that also includes like peak days or more than average days. The average daily demand is a pretty good indication of that. And so what that would look like for kind of saying where the water is going to go for each customer, whether it's like residential and commercial or large volume, is all 50 million gallons going to go to municipal needs? Because that would be
Evil twin.
enough to more than double Corpus.
Based on the supplies that we have working, that we're working on right now, that would put us at 138 million gallons a day after the drought.
It's an important discussion that we need to have that we're not having.
And if you do like a one projection of all the
impacts to water
vitamins, that
rates.
would be 134 million gallons a day in 235. And that also is, like peak days for more than
50 million
average
gallons a day
days.
would double CCW's annual expenses on the high end. So I think we deserve to know what the impacts are going to be before we move forward with this. When Inner Harbor got voted down earlier this year, I thought we solved the problem by moving forward with Angeline. Y'all wanted 30 million gallons a day. We got it, plus more with reuse at a lower price than Inner Harbor. But it just seems like that goalpost keeps moving. And I would like an explanation as to why that's happening.
Underscore 18085.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Underscore 20,251,028.
Eric Vonway, District 2. All right,
180,858.
I like what you guys are doing, and I encourage you to continue forward with this. I got here a little late. I understand you guys did a lot of work. I had to work today. But what I'm seeing you do now is the hard work that we need to accelerate. Extremism and pursuit of water is no vice. And we need to be as quick as we can, but as thorough as we can, and that means don't hold back. I saw a lot of criticism over 1.2 billion. 2.7 billion, let's not like it so much that we're doing the backstroke before we start asking all the hard questions. And I also want to hear a clear and concise answer that I still don't have heard yet from the NRA, which is, are you going to guarantee us you will not sell water around us to our customers? I need to hear that clear and concise, because if we're going to commit to 50 million gallons a day, which I'm not opposed to, I want some promises. I want to see some aggressive salesmanship in which we're having clear and concise answers and not dancing around the issue. I think it's a very important issue to ask. Are you going to sell to anybody? I don't care if they approach you or you're not approaching them, that's good. But I want to make sure that if they approach you, you don't come that wholesaler selling to my retail customers and cutting me out of the loop. I don't think that's if you want a commitment, commit to us. We know expenses. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I'm going to say this. I think in the end, we deserve to know what they're going to be moving forward with this. From the NRA. And can we sell them
when an interpreter goes down and they go this year, I thought it was all the problem.
And that I think should also prompt us to
by
ask some
moving
harder
forward
questions.
with Angeline, go on in 30 million days, I think I got it. I need to work with the news.
Mr. Byram.
A lower price than an interpreter, but it just seems like
About selling water to
VPN.
I think I've been very clear about that, Mayor. I don't think I need to explain anymore. I've been very, very open from day one with that.
You're not going to sell any water then?
I am not bringing it up to them, but everywhere we go, they tell us
I understand that.
and we got to deal with the elephant in the room. We serve everybody in the basin, man. And in fact, we are enabled to serve everybody in the state of Texas. And if they ask us, we're going to discuss it with them.
So the answer is possibly.
The answer I've been clear about, and that has not changed.
What is it?
I have told you that I do
For
not
many,
want to
many
sell
years,
water
today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people to be here. I don't think so. Very good being day one being so bold and for standing in the gap. Such are not going to smell any water. It will remind them of your life. Everywhere we go, it will tell the difference in God to deal with it. It will serve everybody in the basin.
I hope y'all are taking note of that for
And in
when that
fact,
matters,
we are
because it
moving
does
to
matter.
serve
It will matter.
everybody in the state of Texas, and they ask us, and we're going to discuss it well.
Thank you. I think that perhaps it seems like we were addressing public comment. I think it may be more in order if we
really
hear
big
questions
problem
and
with,
then formulate
they
our
say, hey, we need
questions
trenches,
based
we
on
need
those
help
so that
for
we're
this,
not
we need,
directly
I look at
I think that's more in alignment with our
programs, and we have all of them.
But I do
Now, there
think
was
that
one,
Mr.
hey, we need help
Byram
bonding.
has made it clear
Yeah, good luck,
that
but,
he's here
we don't want to get into
waiting
that.
for Corpus Christi
As a
to take
comptroller and a CFO,
leadership
I've
in
done
the
enough of that, I don't
project
need to do
we've
it
asked him to
again.
bring to us.
15223.
And Peter Zanoni has said from there, we will work together to ensure that Corpus's interests are protected in the nature of our customer sales. If we have the water for them to purchase and we can provide it, then they have no incentive to leave because we can blend those rates. So I do believe that Mr. Byram has answered that question. Thank you. And for the record, I was asking the question. You brought it up, Mr. Vonway, but I was asking myself. So, and thank you, Mr. Byram. Mr. Hernandez.
Universe underscore 20,251,051
Yes, the question I had was specifically on,
I think
and I
that
forget the
universe
rest,
has
but it seems
5,005
votes. The city manager was
Evil
on
twin.
the reservation fee that we could get credit on it on our water purchases over time. It doesn't have to be, all at once or anything like that, but that's how I'd seen reservation fees in the past. And that's fine. We can work out the details in negotiation. I don't have to, I just wanted to make that comment out there.
That's good, Councilman.
The other thing I wanted to mention is that, honestly, I don't have an issue if they sell to, some of our customers, and I don't think they would go for that, because we can blend it with our other water sources. They would not necessarily be able to do that. I'm hard pressed to imagine why a small city would want to have a high cost of water that is not blended with other sources to reduce it,
There was a reservation fee that we could get credit on our water purchases over time.
So,
you have to be in all the units or anything like that.
Cost,
but that's how we beat your
I don't
price.
necessarily think that's an entirely
That's
a
how
bad thing.
I've seen reservation
But I just don't
fees
see
in
it
the past.
happening, because by us taking that water,
that's
we
fine.
blend it with our other water sources.
We can
and it makes
work
it less
out the
expensive.
details in the
I
negotiation.
just don't see that happening.
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years. You said you would not sell to our customers. I remember that from the beginning, and that has stuck in my mind, so I'm trusting that to me, that's what you said. You're not going to do that. They're going to approach you. Mr. Sinoni, you're going to be the one that's going to be dealing with all this, so how are you taking this?
Right, just that. So John Byram and I have a good working relationship, and his deputy chief that he just hired, I know him as well from a prior work experience. So we have agreed to collaborate with each other, and it's going to be collaboration, communication, consensus building. He's not going to do anything without our input, and that's why this reservation fee is important.
I want you to just
because it kind of seals that commitment that we have with each other to work together. That his business, as we said, is not quite, the business plan isn't quite developed, so that gives us opportunity to work with each other and work with changing conditions.
Okay, I just want to make sure, though, is it your understanding that they are not going to sell to other customers?
Yeah.
We don't want to have an overabundance of water that we can't sell.
Yeah, correct. That's my
Make sure.
understanding. Right. And if there's a change, he'll come and talk to us about it. And we may talk to the council about it. He'll talk to his board about it, and we can work through it. But right now, what he told us again tonight is what he's told us in private meetings, and what he has told me in meetings just that I've had with him myself. So,
All underscore 20,251,031 underscore 115149.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. We do have a motion and a second on the floor.
and Mayor, I just want to, I'm sorry, I know it's getting late, but I did want to recognize the NRA board president who's here with us, Eric Burnett. He's been here pretty much all day.
What if I give this opportunity to work with each other and work with changing conditions? Okay, I just want to make sure, though, isn't your understanding that they are not going to sell to other customers? Yeah. We don't want to
Motion
have
carries.
cameras.
Next item is a resolution casting votes for candidates for the Nueces County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Okay, Mayor and Council, Rebecca Huerta, City Secretary. So on September the 23rd, the City Council nominated Devin Bodka and Gabrielle Hillpold as candidates for the 2 open seats on the Nueces County Appraisal District
Chain
Board of
of
Directors.
custody.
So NCAD delivered the ballot on October the 9th, and it included all the candidates nominated by the taxing entities. And then today, the council will determine how to allocate the city's 436 vote entitlement among the candidates. And there are 2 candidates on the ballot.
President, this
as
week,
would have it,
the
it is
U.S.
Devin Bodka and
Senate
Gabrielle.
voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs on under the Emergency Powers Act.
So on September the
This law,
23rd, the city council
the law is clear that the president does not have authority.
as candidates for the two open seats in the Nueces County of Christi district. So Kincaid delivered the ballot on October the 9th.
There, so what we're needing to know is how you want to.
City managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. You're doing a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on 5 years.
Council Ryan's Court Check Intergovernmental Relations. 2 entities have sent in their votes, Agua Dulce School District and Driscoll. So it's not going to be tremendously helpful because that's 15 total votes.
Between what you have,
So
9 and 11,
of any substantial
with a
vote.
safety valve, and a 5 and 8 with a safety valve.
Which is the largest one going to make the
They're the same thing. It's a shortened time frame,
They're the only 2 people.
right? Okay, I understand where you're going.
It happened July 30th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Boulevard Gym.
I think we had another TA we wanted to talk about, but I think we're going to go into
CDL driver, equipment operator, and more. Interviews are happening on the spot. Bring your ID, diploma, and social security card. You can be hired faster. Working for the city means great benefits, stable employment.
Understand and understand.
Something like that, yes, sir.
County, San Patricio County. We will be meeting with city councils and Centon and
Does the council have, do you have an opinion on,
we are going to do
or a decision on how you want to allocate those votes?
informational briefings to San Pat Commissioners Court, San Patricio County Commissioners Court, our own Nueces County Commissioners Court. And so we'll do as many town halls and briefings and engagement sessions as we need to make sure our community knows that one, we hear them.
Do you want to do 218, one for each? Okay, so with the resolution before you, we have blanks there right now, so we will include 218 for Devin Barca and 218 for Gabrielle Holt.
A fighter jet
God,
and
underscore
dumping
20
poop.
million,
I'm gonna-
251,029,
Yes, sir, please.
underscore 200259.
Protesting citizens. All of that.
I
move that we allocate 218 votes for Devin Boxa and 218 votes to Gabrielle.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Sorry.
Gray underscore hat.
Gray hat.
We're underscore 20,251,103 underscore 113758.
We're voting no, and Chuck Schumer's been leading that charge. And then he votes no to kill the SNAP program, to create
The motion
tremendous
carries.
uncertainty, to create.
Okay, item number 25 is a resolution approving the escape park
underscore
escape park for Village Park CIP tax increment reinvestment zone number 2 or TERS 2 project in an amount not to exceed $850,000.
People are sick and tired of it. We're surely
We
sick
have a
and
motion
tired
and a
of it.
second. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on number 20?
Heath.
I know.
Underscore 20,251,101 underscore 193551.
Includes $356,000 during the development, and then from 24 to 34, about $497,000. The Housing Finance Corporation also acquires the land and leases it on a long term to the limited partner. The limited partner pays for the cost of the land. The land and the improvements will be exempt from property taxes. The limited partner covers all costs of operations, and the Housing Finance Corporation
through descoped TERS 2 projects that are not yet shovel-ready, in addition to FEMA funds that will be put back into the TERS 2 budget. The Island Youth could not be here today, but they did want to connect with you via this video, if you'll take a couple minutes and watch.
I know he would at mind after I'm spent at finished speaking if you'll start the video. includes $356,000 during the development
14 and I live on
event
North
from
Padre.
24
I
to
think we need a skate
34,
park
about
because all this land right here is just filled with sticker
$497,000.
burrs. Can't do anything with it. And
The
I
Housing
think that
Finance
kids, little
Corporation
kids, have
also
playgrounds,
acquires
and we need
land
something for us
and
to play on
racism
over
on
here.
a long-term limit for
on the island, and I think we should get a skate park
For
because we
the
have
$1
all
million.
this nice land behind us that is not being used for anything, and that we should be able to ride without the fear of getting hit by a car.
Hello, my name is Lucille Katz and I'm 9 years old, and I think if I have a skate park over here, we don't have to travel that far to go to Port A, and we can practice if there's jellyfish in the water, if you surf.
Hello there, city council members. My name is Asher. I'm 15. I live here on the island. Skate park would be really great for the community here, all different ages, from young all the way to old. And it would be a great place for kids to be
recommended
off the
over
road,
to
for a safe place for
the
them to
type
trips
B
and get
board
better.
for consideration. This is a little bit unique in the way that a lot of times the economic development corporations in other cities are not managed by a third party. Either they have their own staff that help manage that board, or it is managed usually by city staff.
Nice land behind us that has not been used for anything, and you should be able to ride without fear of getting hit by a car.
Hi, my name's Lily, and I'm 8 years old, and I live on the island.
Hello,
I think we
my
should have
name
a skate
is
park
Sophia
because
Cat, and I'm
it's
9
not only
years
for
old,
skating,
and
it's
I
for
think
scooters and
City
buses and
manager,
dolphins.
Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up.
Economic development-based streets. And to do that, the same groups are saying delete some of the buildings in there, so just have the American Bank Center, not all the other 5 buildings behind, and then have a more even narrow focus on the building footprint, just the American Bank Center, not the buildings behind it, and then add to it a community-wide appeal. That's just some of the consensus. And then Heather said it, but just to repeat it again, we've met with four.
Help me with that video because I am not good at technology, so we put that together late last week. Again, we need a safe place for this age group, this demographic out there, and y'all have heard me talk about this so much. I want to thank again
That would build
the
excellent
city
team
staff
and
that's
doing
helped, the ISAC community
outstanding work.
committee members, Parks and Rec, Jay
Nancy.
Gardner. I know Eric Von Wade let me be on
You
his
have-
show. I didn't expect to be last Thursday, but we talked about it then, and I think you'll see that this will be a great addition to the island. Thank you.
Red underscore
Thank you so much.
Red team.
I think we want to thank you for your advocacy. You've been by far the strongest one I've ever seen. So thanks for the advocacy.
American underscore
Councilwoman Patsey.
20,251,029.
You guys have really, you have created in this project a wonderful textbook example of when the community and our city teams and government can come together and find creative solutions to put the desire of the public first. And I know this is a huge accomplishment for the island. I know for a long time everybody's wanted this, and you have embodied this project so beautifully. And thank you for sharing this video with us. It's so meaningful. And I'm very excited for this
And I think
amenity
you'll
on the
see
island, but
that
for
this will
this
be a
type of
great
project
addition to the island.
initiatives to continue. So thank you for never giving up on it.
Thank you so much.
AI might take their job.
Red Heath.
We have a motion and a
Red
second.
team.
Would anyone like to make public comment on our last item here, item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
On his
Hashing.
head flying
Underscore
a fighter jet and dumping
20,251,028.
poop
Underscore 180858.
on
Okay, the motion carries.
Underscore
Thank you, Cheryl. Peter, were we gonna, can we move that to the next?
We can move the water update till the next meeting, yes. We still send out the memos each Friday, so we'll.
Okay, thank you.
So late, yes.
So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Underscore 20,251,103. Underscore 120051.
Keith and all, we have motion in a second.
Underscore 20,251,103.
We don't even like to make public comment on our last item. We're 25. Okay, there'll be now public comment.
again will bring the drug prices down to our locality as well as possible. Tremendous cuts, 200%, 300%, 500%, 700%, everybody know that. So today I'm thrilled to announce that the two world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, have agreed to offer their most popular GLP-1 weight loss drug. I call it the fat drug, remember? At drastic discounts. They're very effective drugs. So far, I've never heard anything bad about it. I only hear good about it.
No one will close public hearing
Is there anything bad about it?
which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement
Someday
with
maybe you'll come out.
LSK Development.
We'll notify you immediately. So far, I haven't heard of it, including the drugs known as Zepbound and
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services.
What's that?
Today, first
Is it trying for American patients that will save lives and everything?
for Azalea
To help
Estates,
the millions and
oversized,
millions of Americans. Amazing thing. Amazing. I want to thank Eli Lilly, CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine. He's worked long and hard. He and I got this whole thing started in a row. And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Gustar for joining us today. Great, talented people. They make a lot of money. I looked at the money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies are doing very well. Along with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
Not yet.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Marty McCary and Director of Medicare Chris Klump. And we have Steve here, Head of Public Relations for the White House. He's taking it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the American customer. I would say that's not so good, right? It's not exactly good. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order earlier this year instructing my administration to do everything in our power to implement most favored nations drug pricing, something that has been helped greatly by tariffs because some nations refuse to do it. We should have put this in the case yesterday. I said, well, you're not going to do it, we're going to charge you a like amount of tariffs. And they said, we'll do it. Which means that Americans should pay no more than the lowest price offered anywhere in the world. So that you've heard for years the disparity where you'll pay $150 for a pill in New York and you'll pay $10 for a pill in London. Now you're going to pay $20.
Underscore 193608.
Is that going to be outside Bravery?
0_76_4_0_7_20,251,105
And you have to take $10.007 of money dash now you're going $0-$720
underscore 175006.
Adam 220, LV signal 4, S&Js.
Exactly underscore 20,251,102 underscore 155935.
Exactly how that works. So when you're talking about El Nino and La Nina, we're talking about global scale weather patterns. How we determine that is equatorial Pacific water temperature along the Pacific.
Infrastructure that helps support the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So infrastructure is an allowable use.
Okay, now,
In different parts
I
of
know, I guess somebody here, the general land office had gone to the COG, and there was a lot of...
Our complement is 455.
I mean, several of us were engaged in the methodology.
Above our authorized complement. We understand that.
What is it, Nueces County was going to give?
Yeah, it's still
We have 59
per unit that this
cadets, well, 58 now. We have 58 cadets.
Costs, especially in these cost of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI, and so to make those projects work economically.
You have
Doing underscore 20,251,030
water temperature along the surface of
Doing
the
so
structure
would restore
that helps
appropriate
support the
procedural
creation of
deliberation
those
in
primary
the enactment
jobs
of
or
taxes on
expansion
trade,
of the jobs
benefiting
or
the millions of
economic
Americans whose
development.
livelihood depend on international commerce
So the structure
and the
is an
certainty
awful
that
lot.
supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress
Okay,
continue
and
to hear
now the
from
different
farmers,
parts of my
workers,
question is
business
what would
owners
this
about the
come to the
harm
cog if
inflicted
there
by
was a
broad-based
law?
tariffs and the associated economic
Our complement is
uncertainty.
455
American families are
considered
facing
law.
thousands of
We're
dollars in
engaged
higher
with all
prices.
the methods of the past, but something we understand.
160.
Cost underscore 20,251,031 underscore 023147.
Costs, especially in these costs of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI. And so to make those projects work economically, there's usually more than just this little bit of funding. There's got to be more funding that has to come together to be able to make that work. And so we have had several projects come forward, and they just weren't able, either they weren't able to get the tax credits that they needed, or they couldn't make the economy, the economic.
51,028 underscore 154145. Low underscore on underscore 20,251,101 underscore 182123.
Low on hours. So,
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
We'll be in route to your facility for post 1 with a 97-year-old female patient. She's currently A times 4, GCS 15. Patient has a chief complaint of a headache that began
Hard
acutely
underscore
about
living
2
underscore
hours ago.
20,251,105 underscore 045744.
Our claiming his faith,
Homeland
security,
building out a dream,
And now he's gone.
and
our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us. He's been taken from his parents, from his sisters. There's usually more than just this little bit of funding there was going to more funding that has
Erica, I know
that doesn't give us a real
preparatory
so
work
we
saying
have had
that
several
as we go
projects
along,
we
we never
would
stop
take
standing by your side just to
we
start
did, for
with
example, Christmas, so they
we did the design and the construction portion on this particular bond.
so we
You still wouldn't get into construction until 2.5 years from now.
I don't know that I've
It
ever
would
seen
be
that
the next
before.
bond
It all
cycle
just
before you even
kind
get
of
to
seems
it. And I'm not even sure that we would have the correct
like
dollar amounts
professional criminal
associated.
behavior. What we're seeing is as far
And you know
as
what?
you got that, and the way they're driving, and yeah.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore
Okay.
180858.
1354, you want medic 2 or do you want fire?
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160205. Control underscore 20,251,029 underscore 074453.
2 engines or patrol?
Of underscore
And they're not all people who use kind of to me. And I'm not even gonna put on people like Darwin and all the friends who will be able what we're seeing as far as you know what. You got that and the way they're driving. Yeah.
2 underscore 1 underscore 6 underscore B underscore 20,251,030 underscore 014838. A. I. Underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
Dentistry, 641 dentistry, that is one requesting a second unit.
Be able to jump out of the way in enough time when someone is going 100 miles an hour on a surface street. And as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tints on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right? I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of seems indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior. What we're seeing as far as you got that and the way they're driving, and yeah.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Got underscore 20,251,028 underscore 162426.
1624 900 Green Bay, 900 Green Bay.
Caller's declining contact. Calling for the mother. She's having a disturbance.
A test underscore 20,000,000
out of the way and out of time with when someone is going 100 miles an hour on a surface street. And as I try to look into your check this out, it's too bad. I think we've got 10 on the road on the windshield. So we can't even see inside the windshield in this car. Right. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Drone.
Hello, Linux. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get further calls on this animal.
Her own. Hello,
Further
Linux.
20,251,102
I don't like any sort of work I can play.
Further away. You know, here's the thing that I know, for me, I'm getting heartburn, and some of my fellow board members have expressed heartburn. You know, we fund all of these projects, and granted, they go to the council for final approval, but, you know, we're pretty astute here that we're not going to necessarily send something to the council that we don't feel like they're going to approve. And you know, we don't get, or the type A or the type B gets minimal recognition. For example,
drone.
Hello, Linux. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get further
Away underscore 20,251,101 underscore 003114.
Do away with it. You know, with government, that very seldom happens, so I want to make a suggestion. Let's try it for a year, see if it works, and then bring it back, bring an update back, and if it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say, don't do it. I understand talking about the realtors. I'm not dead set on talking to the realtors. This is abandoned property that looks absolutely terrible, and they're probably not going to come back and do anything with it. But can Development Services not just file a nuisance abatement on it?
Well, we can do abatement actions.
20,251,028 underscore 180244.
Drone.
B underscore 20,251,029 underscore 131539. Can underscore 20,251,028 underscore 16007.
And if it's working, that's great.
Away underscore
It's not that we can just say don't do it.
Underscore 003114.
I understand
do away with it. You know, with government, that very seldom happens, so I want to make a suggestion. Let's try it for a year, see if it works, and then bring it back, bring an update back, and if it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say don't do it. I understand talking about the realtors. I'm not dead set on talking to the realtors. This is abandoned property that looks absolutely terrible, and they're probably not going to come back and do anything with it. But can Development Services not file a nuisance abatement on it?
Well, we can do abatement actions.
Man in the middle.
About underscore 20,251,028 underscore 154116.
This rat.
Government underscore 20,251,030 underscore 144445.
Government shutdown could lead to $14 billion in lost GDP, the Congressional Budget Office reports. Shutdown could close Head Start programs this week, jeopardizing child care. Shutdown crushes small business owners as losses hit billions. Industry leaders beg Congress for clean CR. Ongoing government
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Directly underscore 20,251,101
Shutdown concludes Head Start programs this week, jeopardizing child care. Shutdown crushes small business owners as losses hit billions. Leaders, industry leaders bid Congress for clean CR. Ongoing government.
Interested in seeing what the cost would be to restore that to a safe level versus demolishing it and making it a walking path. It may be
beaconing.
Budget underscore 20,251,028 251,031 underscore 034739.
Budget process, we have the general fund, we have hotel occupancy tax funds, we have bond programs. So we have choice every budget session, really every day.
And I wanted, I really did want clarification if the C district did include it, but I guess it doesn't.
It does include, under the definition of the C district, it does include the Heritage Plaza.
But not for this specific.
But what the council's baseline concept did not include Heritage. It was just the
crossings to help vehicles and pedestrians. And we do want to remind everybody that as they travel downtown, to be aware that there will be pedestrians in the roadway. Okay.
Would be to restore that to a safe level versus demolishing it and making it a walking path that may be canning that our funds are better utilized in enhancing another part of the park than restoring that budget process. We have the general fund, we have hotel occupancy tax funds, we have bond programs.
To see if those expenditures are fully expended
We have choice every budget session, really every day, and I want
one more.
point detection and response.
251,029 underscore 131539. R underscore 20,251,028 underscore 205348.
A quick detection and response.
J underscore 20,251,029 underscore 023523. A I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
The over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Of a U.S. president with a crown on his head,
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
On protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
In underscore 20,251,028 underscore
I don't really know if you can have a couple of hours of freedom, even if you can't come over to the university.
Of underscore
Hey, I might take their job.
Underscore 180858.
And all the men said to see on the news every day. That's all the time.
Endpoint underscore detection.
The fabricated conspiracies. Endpoint detection and response.
Non underscore C underscore 20,251,106 underscore 00136113.
Non-C. Endpoint detection and response.
251,028 underscore 152124. Stakeout.
Airport 62.
Stakeout.
Of underscore 20,251,028
I don't know what's happening.
180858.
Can you call a cab for a passenger going to Holiday Inn on Shoreline? Last name is Buck.
Hashem. Underscore 20,251,105 underscore 001518.
Hashing.
Of underscore 20,251,028
And can't procrastinate. You're going to hell day in Unshalling. Last name is fuck.
20,251,031 underscore 231617. Day underscore 20,251,029 underscore 023523.
Detection.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Stakeout.
Stakeout.
5 minutes or so. Vitals, we got 88 heart rate, 98% of remaining. That's all we got.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
He apparently jumped out of the vehicle. He has a vehicle that he had to pull up his right eye.
Underscore 204013.
Help us
He
out.
has some
Thank you.
minor bleeding, pushing.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
We have to be following us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's
Patient going to the tentative.
Underscore 180858.
What's there? There's a talk on there. patient is obviously under the influence of some alcohol. We're going to have to stay out. We're out of minutes or so.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
It's going to be for a female trying to get belongings right from male captive by her neck and through her outside.
Rat.
No EMF needed.
Rat.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Thank you.
CIA.
CIA.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
But we're going somewhere.
251,028 underscore 180858. B underscore 20,251,029 underscore 131539. Department underscore of underscore Homeland underscore Security.
Department of Homeland Security. If you've been keen inside from ahead to look for the foot.
Rat.
Rat.
Charlie, 3
Hold on, I'm trying to find it here, so. Okay. I'll make a motion that the Type B Corporation engage with Hyde Kelly as legal counsel for the case number 2024 CCV 61174-3.
Second.
Does anybody have any comments?
It's not hard to show what's going on these days.
With seeing none?
There's no public comment, I guess.
No.
Well, we had public comment at the beginning. We're fine.
All right, seeing none?
They don't believe in the star system.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Right.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it.
I'll
Motion
make a
carries.
motion that the type of incorporation
All right,
engaged
next
with
we
Hyde
have,
Kelly as legal
under
counsel
our
for the
agenda
case
items,
number
item number 3, the election of officers for a term ending September 30th, 2026. I'll take nominations for president first, and then we'll do nominations for vice president and secretary following that. So at this moment, I'll now open the floor for nominations for president.
I'd like to nominate Diane Summers for president.
Second.
Yeah, second isn't necessary, but it's good and just shows extra support. But I'm just so used to it. No, it's okay.
I did the same thing last.
Are there any further nominations?
That would have probably done it again. Sorry.
There being no further nominations, the floor is now closed.
Close nominations, yes, ma'am.
Close nominations, and so as there's only one
candidate, Ms. Summers is elected by acclamation.
Thank you. All right, I will now take nominations from the floor for vice president. I'd like to nominate Jesus Jimenez.
On the
There being no further nominations, the floor is now closed. And so by acclamation, Mr. Jimenez will be our new vice president. All right, last, I'm going to open the floor for nominations for secretary. Do I have any nominations?
For some part, but I just say you used to it. I'm saying that.
Who would like to?
That's okay.
I'd like to nominate Mark LaRue.
I did the same thing last.
There
being no further nominations, I'm now going to close the floor, and Mr. LaRue will serve as secretary by acclamation.
No further nominations.
All right.
The floor is now closed.
Rat.
Rat.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Reporting.
Reporting.
Loud and clear.
10-4, thank you.
Rat. Yes, sir. Introduction.
1_2_9_9_9_9_9_9
Introduction.
9_9_9_9
Introduction.
9_9_9_9
Introduction.
20,251,104 for _20,251,028 _151511
Offer confirm that application Berkshire, Berkshire, Museum 1130.
20,251,103 _12051
AI might take their job.
Hello, Linux.
And all the nonsense we see on the news every day. The
By
over-the-top rhetoric,
_20,251,028 _160,917
videos
The name on the note.
of a U.S. president
Rat.
with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
You can get a return on it. No 29 on it either. Charlie 310, Charlie 3.
He calls him for a try. He calls him for a try. He's the 1,130.
20,251,101
More classified research on the basics.
$5,000.
Hey, I might
we still have some incentives that'll be paid out over the next couple of years, and so we will
Night
work through
vision.
that to see if those expenditures are fully expended, one, and then what our interest income is off to help
in
make up that
underscore
difference.
20,251,028 underscore 162,838. Stakeout.
Stakeout.
Hello, Linux. Everything. Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 214314.
We paid out over the next couple of years, and so we will work with that to see if those expenditures are fully expended, one, and then what our interest income is off to help make up that difference.
20,251,028
91
underscore
confirmation 91 for
205,708.
com call at 3326 Meadow Ridge.
B underscore
3326 Meadow Ridge Drive, EZ
20,251,029
1313
underscore
Fire dispatcher
131539. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And have owner information in the event we get further calls on
Spyware.
Spyware.
Heath.
Heath.
Hello, Linux. Couple underscore 20,251,031 underscore 06116.
91.
Couple of months ago.
Term 81. For example, call it 326.
Next slide shows the location map. This specifically is affecting the parcel of land identified as number 1 on the slide.
That's worth of time.
You can see on the right portion of this slide, the new water line is the thick blue line, and again, what it'll do.
I'm
personally working on. I'm
further underscore 20,251,102 underscore 03610.
Further away. You know, here's the thing that I know. For me, I'm getting heartburn, and some of my fellow board members have expressed heartburn. You know, we fund all of these projects, and granted, they go to the council for final approval, but, you know, we're pretty astute here that we're not going to necessarily send something to the council that we don't feel like they're going to approve. And, you know, we don't get the type A or the type B gets minimal recognition. For example,
in the clear water that's in there. Like
Here's
the
the
soap
thing
residue can
that I
prevent
know from
sanitizer from killing germs.
heartburn, and some of my fellow work members.
Rat.
We should not be stopping there until somebody
An underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858. Away underscore 20,251,101 underscore 003114.
Do away with it. You know, with government, that very seldom happens, so I want to make a suggestion. Let's try it for a year.
See if it works, and then bring it back, bring an update back, and if it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say, don't do it. I understand talking about the realtors. I'm not dead set on talking with the realtors. This is abandoned property that looks absolutely terrible, and they're probably not going to come back and do anything with it. But can development services not just file a nuisance abatement on it?
Well, we can do abatement actions.
Bravo 440 traffic.
Bravo 440 location.
White cap and 22 on Tom William.
Director underscore 20,251,029 underscore 151737.
Director of the United States Marshal Service. It's the oldest law enforcement agency. It was created in 1789. So on behalf of all the federal law enforcement agencies
lateral underscore
that
movement.
we're working with, and those that have yet to
Lateral
Hello,
movement.
we thought it was only appropriate to present you
Radiant screen.
honorary United States Marshal Service badge.
All right. Underscore 1,251,028 underscore 162446.
Adam 141 traffic.
Adam 421 location.
Sniper Violet. I'm William Henry Young, 0882.
This badge comes with this little item right now.
Plan underscore 20,251,031 underscore 010018.
Plan, yes, and the city has been actively involved in the different townhalls that they have and the planning process as well, so we can ensure that the plans that they're putting together
Do away with
are
it.
aligned
with government, that
the
very seldom
activities
happens, so
that
I want to make a
city's doing to address
suggestion.
city issues.
Again, I bring that up because we went through
See
two
if it
rounds
works, and then bring it back,
meeting with
bring an
city
update
staff
back, and if it's working, that's great. If it's not, then we can just say, don't do
Find out
it.
later that MPO came in
I
and
understand
basically
talking about the
rewrote
realtors. I'm
No, I
not
wouldn't say that they
dead
rewrote
set
it,
on
they
talking
probably
to the
rewrote
realtors.
their
This is
plan, but
abandoned property that looks absolutely
it
terrible.
affected
They're
how
probably
and
not
what
going to come back
the
and do
city ended
anything
up.
with it. But can development services not just file a nuisance abatement
Man
on
in
it?
the middle.
Well, we can do abatement actions.
Delta 320, clear 5
WAF.
Plan. WAF.
Major 20, that's negative. Major 20, tough one.
6 Bravo.
You underscore Linda underscore Moore underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152552.
Williams off 30.
Man underscore in underscore law underscore in underscore apartning underscore 20,251,105 underscore 030423.
Man in the
looking
middle.
at pardoning
Thank
individuals
you.
who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
So it is a problem. I mean,
about underscore 20,251,028 underscore 154116.
Of a U.S. president with a crown on his head,
Underscore
flying
20,251,028
and
underscore
dumping
180858.
on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
01905.
Used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ and the individual Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
We underscore 20,251,028 underscore 153540.
No, I'm just asking at this point, but do we have
At
ID?
underscore 20,251,028
Communications
underscore
Assistance for Law
18311.
Enforcement Act.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Biden underscore 20,251,105 underscore 101556.
Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it.
I've heard that about 4 times. I don't know if you have 2 kings. You haven't said I wasn't.
Not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. but the stock market as of Friday has hit many record highs during the
For underscore 20,251,028
I don't know if you have two kings. What count you haven't said to me well. Not being hired in the air traffic control system is under a precinct strain. We must get the government back all the time. We must get the government back all the time.
Underscore 20,251,106 underscore 102214.
Hacker
$1.3
ethics.
billion. Now the Inner Harbor Plan is estimated to cost almost the same as the entire harbor bridge. And the state and the feds aren't ponying up for desal. And other than the loans, now we have alternate water sources and the proposed Harbor Island plant that will pipe the brine out into the Gulf, which is way better for the bay. Getting back to the hole that we're in, this
251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job.
Air underscore 20,251,030 underscore 112917.
Air Force Base at 2 a.m.
Lieutenant, I think we've covered this, haven't we?
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log lists no flight that left at 11 p.m. and the Andrews log lists no flight that landed at 2 a.m. I'd like to admit them as defense exhibits Alpha and Bravo.
I don't understand. You're admitting evidence of a flight that never existed.
Well, we believe it did, sir. Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
51,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event
FBI.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get further calls on this animal.
Firewall.
Firewall.
Conservatively underscore 20,251,101 underscore 135645.
Conservatively on our revenue side, and so our actuals have come in $81,105
underscore 130728.
$2 million. The answer, absolutely nothing. The property is well under construction and already on the second floor of 5. So based on this definition, is this really an incentive? Thank you for your time.
You know,
Thank you, Mr.
the
Johnson.
Harbor plan
Zachary
is
Bornstein.
estimated to cost almost the same as an entire hardware fridge. And the state and the feds aren't ponying up for DSAL. Other than function, we haven't explained it yet.
FBI
More than running into hearts.
51,105
And the hardware's pap trouble citizens wouldn't follow the wait for this.
underscore 160205.
FBI.
In front of a big crowd, and then he blinked.
Protesting citizens. All of that is
And saw his savior in
Department.
paradise.
Rat. Drone.
Another underscore 20,251,028 underscore 182926.
Another base 355. We're doing a callback to verify the robbery location. I'm not doing comments on anything robbery.
We should not be stopping there until somebody checks those bags out. 147.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get
Absolutely. Underscore 20,251,029 underscore 064801.
Beginning mileage 86403.
Power underscore 20,251,028 underscore 205138.
power lines. You can get a hold of AEP and give them the address.
Man underscore law underscore and underscore apartning underscore 20,251,105
They got it, and he got it. Man in the middle
pardoning
it wrong.
individuals who were abused and used
And
by the
from a
Biden
big
Department
crowd.
of Justice and were over prosecuted by a
quit.
weaponized DOJ.
Because
and
he
the
stood
individual
a
you're
bit
referring to,
quick.
that was certainly the case.
And
Even
it
the
jumped.
judge in his case said
And
that
saw
the
his
sentencing
scene
that the Biden
perfectly.
administration was asking for
That's
was
right.
egregious and went too far.
Joe.
So the president is correcting that wrong
Not
because
gonna
he has
turn
officially
and
ended
see
the Biden
if we could hear
administration's
him
war
down.
on the cryptocurrency industry,
That's
and I think
right.
that's the message he sent with this pardon.
And so, actually, he didn't play in the night yet. Right about him.
Underscore 20,251,028
So this one.
underscore 180,858. AI underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job. And all
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore
That occurred
180,858.
here at the end of the night.
In underscore 20,251,028
So we're going to take a picture.
underscore 168.
She just take them.
on his head flying a fighter jet
DDoS.
and
Underscore
dumping poop
20,251,101 underscore 194313.
protesting
We're asking
citizens.
for the
Right
multifamily
underscore
zoning.
20,251,028 underscore
All of that is being worked through
214159.
right now with civil to that. There's been no adverse reaction to that activity.
Red underscore team.
Red team.
It's also so this has already been through the planning commission. It's already been 103 underscore 12051.
May 9th.
AI might take their job.
Nonce.
This question is
And all
Nancy.
the
Man in the
nonsense
middle.
we see on the news every day.
Man in the middle.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
Of a U.S. president with a
DDoS.
crown on his head flying
DDoS.
a
Communications
fighter
underscore
jet
assistance
and
underscore
dumping
for
poop
underscore law underscore enforcement underscore act.
protesting citizens.
Communications Assistance for
Red
Law
underscore
Enforcement Act.
20,251,028 underscore 170400. Stakeout.
Stakeout.
Beaconing.
Beaconing.
Man in the middle.
Man in the middle.
R underscore 20,251,028 underscore 205348.
Bravo 447. Bravo 440 location. White Cap and Gypsy on Lincoln, Mary Key.
President underscore 20,251,030 underscore 121914.
President,
Flying a
this
fighter
week,
to do
the
it.
U.S. Senate
I
voted
think
to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging
Assistance
President
for
Trump's
Law
authority
Enforcement
to
Act.
impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the President does not have authority
Count underscore 20,251,106 underscore 132708.
Countermeasures.
Another applause for our Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
$14.6 million
Trump's FBI.
As we close today's program, I want to extend our sincere appreciation to our Mayor.
Money and reinvested back into the arena for capital improvements, end-of-life machinery, equipment, things like that. That authorization expires in September of 25. So then the second authorization is for the downtown seawall. Again, this is another 1/8 cents. And so again, just like the American Bank Center, the seawall was for the project of major improvements to the downtown seawall flood control structures. Again, our revenue has grown fast.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
You see that nobody
I want to go over the fire.
Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons.
Many reinvested back into the arena for capital improvements in light, machinery, and med, things like that. And that authorization expires in September of 25.
American underscore.
So then the second authorization is for the downtown seawall. Again, this is another 1/8 since. And so again, just like the American Bank Center, the seawall with the two wall was for the project and the major improvements to the downtown.
Decision underscore to underscore leave underscore 20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Decision to leave, including the military. Including the companies that
you underscore 20,251,028 underscore 153755. Both underscore 20,251,031 underscore 100420.
Both sides that.
I believe, including the military, including the companies that manufacture our profanity.
They're allowed that movement. And I think that's a key point.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. SOC.
Being able to move
Socket.
American underscore 20,251,029 underscore 183728. Heath.
Heath.
Military.
Military.
Between underscore 20,251,031 underscore 091127.
Between what you have, 9 and 11, with a safety valve, and a 5 and 8 with a safety valve.
And I mean, I think the issue...
they're the same thing. It's a shortened time frame, right? Okay, I understand where you're at.
That's a chemical drone.
I think we had another TA we wanted to talk about, but I think we're going to hold on to it.
Charlie 350 copy.
Position underscore 20,251,028 underscore 223924.
First plate Lincoln.
I think we had another TA we wanted to talk about what I think we're gonna hold on to it.
2 million underscore 20,251,104 underscore 035132. Heath.
Heath.
Military.
Military.
3 underscore 3 underscore 9 underscore 5 underscore 6 underscore 7
all
underscore
right.
4 underscore 3
plate,
underscore
rubber,
9
fall,
underscore 5 underscore 6 underscore 7 underscore 4 underscore 8 underscore 20,251,029 underscore 063618. 11 underscore 20,251,102 underscore 091424.
Number, please.
You underscore Linda underscore Moore underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152552. All underscore 20,251,104 underscore 172303.
She's on her way to Grant to pick up another child, and then from there,
We weren't able to get a hold of Dawson.
Man underscore in underscore law underscore in underscore pardoning underscore 20,251,105 underscore 030,423.
Man in the
Looking
middle.
at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case.
So it's,
even the
yeah,
judge
it's still below
in the case said
$20,000
that
per unit,
sentencing
the
that
subsidy.
the Biden administration was
that
asking
we
for
You all
was
contact
egregious
in the
and was
version you contact
so the
Linda
president is
Moore
correcting
for
that
that
wrong,
child.
and he has officially
Let her
ended the
know,
Biden
and I
administration's
guess
support
PD know
on the
that she's going
cryptocurrency
to
industry,
be,
and I
and
think
she's
that's
on
the
her
message
way
that
to
was
Grant to pick up another child.
Including the military.
There will be an effort from there.
20,251,028
She won't be able to get hold of Dorson. So can you call the original or original version? No, there is. I don't know. It's also 50. 10 in. Just felt.
20,251,106 underscore 132149.
Case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing the Biden administration was asking for was egregious.
Hello, I'm
The president is correcting that wrong. He has officially ended the
part of this is too is trying to do it right for rank, because like if we have some people that are called out with the strike teams and doesn't be used, then we're missing out on medics. They get called back. If we have a chief or captain that's deployed, then call back specifically to have that captain or that chief back. Not that our captains won't do a good job acting, but
down doors to save the people trapped inside. The high-stakes meeting, President Trump just hours from meeting China's leader. One issue of contention, illegal fentanyl coming into the U.S. Our exclusive
underscore 194035.
Weird videos
VPN.
of a U.S.
VPN.
president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
C2 underscore server.
C2 server.
Education underscore 20,251,029 underscore 195910.
Medication besides aspirin. Currently anal for GC15.
330, 340 for the disturbance, 1306 FM43, 1306 FM43 at the London School.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
18544424.
B underscore 20,251,029 underscore 131539. Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 163303.
It's going to be a for a female that's facing up and down wearing black top-black pants, about 16 to 18 years of age.
That's what we have. What's 45 are you checking? What's the address?
Like underscore 20,251,028 underscore 161927.
ID 18061.
A underscore 20,251,103 underscore 085059. C2 underscore server.
C2 server.
15 underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180826. Red underscore team.
Red team. $15,000 underscore 20,251,101 underscore 192813.
Some $1,000. It's
Per unit, yeah.
Per unit.
Yeah.
So it's
The
still below
Off-Worm station
$20,000
may
per
have
unit.
been a
The
part
subsidy
of the 8 to 1.
that we'd be putting in.
FBI.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. 14.6 underscore 20,251,104 underscore
FBI.
45153.
$14.6 million will go toward park development, as well as $14 million for revitalizing the 4 Northside community parks. By adding amenities to these recreational areas, these parks will honor the area's legacy for generations to come.
Tailgating.
We're building a park master plan,
Tailgating.
activating more park space,
Decision
and adding
underscore
amenities such
underscore
as
leave
splash
underscore
pads,
20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Financial measures on the tower light.
Several
Red
capital
underscore
improvement projects are in development to create
20,251,028 underscore 170,400. Dollars underscore 20,251,106 underscore 0014339.
$1,000. Exactly, you could pay off your mortgage. John, one thing I can promise you, even in this
Here's the
market,
thing that
is that I never ask my clients to judge me on my wins. I ask them to judge me on my losers.
We fund all of these projects, granted they go
Based on every technical factor out there, John,
we're pretty
we are looking
stupid
at
that we're not
a
going to
slam
the council that we don't feel like they're going to approve.
By adding amenities to these recreational
we don't get, or the
areas,
type,
these parks will honor the area's legacy for generations to come. We're building a park master tail bit to be the more park space and adding amenities such as FlashX, playground equipment, shade structures, and barbecue pits to provide a more enjoyable experience.
Underscore law underscore enforcement
I'd like Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
152220. Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858. Amenities underscore 20,251,101
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Amenities and keeps the arena very, very current. Let's go to the next slide. Another project that we're doing as part of this, the third phase, is the combination of Suite 1 and 2. This isn't really all that involved, but we had to basically strip out the entire volume of there, and then we're going to be reframing it and rebuilding it to match the other suites. And that allows us to combine 2 smaller spaces into one much more functional and much more usable larger suite. Go to the next slide. I think
Asked underscore 20,251,030 underscore 144729.
Asked about it, said, hey, I just go back and shut it down again.
I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
Keeps the arena very, very current.
And all the nonsense we see
Let's
on the news
go
every
to
day.
the next slide.
Over-the-top
CIA.
the fabricated
CIA.
Communications underscore 20,251,105 underscore 010330.
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
And dumping poop on protesting citizens.
Observation.
All of that is designed.
Observation.
Underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And have owner information in the event we get further.
Basically underscore 20,251,030 underscore 203327.
They're basically taking care of America right now.
CIA, the weird videos of the U.S.
There's never a dull moment.
President with Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is this observation.
It's like no other feeling. You know, you can fly over mountains, you can fly over oceans, you can fly over anything. It's exhilarating. And it's just you in the sky, you know, whenever
CIA.
after I take off, all of my problems just are left on the ground.
Law underscore enforcement underscore act.
Communications. Observation.
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160205. America underscore 20,251,105
You like to have mountains. You can fly over anything.
America was his home,
Rat's a
and
bit
he was
silly.
willing to die for it.
XSS. And it's just you and a sky. You know, whenever a CIA takes off all of my problems,
Charlie,
just
he
are
loved
left
this
on the
country
ground.
with a contagious intensity.
Observation.
Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt
Stay
it.
counted.
He knew that America was a beautiful place and we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present.
We see on the news every day.
Department of Homeland Security.
20,251,105_0103330.
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
On his head,
Decision
flying
underscore
a fighter
leave
jet
underscore
and dumping poop
20,251,102 underscore 0400523.
protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
Manufacture ibuprofen, including
WAF.
WAF.
Just underscore 20,251,028 underscore 1940.
Since these evasions, knew it and stay counted. He knew that America was a beautiful place and that we have these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations and the past and the present.
Thank you. What tools are we not
see
addressing
on the news every
these homes
day.
with?
Well,
Or are we not using?
from the code
Homeland
side, we address
Security.
with everything that we have. Once it goes into a legal proceeding,
The fabricated
that's outside of my
conspiracies.
purview.
Yeah, but what
The
are the
weird
tools that he's
communications
referencing?
assistance
We
for
lien
law
properties, once
enforcement.
those properties are liened, so if I come out
On
and
his head,
mow
fly
the
a
grass
fighter
and pull a
jet
junk
and
vehicle and it costs the city $500, we put a lien.
20,251,030 underscore 160007.
664, 10-4.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 1800858.
with a 56-year-old male.
$500, so we put a link.
1,031 underscore 091127.
Between what you have, 9 and 11, with a safety valve, and a 5 and 8 with a safety valve.
Home and 238,000 for a newly
They're the same
constructed
thing.
home. And we provide assistance as a 0% loan, and the term varies from 5 to 10 years based on the amount of assistance provided. Next slide, please.
I think we had another TA we wanted to talk about.
The city's down payment
but I
assistance
think we'll
program.
talk about it.
Sure. No, sorry.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes, thank you.
Keep
Back one slide, please. How many folks took advantage of
Address
this?
things
We already have the tools to address. So I can't support this.
Thank you. What tools are we not addressing these homes with?
Well,
Or are we not using?
From the code side, we
Between
address
what
with
you
everything
have,
that we
9
have.
and
Once it goes into a
11
legal
with a
proceeding,
safety valve,
that's
and a
outside of
5
my
and
purview.
8
Yeah, but
with
what
a
are the
safety
tools that he's
valve.
referencing?
We lien properties,
And
once those properties are liened, so if I come
2,008,000
out
for a
and
new approved
mow the
same
grass
thing.
and pull a junk vehicle and it costs
Rat.
the city $500, we put a lien.
Delta 440, route 1,310, going to get 5525 leopard, 5525 leopard, Texan Hotel.
Heath.
Heath.
No, 10-4.
10-4, Delta 440.
Rat to $1,500. We put a link.
Supervisor.
We're calling back at
Supervisor.
20,251,031 underscore 051115. 0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.50 underscore 20,251,029 underscore 02300. 10,000 underscore 20,251,106 underscore 010816.
Some $1,000. It's per unit. So it's, yeah, it's still below $20,000 per unit, the subsidy.
Costs, especially in these costs of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI, and so to make those projects work economically.
I can't support this.
What tools are we not addressing these homes with?
Well,
are we not using?
From the code side, we address with everything that we have. Once it goes into a legal proceeding, that's outside of my purview.
Yeah, but what are the tools that he's referencing?
We lien properties, once those properties are liened, so if I come out and mow the grass and pull a junk vehicle and it costs the city $500, we put a lien.
Delta classified 2214, case number is going to be 1150115.
Delta 316 clear.
Central clear, actually route with Delta 345 901 South Alameda, 901 South Alameda.
Charlie 340, if I see at the front gate, he's going to try to go over to you guys.
10-4.
Supervisor. Because I'm going to get one of those breathing points to some thousand.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. Department underscore of underscore Homeland underscore Security.
Department of Homeland Security.
20,251,028 underscore 193608.
Is that going to be outside Gregory?
Limited underscore 20,251,104 underscore 061250.
The final for its task to the 18 Ivuzelment of the Jillian Fladke. Rat.
6 underscore code underscore 20,251,030 underscore 001544. At underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858. 1,000 underscore 20,251,031 underscore 102030.
Is a request right now. We feel is fair. We think it's a good move for the employee. We wouldn't recommend it if we didn't think so.
And need another
We're pretty firm with the number.
That is 6
alternative, like I mentioned earlier, is if we can't come to an agreement, we pull it off the table, concede to what we've been doing, which again we don't agree with, but we'll concede and have that concession and move forward with a one plan calculation. And we could do that.
Department underscore of underscore Homeland underscore Security.
Yes, if we get any more updates from
Department of Homeland
underscore
Security.
assistance underscore for underscore law underscore enforcement underscore act.
Communications assistance for law.
Of underscore 20,251,028
If we can't come to an agreement, we pull it off the table, concede to what we've been doing, which, again, we don't agree with, but we would like to see you in the conversation and move forward with a day one plan of calculation. And we could do that.
Decision underscore to underscore leave underscore 20,251,102 underscore 040523.
Decision to leave, including the
Of underscore 20,251,028
So you do this by that before 60th century.
I underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job.
Endpoint underscore detection
and
underscore
all
and
the
underscore
nonsense we see on
response.
the news every day. The over-the-top
Endpoint
weather.
detection and response.
251,028 underscore 205348.
Of a U.S. president
Department
with a
underscore of underscore
on his
Homeland
head
Security.
a fighter jet and
Department of Homeland Security in short hours for a selection.
Been addressed in the federal government, not quite passed yet, and so this last legislative session for Texas in Senate Bill 916, they passed some language that would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is a calculation based, while that our ordinance is
Detection.
Detection.
25 underscore 35 underscore 20,251,103 underscore 150231.
2735 airline. 2735 airline.
Federal government, not quite passed yet, and so this last legislative session protects us in Senate Bill 916. They passed them along, which would limit municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is the calculation based, while that our ordinance is.
Services underscore 20,251,101 _0458443.
Hold doc number 5, Attorney Wickens, no doc damage. Hold doc number 8,
Rat
TTO 3117,
detection.
no doc damage.
Council appoints. So we do have a large stake in the CBB operations, and I know it's extremely important for our community and for you,
Five underscore 20,251,028 underscore 170704 and underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235 annual underscore 20,251,101 underscore 030544
Our annual economic impact for Texas, and $1 billion of that is right here where we stand and plead for some common sense to prevail this evening. Y'all are considering voting yes on a project that would discharge briny chemicals into a fragile bay system on the assurance of the contractor building it and their chosen environmental experts, when there are a multitude of unbiased professional opinions warning this council that it will not work or is at high-risk environmental gamble at best. This isn't just risky, it's very reckless.
No detects.
Last time I
and the replat, all of
no
that
detects.
is being worked through right now with civil, and to date.
So we do have a large stake in the CBB operations, and I know it's extremely important for our community.
Mr. It's also, so this has already been through the planning commission, it's already been approved or no?
No, May 9th.
Fishing.
Okay.
Fishing.
Next question is
20,250,128 underscore 180858 underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858 CIA
So this has already been to the planning commission. It's already been approved or no? No. Pairing request from Johnny CFC 2 Cubs come key for C9550F.
underscore 194035 SOC
SOC
already underscore 20,251,028 underscore 230804
Pairing request from Johnny CFC 2 Cups can key for C9550F.
Charlie 360 58.
Charlie 360 Tesla.
15,000 underscore 20,251,101 underscore 192813
some $1,000. It's per unit.
3658.
So it's still below $20,000 per unit that the subsidy that we'll be putting in.
Order me to read in 33840 plus 50.
So, Johnny, encryption underscore key.
Charlie 310 Tesla.
Charlie 320 airline Ricardo.
For Charlie 310 copy.
Copy, right.
SOC
SOC
could underscore 20,251,031 underscore 040101.
You could take something and, I'm not suggesting this, please don't shoot me. But I mean, you could say, I don't want to use it for the seawall anymore. I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization.
Right.
The current authorization is expiring and we're authorizing it for something else.
Well, and I say that again for clarity.
Yes.
Because if it's not the seawall fund anymore. It's
No.
to be,
It would be more
we moved it along.
flood protection.
It's protecting the city.
Yes.
Anyway,
Patch. Purple underscore team.
Purple team.
10,000 underscore 20,251,106 underscore 010816.
Some $1,000. It's per unit. So it's, yeah, it's still below $20,000 per unit, the subsidy.
Costs, especially in these costs of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI, and so to make those projects work economically.
Okay,
Well, leopard on William, zebra, Frank, 03.
Okay, underscore 20,251,028 underscore 220527. A, I, underscore 20,251,103 underscore 120051.
AI might take their job?
11s underscore 20,251,102 underscore 070121.
The fabricated conspiracies, the weird
underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
on his head flying a fighter jet
underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
protesting citizens, conspiracies. All of that is and all the nonsense we see on the news. The U.S.
underscore 20,251,029 underscore 102125.
And dumping poop of a U.S. president with a crown, protesting citizens, a fighter jet, and dumping
underscore
poop.
20,251,031 underscore 0814334.
Protesting citizens.
1,000 underscore 20,251,031 underscore 102030.
Is a request right now.
Steps that
We feel is fair. We think it's a good move for the employee.
about a month ago took the step like there were 25 firefighters in step one, and we just carried that forward.
Firm with the number. Under alternative, like I mentioned earlier,
year one is really more than 8%. If you mess with the
it's 8.3.
Political conspiracy addressed in federal government, not quite passed yet. So this last legislative session for Texas in Senate Bill 916, they passed some language that would limit
on the bottom of the
municipalities and other governmental entities that provided emergency medical services to limit their annual fee increases to the ambulance inflation factor. And the ambulance inflation factor is a calculation based, well, that our ordinance is
underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
Of a U.S. president might take their job.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
The over-the-top run.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
Of a U.S. president with a crown.
At underscore
number
9, the
Coca
Drive,
release
to
3006 and 3124.
Protesting
Low dock damage. Low dock 10. 30 wicked.
Drag underscore 20,251,106 underscore 074105.
Count the health plan claims and pharmacy claims for retirees.
20,251,028 underscore 154116.
The weird videos of
ambulance underscore
a U.S.
20,251,106
a fighter jet protesting citizens
underscore 20,251,028 underscore 172111.
On scene, vehicle fire, fully involved. Engineer web attack. We have command. We can handle.
Charlie 360, 10-4. Charlie 470, copy on sheet, click.
An underscore 20,251,029 underscore 003538. Head underscore 20,251,104 underscore 124639.
Head into the busiest travel season of the month. We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks, and so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel. Fran.
Caroline, as of last I checked, the president still had not commented on the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney.
Is the White House involved in the funeral arrangements in any way? Does the president plan to speak at the funeral? Has he spoken to anyone in the
underscore 20,251,029 underscore 004811?
Because of a power outage.
A underscore 20,251,103 underscore 085059.
Area fire departments en route.
Creation underscore 20,251,103 underscore 09101.
Walton. Call for Battalion 1, Battalion 2, Engine 11, Engine 4, Engine 6,
Communications
Engine 8,
underscore assistance
Ladder 7,
underscore
Mech
for
11,
underscore law
Truck 1,
underscore
Truck
enforcement
4,
underscore act.
again, near Eldon and Walton, I please ensure the exact address.
Communications assistance for law enforcement act.
Group 7, 2229.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get further calls on this animal.
Order 374.
Tara D underscore 20,251,104 underscore 150957.
320, yes. 320, 10 4.
Delta 360, reject the property, I'm clear.
And the famous creative conspiracies.
20,251,030
The
underscore
weird thing about
192,519.
human evidence.
Head underscore
By enabling things a fighter do it in my Tony Bauert games defeat found
Head into
gold
the
for
busiest
his
travel season of the
future.
month. We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks, and so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel.
XSS.
Fran.
XSS.
As of last I checked, the president still had not commented on the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Is the White House involved in funeral arrangements in any way? Does the president plan to speak at the funeral? Has he spoken to anyone in the
event we get further calls on this animal.
360 for an unknown nature. 4518 Southwood. 4518 Southwood. Came in from OnStar. I spoke with a female subject in a 2020 Chevy Trax. And advised that she needed PD and did not get any more information.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel.
And all the nonsense we see on the news every day.
Access.
The over-the-top rhetoric, the
Access.
fabricated conspiracies, the weird
As far as I check the president's tool, I do not comment on the death of the former Vice President Dick Cheney. Is the White House involved in funeral arrangements in any way? Just the president. They just... FBI.
And underscore 20,251,029 underscore 003538.
Right now we're not seeing or smelling any
Clear underscore 20,251,029 underscore 164811.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even
Según la Asociación Nacional de Bomberos.
Some of them doing
Tome estas 4 sencillas medidas de seguridad para garantizar que usted y sus seres queridos tengan unos días festivos agradables. Revise sus detectores de humo y reemplace las baterías si es necesario. Si va a freír un pavo, asegúrese de que esté completamente descongelado antes de ponerlo en aceite caliente. Cuando use una freidora de pavo, colóquele a 10 pies de distancia de los combustibles. Llene la freidora con el nivel de aceite adecuado y tenga listo un extintor.
Open house portion of our meeting, and that's where we have key departments from across the city are set up in the back. You'll be able to ask your questions directly to them, speak directly to the city manager, and really just kind of wander around and talk to people and have plenty of opportunity to interact and with us. If you prefer not to come up and do a Q&A or ask someone, we do have some comment cards over here. The ladies over there holding them up in the red shirts. So you can
go underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152220.
The fabricated conspiracies, the
weird
videos.
Continuing on nothing showing.
of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop
and underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
All of that is designed.
You're talking about like
Dot underscore 20,251,028 underscore 162426. You underscore 20,251,028 underscore 153755.
Can you relay to the fire desk, please?
Hello, Linux. And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235.
And I have owner information in the event we get.
And underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152235. Hey, hi, underscore
We just clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening Americans. Navy, there's no Navy even close, not even in the way it fills up until we get to play.
Over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated
Bon, super happy.
the weird videos of
that underscore 20,251,028 underscore 155433.
a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
Rat. Geofencing. Hello, Linux.
We are in the right. George King Paul, my girlfriend, with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping pool. The clinician here on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
251,028 underscore 204636. Dick 4DP20 underscore Cole. Close underscore 20,251,030 underscore 221222.
Proposed budget, or any one of our community engagement sessions. I look forward to seeing you there.
Botnet.
I know they're only moved it out of the roof. Yeah, we told RP he's seeing like a orange light in the distance, which might be from like the refineries or something over the water.
Geofencing.
We'll be checking the neighborhood.
Geofencing.
Underscore 20,251,103 underscore 091326.
Can you show things flag down at Waldron?
An underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
185444.
10-4, County Country, nothing into an apartment complex. P just updated that the RP seeing an orange light in the distance. They believe it might be from the refinery across the water.
I don't know. I don't know.
Communications underscore assistance underscore for underscore law underscore enforcement underscore act.
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
20,251,028 underscore 201508. But underscore 20,251,028 underscore 170553. Hey, hi. Underscore 20,251,103 underscore 12051.
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
And all the
Geofencing.
nonsense we see on the news every day. The over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies.
Down underscore 20,251,029 underscore 09101.
Vandaag breekt een nieuw tijdperk aan voor de Nederlandse ondernemer met de lancering van de Ford.
Dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed.
Man underscore in underscore law underscore in underscore pardoning underscore 20,251,105 underscore 03042.
Pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden
Assistance for Law
administration's war
Enforcement
on the
Act.
cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
Trying to deal with.
Charlie 3, copy.
We're on 490, copy. Tom King Henry 0572.
Tom King Henry 0572, 10-4. Charlie 470, can you repeat your traffic?
Rat.
Rat.
1-2 490 call.
10-4. And Charlie 480, I can show you, sir.
Communications _ assistance _ for _ law _ enforcement _ act.
Can you tell me I'm processing on this?
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Enforcement _ act.
Charlie 430, 249 comments. I'll advise if fire.
Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
Charlie 380, I'm clear. There's 490
You _ Linda _
Communications
more
Assistance for Law Enforcement Act.
_ 152552.
Y'all contact the
You _ 20,251,028 _ 153755.
I'm Victor 878 Victor 10-4.
And then from there,
But _ 20,251,028 _ 1705553. Case _ 20,251,106 _ 132149.
Case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentence that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he is officially ending the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
You cut out a little bit.
This designation reinforces our city's identity as a critical hub for national security, for coastal safety, and economic activity. And you know, it really tells a story.
He all contacted me for 60 copies of Florida, and he joined the group in 7 days. So I didn't know that she was on her way. I'm okay. 87 VPN.
Man _ in _ law _ in _ a pardoning _ 20,251,105
VPN.
030,423.
Man in the
looking
middle.
at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon.
182926.
Another 320, 355.
VPN.
We should not be stopping there until somebody checks those bags out.
Of _ 20,251,028 _ 180858.
185444.
And _ 20,251,028 _ 152235.
And I have all their information in the event we get.
Group _ 20,251,029 _ 164537.
Group 5, Rear Admiral Eric, Pappy, and Doze. Hello, Pappy. That's great. Good. Thank you very much. And of course, we can't forget about your command triad aboard the...
Clean and more modern and more pleasing in our environment. So these investments were also very significant, even though they seem to be just relatively, fairly easy cosmetic changes. They're still really good investments in keeping the venue modernized and looking good. Next slide, please. We also completed some security enhancements, which included keyless entry throughout the building, which is a great investment. This is leveraging, which is pretty common technology now, getting us out of the business of having.
Even the judge in his case said the
Biden
and the individual you're referring to, that was certainly even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. So the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry.
consent with this party.
Training webinars that meet the needs of businesses in commercial contracting areas, such as bookkeeping, accounting, insurance, and other small business needs. 2, access to a construction software bid tool to view area projects. 3, access to the plan room at Del Mar College Center for Economic Development to print plans and specifications for local commercial projects at no cost for their clients, of which I'm one, by the way. Publish a contract.
Gray underscore hat.
Charlie 430 RP.
Gray hat.
Charlie 430 Temple.
You got the plate of the vehicle pulled up, Sam Victor Sam 3895.
Sam Victor Sam 3895, 10-4. Charlie 430, Charlie 440 for the disturbance.
All underscore 20,251,028 underscore 160205.
Yes, the town of apartment. Contact Jay. For you, both units arriving and will be at apartment.
You underscore Linda underscore Moore underscore 20,251,028 underscore 152552. Business underscore 20,251,031 underscore 032211.
Business development. So it's very difficult to have that apply to residential basis, which is why we always recommend that you stay along commercial corridors.
Right. Yeah, and I understand that it has to be, it cannot be used for purposes that could be provided for from general funds. But again, I mean, Ernie De La Garza is telling us that it's going to be 12 years now, conservatively, to get all the streets repaired in the city, the residential streets repaired in the city, so that realistically,
cost of materials and personnel. This is what we base this on. Staff conducted reviews with other state municipalities and determined that Parks and Recreation fees were usually on the lower end of that market.
Water meter reading 168404.
Of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180,858. Development underscore 20,251,102
It's interesting that it has to be the kind of copies for purposes that
Development Services still collects their fees, but yes.
20,251,028 underscore
But
213225.
again, my only issue with that in regards to this telling us that it's going to be 12 years now, conservatively, to get all the streets repaired in the city, the residential streets repaired in the city, so that realistically the cost of materials and personnel, this is what we've based on staff conduct. Ed reviews with staff, other state municipalities in the
underscore 120051.
AI might take their job. And all the nonsense we see on the news every day. The over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies,
of underscore 20,251,028 underscore 180858.
With a crown on his head, flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on
communicating underscore 20,251,104 underscore 100432.
Communicating with him on our progress. He, like Councilman Smith, is very much concerned for the community and wants to make sure that this bridge gets reopened and that it remains safe.